Statement faster than light. Finally, a clear answer had emerged. Kang Woojin is the first newcomer to lead a foreign film in both Korea and Japan. With their curiosity neatly resolved, the Japanese public reacted with a mix of enthusiasm and grumbling. Of course, it was Kang Woojin. I like it. He's a good actor. I thought it was already somewhat confirmed in Korea, but why did they hide it then? Maybe they kept it a secret because the issue became too big? Still, having a Korean actor in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, which I like, is a bit. Kang Woojin. I really like him. Check out his YouTube. You'll all become his fans. I think it's better to have a Korean actor. Anyway, Japanese actors' performances have been deteriorating. I like it too. If you have a complaint, start by watching Han on Netflix. It's impressive. How did a newcomer secure a leading role? Regardless, all the facts were now revealed. This situation was unprecedented for Japan, and the public was abuzz with this novel spectacle. Of course, not everyone in Japan viewed it positively. There was a lot of skepticism too. Korea's newcomer actor revealed, but film industry insiders are skeptical. Who is Kang Woojin? Netizens' concerns grow. However, one thing was consistent. The focus of Japan's media and public opinion was now on Kang Woojin and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. His name and recognition skyrocketed. There was already a build-up, so a boost was inevitable. Han on Netflix Japan also received frequent mentions. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi's Kang Woojin turns out to be a supporting actor in a popular Korean Netflix drama. Japanese reporters often covered Kang Woojin-related SNS, YouTube channels, filmographies, and past works. It was basic strategy yet essential, as the public clicked on news containing as much information as possible. At this point, at the Japanese private broadcasting station PD Nim, writers from AIM Talk Show rushed to PD Shinjo. It's Woojin. It's really Woojin. What are you talking about? I mean that Korean newcomer actor that director Kyotaro Taniguchi mentioned. It's Woojin. What are you saying? Are you sure? There were only speculations, no facts. Just now, director Taniguchi officially announced it. The lead role is confirmed to be Woojin. At that moment, PD Shinjo's eyes widened in shock. Contact BW Entertainment immediately and bring all the plans we've made. Yes, sir. Hurry up. We need to coordinate with BW Entertainment and get the news out as soon as possible. And we have to overhaul more than half of our plans. The AIM Talk Show team became extremely busy, almost frantic. And then, Korea's hot newcomer Kang Woojin, soon to launch on Netflix Japan with the rom-com Male Friend. As if waiting for the right moment, the Japanese Netflix side released news about the soon-to-be-launched Male Friend. Additionally, Kang Woojin and Wallin scheduled to visit Japan soon for Male Friend promotions. News about Kang Woojin and Wallin's upcoming schedule in Japan was also leaked. Wow, Kang Woojin and Wallin are coming to Japan. Really? Male Friend? Is it a rom-com? I have to check it out. Which airport? What time? I want to see them in person. This news spread rapidly as well. Then back to Korea. In Korea, where the news had exploded even before it reached Japan, the country was still in turmoil even as afternoon turned into night. Various portal sites continuously updated their news, and these articles spread rapidly through the clicks of numerous fingers. It was noisy, the most intense uproar of the year. By this point, it was impossible for Kang Woojin's acquaintances not to be aware of the situation. His sister, Kang Hyuna, was shocked, and Woojin's close friends were in a frenzy about the exclusive news. Furthermore, everyone Kang Woojin had ever interacted with was equally stunned. Directors, PDs, actors, staff. Counting just the number of people, hundreds were showing a range of reactions. PD Nim, have you seen the news? Our Kang Totem has been confirmed for the lead role in Akari Takikawa's live-action movie. I saw it too. That project will do really well. But why can Woojin sing so well? Didn't you know this? If I had known, I would have asked him for an OST in Hanryang. How would I have known? Starting with PD Song Manwoo and writer Park Eunmi, everyone was too excited to express their feelings in words. Ultimately, it was the beginning of chaos. Yes, just the beginning. This was just the start. Wallin, who had been with Kang Woojin until a moment ago and was now sitting in her van, had earphones on. The reason was simple. She was listening to Kang Woojin's cover song. In other words, she had checked out the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel on YouTube. She smiled at the greeting video and was deeply moved by the cover song, her expression changing dramatically. Just 1 minute into the song, she covered her mouth with her hand in shock. No, Woojin, you said you only knew a little Japanese? This is far from just a little. Woojin's Japanese in the cover song was beyond just good. It was on another level. If you closed your eyes and listened, you might think he was a Japanese singer. At least, that's how it seemed to Wallen. And her judgment was not wrong. She too was proficient in Japanese. Her girl group, Ilani, was already a top-tier sensation in Japan, and she had handled many Japanese schedules. So Wallen was good at Japanese too. I learned it, but my pronunciation still has a bit of awkwardness, but Woojin's Japanese sounds just like a native's. Suddenly, she became intensely curious about Kang Woojin's past. But that was fleeting. Wallen immersed herself to the sound of Kang Woojin's voice. Her mind became hazy, and her heart raced wildly. This face, this voice, this tone, amazing. I'm melting, truly melting. It doesn't even sound like our song anymore. I love it. I could listen to it 100 times a day. Goosebumps rose on the excited Wallen's arms. This was beyond fandom. It was adoration. How can someone have endless layers of charm? I really chose the right person to fangirl over. Soon after, Wallen tapped the like button on the video and shared Woojin's video in the group chat with her Ilani members. Wallen, listen to this. Listen to it 100 times. Then, she logged into her own SNS. It's too good for me to enjoy alone. It's Woojin's channel, so it'll be a hit anyway, but still, more people should hear this song. She shared the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. The next day, the 21st, morning, around 10 a.m., Kang Woojin was standing in front of an elevator in a tall building. Despite the warmer weather and lighter clothes, he was unfazed by his name buzzing across Korea and Japan. Kang Woojin had the usual poker face. Well, this was more genuine than a concept. Ugh, so tired. Did I sleep only about 2 hours? Almost stayed up all night watching the reactions. Yesterday, Kang Woojin had been glued to his phone until dawn. It was amazing. Wherever he went on the internet, his name was everywhere. Next to him, Choi Sung-gun, who had been on the phone since earlier, looked busy. Yes, PD Kim Nim. Haha, thank you. About the casting, right? But Woojin's schedule is really tight for the first half of the year. How about the second half? Not just today, but since yesterday, Choi Sung-gun's phone had been bombarded with calls and messages every second since Kang Woojin's bold appearance at the Male Friend press conference. Naturally, things were even more hectic at BW Entertainment. However, Kang Woojin couldn't afford to pay attention to Choi Sung-gun. Today was the day for the script reading of Freezing Love by the star writer Lee Wool-seon. This tall building housed the production company of Freezing Love, and in about an hour, the script reading was set to officially begin. Woojin, looking indifferently at the elevator floor indicator, let out a small sigh. A deep breath. Today, I know absolutely no one, I'm a bit nervous. I'm starting to feel queasy. Should he take some motion sickness medicine? Just as Woojin was contemplating this, Choi Sung-gun, who had just finished his call, spoke. The calls are coming in like chat messages, one after another. Look, here's another. Given this situation, I won't be able to enter the reading room. But you'll be fine on your own, right? You're not the type to get nervous. No, actually, I feel like taking some motion sickness medicine. But Woojin, concealing his true feelings, nodded. Solemnly. Yes, that's sufficient. Choi Sung-gun, smirking slightly, patted Kang Woojin's shoulder. Well, you're often the first in many things, but there aren't many actors who attend script readings as often as you do. And that too, as a newcomer. I'm attending because of the writer. Right. Honestly, you don't really need to attend this reading. Your part is small, but it's good to make an impression on Lee Wool-seon. Yes, I think so too. You never know when connections in this industry might come in handy. Choi Sung-gun then speculated about the current situation at the reading room. But, in the reading room, both actors and staff will be all talking about you. It doesn't matter to me, right? When have you ever cared about that? At that moment. Ding. The elevator reached its destination and the doors opened. Meanwhile, inside the Freezing Love reading room. The room, set with a U-shaped table, was almost ready. A few supporting actors had already arrived, along with dozens of staff members and several reporters. Interestingly, is it confirmed that Kang Woojin is coming? Yeah, I asked the assistant director several times. If you don't believe it, reporter Kim, go and ask again yourself. We're lucky. There was a lot of talk about whether Kang Woojin would come to the reading or not. And then, just after his big news, we get to see him the next day. Everyone was talking about Kang Woojin. Did you see the search sites? Seriously, the entertainment news is filled with articles about Kang Woojin. It makes sense. Besides the national pride angle, it's unprecedented in the history of cinema. But it's really curious. How did he snatch the lead role in that field? Does he have a strong backing? Some articles say he's from a wealthy family, good at acting, vocals, and even Japanese. Sounds like he received intense early education. Reporters, staff, and actors were all abuzz with speculation. Wow, Kang Woojin. I'm jealous. When will I ever get a chance to go abroad? First, you need to get rid of your supporting actor image in the domestic market. You're in the same boat. Anyway, the internet and SNS are all about Kang Woojin. It'll probably last a while. I wonder if he'll start ignoring other actors. I heard he's actually quite nice. At that moment, swish, the glass door slowly opened, and a man with a cold expression entered. It was Kang Woojin. Immediately, everyone's gaze in the reading room shifted to Woojin at the entrance. After briefly scanning the room, Woojin bowed his head slightly and greeted in a low voice. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. Suddenly, the reading room fell silent. At that moment, a reporter, somewhat dazed looking at Woojin, had his phone in view. It displayed the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel on YouTube, probably because he was watching it in anticipation of meeting Kang Woojin soon. What was interesting was channel name, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers, 509,000. Videos, 2. The subscriber count had exploded dramatically. Meanwhile, outside the reading room in the corridor, Choi Sung-gun, who was still glued to his phone, was pacing the corridor, busy with the onslaught of calls. He was currently talking to Kim So-hyang from Netflix Korea. The promotional event in Japan is on the 26th. The promotional event in Japan was the event disguised as a press conference that she had mentioned before, planned in collaboration with Netflix Japan. As Choi Sung-gun inquired further, Kim So-hyang, the executive director, responded from the other end of the phone. Yes, next month would be okay, but for such events, it's better to act quickly. We've aligned opinions with Netflix Japan. We need to strike while the iron is hot. Of course, if Woojin's schedule doesn't allow it, we might have to adjust. No, next month would be even harder. Woojin's schedule next month is twice as busy as now. The 26th. That was just a few days away. After quickly calculating in his head, Choi Sung-gun spoke up. I do have a few schedules fixed for the 26th, but what about you, Wallen? It's just a one-day schedule, so she's okay with it. If it's difficult, you can arrive in Japan separately and join her there. No, it's better if they go together. Okay, I'll try to adjust it. Oh, thank you then. Shall I proceed with preparations for the 26th? Yes, Director Kim. After finishing the call, Choi Sung-gun opened his diary, which was already packed with no space left. He sighed softly, turned to a new page, and wrote something down. Arrive in Japan on the 26th. Carry out promotional schedule for male friend. Then, schedule a meeting with Director Kyotaro on the 27th, and then AIM talk show. Closing the diary, he muttered to himself. And on the 30th, the official recording for AIM talk show. In short, Kang Woojin's upcoming schedule in Japan would span 4 days, not just one. The 30th was set for the shooting of AIM talk show, and it was more convenient than going back and forth. Having figured out a plan, Choi Sung-gun then made a call, this time to the production manager of Island of the Missing. Yes, manager. Sorry for the late call. I was sorting out the schedule. Yes. For now, I will let you know the exact details after meeting with Director Kyotaro in Japan. Yes. But there shouldn't be any major issues with the overseas location schedule. We'll make sure not to disrupt the shooting schedule too much. After a lengthy explanation, Choi Sung-gun concluded. Yes, we'll meet after I return from Japan. Yes. I will call Director Kwon directly about that part. Yes dash. Click. Feeling like he had extinguished the urgent fires, Choi Sung-gun let out a long sigh. Phew, this is even busier than when it was with Hyun. Well, she never had overlapping schedules like this. It's hectic but fun. Just then, Brying. The phone rang again. Choi Sung-gun, checking the caller ID, tilted his head slightly. Director Kim Do-hee? The caller was Kim Do-hee, the director of Drug Dealer. Thinking she must be calling to congratulate Woojin, Choi Sung-gun answered the phone. Yes, Director Kim. Haha, have you had lunch yet? No, I'm about to. But more importantly, CEO Choi. However, what Kim Do-hee said over the phone was not a congratulation. We're planning a blind preview for Drug Dealer next week. A blind preview? A blind preview was a schedule towards the end of a film's post-production. It's where directors, production teams, and actors gather for a preview. Essentially, it's an assessment of the finished product. This meant, yes, a blind preview. I'd appreciate it if you and Woojin could attend together. It's important. The release of Drug Dealer was imminent. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. Departure 1. The script reading for Freezing Love. Despite the presence of dozens of actors, staff, officials, and reporters, the reading room was relatively quiet. The actors who had arrived early were looking through their scripts, while the staff and officials busied themselves with their tasks, and the reporters were looking down at their phones. However, what they all had in common was swoosh. Pretending not to, they were sneakily glancing at the rookie actor who had arrived a few minutes earlier. While pretending to read their scripts or check their phones, they stealthily focused their eyes towards Kang Woojin, who was sitting near the end of a U-shaped table. Role of Mysterious Man Next Door / Mr. Kang Woojin. His role was more of a minor or cameo, so he was seated towards the back. Anyway, since the introductions were already over, Woojin, who was sitting in his spot, looked down at his script with an indifferent face. He seemed completely uninterested in his surroundings. Meanwhile, the actors whispered, Woojin seems really serious, doesn't he? I heard rumors, but he's more cynical than I imagined. Right? But considering he greeted everyone earlier, it doesn't seem like he's arrogant. Maybe he's just naturally introverted? He's definitely the tough-to-get-close-to type. But given his blockbuster-level trajectory since debut, I guess he wouldn't be nervous about a reading session like this? That's true. He turned everything upside down, from Korea to Japan. Why would he be nervous here? The murmurs of the reporters spread. He's calm, that guy. After he set off nuclear bombs in both Korea and Japan. It's strange. Just by his aura, he looks like a top-tier veteran, not a newcomer. I've never seen a rookie like him. It's all about first with him. He's so composed, we couldn't even get an interview. It's not easy to approach him. Rookies usually have a softer edge, but he's too rigid. Is it just me? Me too. Really, he's different from ordinary rookies. Look at him, immediately reading the script as soon as he arrived. That guy works with big directors like Kwon Ki-taek. Why would a reading like this make him nervous? Huh? Isn't this star writer Lee Wool-seon's script reading? Yeah, but you know what I mean. On the other hand, Kang Woojin was currently engaged in a battle with the sound of his own heart. Ah, really? It's hard to get used to this silent atmosphere. I can tell everyone is sneaking glances. Just ignore them. Ignore. It was more awkwardness than tension. After all, there was truly no one he knew in this reading session. In fact, this was the first script reading session where Woojin didn't know anyone. Even Choi Sung-gun, who usually accompanied him, wasn't there, nor was writer Lee Wool-seon. Well, maybe it's better that writer Lee Wool-seon isn't here. Feeling suffocated, perhaps that's why Kang Woojin's act became more pronounced. His poker face intensified. Then, perhaps to find some mental stability. Poke. Kang Woojin pressed a black square attached to the first episode script of Freezing Love. Soon, Woojin entered the endlessly dark void space. Only then did he let out a sigh mixed with relief. Phew, that's better. Let's rest here for a bit. The atmosphere in the reading session is too stifling. Stretching, Kang Woojin then decided to spend some time there. When he felt ready, he moved towards a series of white rectangles. The reading was close, and he planned to rehearse, experience, just before it. Naturally, he chose the mysterious man next door. It was no ordinary role. It needed to be more vivid, so repeating the reading, experience, was an essential part of his preparation. Soon, swoosh. Mysterious Man Next Door reading preparation in progress. With the familiar robotic female voice, Woojin was absorbed into the world of Mysterious Man Next Door. Back to reality. When Kang Woojin returned to the freezing love script reading room, the scene was palpably tense. Woojin, despite his ability to open his mouth, found it difficult to articulate words. His brain sent the commands, but his body seemed to resist. Everything about the mysterious man next door had imprinted itself in him, becoming a significant presence. It's melancholic. Kang Woojin closed his eyes for a moment, processing the emotions flooding through his veins, understanding and reflecting on them. The world of the mysterious man next door expanded within him. And then, sign language, I can see it clearly. His mind filled with sign language scenes. Although he was already proficient in it, the repeated readings, experiences, deepened his understanding. Woojin also noticed something else. His facial muscles had become incredibly flexible. While his voice was suppressed, his sense of touch and smell had sharpened, and his body felt as light as a feather. No, not just light, it was fluid. It felt as though his entire body had transformed from a rigid solid to a malleable liquid. This made sense, as the mysterious man next door required frequent use of the body to communicate through sign language. At that moment, hello everyone dash. With the script reading approaching the starting time, the main and supporting actors started to appear. They greeted each other with professional smiles, maintaining a business-like demeanor. But then, wow Woojin, nice to meet you. Haha, I was really surprised by your recent work announcement with director Kyotaro in Japan. They flocked towards Kang Woojin, who was seated near the entrance. Almost all the actors did so. Their eyes all seemed to be smiling. However, if one were to delve into their true feelings, a mix of emotions would be revealed. Admiration, jealousy, envy, awe, curiosity, fascination, doubt, joy, and so on. Among them, that's Kang Woojin. He certainly doesn't seem like a typical rookie, but what's so special about him? The actor who had just shaken hands with Kang Woojin and moved to the first seat was filled with curiosity. He was Jung Jae-hwan, the top actor playing the lead role of Song Tae-hyung in Freezing Love. Wearing a cap, Jung Jae-hwan was very tall and had a rugged, masculine appearance. His image was similar to Kang Woojin's, yet he was a decade older than Woojin. Jung Jae-hwan was known as an actor who didn't do well in movies. There are such actors. They explode in popularity in dramas, but somehow fail in films. Jung Jae-hwan was exactly like that. Nevertheless, in the drama industry, he was a legendary figure and acknowledged as a top actor with unquestionable acting skills. That's probably why writer Lee Wool-seon cast him. Anyway, after opening his script, Jung Jae-hwan pretended to have casual conversations with the surrounding actors, while secretly, swoosh, casting a glance at Kang Woojin. Although the reading room had become noisy with the arrival of many actors, Woojin maintained his composure, sitting calmly as before. Despite the congratulations and questions thrown at him by actors and officials, he maintained his composure. There was no sign of embarrassment, joy, or arrogance. How should one describe him? He was like still water. There was no visible disturbance in him. Gradually, Jung Jae-hwan became intensely curious about Kang Woojin. He had seen Kang Woojin's acting in only 2 roles, Kim Ryujin and Park Dae-ri. Like Jung Jae-hwan, almost everyone in this reading room were likely the same. Both productions were hits, and Woojin's performance in them was extraordinary, not something a rookie could easily match. I know he's a good actor, but enough to captivate directors like Kwon and Kyotaro? It wasn't just them. Writer Lee Wool-seon, PD Song Man-woo, writer Park Eun-mi, and others. Why were these big names revolving around this rookie? Jung Jae-hwan felt a strange curiosity. What would happen if I threw him off balance? What kind of performance would he deliver in an unexpected situation? The reason was simple. In Freezing Love, the only actor Kang Woojin interacted with was Jung Jae-hwan. Has he ever faced an ad-lib in script readings or on set? The role of the mysterious man next door that Woojin was playing, though short in screen time, had the deepest acting intensity in Freezing Love. The difficulty level was incredibly high, at least in the opinion of Jung Jae-hwan, the lead actor. Sign language isn't an ordinary language. Even if you learn it, performing it naturally is almost impossible. In other words, it was a role where doing well was the bare minimum, and any mediocrity would attract criticism. Moreover, the role required expression without dialogue. It demanded the intensity of spoken lines without actually speaking them. How would this rookie handle such a challenging role? While Jung Jae-hwan's interest was intensely focused on Kang Woojin, it was then creak. As the glass door opened, the PD and writer Lee Wool-seon entered the reading room filled with actors. Accompanying Lee Wool-seon was a woman dressed in a suit. Immediately, the actors and staff stood up from their seats. The PD and writer Lee Wool-seon exchanged casual greetings. Then, long time no see, Woojin. Hello, writer Lee. Lee Wool-seon, noticeable with her sparkling earrings, stopped in front of Kang Woojin. You've made quite the impact since we last met, haven't you? It just happened. Right, we'll celebrate later. First, this lady here is a sign language expert. Lee Wool-seon introduced the woman in the suit, presumably a sign language interpreter. It was common to have experts observe on set to check for errors and offer advice. Kang Woojin's heart fluttered slightly at this. An expert? Damn, that's a bit nerve-wracking. But then again, the void space is like a cheat. Woojin then briefly greeted the sign language expert. Hello. Hello. Pleased to meet you. I really enjoyed watching Hanryanged. Thank you. Writer Lee Wool-seon then interjected. She asked Woojin with a smile. Writer Park Eun-mi mentioned something. She said there would be a big change if Woojin attended the script reading. Do you know what she meant? I'm not sure. Really? Well, maybe I'll understand when I see it. The actors looked puzzled by this conversation. Regardless, Lee Wool-seon moved to the head of the table with the sign language expert. Thunk. They took their seats. Concurrently, the PD announced. All right, let's start the reading. He was in charge of conducting the script reading for Freezing Love. Meanwhile, writer Lee Wool-seon quietly asked the sign language expert on her right. What do you think of Kang Woojin? You can just tell me your impression. Is there a disconnect? It's hard to say right now, but sign language is a language that combines hands, expressions, and body language, right? It requires showing emotions. But Woojin, his poker face is so strong, it feels like he has no expression. So, his face is already in error? The sign language expert shrugged. I'm not sure. But if he continues like this, it will be a problem. Shortly after, the introductions of the actors of Freezing Love began. After the female lead, it was the male lead Jung Jae-hwan's turn. I'm Jung Jae-hwan, playing the role of Song Tae-hyung. I hope this becomes a satisfying production for all the effort we've put in. Applause followed. The introductions continued, and then, thunk. I'm Kang Woojin, playing the role of mysterious man next door. I'll do my best. Kang Woojin's impactful introduction. The applause was the same, but the actors' gazes carried a sense of intrigue. After a full round of actor introductions, the key staff members gave their greetings. Okay, how about you, writer Lee? The PD signaled to writer Lee Wool-seon, who responded with a nonchalant shrug. Let's have a fun reading. Although Lee Wool-seon's words were light, their meaning was profound. As a star writer, she was known for her active involvement in script readings. Unlike writer Park Eun-mi, who collaborated with the PD, Lee Wool-seon was known for expressing her opinions directly to the actors. Interestingly, let's get into the reading. Rustle. In the early stages of the reading, Lee Wool-seon would leave the actors to their own devices during the early parts of the reading. Even if the lines were wrong, or the acting fell short, differed from her intentions, or the emotions were off, initially, she would silently observe the actors' own interpretations and performances. But as it reached the midway point, her approach would drastically change, like a herbivore suddenly turning into a carnivore. Hence, at her project's reading sessions, many newcomers would end up in tears due to her sharp critiques. Her directing was equally harsh on top actors, veterans, and rookies alike. Regardless, number 1 in a room with blackout curtains, mostly dark tones. At this moment, Song Tae-hyung suddenly opens his eyes in bed. The reading of Freezing Love began with the PD's narration. Overall, the drama centered on the growth of Song Tae-hyung, played by Jung Jae-hwan. He was a man in his 30s, capable but severely afflicted with obsessive-compulsive disorder, leading to a complete lack of communication with the outside world. Song Tae-hyung felt comfortable trapped in his own cage. He didn't bother others, so he didn't need to be involved with them, and he managed his work well enough without deep relationships. He detested anything out of order, whether it be objects or his own feelings. Freezing Love lightly yet profoundly depicted the growth, love, and transformation of the adult child Song Tae-hyung. And the catalyst for Song Tae-hyung's first change was number 3. Song Tae-hyung, carrying hand sanitizer, leaves his apartment. Simultaneously, the door of the next apartment opens, and he locks eyes with the mysterious man next door. Having crossed paths a few times already, Song Tae-hyung doesn't like him. The role of the mysterious man next door was played by Kang Woojin. Soon, Young Jang-hwan, sitting across from Woojin, glanced at him and furrowed his brows. Exchanging a brief eye contact with Woojin, Young Jang-hwan frowned. Similarly, Kang Woojin, looking at him, had no lines. In fact, the mysterious man next door couldn't speak. This was unknown to Young Jang-hwan, or rather Song Tae-hyung, who found the mysterious man next door's gaze unsettling. What could be the intent behind those peculiar eyes? Why does he keep looking at me like that? Annoyed, Song Tae-hyung confronts the mysterious man next door. Hey you, do you have something to say to me? However, the mysterious man next door does not respond. Fine. Are you about to take the elevator? I'll wait and take the next one. I'll take that as a yes. In the script, Song Tae-hyung returns to his apartment, and the mysterious man next door, after a momentary glance at the closed door, silently gets on the elevator. The PD then narrates. Song Tae-hyung, grumbling at the shoe cabinet, vigorously rubs hand sanitizer, as if trying to wash away the unpleasant feeling. Song Tae-hyung's line. Every time I see him, I feel disgusted. If he has something to say, he should just say it. Ugh, I can't take this. Maybe I should move out. After spending the day, Song Tae-hyung returns home and glances at the neighbor's door before quietly unlocking his own. Thunk. The mysterious man next door appears again. Once more, without a word, he just looks at Song Tae-hyung. The script notes that the mysterious man next door is holding a plastic bag in one hand. The scene should end here, with Song Tae-hyung clicking his tongue and swiftly entering his apartment. The camera closes up on the mysterious man next door, still and expressionless. Therefore, Kang Woojin was simply gazing peculiarly at Song Tae-hyung seated in front of him. And it ends here. Next is... But then, look here you. Unexpectedly, Song Tae-hyung speaks to the mysterious man next door. It was a line not in the script. Why do you keep making me uncomfortable? Either speak up or ignore me. How many times is this? If you continue like this, I'll report you. Everyone in the reading room's gaze shifted to the mysterious man next door, or rather, Kang Woojin. Though Woojin was looking at Young Jang-hwan, he was clearly perplexed inside. Huh? What's this? That line isn't in the script, is it? Is it? No, it's not in the script. It was a line he had never heard or seen before. But other than him, the actors in the reading room seemed unfazed. Adlib? Well, Jang Hwan-hyung often creates his own lines during character analysis. That's his style, isn't it? He often comes up with ad-libs, and some of them even make it into the final script. Since it wasn't an unusual occurrence, writer Lee Wool-seon, who was twirling her pen, didn't feel the need to intervene. Amplifying the discomfort, huh? That's not a bad analysis. It didn't clash with the scene. Most importantly, I'm curious to see how he responds. Well, he'll probably handle it lightly. Lee Wool-seon was curious to see how Kang Woojin would react to the ad-lib. There was no doubt. This was Kang Woojin, the monstrous rookie. Surely, he wouldn't be shaken by such a common ad-lib. But then, whoa, what's happening? Why isn't anyone stopping this? The mysterious man next door, Woojin, was caught off guard. Wait, what? What am I supposed to do here? Huh? Despite maintaining a calm facade, Woojin's eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of confusion while looking at Young Jang-hwan, the leading actor seated opposite him. At that moment, the sign language expert sitting next to Lee Wool-seon sensed something in Woojin's expression. It looks like he's puzzled, or something similar. I'm sure of it. That's the look people who use sign language often have when they find it hard to communicate. Listening to this, Lee Wool-seon turned her gaze to Woojin. But from her perspective, she couldn't find any signs of confusion or panic in him. However, the expert must be seeing something I can't. In this case, the sign language expert's perception was more reliable. After all, Kang Woojin was currently acting as the mysterious man next door. Thus, Li Wuxian focused on something else. But still, to express such subtle changes in his eyes that only the expert could notice. This was Kang Woojin's acting. To bring out such detail in an instant, especially in response to an unexpected ad-lib, indeed, his skill is unparalleled. At that moment, Yung Jinghuan threw in another ad-libbed line. Don't look at me like that. It gives me the creeps. Please, I'm asking you to stop. Woojin's expression was still blank, and he didn't speak. However, there was a change. His lips twitched slightly, as if muttering. His lips quivered faintly. The sign language expert whispered immediately. He's deliberating. He's thinking about something. Yung Jinghuan furrowed his brows and showed a gesture of pulling out a phone to Kang Woojin at the other end. All right, I get it. I don't know why you're doing this to me. But since you seem intent on continuing, I'll report you now. Here, Woojin, who had been twitching his lips, suddenly stopped. He slightly tilted his head and then nodded, as if he understood what was being said. Then, swoosh. For the first time, Kang Woojin's hands moved. It wasn't a grand gesture. It was clear but brief, lasting only a few seconds. Woojin then looked at Yung Jinghuan, blinking, and made the final hand gesture. He clenched his right hand into a fist and brought it close to his nose, with the thumb pointing towards the nose. The actors observing this realized. That's sign language. He's doing it well. It doesn't seem unnatural at all. Practice. Wait, practice? This is an ad-lib, not in the script. What's going on? Each one internally expressed faint admiration or confusion. He's using sign language so smoothly. How much practice did he do? Impressive. But was that gesture prearranged? He responded with sign language to an ad-lib. Regardless, Kang Woojin, the mysterious man next door, held his fist to his nose and then smiled. It was a smile entirely different from before, radiantly bright. A smile as joyful as one basked in warm sunlight, revealing his teeth, the first expression on his otherwise stiff face. Upon seeing this, Yung Jinghuan thought, first sign language, but it's not in the script. Unaware of the meaning behind the mysterious man next door's ad-libbed sign language, Song Taehyung responded with his immediate feeling. What's that? Why are you smiling? Are you mocking me by putting your fist to your nose? However, Kang Woojin's smile deepened. Li Wuxian, momentarily distracted by Woojin's smile, thought, that kid, he can smile so brightly. She then asked the sign language expert sitting beside her. That looked like sign language. What does that mean? The expert, with her mouth slightly open, responded to the question. Kang Woojin's sign language skills are impressive. I didn't expect such a beautiful smile. Is this scene meant to show the gap between the two characters' perspectives? That could be one interpretation, like a difference in positions due to a disconnect in communication. The sign language expert, nodding slowly, replicated the same sign language gesture Woojin had just performed. The final part was to point her thumb towards the nose, though her gesture was smaller than Woojin's. In this sign language, the last part, putting the fist and pointing the thumb towards the nose, means like how intensely one smiles can convey their feelings. Just now, Mr. Woojin smiled so beautifully, right? The overall meaning of his sign language was. The expert then recited the meaning. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. Departure 2. The first thought that crossed Kang Woojin's mind when he heard Yung Jinghuan's ad-lib and felt his body stiffen was, damn, it seems like I need to do something. The stage was set, and dozens of eyes were watching. It would be odd to abruptly stand up and leave, and doing nothing or ignoring it would look bad. In a way, Woojin's poker face was intense, but he was in a crisis. What to do? What should I do? Kang Woojin's heart began to race, and then suddenly it struck him. Oh, right. My character doesn't have any lines, does he? His previously clouded mind, due to the rising tension, started to clear. The character Woojin played, Mysterious Man Next Door, had no lines. To be precise, the mysterious man next door couldn't speak, meaning he didn't necessarily have to speak. Isn't this something I can try? However, the crisis wasn't completely averted. After all, acting isn't just about lines. And then, there was sign language. My hands, expressions, gestures, they need to be stronger than usual. Since there were no spoken lines, the other aspects had to be maximized. At this moment, he had to respond to the ad-lib not with the power of the void space, but as Kang Woojin himself, who had learned sign language. The interesting thing was, somehow, I can't quite define it, but somehow, it feels like it's going to work. Yeah, I feel like I can do something. As his thoughts cleared, Kang Woojin felt a strange confidence rising within him. He felt like he could handle the top actor Jung Jae-hwan's ad-lib. Was it bravado? Numbness of senses? Recklessness? Hard to say. Knowing nothing for certain, Woojin moved. Swish. First, Kang Woojin met eyes with Jung Jae-hwan, who was sitting opposite him, managing his expression. Next, he thought about what sign language to use. The answer came quicker than expected. A reversal, some kind of a twist would be good, right? The mysterious man next door ultimately triggered the first change in Song Tae-hyung, played by Jang-hwan. So, in this situation, an ad-lib that would leave Song Tae-hyung speechless was fitting for the current situation. Currently, Song Tae-hyung didn't know the true nature of the mysterious man next door, and his feelings were not particularly good. Soon, Kang Woojin slowly raised his hand. He had more or less decided on his lines. Thanks to the grace of the void space, the sign language would be perfect. What remained were facial expressions and gestures. Then, Woojin threw an ad-lib at Song Tae-hyung. His final sign language gesture was placing a clenched fist near his nose. I like you. His expression? Yes, the smile. The sign for, like, needed a smile to clearly convey the emotion. Woojin slowly lifted the corners of his mouth. What should he think about? His first job? When the void space appeared. When he first met Hong Hae-yeon. The last day of shooting Hanryang? His beloved car? The first kiss scene? Regardless of the memory, Kang Woojin managed to wear the happiest smile in the world. Though rooted in acting, his smile was so flawless that it was impossible to find a fault. His current expression and portrayal were impeccable. That perfect. That was it. Kang Woojin was acting at this moment. An acting that he achieved on his own, without the aid of the power of the void space. It worked. How did this happen? Woojin pondered over the process while showing his ad-lib acting as the mysterious man next door. But it had been so hectic that he couldn't remember well. Is it because I've been pretending for too long? Or is it because the roles I've learned through the void space have accumulated? It was most likely a coincidence. It was premature to conclude. Well, whatever the reason, he had grown a bit. Of course, without the void space, acting as a career was still a stretch. Kang Woojin, with his ordinary civilian corps, lacked experience. It was also impossible to act in works of great directors like Kwon Ki-taek or Kyotaro. But still, it's definitely a bit different from before. It was hard to say that Kang Woojin from a few months ago, during Profiler Hanryang, and now were the same. The ad-lib, which seemed like a mistake or a coincidence, was not accidental. He showed an ad-lib intentionally, and that sudden act of performance was, he's good, but the way his expression changes so quickly is kind of creepy. I don't really know sign language, but it doesn't feel awkward. It feels natural, like something he's been doing continuously. How much practice did he put into this? That smile. If we do a close-up, add some sound effects and a filter, it would be like a perfect movie shot. No wonder he's called a monster rookie. His acting is incredible, really. A great tension enveloped the actors gathered there. A minor role with brief screen time, performing complex sign language alone. Its impact is tremendous, but still, he's a rookie. Any slip in acting would be immediately noticeable and criticized. It's imperative. Kang Woojin's very existence posed a crisis for the other actors, especially for Jung Jae-hwan, who was the only one to have direct interaction with Woojin. Curiosity be damned. My pride is at stake here. I've been careless to be in the same scene with such a guy. Wait a minute. My line. What was my next line? And now, writer Lee Wool-seon, scanning the entire reading hall, realized something. Aha, that's it. This atmosphere. She understood why writer Park Eun-mi insisted that Kang Woojin had to be included in the reading. Just now, the entire cast had changed. Their postures and attitudes were corrected, their faces full of seriousness. There's no comparison. If they are compared to that minor character, effortlessly doing sign language as a rookie, they would be immediately placed on the chopping block. He's a true scene stealer, indeed. Writer Lee Wool-seon smiled as she watched Woojin. The ability to assert presence in any role, in any project. That's what a real top actor is. She softly asked the sign language expert sitting to her right. How do you find Woojin's sign language? Please evaluate it purely from an expert's perspective. As I mentioned earlier, he's impressive. There's nothing to criticize. I don't know much about acting, so when I first saw Woojin, his bland expression worried me. But once he started acting, he changed 180 degrees. That was something writer Lee Wool-seon felt deeply, and the sign language expert met her eyes, slightly excited. Did you see that troubled, contemplative look in his eyes? And Mr. Woojin's movements are very smooth. His facial expressions change with his hand movements, showing a wide range of emotions. It feels like he might even be better at sign language than me. Upon hearing this evaluation, writer Lee Wool-seon's gaze returned to Woojin, who was still acting in the far corner. Her eyes held a mysterious look. What is he? When did he learn to perform sign language that even an expert can't stop praising? Kang Woojin seemed like he always had the qualities that a director or a writer wanted in a project. The problem was that acquiring those skills seemed almost devilishly difficult. He doesn't look like he's staking his life on learning them. It's just like an everyday thing for him. Lee Wool-seon then turned to the sign language expert again. If viewers were to see this scene, what would they think? If I were purely a viewer, I would be so surprised by Mr. Woojin's sign language skills that I'd be shocked and then grateful. Despite his brief role, he clearly put in a great effort. Right? It's brief, very brief indeed, yet impactful. Naturally, writer Lee Wool-seon also guessed the viewers' hearts. They'll be astounded by Woojin's constantly changing masks in every work. Perhaps something like suddenly sign language from Park Dae-ri? Moreover, Kang Woojin had many more projects planned besides Freezing Love. Star writer Lee Wool-seon felt a chill on her arms. It's too narrow for him to spread his wings in Korea. Expanding his stage to Japan was the natural next step. Regardless of how short or long his screen time in a role was, this monster rookie would always appear in the best condition and captivate the audience. And then, a man of 1,000 faces. As an actor, his spectrum of performance was immeasurable. Writer Lee Wool-seon, swish, shifted her body to the left and whispered to the directing PD. The PD cleared his throat softly and announced, "Ahem. Excuse me, everyone." The ongoing reading was interrupted. As a result, the attention of dozens of actors, including Kang Woojin, and the staff was fully captured. However, the PD looked at writer Lee Wool-seon, passing the focus to her. Soon, Lee Wool-seon, who had been twirling her pen, spoke up, her expression somewhat stern. Some of you have experienced this directly, and some may have only heard rumors. At the beginning of readings, I usually just observe. I'm curious to see how the actors have analyzed my script. Ad-libs are okay too. She then locked eyes with top actor Young Jang-hwan, sitting right beside her. Jang-hwan. Yes, writer. Just now, the ad-lib based on the situation wasn't bad. I understand your analysis. Her directing tone, though calm, was heavy, almost oppressive. However, wasn't that ad-lib more about personal curiosity rather than fitting for a senior actor? Was that really a line from Song Tae-hyung? It sounded more like an experiment from actor Young Jang-hwan. The reading hall fell into a deep silence. Amidst the strange atmosphere, Woojin for now, what's this, suddenly a scolding atmosphere, maintained a solemn expression. Unaware of this, Lee Wool-seon pointed at Woojin while looking at Young Jang-hwan. I was asking if that ad-lib came from pure curiosity of Jang-hwan, not Song Tae-hyung. The straightforward fact hit Young Jang-hwan hard. He replied in a tone that quickly acknowledged his mistake. Sorry, I went overboard. That's right. Why risk walking a tightrope as such a senior actor? Then Lee Wool-seon said, "Listen, everyone, Woojin is practically volunteering for this project. He didn't even need to come to the reading, but he did. I understand. It's hard to gauge Woojin's role since it's brief. You must be curious. How capable is he to turn the Korean entertainment world upside down?" She spoke softly to all the actors. But still, do it in moderation. It's good for an actor's curiosity to turn into a challenge. But if it turns into jealousy or envy, that's not so great. Young Jang-hwan, scratching his chin, reflected on his earlier self. I was curious, but there was jealousy too. The desire to see more of Kang Woojin's acting mixed with some malicious intent. Realizing this, Young Jang-hwan genuinely apologized to Woojin, who was sitting across from him. Sorry, Woojin. I went a bit too far driven by curiosity. It's fine, it was fun. Fun. At Woojin's response, Young Jang-hwan inwardly chuckled. He's quite relaxed. That means his ad-lib performance just now was effortless. Woojin, maintaining a forced poker face, calmed his racing heart. Phew, whatever that was, I'm glad it's over. If more ad-libs had come out, my brain would have shut down. Writer Lee Wool-seon then called out to Woojin. Woojin, about that ad-lib just now. Yes. Even if we make some changes to the context, the situation is this. Song Tae-hyung doesn't know that the mysterious man next door can only communicate through sign language, and the mysterious man next door doesn't understand Song Tae-hyung's words. The sign language that clearly expresses the disconnect in this situation. I like you. I really want to use that. What do you think? This was a suggestion to formally include the sign language ad-lib that Woojin had improvised into the script. Woojin simply responded calmly. If the writer wishes, I have no objections. The next morning, August 22nd, at BW Entertainment. The location was the CEO's office. CEO Choi Sung-gun, several staff members, and Kang Woojin were seated opposite each other. Before starting the schedule, they were having a briefing about upcoming events, including a schedule in Japan in a few days. During the meeting, CEO Choi Sung-gun, looking at Kang Woojin wearing a cap across from him, recalled his conversation with drug dealer director Kim Do-hee from the day before. He remembered discussing the film's impending release. The conversation had started with Choi Sung-gun questioning, over the phone. So, a blind preview means that the editing for Drug Dealer is already complete? Director Kim Do-hee's response from the other end of the phone. No, it's not completely finished yet, but I would say about 90% is done. Originally, the plan was to finish editing by mid-September and then hold a blind preview. But the actors' schedules were all over the place, so the earliest we could arrange was next week. So you're holding a blind preview with the film 90% complete? Yes. While it's 90%, the main editing is done to the extent that there won't be any issues in viewing. It's just minor things like sound effects and ending credits that are left. The crank-up for Drug Dealer was in June. By mid-September, it would be about 4 months of work, which was quite fast. Wow, that's incredibly fast, isn't it? Originally, you aimed for an early winter release, right? That's right. We had a large editing team, and I personally pushed really hard. I practically spent every day working until late at night. Of course, the release will likely be earlier than early winter. Maybe mid or late October. At the latest, we'll launch by early November. Director Kim Do-hee unexpectedly congratulated at this timing. Oh, that's right. Woojin, I sent a message, but please convey my congratulations. A debut in Japan already. And even a lead role with director Kyotaro? You have no idea how surprised I was when I read the news. Haha, thank you. I'll make sure to pass it on. Please do. Our entire Drug Dealer team was ecstatic. They're saying Woojin is making history, becoming a legend. Thanks to Woojin, our project is also gaining attention. Yes, I've noticed our work is being mentioned more frequently. That's not all. With this momentum, the public's expectations for Drug Dealer's release will be several times higher. But director, you mentioned that Drug Dealer's release might be in mid or late October or early November? Yes, that's the plan for now. But it could change. Back in the present, in the CEO's office, CEO Choi Sung-gun looked at Woojin and smiled wryly. Male Friend has also finished shooting. Let's assume about a month for editing, including promotion and other miscellaneous tasks. Then the launch of Male Friend should be around October 2. Then CEO Choi Sung-gun addressed Kang Woojin across from him. Woojin. Yes, CEO. To Woojin's response, CEO Choi Sung-gun replied. It looks like Male Friend and Drug Dealer might be released almost simultaneously. He was referring to the stories of Lee Sang-man in the cold bath and Han In-ho in the warm bath. TL notes. 1. Cold bath and hot bath here refers to the two different roles. One is for rom-com, other, Chapter 129. Chapter 129, Departure, 3. Both Male Friend and Drug Dealer releasing simultaneously? Woojin, looking calmly at Choi Sung-gun, asked for clarification. At the same time, Choi Sung-gun nodded his head with a small smile. Yeah, well, It's not confirmed yet. It's just my guess. Woojin, based on what he heard here and there, did some calculations. I heard that Male Friend is scheduled for October. That's right. We're in late August now, so it's about a month and a bit away. But yesterday, when you were doing the script reading for Freezing Love, director Kim Dewey personally called. She suggested holding a blind preview next week. Blind what? Woojin, with a serious face, was confused by the term blind preview. It sounded familiar, but strangely new. Where had he heard it? Then it struck him. Ah, right. Was it during Exorcism? Indeed, a blind preview had also been conducted when the editing of Exorcism was completed. The general idea was that only the people involved in the movie gathered to watch the finished product. Does that mean the editing of Drug Dealer was completed? Wasn't that a bit fast? Well, he didn't know much yet, but that was his feeling. Isn't it a bit early? Yeah. For a commercial movie's post-production, it's quite early. However, it doesn't seem like the editing is completely finished. More like, about 90% of the work is done. But it's still fast. It happens. Directors get hooked on editing and pour their life into it. They must have had a hard time. Anyway, it seems like the blind preview was originally scheduled for mid-September, but it was moved up due to the actors' schedules. So, if we have the blind preview at the end of August, editing completed before mid-September, then distribution companies jump in for promotion, and if everything moves quickly, the film could be released in October or November. At this point, although Woojin's expression was indifferent, a sense of tension rose within him. It was just a cameo role, but a film he appeared in would be shown in theaters? Of course, he had seen Exorcism in the cinema, but this felt strangely different. Is this the difference between a short film and a commercial movie? Not a movie shown at festivals as an event, but one where the general public pays to see Kang Woojin or Lee Sang-man in theaters. Unlike Exorcism, the number of viewers and revenue would be counted. Indeed, this must be the pressure related to performance. As Woojin's heart secretly fluttered, it wasn't intentional, but this means there's a high possibility that Male Friend and Drug Dealer will overlap. That made sense. It was unlikely that both works would open exactly at the same time, but whichever came first, they would be around the same time. But that would be much more impactful. From the audience's perspective, there's the fun of choosing. And most importantly, you can showcase your versatile masks. Choi Sung-gun's smile deepened as he explained. In both works, you're involved, and naturally, you'll be at the center of the promotions. Then, the public will be curious, since two works featuring you, who's become a hot topic, are being released almost simultaneously. Pointing at Woojin with his index finger, he said, Lee Sang-man and Han In-ho, two characters who are different in genre, presence, and aura. He mused, imagining the future. Wonder how the audience will react to that. Afterward, having wrapped up the discussion about Male Friend and Drug Dealer, Choi Sung-gun shifted the topic to the upcoming schedule in Japan. Although others talked about him having international experiences or having studied abroad, the real Kang Woojin had never been overseas. This is the first time I'm flying as an actor. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Even though Japan was nearby, overseas was still overseas. However, Kang Woojin's anticipation crumbled as he listened to Choi Sung-gun's briefing. Why? Woojin, unfortunately, you won't have any time to rest even in Japan. No time for leisure, not even a bit. In fact, the schedule in Japan was even packed than it had been in Korea. Firstly, we arrive in Japan on the 26th, late in the morning. We'll head straight to Netflix Japan, then have a quick meal, attend a briefing about the event, and have the event in the afternoon. The next day, even this was just the anticipated itinerary. The actual confirmed schedule will probably be even more packed. Kang Woojin let out a sigh, but it was common for celebrities' overseas schedules to be tighter than usual. Well, what can you do? It wasn't a leisure trip anyway, so Woojin doused the excitement that had been rising in him. Seeing this, Choi Sung-gun, observing Woojin, showed a hint of concern. Will you be all right? How's your condition these days? It's hard to tell with your expression. Woojin, deep in his role-playing, answered solemnly. No problems. If things got too tough, he could always retreat to the void space. Anyway, having finished briefing about the Japan schedule with only about 4 days left before departure, Choi Sung-gun and Woojin, swish, left the company for the next schedule. At this time, The two projects Kang Woojin was involved in were immersed in intense editing. This cut is good for the two characters, but the cherry blossoms in the background seem a bit sparse. What about the next one? The recently wrapped-up Male Friend, which had a production announcement that shook the nation, was now in post-production. Director Shin Dong-chun had immediately started editing after the announcement. Male Friend had more work than a typical short drama series. It was longer, with 4 parts, and had more aspects to manage, from the OST to launching on Netflix Japan. Naturally, as the scale increased, so did the work involved. In short, director Shin Dong-chun and the production team had to pour their souls into it. And then, music director, I've been thinking, for the cut where Lee Sang-man dies, I'd like to change the BGM. Now, it was for Drug Dealer, with the blind preview just around the corner. Currently, it evokes a sense of sadness, right? But I really want Lee Sang-man to be a proper villain until the end. You mean something more grandiose and shocking? Exactly. I want him to be a bastard till the end. That will make a more lasting impression on the audience. Both projects were busy with editing, each on its own schedule. The only difference was one was just starting and the other was nearing completion. This is the difference between short and long formats, allowing them to release around the same time. Thus, the 22nd day ended and Sunday the 23rd dawned. First thing in the morning, the team of Freezing Love circulated a press release. It was a natural flow of events since the script reading had just finished. What was noteworthy was, star writer Lee Wool-seon's Freezing Love begins official script reading, /photos. The photos in the promotional article they circulated mostly included Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin featured in the same shot as the leads of Freezing Love. The reason was simple. Though his role was minor, he was currently the hottest-selling actor in the country. Star Talk, Kang Woojin, sitting alongside the top stars of Freezing Love. Still not overshadowed, /photos. At the moment, he might have even more promotional power than the male lead, Young Jang-hwan. Regardless, the team of Freezing Love leaked images of Woojin but kept information about his role under wraps to spark curiosity. Director Kyotaro's Korean rookie Kang Woojin, what role he is playing in Freezing Love. Insider, an unexpected role. However, when it came to Woojin's role, they used keywords like twist, unexpected, or unimaginable, while Kang Woojin's name was being spread through Freezing Love. Star Talk, the advertising world's growing interest in Kang Woojin's Japan debut. World bestsellers live-action movie The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger features the only Korean actor, Kang Woojin. In fact, domestically, the saturation had already set in after the production announcement of Male Friend. As days passed, Kang Woojin's influence was bound to grow. Master directors, how did Kang Woojin captivate both Japanese maestro Kyotaro director and Korean maestro Kwon Ki-taek director? Fact check, Kang Woojin, who has been a series of firsts since his debut, what will his next move be? The industry is watching. Kang Woojin is hot in Korea and now Japan. His YouTube channel Kang Woojin's Alter Ego surpasses 500,000 subscribers in just a few days. The current deluge of articles included numerous words and phrases. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Director Kyotaro, Male Friend, Kang Woojin's Alter Ego channel, Hanryang, and more. Star pick, not just a monster in acting. Public awed by Kang Woojin's Japanese skills on his Kang Woojin's Alter Ego channel. The media had a field day. There was an abundance of material to cover. Public opinion wasn't much different. Netizens amazed by Kang Woojin's unexpected singing talent. Why is he good at singing too? Every day, countless reactions exploded beyond enumeration. At this time, teaser. Finally out. Enjoy the sweet romantic drama of Kang Woojin and Wallen. Male Friend, teaser Netflix Korea. The first teaser video for Male Friend was uploaded to the official Netflix Korea channel. It was very short, only about 15 seconds, but the view count was astonishingly high. Views, 520,000. The number of views was growing at an incredible rate. While Wallen's fandom also played a role, Kang Woojin's pull was evidently more significant at the moment. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, just the teaser, and it's already so sweet. What's with these colors? So beautiful. Hope the whole thing looks like this. Both in school. Uniforms? What? Why am I already trembling? Definitely going to be boring. Dash face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, lol, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. I thought Kang Woojin wouldn't suit rom-coms. But why is he fit so well? Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. So, when is it coming out? Tell us the date. Not just coming soon. I remember Wallen's hardcore fans complaining at first, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy to me. Wallen and Kang Woojin look good together, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. This is definitely going to flop, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. Instead of a short drama, give us a 16-episode miniseries. Right now? But can Kang Woojin handle both the Korean and Japanese schedules? Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. Meanwhile, the teaser for Male Friend was also released in Japan through Netflix Japan. The Japanese public's interest was different from before. Rather, the term explosive would be fitting. The number of people who knew of the Korean newcomer Kang Woojin had skyrocketed, and his name was being mentioned everywhere in Japan. Trending, popularity of Kang Woojin's profiler Henry Yang skyrockets in Japan. There was also another buzz in Japan. Kang Woojin and Wallen were soon to arrive in Japan. Hot news, Kang Woojin and Delaney's Wallen confirmed to arrive in Japan on the 26th. This hot new Korean actor, Kang Woojin, was to appear on Japan's national talk show, AIM Talk Show. Announcement: this week's K-drama special guest is Kang Woojin. August 26th, Wednesday. The location was Haneda Airport, also known as Tokyo International Airport. Indeed, being a major airport, there was a large crowd even in the morning. Everywhere was bustling. People who had just entered or were about to depart. True to its international status, there were many foreigners, and particularly, Koreans were commonly seen. Among them, especially, are those journalists over there. Where? Oh right. What's going on? Must be a celebrity coming. Groups of journalists with cameras were noticeably abundant. Whether in pairs, groups, or alone, journalists seemed to be waiting for something, attracting attention from the crowd in the airport. But it wasn't just journalists. But, look, aren't people heading that way too? Yeah, this is definitely about a celebrity. Look, even the airport guards are heading there. Should we check it out? We still have time before our bus. Passers-by and airport staff alike were moving in the direction the journalists were rushing towards. At that moment, oh, arrived in Japan. That was really quick from Korea, huh? Kang Woojin was also at Haneda Airport. In fact, he had just arrived. His hair was styled without excess, and his makeup neatly done. Naturally, the entourage with him was substantial too. It included Choi Sung-gun and Kim Dae-young from BW Entertainment, the Netflix Korea team, and Woojin. We need to move together. Wallen, who had just joined Woojin and her team. A considerable number of people were gathering their luggage. The reason was simple. Starting today, Woojin and Wallen were scheduled to fulfill their commitments in Japan. Soon, Woojin thought, I need to manage my expression. It was his first flight and his first time in Japan, but he suppressed his excitement upon seeing Wallen so close. Yes, are we moving together from here? That's the plan. But it's better for the press if we're seen together rather than individual ones. It makes it easier for articles, both in Korea and Japan. It was new information for Woojin, but he pretended to understand. I see. As Woojin spoke indifferently, Wallen, brushing her long hair, internally expressed her regret. Such a shame. If only the schedule was a bit more relaxed. I could have shown Woojin some good restaurants. Wallen, who had already performed numerous concerts in Japan, knew all the best places to eat. However, there was little time to spend with Woojin. It was her favorite artist's first overseas schedule, and it felt too lukewarm. This caused Wallen's disappointment to grow, though it didn't show on her face. At that moment, if everyone's ready, let's move. All teams, including Kang Woojin and Wallen, began disembarking from the plane. At the entrance to the airport, staff awaited the Male Friend team, including people from Netflix Japan and airport officials. As Woojin moved alongside Wallen, he felt a bit puzzled. Aren't there too many people? The number of people gathering seemed excessive. There were already dozens of them, but upon arriving at Haneda Airport in Japan, that number seemed to double. And then, Kim Dae-young and Jang Soo-hwan stand on both sides. As they move towards the immigration area, Choi Sung-gun positioned Jang Soo-hwan and Kim Dae-young, who had come to support, on either side of Woojin and Wallen. They were then surrounded by half a dozen robust guards. What's this? Before Woojin realized, he was encircled by nearly 10 burly men, and behind them, a crowd of dozens followed. Woojin felt oddly enclosed. Feels like I'm surrounded by walls. Won't this draw more attention? For Woojin, who was experiencing all this for the first time, glanced at Wallen next to him. She seemed nonchalant, busy with her phone. That's when it happened. Ah, they're here. Wallen suddenly looked up. Following her gaze, Woojin's eyes also shifted forward. The doors to the immigration hall were slowly opening. But then, what's that? Woojin noticed something stirring beyond the doors of the immigration hall. Was that a crowd of people? Just as he realized this, the doors swung open. Simultaneously, pabababababab, pababababababab. A barrage of flashes started like lightning. Blinding. Suddenly, what's going on? What is this? The source of the flashes was soon apparent. Whoa, what the? Are those journalists? A horde of about 100 Japanese journalists had gathered. The flashes continued relentlessly as they snapped photos. Pababababababab. But it wasn't just journalists taking photos of Woojin. Behind the journalists, packed tightly together, were hundreds of people shouting in Japanese, recording Woojin on their phones. They're here. They've arrived. Over there, over there. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. Departure 4. Kang Woojin was flustered. In an instant, he forgot the concept he had been maintaining, and his eyes turned blank in disbelief. What am I looking at right now? Crazy. What is this? His eyes dazzled by the flash of cameras, something he had experienced before. The most recent instance was the press conference for Male Friend, where Woojin's straightforwardness had been a highlight. But this was different. The scene here was several times more chaotic. Papapapapak. Papapapapak. There were far more cameras than before. To the right of the arrival hall where Kang Woojin appeared, a line of fences stretched to the end, crowded with reporters. Roughly 100 of them. Behind them were ordinary Japanese citizens covering the area. The reporters held cameras, while the onlookers all held up their phones. And what was the purpose of all this? Over 500 people were frenziedly taking photos of the newly arrived Kang Woojin and Wallen. What was interesting here was, they must be crazy. Kaya, did all these people come to see our Appa? Among the hundreds of spectators, a familiar woman stood out. It was Woojin's younger sister, Kang Hyuna. Naturally, she wasn't alone, but with her friends. As representatives and managers of the fan club Kang's Heart, they had come. Hyuna, hold hands. Did you take a picture of Woojin Appa? It's too far. Can't see well. Just take it. We need to share it on the fan cafe. People from Kang's Heart are also here. It was difficult to spot them, but members of Woojin's fan club Kang's Heart were also among the thronging crowd. Including them, the onlookers were like raging waves. Is that man over there Kang Woojin? What? He's cute. Please look here once. Korean actors are really handsome. Isn't he much better in person? They look great together, Woojin and Wallen. Kang Woojin's eyes hurt from the flashing lights, and his ears felt like they would fall off from the mixed screams in Japanese. Over here. Mr. Kang Woojin, how do you feel about coming to Japan? Mr. Kang Woojin, will you be meeting with Director Kyotaro Taniguchi during your schedule in Japan? Could you and Ms. Wallen pose together? When were you cast for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger? Did you learn Japanese separately? When is the recording for AIM Talk Show, Mr. Kang Woojin? Is The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger your first leading role as a newcomer? Will this be the start of your active career in Japan? Please give us a brief comment about Male Friend. The near-screaming questions were almost overlapping, making them hard to hear. Judging by the intermittent Korean among them, some Korean reporters were mixed in with the 100 or so Japanese journalists. Momentarily, Kim Dae-young, standing to the right of Woojin, thought, crazy. I've never seen anything like this. Who knew the Japanese would be this enthusiastic too? Insane. His mind wandered off at the jaw-dropping sight, and then he looked at his friend Woojin's face. It dawned on him just how famous this guy had become. This guy's really a star now. He wanted to shout, That's insane, you bastard. But Kim Dae-young held back. Instead, he decided to make a fuss about it later in their private group chat. Meanwhile, Woojin was thinking, I feel nauseous. I really want to run away. He was starting to feel dazed from the overwhelming pressure. From another perspective, this meant that the name value and interest in director Kyotaro and writer Akari Takikawa and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger were incredibly high. For Kang Woojin, this was a first-time experience, and such attention to a newcomer in the entertainment industry was unprecedented. Wow, insane. Woojin had somewhat expected this. After all, CEO Choi Sung-gun had given him a heads-up on the plane. Woojin, there might be quite a few reporters at the airport. There's been some news about you and Ms. Wallen's schedule in Japan. It might be a bit noisy, but just act as you normally do. Just wave your hand calmly or something. But Woojin hadn't expected it to be this intense. He glanced back at Choi Sung-gun and internally screamed. A bit? Is this what you call a bit? What seemed like a scene from TV was unfolding in reality. Woojin felt his legs trembling. However, the guards around him and Wallen seemed unfazed, as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Woojin forcibly pulled himself together. No, I need to focus. Clench your teeth and walk. Kang Woojin, move forward. As Woojin was performing this excessive mind control, the guards surrounding him began to move, sensing it was the right time. Kang Woojin, Wallen, and their entire team started to walk. Simultaneously, fans behind the reporters reached out their hands and threw unidentified gifts. But Woojin, maintaining his poker face, couldn't dare approach them recklessly. Something's scary. Yeah, I'm scared. He was intimidated. In hindsight, it was a close to correct response. Approaching in such an overly excited situation could lead to accidents. Therefore, swish. Kang Woojin glanced at Wallen and copied her actions, moderately waving towards the cameras and Japanese spectators. All the while, the team, including Woojin, hastened out of the arrival hall. Then, suddenly, whoosh, someone from the throng of reporters and behind the fences quickly leaped forward. It was a man of average build who charged towards Wallen. He seemed to be a fan of Wallen. However, he was blocked by the surrounding guards, and Woojin reflexively protected Wallen on his left. It was almost instinctual, his body moving on its own before his mind. Woojin then muttered internally as he looked at the blocked man. What the? That scared the hell out of me. Slowly turning his head towards Wallen, their eyes met. Unlike Woojin's expressionless face, Wallen's pupils were dilated, her shoulders seized. Only then did Kang Woojin realize what he had done. I'm sorry. As Woojin removed his hand from her shoulder and spoke softly, Wallen responded in a dazed tone. No, it's okay, thank you. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun called for Woojin, and Wallen, glancing at the side of Woojin's face as he turned away, quietly placed her hand on her chest. What was that strength from Woojin? Her heart was pounding several times faster than when she saw the crowd of 500 people at the airport. I almost hugged him. No, should have just casually hugged him. Later, after finally escaping the frenzy of the airport, Kang Woojin boarded a prepared van on the side of the road. There were 3 vans in total, and a minibus was also in sight. Woojin and Wallen traveled separately in the vans, and as soon as the van started moving, Choi Sung-gun, sitting next to Woojin, opened his diary and chuckled. Maybe around 500 people? It was a bit less than I expected. What do you mean less? That was already overwhelming. If it had been more than twice that number, Woojin might have actually fainted. Naturally, the stylists, Han Yeung, who were unaware of his thoughts, chimed in. Yeah, it was a bit disappointing. Should have been more crowded. Since Ms. Wallen was there, there should have been at least 2,000. Maybe the airport had some control over the situation. I saw guards at the end blocking spectators. Still, it was a decent turnout, right? Average, yes. The articles and SNS posts from the reporters and onlookers will start circulating soon. Woojin Appa must have felt a bit disappointed too. That's why his expression was more calm than usual. Woojin chose silence in response to these arbitrary assessments. What kind of scene were these people expecting? 2,000 people? At this point, Choi Sung-gun, who was looking over the confirmed schedule, let out a long sigh. Phew, Woojin. I expected it, but the schedule is hellish. Woojin steeled himself internally and feigned toughness outwardly. It doesn't matter. You might be fine even after a full day of shooting, but for me and the others, it's exhausting. Anyway, we'll head straight to the hotel, have a quick meal, go to the salon for hair and makeup, and then move to the male friend event venue. Of course, the Netflix Japan team will be joining us too, and enough. I'll just go with the flow. Listening more will only make things more daunting. After Choi Sung-gun finished detailing the day's schedule for about 10 minutes, there's been some changes in the meeting schedule. We've added a few promotional schedules and media interviews in between. He swiftly changed the subject. Originally, we were supposed to meet director Kyotaro tomorrow, the 27th, then PD Shinjo on the 28th, followed by recording for AIM Talk Show on the 30th. But there's a scheduling conflict with director Kyotaro, so we'll meet PD Shinjo tomorrow and have the recording on the 29th. We've rescheduled with director Kyotaro for the 30th. Ah, okay. Understood. Kang Woojin nodded indifferently. Seeing this, Choi Sung-gun, closing his diary, smiled. That's the schedule for Japan. As you know, right now, there are loads of broadcast and YouTube invitations, along with advertisement inquiries coming in for you. Almost double compared to the Hanryang days. Thanks to you and Hai-yun, we're even considering expanding the company. Anyway, I'm filtering through these and only picking the major ones. But what do you want to do about the incoming scripts? Projects. Kang Woojin was currently a hot topic in the entertainment industry. It was no surprise that scripts and screenplays were pouring in for him. Already, there were dozens of scripts and screenplays sent to BW Entertainment for Woojin. Wouldn't it take months just to read them all? Of course, that calculation applied to ordinary actors. But for Kang Woojin, who had access to the void space, it would be a week's work if he set his mind to it. He could just read the highly rated ones. But still, aren't I overdoing it with these additional schedules? Woojin wasn't the same as before. He had seen and learned, albeit subtly. Moreover, he didn't want to overexert himself with so much on his plate. Don't stretch yourself too thin chasing too many things. Yet, showing weakness didn't fit with his established concept. Thus, Woojin expressed his opinion with a bit of his characteristic damn my way attitude. For now, I'll focus on the projects already planned. Please keep the incoming ones on hold. Alright, let's do that. I was thinking the same. Honestly, your current schedule is not normal. Others wouldn't be able to handle it. But you've been managing it so effortlessly, I thought I should ask. It's not too hard for me. I know, buddy. It's obvious just by looking. But Woojin was wrong. Even with the void space, his energy was at its limit. Still, he had to maintain his concept. Indeed, every day felt overwhelming for Kang Woojin. Perhaps humans grow only when pushed to their limits? As Choi Sung-gun, who was holding his phone, spoke again. Let's discuss the projects after Male Friend and Drug Dealer are out. Anyway, from October onwards, it's going to be busy with year-end stuff. Is it already the end of the year? The entertainment industry usually gets hectic from October. Up until the end of the year, there are numerous event-type broadcasts, events, award ceremonies, film festivals, and so on. It's been a while since I felt this way after Hai-yun's debut. Woojin, from Hanryang to movies, you're going to be called everywhere. Looking forward to it. Woojin was bound to be involved in all of it. Several hours later, after having a meal at a hotel near Tokyo Station, Woojin stopped by a salon and then arrived at Netflix Japan, located near Tokyo Tower. The interior of Netflix Japan was similar to that of Netflix in Korea. However, nice to meet you. I'm John Craig from Netflix Japan. The executive director of Netflix Japan was a foreigner. After shaking hands with him in the meeting room, Woojin found it a bit interesting. But that was short-lived as they soon had to proceed with the event-related meeting. Alright, shall we get moving? The Netflix Japan team, along with Kang Woojin and Wallen's team, moved to a nearby event location. The schedule was tight and well-organized, with no unnecessary detours. The venue for the Male Friend event, organized by Netflix Japan, was a building full of event-specific studios. Mr. Kang Woojin, Ms. Wallen, will start with a photo session on stage first. The event, which also served as a press conference, began with a commemorative photo shoot. The studio wasn't particularly large, but the setup was decently arranged. There were about 30 journalists invited by Netflix Japan, a poster of Male Friend at the back of the stage, and a hired MC, among other things. Regardless, Pack. Even though it was his first international schedule, Kang Woojin just mechanically went through the motions. There wasn't much room for any other thoughts. Occasionally, he glanced at the refreshments laid out for the journalists, thinking, "What's that? Looks delicious." He did salivate a bit, but that was it. On stage, Woojin wore a casual suit, while Wallin was in a checkered two-piece. Their photo session, posing together, lasted about 10 minutes. Then they both, swish, sat down on chairs set up on the stage. The seating arrangement was the MC, Kang Woojin, Wallin, and the interpreter. Woojin was relatively calm. Luckily, it's smaller than the ones I've done in Korea. Apart from the Japanese language, it wasn't much different and seemed manageable. Soon, the MC, a hired Japanese announcer, began. "Shall we start? First of all, hello, Mr. Kang Woojin and Ms. Wallin." "Hello, I'm Kang Woojin." "I'm Wallin, nice to meet you." As the event for the Japan Netflix launch of Male Friend officially commenced, the Netflix Japan staff at the back of the venue began to murmur softly. Some were subtly pointing at Woojin on stage. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun, standing a bit apart from them, thought, maybe we should have dressed Woojin in something other than a suit. He was only concerned about Kang Woojin's attire. At that moment, an excited team leader from Netflix Japan, looking at Woojin, exclaimed in Japanese. These words naturally reached Choi Sung-gun's ears. "What? Over 1 million subscribers?" Chapter 131. Chapter 131. Departure 5. Subscribers 1.01 million. The words of a team leader from Netflix Japan team were true. As if to prove it, Han Young joined Choi Sung-gun, who had his hair tied back in a ponytail. "CEO Nim." She whispered softly beside Choi Sung-gun, showing him her phone. "We just achieved it." On Han Young's phone screen, the main page of Kang Woojin's alter ego channel on YouTube was displayed. Channel name, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers, 1.01 million. Videos, 5. Upon seeing this, Choi Sung-gun's mouth stretched into a wide smile. Another first achieved. He gave a thumbs up to Kang Woojin, who was on stage. But Kang Woojin, who was currently busy with the event and speaking fluent Japanese, had no idea. "Yes, my chemistry with Wallin was great. The atmosphere on the set was friendly and warm from beginning to end. If there's something memorable, but it's a bit difficult to mention. It could be a spoiler." He was clueless. The next day, in the morning, having successfully completed the event organized by Netflix Japan the day before, Woojin was meeting with PD Shinjo, who was thin as a reed, from AIM Talk Show, starting from the morning of the 27th. The meeting took place in a restaurant inside a hotel, with Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun on one side and PD Shinjo and the writers on the other. "Haha, Woojin, it's even more delightful to see you in Japan." "Hello, PD Nim. You know, right? Your name is creating a buzz in Japan right now. Henry Yang is doing so well. It's completely different from the early days of our investigation. Whether it's communities or SNS, you're the hottest topic, Woojin. And since your arrival in Japan yesterday, it's gotten even more intense." Excitement sparkled in the eyes of PD Shinjo and the writers as they rapidly spoke in Japanese. It was only natural. They had only expected to cover Henry Yang with Kang Woojin, but he had grown into an unexpectedly huge success. They felt like they had hit the jackpot. "And I saw earlier that your YouTube channel has already surpassed 1 million subscribers? That's really amazing. I've been a PD for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen such a rapid rise." Woojin, wearing a mask of indifference, was genuinely happy inside. "Admittedly, even I can't believe this is real. Me, becoming a 1 million subscriber YouTuber." He briefly reminisced about yesterday's thrill, imagining a sweet future. At this rate, reaching 2 million will be easy, and even 3 million won't be hard. No, this could definitely hit 5 million. It was then that PD Shinjo suddenly brought up work. He talked about the recording scheduled for 2 days later. "We had to overhaul our original plan because everything happened so suddenly. There are many additions, and the recording time will be a bit longer." "No problem. Haha, thank you. The opening and closing will be as usual. You have projects you're participating in, right? Like Henry Yang, Male Friend, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, other Korean works, and your YouTube channel. We've included plenty of promotional segments." "Yes, PD Nim. And By any chance, could you sing a bit of the song you posted on your YouTube channel? Do you mean perform on stage? No, just a verse or so during the talk would be fine. That's doable. PD Shinjo's face brightened instantly as he explained how the recording would proceed. As you know, the recording doesn't happen in order like the broadcast seen by viewers. The recording is long, and the invited audience will be present for only 2 hours, so we plan to shoot in a mixed-up manner and edit accordingly. The recording will likely start with the audience Q&A. So, that segment will be shown towards the latter half when it airs. Around the middle to latter half, yes. Oh, and just so you know, Wallin has been confirmed as a guest for the Male Friends segment. This was news to him. Looking at Choi Sung-gun, he too seemed a bit surprised. Was this a last-minute decision? Just as he thought this, PD Shinjo provided an answer. This morning, I contacted Wallin's side just in case, and thankfully, they replied that she could make it for a short time. Woojin thought he could ask for more details later. Just as he settled on this internally, PD Shinjo on the other side continued speaking. The audience for the recording has been selected primarily from your fans, Woojin, totaling about 200 people. Kang Woojin was genuinely surprised, inwardly. I have 200 fans in Japan? But the thin PD Shinjo dropped a twist. There were over 3,000 applications for the audience. It was really tough to choose. 200 was just a fraction. 29th day? 2 days passed quickly, filled with minor interviews and promotional schedules. Before he knew it, it was the 29th. Today was the day for the official recording of Japan's popular talk show, AIM Talk Show. It was a full-day shoot. The location was the AIM Talk Show, set inside the TB's private broadcasting station in Japan. The recording was set to start around 10 a.m. Therefore, Woojin visited the salon early in the morning to get his hair and makeup done, and dressed in a brown blazer and slacks set. Kang Woojin, around 9:30 a.m. He was alone in the waiting room behind the set, taking deep breaths. About 30 minutes earlier, he had toured the set with PD Shinjo and found it surprisingly vast. There were 2 sofas in the center of the main stage. Several posters related to Kang Woojin planned to be hung in the back, the AIM Talk Show, logo displayed around the stage, and seats for about 200 audience members in front. Without the lights, it almost felt like a large movie theater. Why is it already the day of recording? Ah, damn. I'm so nervous. Thinking about it, this was Kang Woojin's first time on a proper talk show. Apart from radio or sports day, he had hardly appeared in Korean variety shows. And now, suddenly, he was on a major talk show, and not just any, but Japan's national variety show. I heard that Hollywood stars and top Korean actors have been on this talk show. And now me. Kang Woojin, the main guest on such a show, was understandably nervous. His palms began to sweat due to the uncertainty of the unfamiliar. AIM Talk Show wasn't acting. In other words, the power of the void space was unnecessary. He had to navigate through it solely as Kang Woojin. Then, Woojin mentally prepared himself with a no-turning-back mindset. Whatever, damn it. It'll work out somehow. Just do it as usual, just like always. Avoiding it was impossible, so he might as well enjoy it as much as he could. Hadn't it always been like that? No going back, only moving forward. As Kang Woojin controlled his mind, he somewhat calmed down. Click. Just then, the door to the waiting room opened, and Choi Sung-gun with his ponytail poked his head in. The recording is starting. Let's go, Woojin. Woojin stood up from his chair, exuding an artificial chill. Yes, CEO Nim. As Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun walked down the corridor, a staff member of AIM Talk Show, with an intercom around his neck, rushed over. Following his guidance and hurrying along, Choi Sung-gun murmured quietly. All the audience seats are filled. They said about 200, but it looked like more than that. Maybe around 250. Is that so? Yeah. Not that you get nervous or anything. But since this is Japan, not Korea, I thought I should ask. Now, whether it was 200 or 2,000 people, it didn't matter to Woojin, who had already steeled himself with firm mindset control. Whether it's Korea or Japan, it doesn't make much of a difference to me. Choi Sung-gun chuckled and patted Woojin's shoulder. At least this is a relief. Usually, managing the mental state of newbies is tougher. But you're always so nonchalant, huh? Yes, CEO Nim. I will fight this battle alone. As Woojin braced himself, He entered the studio where the recording was about to take place. The interior of the set was bustling. Dozens of staff were busy setting up cameras, lights, audio equipment, and more. Soon after, Tadada, several staff members rushed over to Kang Woojin to mic him up, and Choi Sung-gun whispered to him, gesturing towards the male MC on the sofa on the stage. That guy over there is Karamatsu Soyo. He's like a national MC in Japan. Have you heard of him? MC Karamatsu Soyo was checking his cue cards. He had a slightly chubby face, resembling a beaver. However, Kang Woojin was too preoccupied to notice him, as he was looking at the audience filling the seats. The audience, as directed by PD Shinjo, was already taking insert cuts for the beginning and middle to end parts of the show. Crazy, it's so overwhelming. Are all these people Japanese? Then, a few audience members in the front spotted Kang Woojin getting his mic on. This triggered an exaggerated reaction. Whoa, Kang Woojin. Where is he? Over there. Their near shrieking in Japanese quickly spread throughout the audience, accompanied by exaggerated sound effects like gasps and shouts. Soon, PD Shinjo turned around and hurriedly came over to Woojin. Woojin, there's no need to be too nervous since it's a recording. As I mentioned during our meeting, we'll start with the audience Q&A. And Wallin will arrive in the middle of the recording. Yes, I understand, PD Nim. Is everything ready? Okay, then you can go up on stage now. Woojin, suppressing his rapidly increasing heartbeat, stepped onto the brightly lit stage, and the beaver-like MC Soyo smiled and extended his hand to Kang Woojin. Nice to meet you. I'm Karamatsu Soyo. Haha. It's an honor to meet the hottest actor in Japan right now. You speak Japanese well, don't you? Yes. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. Please take care of me today. Whoa, really? I mean, PD Shinjo, isn't this beyond just speaking Japanese well? After a brief moment of admiration and polite greetings, Kang Woojin and MC Soyo sat side by side on the sofa. PD Shinjo, standing among the staff outside the stage, shouted loudly. All right, let's start the recording. We'll begin with the Q&A. As his shout ended, the lights on the cameras around the stage turned on. It meant the recording had started. Then, MC Soyo, holding his cue cards, naturally began his speech. Okay, let's change the atmosphere a bit, shall we? I've been feeling the sharp gazes of the audience members since earlier. Now, let's proceed with a Q&A session with the audience. It was a scripted line, typical for a recording. The handheld microphone was then passed among the audience members. At this moment, two staff members approached PD Shinjo. Choi Sung-gun, watching this closely, stroked his chin. Interpreters? One for potential Korean questions, but what about the other one? Choi Sung-gun, who couldn't understand Japanese well, thought he heard something about interpreters in the conversation between PD Shinjo and the staff. However, having two seemed odd. Anyway, the first question from the audience came from a woman in the middle. She looked excited to see Woojin for the first time. Hello? I became a fan after watching Hanryang. I recently saw your Kang Woojin's alter ego YouTube channel. Will you continue to upload cover videos on the same theme? Kang Woojin, holding the microphone, spoke calmly in fluent Japanese. Yes, I plan to continue uploading consistently. Furthermore, not just K-pop covers, but also covering J-pop and pop songs in Korean is something I'm thinking about. Oh, when will that be uploaded? I'll do my best. Thank you. My pleasure. The first question went smoothly. The next was from a young boy in the front row of the audience. But then, swish. Instead of using a microphone, the young boy began using his hands. It was sign language. Choi Sung-gun wasn't sure if this was a deliberate selection by PD Shinjo, but he slowly nodded his head when he saw the young boy using sign language. So that's why there were two interpreters. Choi Sung-gun, who had turned his gaze to Kang Woojin on the stage, crossed his arms. Sign language. Woojin knows Korean Sign Language. But sign language varies by country, right? That must be Japanese Sign Language. He was correct. Sign language isn't a universal language. Like spoken languages, sign languages are different in Korea, Japan, America, and other countries. Therefore, each country's sign language is a different language in its own right. Soon, Choi Sung-gun thought, what a pity. He felt a bit disappointed even as he watched the young boy eagerly using Japanese Sign Language. If sign language was the same worldwide, Woojin could have shown his skills in it as a surprise. That would have amazed everyone. If that were the case, Kang Woojin's appearance on AIM Talk Show would have been even more impressive. The entertainment world loves such surprises and shocks. Choi Sung-gun's disappointment was greater knowing how well Woojin knew Korean Sign Language. However, this was something he just had to accept. After all, imagining it didn't cost anything. As Choi Sung-gun was indulging in his thoughts, PD Shinjo and the production team organized the translation of the Japanese Sign Language and displayed it on the prompter. Then they signaled to MC Soyo on stage. At that moment, what? PD Shinjo, who was sending the signal, suddenly stopped moving. His eyes widened in disbelief. And he wasn't the only one. PD Nim, look at that dash. What's happening? Wow, unbelievable. How is this possible? The staff around PD Shinjo on the set reacted similarly. The same was true for the 200 or so audience members. Everyone froze like ice as they looked at the stage, their mouths slightly open, as if witnessing something completely unexpected. And indeed, they were. What PD Shinjo and the entire AIM Talk Show staff saw was Kang Woojin. Sitting on the sofa, Woojin had shifted from his initial indifference to showing an appropriate expression. Or, more precisely, he was responding in sign language to the young audience member. Woojin, making eye contact with the young boy, wasn't even looking at the prompter. Why? How? The peculiar thing was, Japanese Sign Language? Just like Choi Sung-gun had just muttered internally, Kang Woojin was calmly using Japanese Sign Language, not Korean. But Kang Woojin himself. This much should be a good enough response, right? Yeah, that seems about right. Didn't find it significant. It was as if it was no big deal for him. Then, Woojin noticed the expression of the young boy, who had frozen in shock, his eyes wide like a startled rabbit. The young boy then used Japanese Sign Language again towards Woojin. How do you know Japanese Sign Language? Woojin, who understood it comfortably, thought, Because I know sign language. Wait, hold on. It was at this moment that Woojin realized. Why? How do I know Japanese Sign Language? That would read. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. Departure 6. There are times when people reflect on themselves. They usually utter similar phrases like, wow, how did I do that? Kang Woojin had felt this many times throughout his life, especially during his days of working overtime at the design company. And now, Woojin had just added another moment to that list. Did I just use Japanese Sign Language? It must be right? He understood me, so it must be. But how? Indeed, it was Japanese Sign Language. Until a moment ago, he had been moving his body and expressions without much thought. But then, the question from that young boy, who seemed to be in his teens, how do you know Japanese Sign Language, triggered a cascade of questions in Kang Woojin's mind. Right? Why can I do it when I don't even know myself? Do you know? It was impossible for the young boy who had prompted Woojin to use Japanese Sign Language to know the answer. In any case, numerous thoughts passed through Woojin's mind in a very short time. He knew that sign languages vary from country to country. Well, he didn't know at first, but he figured it out after learning sign language through the void space and doing some research. Having instantly mastered this strange and difficult language, he felt he needed to at least know the basics. That way, he could use it appropriately when necessary. After confirming this information, Woojin nodded to himself. Thinking about it, it didn't make sense for the sign languages based on the different languages of numerous countries to be the same. Thus, Kang Woojin had concluded that what he had learned was Korean Sign Language. However, he unexpectedly used Japanese Sign Language in the studio of AIM Talk Show. Moreover, it was at a level that had been highly praised by an expert in Korean Sign Language. Therefore, Woojin's confusion was a natural progression. Then Kang Woojin thought, wait a minute, let's calm down and check if it works again. Was it a coincidence? Although it seemed unlikely to be a coincidence, he needed to be sure. Soon, Woojin fixed his gaze on the young boy in the audience, whose eyes were wide open. Swish. He raised his hand, trying to recall the sensation he had just experienced, and attempted Japanese Sign Language again. But the term attempt was an understatement. Kang Woojin effortlessly started using Japanese Sign Language, as if his body remembered. The feeling. Am I doing Japanese Sign Language correctly right now? As Woojin gently signed, the young boy's eyes widened further. He too raised his hand and replied, "Yes, it's accurate. You seem to do it better than I do. I still make mistakes sometimes. Your signing skill is similar to my sign language teacher's." "No, actually, you're better." "Thank you. I don't even know why I can use Japanese Sign Language myself." "What?" "No, just kidding." Woojin's fluency in Japanese Sign Language was undeniable. In fact, he was smoother than the young boy. At this point, Kang Woojin realized, "When I think in Japanese, my body automatically moves to remember the sign language. It feels like some kind of fusion." This was the process of producing Japanese Sign Language. Meanwhile, the wide studio where the two men were exchanging sign language was silent. PD Shinjo, MC Soyo, Choi Sung-gun, and the 200 or so audience members on the set, along with dozens of staff members, were all speechless. They were shocked by the unexpected sight and captivated by something they had never seen before. After all, it's not often one sees sign language, especially during a talk show recording, and the one using high-level Japanese Sign Language was not a Japanese person but a rookie Korean actor. Why could this actor use Japanese Sign Language instead of Korean? It was astonishing. At this moment, the skinny PD, Shinjo, who had been blankly watching their sign language exchange, suddenly snapped back to reality. He then asked one of the two interpreters standing next to him, specifically the sign language interpreter. "The sign language that Woojin is using now? It's Japanese Sign Language, right? Not Korean." "Yes, it's Japanese Sign Language." "But didn't you say he's a Korean actor?" "Honestly, I was surprised at how well he speaks Japanese, but I never imagined he'd know sign language too." "I feel the same way." With a somewhat serious look, PD Shinjo raised his hand and shouted, "Let's pause the recording for a moment." He hurried onto the stage. MC Soyo, still holding the microphone, was staring blankly at Woojin, but Shinjo, unbothered by that, rushed to Kang Woojin and asked him directly, filled with excitement, "Woojin, you know Japanese Sign Language too? Not just speaking Japanese?" "Yes, it seems so." Woojin answered inwardly, but outwardly spoke in a composed voice. "Yes, a little. I can also use Korean Sign Language." "Korean Sign Language too? Did you perhaps prepare for a job related to sign language in the past?" "No, not at all." "Wait a minute. So, you're saying you can use both Korean and Japanese, including the sign languages of both languages? That's a total of 4 languages. Technically, it included English as well, but Woojin didn't mention that part. That's the case, though it's not something to brag about. PD. Shinjo immediately responded in Japanese. "What? You should brag. That's more than enough to be proud of." Wow, Woojin, with all those languages and acting skills. Honestly, it would be tough without living a second life, wouldn't it? Are you on your second life by any chance? Of course not. PD Shinjo seemed to agree with Woojin's joking dismissal and started to calm down from the initial shock, now focusing on the current situation. "Woojin, are you planning to keep your knowledge of Korean and Japanese Sign Language a secret? I mean, is it okay to show this on the broadcast?" "There's no need to hide it. I don't mind it being broadcasted." Immediately, PD Shinjo's expression changed to that of a talk show director. "Understood. I'll just interpret it in my own way. Anyway, the scene looks great right now, you see? There's a twist. It can provide enough interest to the viewers. Look at Soyo, his eyes are about to pop out." At his gesture, Kang Woojin turned his head to the right. MC Soyo, still in shock, silently gave a thumbs up. PD Shinjo stepped closer to Woojin and spoke again. "The audience will probably feel the same. So, let's add some direction to this." "Direction?" "Yes." "What kind?" "Well, I need to think about that. How to embellish the scene, we just had to make it more impressive." Kang Woojin, who had been looking at PD Shinjo with an indifferent gaze, suddenly stood up. "How about this?" "Yes." Actually, it was a bit hard to see from a distance. Then, Woojin calmly and confidently walked towards the audience of about 200 people. This caused the audience to jolt or gasp in surprise. Regardless, Woojin approached right in front of the young boy he had been signing with. Swish. Standing in front of the young boy, Kang Woojin began to sign. "How about having a conversation here? Would that make you uncomfortable?" The young boy, though visibly flustered, nodded vigorously, seemingly grateful. Hearing his response, Woojin turned to PD Shinjo and spoke in a low tone in Japanese. "He says it's okay." PD Shinjo exclaimed. stepping off the stage entirely, responding to the audience's question by suddenly standing up and approaching them. Oh, that's groundbreaking. His face lit up with a smile of approval. 2 hours later, during the break in the recording of AIM Talk show, Kang Woojin provided fan service like autographs to the participating audience members and then, click, entered the waiting room alone. It seemed that Choi Sung-gun and Woojin's team were still at the recording set. Interestingly, as soon as Woojin entered the waiting room, he reached for the backpack he always carried. What Woojin took out from the backpack was a script, the type of which didn't matter. Thump. Woojin wasn't looking at the script to read it. He was entering the void space. Instantly, his vision was engulfed in darkness. However, Kang Woojin didn't move towards the usual floating white rectangle. Instead, man, recording is still tough even if it's more mentally relaxing than physical. Anyway, let's see dash. He stood in place, arms crossed, organizing his thoughts. Or more precisely, he recalled the words spoken by the robotic female voice when he had acquired sign language. A new language besides the basic language has been detected. Acquiring sign language first. That was indeed strange, now that he thought about it. Despite sign language not being a universal language, the robotic voice only mentioned sign language, without specifying which one. But she only said sign language. To be clear, it should have been specified as Korean Sign Language or Japanese Sign Language. It was too vague to just lump it all under sign language, considering the variety. It was unlikely that the ultra-advanced void space would make such a mistake. This meant there was something I didn't realize. In fact, during the recording, Woojin had somewhat figured out the answer. He had entered the void space now just to experiment. Both Korean and Japanese sign languages were smooth to use. The feeling was the same for both. He just needed to think of the respective language in his mind and command his body to express it in sign language. However, it's not the same for the rest of the world. It wasn't universally applicable. Take French, for example. Even if he thought of French and tried to sign, his body did not respond. The reason was simple. Because I don't know French. Then, Woojin exhaled softly and thought. So this means. He recalled his fluently acquired English, sending a command through his entire body. He was going to use American Sign Language, slowly raising his hands, and then, swish. American Sign Language flowed out effortlessly. It works. A smile spread across Kang Woojin's face. Okay, I get it now. He had figured out why he could use Japanese and American Sign Languages besides Korean. So, sign language is like a passive skill, something I can have from any country as long as I meet the condition. That condition was very simple. The language of that country. The languages of each country. Korean, Japanese, English. These were the languages Kang Woojin currently knew, and he could smoothly use sign language from these three countries. But for languages he hadn't learned, it was impossible. In other words, as I learn more languages, I'll automatically acquire their sign languages as a bonus. Wow, the capabilities of the void space are really something else. Kang Woojin had now mastered not just 3 languages, but 6, including their sign languages. That's why the robotic voice had referred to it collectively as sign language. From now on, learning one language is basically a 1+1 deal, huh? The capabilities of the void space were truly extraordinary. After all, how likely is it for someone to master 6 languages in a single lifetime? Usually, it's challenging enough to learn one additional language beyond the native tongue. At this point, that's enough, time to exit. Kang Woojin uttered exit resolutely. His vision shifted from the void space back to the waiting room, and he, sitting on a nearby chair, curled the corners of his mouth upward. 6 languages dash. The future seemed promising. Though he might not use sign language frequently, it would surely come in handy at some point. Luck is more tangible when you have the skills to grasp it. Just like Korean Sign Language, Japanese or American Sign Language will surely be useful someday. Woojin was confident. Sign language, as unfamiliar as it was, held a unique value and would certainly help him seize opportunities lurking somewhere in the future. At that moment, thunk, the door to the waiting room opened, and Kang Woojin quickly wiped the smile off his face, replacing it with an expression of indifference. The person who appeared was the ponytailed Choi Sung-gun. Woojin and he shared a moment of silent eye contact. The one to break the silence with a slight chuckle was Choi Sung-gun. What are you looking at? Shocked by your Japanese sign language? It's not like we've only been working together for a day or two. I've decided to just accept whatever comes. Is that so? Yeah. If I get surprised by everything, my heart might give out first. Of course, I can't understand it. I'm like, what is this? But let me ask you one thing. Yes. You are human, right? CEO Nim. No, seriously, answer me. You are right. Of course I am. Choi Sung-gun scratched his head as if embarrassed by his own question. That's all I needed to know. There's no point in forcing myself to digest something indigestible. It only leads to trouble. You have your past, and that's what made you who you are today. Bring it on. Whatever it is, I'll accept it. Woojin responded with a solemn joke to the thrown jest. Yes, I'll do so without any burden. But you gotta give me some time. Even in Tetris, there's time for the blocks to come down. No rapid fire. I've already told Yoon Byung-seon and the team, including Jang Soo-hwan. Just accept it as it is. Thank you. Okay, let's get going. The second part of the recording is about to start. As Woojin stepped out into the hallway, Choi Sung-gun reminisced about the recording session earlier. Well, most of the audience today was like that. But that kid, you know, the one you communicated with in sign language. Yes. He must be quite a fan of yours. It's been a while since I've seen someone so happy getting an autograph. That expression was precious. Indeed, it was. The young boy had even seemed close to tears. But Woojin could understand. The young boy's experience resonated with his own journey of struggling alone amidst misconceptions and pretense. What are the odds of having a conversation in sign language with an actor you like or are interested in? Indeed. And not just any actor, but a Korean actor, not Japanese. Apart from that, opportunities to have a conversation in sign language are rare in life, especially for someone so young. Unintentional isolation can be tougher than one might think. Truly. Choi Sung-gun slowly nodded, and then casually put his arm around the expressionless Woojin. Yeah, today must have been an unforgettable day for that kid. The next day, the 30th, in the morning, at Toega Film Company. Toega Film Company, responsible for the production of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, was hosting a meeting in their large conference room. Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun were there, seated at a U-shaped table. On the opposite side of them. I'm sorry for the sudden change in schedule. An unexpected issue came up. Director Kyotaro, with his hair full of gray streaks, was present, along with several employees of the film company, around 5 or 6. Meeting Kyotaro Taniguchi was the last agenda of Woojin's trip to Japan. There was a lot to discuss today. The preliminary schedule of the project, adjustments in the filming period, promotional matters, and so on. Yet, for some reason, Director Kyotaro's expression seemed somewhat somber. At least, that's how Kang Woojin felt. Is there some trouble? He seems a bit dark. Director Kyotaro, forcing a smile, spoke in Japanese. I heard about Male Friend and your success on YouTube. Congratulations. I'm happy to see that after a long period of obscurity, you're finally getting the recognition you deserve. Woojin replied nonchalantly, accustomed to such misconceptions. Thank you, Director Nim. But is there something bothering you? In response to Woojin's question, Kyotaro sighed softly and began to speak again. Originally, we planned to have the script reading by October at the latest, but there have been some complications. Complications? The reading might even be pushed back to early next year, about half a year's delay. Early next year? Suddenly? That's much later than expected, especially considering it was just for a script reading, not even the shooting. Is there a reason? As Woojin looked intently at Director Kyotaro, who was scratching his gray hair, Kyotaro spoke softly. About half of the total investors are showing signs of pulling out. We've already lost about 30%. Investors pulling out? The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was a major film, so the investment must have been substantial. Does this mean the film could be canceled? Although Woojin didn't know all the details, drawing conclusions in this situation wasn't too difficult for him. Kang Woojin voiced his conclusion in a low tone. Does this, by any chance, have something to do with me? The smile disappeared from Director Kyotaro's face. No, it's not about you. It's because of those rotten, stupid people who are afraid of change. Meanwhile, in a luxurious house in Tokyo, it was a huge mansion that would make anyone gasp at first sight. A vast yard was a given, and the scale of the house itself was substantial. It seemed like a place where 100 people could live without any problems. The interior of the house was even more impressive. The ceiling was endlessly high, and the furniture on display was all exorbitantly expensive. There were more than 5 staff members working in the house. One of the male staff members, who was cleaning the house, knocked on a closed door. Knock, knock. A hoarse voice in Japanese came from inside. An old man's voice. Come in. Hearing the response, the staff member opened the door. It was a study, filled with books in a large space. In the center of it all sat an old man, his eyebrows sprinkled with white hairs, resembling a lion with white fur. Then, the staff member bowed to him. How would you like me to clean the study, Chairman? The old man, referred to as the chairman, closed the book he was reading and shook his head. Leave it for now. Start with the other places. Understood. Just then, thud. Someone burst into the room behind the staff member. It was a young boy, seemingly about 14 years old. The boy immediately rushed to the old man in the study, referred to as the chairman. Swish. Suddenly, he raised both hands. It was Japanese Sign Language. Grandpa, something amazing happened yesterday. The chairman was visibly surprised and moved by the boy's expression. He's smiling? The always emotionless, somber-faced kid. What on earth was happening? The chairman quickly masked his surprise with a bright smile, a laugh filled with extreme delight. He then gently stroked the boy's head and raised his hands too, using sign language. Really? Let's hear it. What happened? I told you I got selected as an audience member for the AIM talk show, right? I went there. And an actor there was incredibly good at Japanese Sign Language. That actor is Korean, right? But he knows Japanese Sign Language? What was his name again? Sorry, what did you say his name was? The boy was the young audience member who had communicated with Kang Woojin in Japanese Sign Language on the AIM talk show. Kang Woojin. It was so amazing to see such a sparkling actor who also knows sign language, and I was so happy to talk with him in sign language. The boy was the only grandson of the old man, referred to as the chairman. The chairman stared at his grandson's beaming face, which he hadn't seen in almost 10 years. Yet, he knows sign language? Yes, I see. That Korean actor must be in the same situation as me. Otherwise, there would be no reason to learn sign language. For some reason, he jumped to his own conclusion, starting another misconception. Translator's Law. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. Backer 1. A smile spread across the chairman's face as he stroked the head of his grandson, who had regained his lost laughter. Even so, he pondered. That new actor from Korea, what was his name? Kang Woojin. He continued to nurture a misunderstanding, a misconception, all by himself. It must be that he has a family member or someone important who is in a similar situation as my grandson. I'm sure of it. Sign language is too difficult to learn just as a hobby or out of interest. The situation seemed quite plausible to the chairman, almost inevitable. Learning other languages might not be easy, but there are rewards that follow. However, sign language is different. It has limited use compared to other languages and is used by only a select few. In other words, sign language wasn't something one would learn to enhance a career or resume. At this point, the chairman began to reminisce about the past, those incredibly difficult days, as he looked into his grandson's eyes. The sign language he learned solely for his grandchild. I know all too well. As much as it's done for love, it must have been hell. Although he didn't know the face or voice of this actor from another country, the chairman felt a strong sense of kinship with Kang Woojin. Regardless of his ignorance, it was impressive enough that he became an actor while learning such a language. Then he paused. Wait, but why Japanese Sign Language? Why not Korean Sign Language? Ah, right. Maybe this important person is related to Japan. His misconceptions were now compounded with another error. At this moment, his grandson, beaming continuously, added more in sign language. It seems Kang Woojin is also good at Japanese Sign Language and speaks Japanese really well. He seemed very comfortable conversing with the PD and the staff. Is that so? Japanese too? The chairman felt a bit more certain and genuinely admired. Japanese Sign Language and Japanese language too? He's not just an ordinary actor. There's a good reason he's making noise. The chairman mused inwardly for a moment before shifting his thoughts. He focused on the smiling face of his grandson in front of him. Anyway, I'm grateful. He's given my grandson his lost smile. It had been almost 10 years since he had seen his grandson smile like that. Behind the smiling grandson, on a desk, were several documents. On the cover of these documents was a company name, Kashiwa. Kashiwa Group, a major conglomerate within the top 10 of Japan's business hierarchy. The Kashiwa Group engaged in numerous businesses and subsidiaries, including chemicals, textiles, construction, housing, food, electronics, and pharmaceuticals. They had deep business ties with various corporations, including major Korean companies. The chairman was the top predator and owner of the Kashiwa Group, his name being Yoshimura Hideki, a blatant display of a chaebol family. But even a chairman of a chaebol family is human. There was no escaping the sudden tragedy that struck. About 10 years ago, there was a grievous piece of news. Kashiwa Group's vice president tragically dies in car accident. His wife and son were in the car. It was Chairman Hideki's eldest son. The car accident involved the couple and their 4-year-old son. Tragically, the parents died instantly, but miraculously, the young son survived. He was protected by his mother's embrace. Due to the accident, the 4-year-old grandson lost his hearing and ability to speak. Of course, Hideki had 3 sons and a large extended family. However, the loss of his highly promising eldest son and daughter-in-law, and their young son, who was born after much difficulty, acquiring a disability at the age of 4, was a heavy blow. To Chairman Hideki, the survival of his grandson, Yoshimura Shingo, was a great relief, despite the heartbreak of losing his son and daughter-in-law. Given the circumstances, Shingo, to Chairman Hideki, was as precious as life itself. He had no choice but to cherish him dearly. I must do whatever it takes to save Shingo. Chairman Hideki started raising his 4-year-old grandson, Yoshimura Shingo, by himself. Despite leading a major corporation, he had to learn sign language and educate himself about the deaf and hard of hearing. However, as Shingo grew, he gradually lost his zest for life. Being the grandson of a conglomerate's magnate, Shingo faced envy and jealousy from those around him. But the primary reason for his isolation was his disability. At school and in the world, Shingo was alone, completely isolated. Consequently, around the age of 8, his expressions faded, and by 10, he had disconnected from the world. He even developed severe depression, worsening his condition. This continued until he was 14. For about 10 years, Shingo hadn't laughed, always wearing a rigid, robot-like expression. Apart from his sign language teacher, he cut off all interaction with people. Chairman Hideki, of course, tried everything possible for his grandson, from psychiatric treatments to various therapies, pouring money into them. He mastered sign language and devotedly cared for Shingo whenever he had time. But it all seemed meaningless. No matter how many hundreds of millions were spent, it couldn't bring back Shingo's laughter or vitality. He became increasingly confined to his room, his spirit dying. His only pastime was gaming and watching various videos. That's when Shingo started watching Netflix's Profiler Hanryang. Shingo had always enjoyed Korean dramas. Tired of the formulaic acting and direction in Japanese content, he also harbored a desire to escape from Japan. Whatever the reason, Shingo became hooked on Park Dae-ri. The reason was simple: a car accident. The backstory of Park Dae-ri had similarities to his own life. Although the context was very different, Park Dae-ri also lost his parents in a car accident, just like Shingo. Naturally, Shingo became interested in Kang Woojin, who portrayed Park Dae-ri. Korean actor Kang Woojin was impressive. Despite being a newcomer, he was making waves in both Korea and Japan. Shingo even found his YouTube channel, where Kang Woojin, a Korean, was posting cover song videos in fluent Japanese. This led Shingo to attend the recording of AIM Talk show. Returning from the show, Shingo had miraculously regained his laughter. No amount of money or methods could revive the spirit in Shingo, who seemed to be losing his will to live. But suddenly, there was an explosion of life in him. Chairman Hideki's near-ecstatic gratitude was natural. It was as if his precious grandson had come back to life. This gave Chairman Hideki hope, and he felt immense gratitude towards the unknown Korean actor Kang Woojin. At that moment, "Grandpa," Shingo added excitedly in sign language to Chairman Hideki. "Do you think I'll be able to talk with Kang Woojin again someday, if the opportunity arises?" Of course, You have to create that opportunity. It'll be hard if you stay confined in your room. Yes, the drama A Male Friend will soon be released in Japan. I can't wait to watch it. Oh, and Kang Woojin is going to star in a movie with a famous director from our country. A Japanese movie. Can we go see it when it's released? Let's watch it together, Grandpa. Sure, let's do that. When is it releasing? I read that filming will start soon. I'm so excited. Grandpa, can I become an actor like Kang Woojin? I can't speak, but I want to be a sign language actor. Chairman Hideki was moved to tears, but held them back. His beloved grandson needed hope, not tears. If you believe you can do it, then you can. That belief is important. I'll help you along the way. Yes, Grandpa. To see his grandson, who had been dying inside, turning away from the world, now have a dream and a goal was a beautiful sight. The study room, where they exchanged sign language, was very quiet, but Shingo's clear eyes were brimming with courage. It's time for my sign language teacher. Grandpa, I will study sign language really hard. Shingo, full of smiles, dashed out of the study. Watching his retreating figure, Chairman Hideki felt a thrill greater than any large-scale business project success. Kang Woojin was it? I'm so grateful I could cry. It was sincere. While Chairman Hideki didn't know the exact circumstances, Kang Woojin had achieved in one day what Hideki had been unable to do despite spending a fortune over 10 years. Although unintentional, to Hideki, it was as if a mountainous problem had been erased. Perhaps Shingo sympathized, remembering his own past of learning Japanese Sign Language. After this thought, Chairman Hideki, who had just donned his formal jacket on his study desk, chuckled. He then uttered something meaningful. Such an actor deserves great success. Meanwhile, back at Toega Film Company, the atmosphere in the meeting room turned tense after director Kyotaro's comment about the resistance being due to stupid, rotten people who fear change. Noticing this, Choi Sung-gun whispered to Kang Woojin seated next to him. What's wrong? What happened? Woojin casually explained the investment issue in an indifferent tone. Choi Sung-gun's eyes slightly widened at the information. The script reading is delayed until early next year? Yes. Choi Sung-gun immediately started brainstorming. With his extensive experience, he quickly grasped the situation. I suspected as much, but to think it would actually come to this. There must be enough people looking unfavorably at Woojin's success in Japan. Indeed, the negative comments towards Kang Woojin had increased, both in Korea and Japan. Although Woojin himself paid no attention to them, Choi Sung-gun, who was in charge of his care, was well aware of the situation. It meant that the investors of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger were likely influenced by these factions. After all, it was not a small amount of investment money at stake. Or maybe the investors themselves were reluctant to center a Korean actor in the project. Either way, this is quite a headache. In Choi Sung-gun's estimation, the mere postponement to the beginning of next year meant that the entire production schedule of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was disrupted. This could lead to the withdrawal of main actors, depending on how far the casting had progressed. The same could be said for the various staff teams that had already been formed. This would naturally lead to all sorts of gossip and nonsense in the industry. And if the media and public opinion caught wind of this news, it would severely affect the production. Given the fame of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, the negative impact would be more than double. Moreover, although the project had good momentum originally, we raised its promotional power to the maximum with Woojin, but now it all might go to waste. This was true not just in Japan, but in Korea as well. Soon, Choi Sung-gun quickly asked director Kyotaro across the table, of course, in Korean. Regarding the investor issue, no matter what, with the reputation of the director and writer Akari, isn't it odd for the investment to be withdrawn so easily? Hearing Kang Woojin's translation, director Kyotaro let out a bitter laugh. Of course, our reputations are not insignificant. However, the writer is merely the original author. And since the announcement of our project, there has been a lot of noise. The original fans are quite strong and widespread across various countries. Initially, the opposing opinion was more intense. Yet, we pushed through. The investors expressed concerns, but we proceeded because I insisted. But things started getting shaky again after Woojin joined. I was confident, but they weren't. So, they're pulling out because they think it won't work? Investors shy away from challenges. Especially in Japan, this tendency is stronger. Right now, Woojin has stirred up Japan, and the attention is as intense as one could imagine. Director Kyotaro crossed his arms. But what if this project fails? Everyone, including the original fans, will turn their backs, and they fear being criticized for including a Korean actor. Cowards. At this point, Kang Woojin, swoosh, picked up the eerie sacrifice of a stranger script lying in front of him. Though intended for the meeting, Woojin used it as a portal to the void space. Thump. Secretly entering the void space, Kang Woojin quickly moved towards the white rectangle. There were 7 white rectangles floating there. Among them, Woojin noticed the first change. Ah, damn, as expected, it's come to this. -7/script, title, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Grade C. The rating of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, which had been A+, had fallen to C. While A+ was the top tier, C was just average. Woojin let out a sincere sigh. Average is a bit disappointing. If we can secure the remaining investment, could it go back up? However, the beginning of next year was still far off. It was uncertain what could happen in the meantime, and Woojin had no way of predicting it. And yet, although still faint, it's the entertainment industry after all, full of ups and downs. The shadow of a backer was beginning to emerge. Afterward, having finished the meeting with director Kyotaro, Kang Woojin took a flight back to Korea on the afternoon of the 30th. Meanwhile, Wallin, who had finished recording AIM Talk Show as a guest before Woojin, had already arrived in Korea a day earlier. When Woojin arrived in Korea, the airport was quiet. The reason was simple. He had entered the country incognito. Thanks to this, Woojin, who quietly got into a van and phew, breathed in the air of Korea, feeling it after a long time. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the passenger seat, offered encouragement. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger will be fine. The director's reputation is high enough to prevent it from falling through. Yes, CEO Nim. It's okay. That's good. Well, unfortunately, there's not much we can do at this point. We've already done enough publicity and attracted attention. Honestly, you don't even have the time to worry about that project right now. I understand. We just have to wait and see. Anyway, Woojin, you've had a tough time in Japan. I'd like to give you a few days off, but unfortunately, your schedule is too tight. Just go home today and do nothing but sleep. Then Choi Sung-gun closed his diary and recited the scheduled plan. From the blind preview of Drug Dealer to the teaser poster shoot for Island of the Missing were fully booked. The next day, early morning on the 31st, Tokyo, Japan. It was the last Monday of August. Although August was ending, Japan's weather was as hot as Korea's. On this morning as well. But regardless of the weather, a high-end luxury sedan smoothly drove out of a grand residence. It was Chairman Hideki's car. Another car followed behind, carrying bodyguards. Chairman Hideki, seated in the back of the front car, was visible with his white-flecked eyebrows and dressed in a suit. Russell. While opening the prepared newspaper, Chairman Hideki called his chief secretary in the passenger seat. Do you know of a Korean actor named Kang Woojin? Caught off guard by the sudden question, she turned her head and replied immediately. Yes, Japan has been quite noisy recently because of that actor. So, yes, I am aware of him. I see. May I ask why do you ask, sir? Find out everything you can about the Korean actor Kang Woojin as quickly as possible. Sir. At her question, Chairman Hideki murmured softly. I have to express my gratitude to him. That's all you need to know. Chapter 134. Chapter 134, Backer 2. The eyes of the chief secretary sitting in the passenger seat widened slightly. It was more out of curiosity than shock. She cautiously asked Chairman Hideki Yoshimura, who was seated behind her, in Japanese. Sir, but I'd like to confirm once more. You're talking about the Korean rookie actor Kang Woojin, right? Yes. Receiving no further response, Chairman Hideki, who had been reading a newspaper, turned his gaze to the secretary. Is it too sudden for you to comprehend? No, it's just a bit unexpected. That's understandable. The chairman, who had been smiling gently, lowered his gaze back to the newspaper, but he added in a relaxed tone. But you just need to do as told. Sometimes, curiosity can be poisonous. The chief secretary, her face tense with anxiety, turned and bowed her head immediately. Yes, I understand. Should I check the details thoroughly? Chairman Hideki, stroking his chin, shook his head at her question. No, just the basics will do. His recent activities and information about his agency and works. That should be enough. Later, although Kang Woojin and Wallin had returned to Korea, the aftermath of their schedule in Japan was significant, especially from the Japanese side. Kang Woojin, Wallin spotted at the airport. Kang Woojin and Wallin's arrival drew more than 500 people to the airport/entertainment news. The scene at the airport, which had been turned upside down from their arrival, and the incredible crowd that had gathered, were enough to stir the Japanese media. Kang Woojin waves to excited Japanese fans, more nonchalant than expected. It was exceptionally boisterous, considering the arrival of a foreign actor, not one of their own. Even with Wallin by his side, the fuss was undeniable. However, the Japanese media, unlike at the beginning, also frequently published articles from a negative perspective. Fuss over a Korean rookie actor. What's the big deal? The voice of opposition to Kang Woojin grows louder. Articles following the initial shock and sensation naturally tended to be more negative than positive. It was a typical scene, the same in Korea. Nonetheless, Kang Woojin, handpicked by director Kyotaro Taniguchi, what's next for his schedule in Japan? Japanese media focused on publishing as much as possible on the hottest news. The themes were either similar or updated on the ongoing issues. 1 million subscribers in just a week? Kang Woojin's rising popularity in Korea and Japan. Numerous fans flocked to the event with Netflix Japan and Kang Woojin, Wallin. A multitude of photos were spread through the articles, some taken by reporters and others sourced from the mobile phones of the Japanese public. Naturally, this wasn't limited to Japanese media, but had also spread across SNS and online communities. I saw Kang Woojin at the airport, and he was really more handsome than I thought. Netflix Japan and AIM Talk Show also contributed to the buzz. Occasionally, negative articles did pop up. Rumors of investors pulling out from the controversial The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger film company denies such claims. But these were in the minority and did not garner much attention. The focus was more on the recent recording of AIM Talk Show with Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin's appearance on AIM Talk Show sparks curiosity post-recording. This could be considered the highlight of Kang Woojin's schedule in Japan. The AIM Talk Show Kang Woojin participated in had many elements. The first Korean rookie actor, guest Wallin, Woojin's vocals, talk segments, and more. AIM Talk Show production team. Kang Woojin possesses extraordinary abilities, including Kang Woojin's hidden talents. Given Woojin's popularity in Japan, the reaction was immediate. AIM Talk did a great job. I must watch the broadcast live for the first time in a while. Wallin participated as a guest. The pictures of them arriving together looked really good. Are they dating? It's comments like yours that start false rumors. I'm not a fan of that actor. I wish he would leave The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. After watching Henry Yang, I admit he can act, but there's something unfamiliar about him. What are you talking about? Our country's actors are terrible at acting, aren't they? Kang Woojin. So cute. When can we see him on AIM Talk? I saw Kang Woojin at the airport. Japan really lags behind Korea in terms of visuals. I'm really looking forward to The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, you know? While there was a lot of anticipation, there were also a few twisted or outright negative comments. But this is a natural course for a rising star, so it wasn't a big problem. The main thing was, subscribe to Kang Woojin's SNS and YouTube. You can see his real self. Kang Woojin's recognition in Japan was growing rapidly day by day. At this point, the Korean media couldn't just sit back and watch. Currently, Japan is smitten with monster rookie Kang Woojin, his popularity spreading like a trend/photos. Isn't that what they call national pride? There were also articles analyzing Kang Woojin's popularity in Japan. Marketing experts on Kang Woojin's unbelievable popularity in Japan. The stagnant Japanese entertainment industry played a big role. Naturally, Korean public opinion was swelling with pride. September 1st, Tuesday, at HDBS, a comprehensive programming network in Seoul. Despite it being morning, the variety department office looked incredibly busy. The PDs of various programs were either on calls or in meetings with writers, and numerous props filled the desks and empty spaces around the office. It was like a busy marketplace. In the variety department director's office, which contrasted with the bustling outside, the atmosphere was relatively calm. Seated on the central five-person sofa were a portly man and a familiar man wearing glasses. They were the variety department director and the variety show mogul, PD Yoon Byung-seon. Our PD Yoon, it's so hard to see your face these days, isn't it? Should I take a break then? Maybe hang out at the bar nearby with the director, cracking jokes? What director? What are you talking about, dude? It's weird when you keep calling me director. Just act as you usually do. No, if I keep calling you Hyung, it makes me feel old. You are old. Recently, PD Yoon Byung-seon had hardly been in Korea. The reason was simple. He was busy with Our Dining Table, a variety show that was set to be a major project, from planning to casting. Since the filming locations were overseas, he had been traveling between Japan and the US. PD Yoon Byung-seon had returned from the US 2 days ago. Anyway, he handed over a clear file to the director. Enough with that. I'm busy today. Just sign this quickly. Wow, what's this? A star PD asking for a signature? That's the aura of a PD who's earned millions in bonuses. If you're going to reject it, just say so. I'll scrap everything and go on a trip. The variety department director snatched the clear file from PD Yoon Byung-seon, who was about to take it back, and quickly picked up a pen from the table in front. I'm kidding, man. Didn't I tell you? Don't bother with signatures for every little thing. Just proceed as you see fit. The CEO said the same. I just prefer it this way. It feels like things are moving. You're such an odd one. Oof, how much is this expense now? Look at the bottom. There's also the expense for this trip. There. Sign. Handing back the transparent file, the variety department director suddenly burst into a sly grin. By the way, I get the other participants, but did you know Kang Woojin would become this big when you picked him? I mean, when you first mentioned him, he had nothing but Hanryang. But now, he's the first rookie to break into Japan. Honestly, Byung-seon, do you have some sort of ability? Wouldn't that be nice? Why do all the unique talents you pick always rise to the top? Especially Kang Woojin, it's really groundbreaking. Woojin is indeed a special case. Just special? Is that enough to describe him? Even I, who has been in the variety show business for over 25 years, have never seen such a character. How can a rookie, not even a year in, cause such a wave in the entertainment industry? Even as PD Yoon Byung-seon, with his short hair swept back, got up from the sofa. If anyone has an ability, it's Woojin, not me. You'll be even more surprised when Our Dining Table airs. Why? What else does Kang Woojin have? I'm off dash. As PD Yoon Byung-seon walked away, the variety department director called out to his retreating figure. Hey, have you decided where to do Our Dining Table Season 1? In Japan. PD Yoon Byung-seon, about to open the door, shook his head. No, we'll start with the United States. After he left the director's office, assistant directors and writers who had been waiting nearby approached him. PD Yoon Byung-seon, pushing up his glasses, gave them direct instructions. Let's have a meeting right away. Yes. And get in touch with the cast members. We need to schedule initial interviews footage for the first episode. Especially confirm Woojin's availability, okay? He's likely the busiest. I'll start scouting restaurants for the shoot. Right. And inform the cast members that Season 1 will be in the US. Yes. Have you decided on the types of Korean dishes? PD Yoon Byung-seon, pressing the elevator button, replied with a smile. How about K-Street food, K-bunsik? Meanwhile, in Japan, near Yurakucho Station, close to Tokyo Station, a towering, mostly angular building stood out, even from a distance. It was the headquarters of the well-known Kashiwa Group, a major conglomerate. At the top floor of the Kashiwa Group building, the corridor leading to the owner's room, the chairman's office, had an air of luxury. Naturally, the office belonged to Chairman Hideki Yoshimura. Recently, having learned about Kang Woojin through his grandson, Chairman Yoshimura's office was as spacious as a hotel suite. However, what was unusual was the abundance of books. Books filled an entire wall, and they overflowed around the large tables and sofas. This showed how much Chairman Yoshimura read. At a large desk near the window, Chairman Yoshimura, with his suit jacket off, was listening to a report from the chief secretary. Kang Woojin, whom you asked about, has completed his schedule in Japan and returned to Korea. As she reported, with documents to accompany it, Chairman Yoshimura, glasses perched on the tip of his nose, slowly nodded his head. It's a pity. Is there no talk of him coming back to Japan? Not at the moment. I see. Continue. The chief secretary, with a neat appearance and her hair tied back, then recited her prepared speech. Kang Woojin is currently making a big impact in Korea. He first gained recognition with a short film at his debut, and then his following drama hit a 25% viewership. Next, she recounted Kang Woojin's career from the beginning to the present. Since most of it was already publicized in the media, gathering the information was easy, and she also added how major figures were starting to take interest in Woojin. In Japan, Hanryang has been launched, and the drama Male Friend is upcoming. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi's The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, which you're aware of, is in pre-production. The surge in Kang Woojin's popularity in Japan is largely due to The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. I see. I also enjoyed reading the book, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The issues and topics surrounding Kang Woojin in Korea and Japan are skyrocketing. Especially in Korea, he is dominating. As he continued to listen to the report, Chairman Hideki Yoshimura's expression showed a hint of surprise. Soon, tapping the report with his index finger, he calmly asked the chief secretary. All of this happened in less than a year. Yes, that's correct. Is this common? I find it surprising. Even the models we contract with our headquarters and affiliates usually take at least 3 to 5 years to emerge from obscurity. It's indeed an exceptional case. It may not be certain in Korea, but in Japan, it's safe to say he's the first of his kind. Then he must be unique in Korea as well. Honestly, Chairman Yoshimura was quite shocked. The filmography of the Korean actor Kang Woojin was extraordinary. Beyond any empathy, from a businessman's perspective, the speed and results were intriguing. Even though he must have gone through hard times like me, he achieved this much? And he's so young. Acting, Japanese Sign Language, and even his YouTube channel is mainly about singing. He's multi-talented. Above all, turning the page of the report, Chairman Yoshimura focused on people related to Kang Woojin. He's surrounded by outstanding figures, heavyweights, including director Kyotaro Taniguchi. He came to a realization. It's hard to imagine how much painstaking effort he must have put in. Sir, nothing. Was there no information regarding sign language? No, Chairman. There was nothing about sign language. Changing the subject, Chairman Yoshimura asked about Kang Woojin's agency. This guy's agency isn't that big. BW Entertainment. Yes. It's a relatively new and small company compared to others entertainment companies in Korea. So it's a startup. There are only 2 actors under them, Kang Woojin and the top actress Hong Hae-yeon. Ah, that actress. Yes. However, given the recent success of Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon, the company seems to be aiming for expansion. Oh, is that so? Planning to expand, Hadash. Chairman Yoshimura's voice trailed off, his eyes glinting with a hint of interest. A vessel needs to be big enough to hold more. Look into this more thoroughly. Understood. Any peculiarities? Upon his question, the secretary brought up the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. It seems to be kept under wraps, but from what I've found, there appears to be a problem with the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. At this, Chairman Yoshimura's eyes widened in surprise. A problem? What kind of problem? Suddenly, he thought of his grandson Shingo, precisely recalling a promise to watch the eerie sacrifice of a stranger together. Chairman Yoshimura's brows furrowed deeply. Could it be a money issue? Exactly. It's about the investment. Chairman Yoshimura's expression relaxed slightly as he nodded. If it's about money, that's hardly a problem. Meanwhile, in Korea, the location was a sound studio in Seoul, not a small one by any means. This was evident in the size of the main recording studio. The front was lined with multiple monitors and screens, various sound equipment, and various control panels with numerous buttons, and dozens of chairs behind the equipment. Could it accommodate at least 50 people? Indeed, it could. Currently, over 30 people were seated in the studio. The lighting was dim. In the center chair sat Kang Woojin, the epitome of cynicism as always. However, I'm so excited. Inside, he was filled with excitement. The reason was displayed on the screen in front. BGM resonated throughout the studio, grand and heavy. Then, white letters appeared on the darkened screen. Numerous names related to investment. and suddenly, the volume of the sound increased. Large letters appeared on the screen. TL, BGM, background music. Drug dealer. The title was a mix of black and red, rugged in style. Soon, the title dispersed like smoke, replaced by other ruggedly styled letters. Jin Jae-jun. The names of the actors. Park Panaseo. Following the lead actors' names, one more actor was listed. And Kang Woojin. The first preview of Drug Dealer began. Translator's logs. February. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. Backer, 3. The first screening of Drug Dealer. To be precise, it was a test and blind preview. Thanks to this, Kang Woojin, who made a cameo, along with Jin Jae-jun, the male lead of Drug Dealer, lead actors, director Kim Do-hee, the director of photography, key staff members, film company officials, and others. Over 30 people all focused their eyes on the screen at the front of the sound studio. And Kang Woojin. Right after Kang Woojin's name, which had just appeared on the screen, vanished like smoke, a grand musical score suddenly switched to a strong beat that one might hear in a club. The screen, which had been black, now displayed a nightclub. It wasn't the present, but a glimpse of the past. Numerous people were dancing to the music, similar yet distinct in their old-fashioned looks and attire. This made sense, as Drug Dealer was set in the year 1999. The location was Busan. Soon, the angle followed a waiter carrying drinks, leading to a private room. The screen showed a group of men and women, intoxicated by alcohol. But it wasn't just liquor they were set up with in this room. It was alcohol mixed with drugs circulated in Busan. Naturally, the men and women in the room were out of their minds. TL. Out of their minds equals high. Then, suddenly, the door of the room burst open. Idiots, having a blast, huh? A man with a cigarette in his mouth appeared. He was a detective, the protagonist of Drug Dealer, Jong Sung-hoon, played by Jin Jae-jun. The Sung-hoon on the screen had a distinct, sharp, and cunning aura, and he suddenly yelled loudly after taking a long drag of his cigarette. "Where is the boss?" "Dongtae. Hey, Kim Dongtae." The angle swiftly changed. From the back of a man in a suit hurrying over, the scene quickly merged to Sung-hoon in front of the room. The man arriving began to grovel before Sung-hoon. "Ah, detective. If you came, you should have come straight to me. Why are you bothering with nonsense? Come this way. Let me get you a pack of cigarettes." The man stuffed something into Sung-hoon's pocket. What else could it be? It was money. The angle then close-upped on Sung-hoon, smirking wickedly. "Why does it feel a bit light?" The man stuffed more money into the other pocket. "There, nice and heavy. Let's go. Have a coffee, shall we? I've called over some girls with nice butts." Sung-hoon was forcibly dragged away by the man. Or rather, he pretended to be. At this point, the screen went dark. Suddenly, a news anchor's voice filled the room. "Drug dealing is rampant in Busan." Following that, a news clip appeared on the screen with white subtitles scrolling underneath, explaining the situation in 1999. From here, Drug Dealer gradually picked up speed. And so, Drug Dealer accelerated. As more characters were introduced from Jong Sung-hoon's perspective, events exploded here and there. A feeling of intense suspense and urgency. Drug Dealer reached its midpoint with a story so engaging that it was hard to look away. Around this time, the screen showed a darkening sky and soon, rain began to pour down. The sound of heavy rain was amplified through the audio. SSSHHHHHHH. Then the screen changed. The driver opened the door of the last sedan in a row of 4, and a man in a suit got out. His top button undone, revealing a glimpse of a tattoo on his chest. It was Lee Sang-man, the boss of the Sang-man faction. Kang Woojin's first appearance. Lee Sang-man's theme music played immediately, a film score that was heavy, brutal, and yet somehow melancholic. In that moment, Woojin, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the studio, was expressionless but internally freaking out. Eek, that's me. He had seen it before on the director's monitor during shooting, but watching the finished product on screen made him feel embarrassingly self-conscious. And then, it's kind of cool, isn't it? Or not? Falling into a bit of self-admiration, Woojin was the only one unaffected while the rest of the attendees began to whisper from the moment Lee Sang-man first appeared. Definitely, the character Lee Sang-man is killer. Especially the film company officials were nonstop in their remarks. In the beginning, the pacing was fast then slow, but as soon as Lee Sang-man appeared in the middle, the immersion skyrocketed. It must have been the director's intention to set it up that way. These evaluations of Drug Dealer morphed into shock as the film progressed into its middle and later stages. This was due to the transformation of Lee Sang-man, who gradually lost his charisma and edged towards death. The acting is insane. It might be due to makeup, but the way the Lee Sang-man goes crazy is just wow. Considering how hot Woojin is right now, he might become an all-time great villain character if this goes well. With that level of acting, wouldn't there be controversies after the movie's release, asking if Woojin has actually tried drugs? The impact was undeniably overwhelming. Come on. Meanwhile, following the blind preview, the distributor of Drug Dealer immediately started gearing up for the film's release. Movie talk, final. Post-production stages, Jin Jae-jun and Kang Woojin's Drug Dealer might release as soon as October/photo. They began the planned promotional schedule along with securing theaters. Simultaneously, trailers and related videos for Drug Dealer were released all at once. Drug Dealer official first trailer Yenji sub. Of course, Japan was still buzzing about the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger. What is Kang Woojin's lead role? Rumors spread through communities. Time melts away. Kang Woojin's time, that is. Though partly due to his schedule in Japan, the increasing number of events added to the already growing issue also played a role. Thus, even though the blind preview of Drug Dealer went well, Kang Woojin had no time or leisure to relax. His schedule was inundated like a tidal wave. First, there were backlogged advertisement shoots. Star Talk. Kang Woojin significantly boosts McDonald's advertising effectiveness. Extension contract with Kang Woojin confirmed. Not just a short-term but a long-term model for McDonald's, along with new contracts for clothing ads and more. The advertising industry couldn't just ignore Woojin, currently the hottest topic in the country. AdWorld's blue chip, Kang Woojin achieves first place in brand reputation for August. Combining both long-term and short-term deals, Kang Woojin had contracted for more than 10 advertisements. Even more so. Fact check, clothing. Brands target monster rookie Kang Woojin, sold out as soon as he wears them. The response to products modeled by Kang Woojin was excellent, especially in clothing. This was a result of Han Yeung's efforts. The jackets and jeans advertised or sponsored on Woojin's social media saw phenomenal sales. Therefore, Kang Woojin's jeans seem like good quality LOL. Yesterday's Kang Woojin jeans jacket real-life pic.jpg. Among the public, the phenomenon of attaching Kang Woojin's name to products was occurring everywhere. In fact, searching for Kang Woojin jeans would bring up those products. From his first appearance to now, insane progress, how many ads? Estimated earnings of Kang Woojin. Consequently, Woojin's bank account was inevitably growing. However, Kang Woojin had no time to even think about spending money. Today we'll record 2 songs, and with English and Japanese versions, we'll produce 4 in total. Please do it comfortably, as you always do. Yes, PDNIM. If we have time, we'll also shoot a casual video for uploading. Filming reserve videos for Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, which had surpassed 1 million subscribers, and post-sync recording for Male Friend, which was currently in its final editing stages. Drama Pick. Netflix's short drama project Male Friend is creating a buzz in both Korea and Japan. There were countless promotions related to Male Friend, including online and offline promotional schedules, magazine photoshoots, promotional fan signing events, and more. Male Friend, Kang Woojin waving to fans at a related event/photo. And so, a week vanished in the blink of an eye. September 8th, Monday, Tokyo, Japan. The location was the headquarters of the large corporation, Kashiwa Group, in the office right next to the chairman's office at the very top. This was the secretary's office. A woman sitting upright at a solitary desk in the secretary's office caught the eye. She was Lily Tetsugawa, the chief secretary to Chairman Hideki. With her large eyes and generally neat image, she stood out. In her mid-30s, she had been assisting Chairman Hideki for over a decade. Thus, there were few in the Kashiwa Group who didn't know her. Before her were transparent files laid out. These were documents about Kang Woojin and director Kyotaro Taniguchi, researched under Chairman Hideki's orders. However, she had not made any moves yet, even though a week had passed since the instructions were given. The reason was simple. Chairman Hideki had changed his instructions. Lily tapped the transparent files with her index finger and crossed her legs, recalling when Chairman Hideki had reversed his orders. It all began when she reported to Chairman Hideki about the investment issues of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Strangely, Chairman Hideki was sensitive about the issues of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, but he quickly regained his composure when he realized it was about money. Then he remarked, "If it's about money, that's hardly a problem." Chairman Hideki calmly began to assess the problem. But what caused this issue with the investment? The eerie sacrifice of a stranger team is keeping it quiet, and it's not public, so I'm not certain. I know, tell me what you think. It seems to have started with Kang Woojin, whom you asked me to look into. Are the investors wary of him? Well, as much as he's controversial, there would be opposers. Yes. Plus, there's a noticeable increase in complaints from the original fans of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. It was unusual to use a Korean actor, especially a newcomer, in the lead role. They might not have liked the idea of a Korean actor from the start. Hurt pride, perhaps. A resistance to change. Chairman Hideki clicked his tongue, seemingly displeased. They don't understand that the more they resist, the more they actually fuel it. But considering director Kyotaro Taniguchi's high status in Japan, the power of the original work of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, and the overlapping issues, I believe they can resolve the investment issue. How long do you think that resolution will take? At the shortest, a few months. At the longest, about half a year. It's certain that this has disrupted their plans. There's also a chance of it falling through. Chairman Hideki stroked his chin, then recalled his grandson's smiling face. He'll be disappointed. Pardon. Never mind. How much is the total production cost of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? According to what I've checked, it's just under 20 billion won. And the shortfall? Estimated around 10 billion. I see. Chairman Hideki slowly nodded, then muttered to himself about Kang Woojin. This should suffice as a thank you. You quietly contact the film company behind the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and tell them we'll cover the money. Lily blinked in surprise. Are you considering expanding into the entertainment sector? Well, not immediately, but business often grows in unexpected directions. Lily found it hard to understand, but knowing Chairman Hideki's eccentric nature, she quickly closed the subject. Understood, I'll proceed immediately. Just then, wait a moment. Chairman Hideki, stroking his white mixed eyebrows, called Lily back. Rather than intervening directly, it's better to give it some time and create some ups and downs. After all, it's a token of gratitude, so it's better to amplify the outcomes several times. Chairman Hideki then started to mutter to himself with a slight smile, thinking of a different plan. Since it's a film by director Kyotaro Taniguchi, investors will come even if it's late. But that would make the situation too bland for me. It needs to be singular. Focused. Indeed, despite his age, the brain behind the rise of the Kashiwa Group was very sharp. A twist that will make my mark firmly imprinted, but also increase the firepower of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and insert a bigger background than now, creating ups and downs. No, a method. He then slowly raised his head to meet Lily's eyes. His voice was calm. We should just release the news of this hushed-up investment issue to the world from our side. What? Stir up controversy around the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. The media and public opinion love a crisis. You're thinking of noise marketing. Something like that. But it mustn't be obvious. Let it trickle out quietly. Just add fuel to the fire a little. Once the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is on the fire, it will naturally blaze up. It made sense. The momentum of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was already sky-high. With that, the investment gap will be even more likely to close. Surely, they will be more scared than they are now. Right? Let it mature in that state for a while. We'll wait until the controversy is at its peak. When the time is right, we'll step in to save the eerie sacrifice of a stranger out of the pit. Only then did Lily start to form a clear picture in her mind. And after that, you plan to announce that we will take over the investment in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Chairman Hideki replied with a voice tinged with ease. No, not exactly. Anything definitive is risky. Just leak vague rumors that Kashiwa Group might be, or might not be, backing the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Just create confusion. Even that will have many times the promotional power we have now, both for us and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Are we keeping it under wraps continuously? Well, it depends. We'll decide after seeing the outcome of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. If it doesn't do well, we bury it. If it does, we can announce it. Investing in a challenging entertainment industry, not a bad image. Chairman Hideki let out a faint smile as he gave his revised instructions. Watch for a week or so. In the meantime, solidify our information on the eerie sacrifice of a stranger further. You can start leaking next week at your discretion. Focus on major media outlets. Just enough to cause a stir. Returning back to reality, Lily checked the date on her laptop. Exactly 1 week had passed since the chairman's instructions. She then picked up her phone. Swish. She contacted the major media outlets she had prepared in advance. Now would be the right time. Later that same day, around lunchtime, a related article about the eerie sacrifice of a stranger appeared on Japan's top portal site's entertainment section. Exclusive buzzing, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. 10 billion pulled out of a 20 billion investment? Why? It was featured on the main page. 2 hours later, in Bio, Korea. Around 2 p.m., on the large set of Island of the Missing, many staff members were bustling about. Although not as many as during the script reading, there were at least 40 people. Additionally, all the main and supporting actors of Island of the Missing had gathered. Because today was the teaser poster shoot. A teaser poster was different from an official poster. It could be seen as a preview of the poster. A poster to be used for promotion during the movie shooting. The teaser poster was very important. It would be the poster the public would see until the end of the movie shooting. In any case, Kang Woojin was at this time sitting in the van. I've been waiting for about 30 minutes. How much longer do I need to be here? He was waiting due to the ongoing shooting setup. Naturally, Ryu Youngmin and all the other actors were in the same situation. Interestingly, Kang Woojin was currently wearing a military uniform. But seriously, this military uniform is really uncomfortable. Ugh, it makes me nauseous. Woojin was familiar with military uniforms like the one he was wearing. He had one at home. As he frowned at the uncomfortable sensation of the stiff military boots and scratchy uniform fabric. Rattle. Suddenly, the rear door of the van opened and Choi Sung-gun poked his head in. His expression was somewhat serious. Woojin, something's happened. What's going on? There's a huge article in Japan about investment money being pulled out of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Immediately, Kang Woojin internally cursed. Ah, damn. Didn't I say it would be a mess if that got out? At the same time, Choi Sung-gun continued. The additional articles are spreading, and it's a mess right now. Just be aware for now. We'll have to see how things unfold. Anyway, the poster shoot starts in 10 minutes, so get ready. After finishing his comment, Choi Sung-gun closed the door. Woojin quickly picked up the script nearby. It was Island of the Missing. Whatever the case, he tapped the black rectangle on it. Poof. Instantly entering the void space, Kang Woojin swiftly moved towards the white squares. Ah, isn't this going to drop the grade even more? When he was in Japan, he had checked the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's rating, which had plummeted from A+ to C. And now with the investment issue being exposed to the world, D? Or could it even drop to F if things go worse? TSK, this is tricky. With his mind increasingly tangled, Woojin immediately checked the white square of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. But then, Woojin blinked his eyes in surprise. Huh? What's this? It was understandable. He had anticipated a drop from A+ to C, even D or F for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's grade, but now it was. -7/scenario, title, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, grade S+. Unexpectedly it had skyrocketed to an S. Chapter 136. Chapter 136, Backer 4. Why suddenly an S+ grade? Kang Woojin was staring at the white rectangle of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and was slightly dazed. That lasted about 5 seconds. Suddenly, Kang Woojin blinked his eyes and, swish, raised his hand to hit the white rectangle. It was somewhat like that. Something like hitting it roughly when something breaks. But, of course, no sound came from the white rectangle. What? Is this correct? Is it a glitch? Panic and absurdity gradually spread in Kang Woojin's eyes. It made sense, considering the rating of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger had plummeted to C. The situation got worse, but it got upgraded to S+. It had explosively increased. It was reasonable for him to feel that something was strange. With this in mind, Woojin narrowed his eyebrows and shouted into the pitch-black void space. Hey, something's weird here. Is this for real? It was a conversation thrown at the robotic female voice. But, as always, no response was heard in the vast void space. Damn, can't you just answer? Kang Woojin muttered quietly while stroking his chin. When there was a problem with the investment, it dropped to C, and when that blew up, the situation would have gotten worse. But now, S+ grade. Currently, S+ grade was the highest in the void space. For reference, Hanryang was at S grade and Island of the Missing at S+ grade. This was his third appearance following them. However, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was completely different from Hanryang and Island of the Missing. This has to be a mistake. On the other hand, he also thought it unlikely that this bizarre void space would make a mistake. Soon, Kang Woojin, just in case. Exit. After exiting the void space, he re-entered. However, the rating of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger displayed by the white rectangle remained the same. Still S+ grade. Woojin scratched his head. What's going on here, Dash? He couldn't understand it. The more Kang Woojin thought about it, the more he felt like he was sinking deeper into the mire. Perhaps that's why. Sigh. Damn, let's just leave it and see. I can't do anything about it right now. He decided to stop trying to figure it out, simply accepting things as they were. If there was a problem, it might change tomorrow. He lightly dismissed his concerns, thinking unconsciously, maybe something I don't know about is happening somewhere. The likelihood of the void space making a mistake seemed low. Well, if it stays at S+ grade. That's great in its own way, although he felt a bit uneasy. Exit. Kang Woojin left the void space and returned to the reality in the van. Then he sighed softly and muttered to himself. Let's check the grade again tomorrow. But it's best if it doesn't change. At the moment, he had no idea that a huge backer in Japan, a foreign country, was in motion. It was at this moment. VRRRM, VRRRM. His phone placed next to him vibrated. Thanks to that, Woojin turned his head and saw the caller. The caller displayed on the phone screen was Director Kyotaro. It was Director Kyotaro, who should be in Japan. Woojin was certain the call was about the worsened situation of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Anyway, he had to answer the phone. Swish. Kang Woojin cleared his throat and then put the phone to his ear. Yes, Director Nim. Meanwhile, at Toeiga Film Company in Japan, Director Kyotaro Taniguchi, full of gray hair, was seen in the conference room of the film company producing The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. His face carried a faint smile on his face, but the overall feeling of his face was filled with worry. He had just called Kang Woojin. Woojin SSI. From the other end of the phone, he heard Kang Woojin's low voice from Korea. Yes, please speak, Director Nim. It was hard to judge. Director Kyotaro tried to discern Woojin's mood from his voice, but failed. After letting out a light breath, the director slowly opened his mouth over the phone. Woojin SSI. Currently in Japan, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Yes, I've heard about it, Director Nim. The investor issue you mentioned before has blown up big. Following Kang Woojin's response, Director Kyotaro's bitter explanation continued. Yes, it's worse than we thought. The situation isn't good. Major newspapers are featuring it on their front pages, and the smaller ones are quickly copying them. Have you found out where the leak came from? I'm not sure. It's spreading too quickly to pinpoint. I was careless. Probably the investors who pulled out. Although we had a confidentiality agreement, it seems that agreement wasn't kept. Director Kyotaro, who had been speaking, turned his gaze to the tablet in front of him. The screen showed a series of articles about the eerie sacrifice of a stranger lined up on a portal site. The titles were all provocative. The media is pouring out numerous sensational and abusive articles, starting with rumors of discord. It seems too late to cover up as they're too quick. Is that so? Yes. Of course, I'm not sure if it will die down after some time. More rumors might worsen the situation. That's right. It's hard to predict the future at the moment. A bigger problem is, in addition to the investors who pulled out, the remaining investment is also shaky. They haven't said it outright yet, but Director Kyotaro's voice trailed off. If the controversy over the eerie sacrifice of a stranger continued to grow like this, it was likely that even the remaining investors would pull out. The same was true for the actors. As time passed, the situation seemed to be getting grimmer. That's why Kyotaro's face was gloomy. Finding new investment would only become harder as the hole got deeper. The delay I mentioned last time might stretch not just to early next year, but to mid-next year. Director Kyotaro, sweeping back his gray hair, added with difficulty. In this situation, Woojin SSI's image might take a big hit. It seems the media and public opinion would be most stimulated by Woojin SSI. On the other hand, Kang Woojin's Japanese response from the other end of the phone was still calm and dignified. That might be the case. Your name is mentioned a lot in the articles already out. That's why. I wanted to ask for your opinion, Woojin SSI. The situation is rolling toward a worse direction. The cast members are also starting to get wary. It's okay to say you're pulling out now, Woojin SSI. The fault lies with me. It was as if he was saying, I want you to be safe before the situation worsens further. Of course, Director Kyotaro still needed Kang Woojin, or it wouldn't matter if he was there. They could always reassemble the cast. But that was just Director Kyotaro's greed. He couldn't ignore the arrows that would be aimed at Woojin just because of his own greed. Holding him back, due to his own stubbornness, was arrogance. It's not acceptable for Woojin SSI's image to suffer because of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger controversy. So don't hesitate to say it. If you want to pull out now, then right away dash. No. However, Kang Woojin on the other end of the phone didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. He was very composed. I'll wait. Besides, if I pull out now, it's like admitting to all the nonsense the media is saying. That's true, but it's okay if my image takes a hit. But still, Woojin SSI, you're just starting to shine after a long period of obscurity. I'm not too concerned about that. I just want to do the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Director Kyotaro was moved. Thank you, really. It's nothing. I'll be waiting, if that's okay with you, Director. I am more than grateful. All right, I have a schedule to attend to now. Sure, I'll contact you again. Click. Director Kyotaro slowly put down the phone. At that moment, a woman's voice in Japanese came from across him. What did Woojin SSI say? Is he pulling out? It's understandable, given the situation is quite bad. A woman in her 60s, a middle-aged lady. No, it was Akari Takikawa, the original author of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The media has already started targeting Woojin SSI just a few hours after the controversy erupted. Behind Akari Takikawa, who was filled with a deep sense of regret, Director Kyotaro slowly shook his head. No, Writer Nim. Woojin SSI says he will wait. He said he really wants to shoot The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Akari Takikawa's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Did Woojin SSI really say that? Yes. He said he doesn't care about the damage to his image. He just said he'll wait and not to worry about him. Kang Woojin SSI is really... I don't know. He's so steadfast for a newcomer. That's true. I've only seen him briefly, but even from our first meeting for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Woojin SSI has this undeniable resolve. I've been a director for decades, but I've never seen an actor like Woojin SSI, at least not in Japan. A smile appeared on Akari Takikawa's lips. It's not the time for us to sit here foolishly. Yes, Writer Nim. Then, Director Kyotaro stood up smoothly from his seat. Although it was a conversation filled with misunderstandings, the fact that such an actor is willing to wait somehow gives me strength. At this moment, Director Kyotaro felt a surge of courage. Meanwhile, in Japan, the situation for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was it all just for show? The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger struggles to maintain investments. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi's stubbornness led to this result. He should have listened to the original fans. It was fair to say that the situation was plummeting. The investment controversy that erupted on the 8th had rapidly escalated. The never-ending issues of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Was it too bold a challenge? Investors are pulling their funds. Although there had been small news about it before, this time the major media outlets were involved, making their firepower quite different. Perhaps because of that, soon, even the smaller media outlets followed suit. The bait had occupied the front page of Japan's top portal site's entertainment news, shaking Japan throughout the 8th. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger, already a strong issue, saw the media and public opinion quickly turn hostile as soon as the bait was thrown. They began to attack. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger, funds leaking, insiders suggest there might be a problem with the script. The risky venture of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger leads to investors withdrawing. In reality, the media just jumped at the opportunity, while the opposition that had been hiding till now openly showed up. By the 9th, a day later, even baseless rumors began to emerge. Rumors of discord among the actors, differences in opinion between the investors and director Kyotaro, the original writer Akari pulling out, fabricated scandals about Kang Woojin, and more. Differences of opinion among Kang Woojin and the cast of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger? Will the movie production be canceled? The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was being rocked by numerous abusive articles. The Japanese public was also agitated. I knew this would happen. It was ridiculous to cast a Korean newcomer as the lead, despite the original fans' opposition. But on the flip side, it's all about The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger movie in the news. I wasn't interested, but now that I keep seeing it, I'm getting curious. The level of interest was like a nuclear bomb. It was a strange picture. Despite being in its greatest crisis, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had extreme recognition. It was several times more intense than when Kang Woojin was announced as a newcomer actor from Korea. This was the power of sensationalism in the media world. Salty and spicy things have a much stronger hook than bland ones. In any case, by the 10th, 2 days later, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was still benefiting from unintended noise marketing. Mentions of Kang Woojin were pouring out like a waterfall. Realistically, this wasn't entirely a bad situation for Woojin. The fluctuating attention on Kang Woojin is like a roller coaster ride. What stance will he take? Even if The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger fails, for Kang Woojin, it would only mean the loss of one of the projects he had prepared. Good or bad, his recognition in Japan had grown enormously. At this point, PDNim, have you seen these articles about The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger? The situation is getting too big. After recently finishing the recording with Kang Woojin, a state of emergency was declared at AIM Talk Show, which was in the midst of editing. However, the thin PD Shinjo said, I know, I've seen it. Shouldn't we observe the situation for a while? Why? From what I see, if we air it as it is, we might hit the highest viewership ratings. He seemed to think it was a good idea. Whatever the case, as days passed, the noise around The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger naturally reached Korea. In Korea, unlike Japan, the situation was observed from a slightly third-person perspective. Exclusive monster rookie Kang Woojin's first Japanese leading role in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, suddenly facing investment blockade. Crisis strikes unexpectedly. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger already lost half of its total investment funds. More investors expected to pull out following the controversy. Similar to Japan, all kinds of speculations were rampant, but the tone was somewhat lighter. The public reaction was similar. Comments on articles and SNS were swift, but the nuances were consistent. What's this? Is that Japanese movie falling apart? Disappointing. Regardless, Kang Woojin, at the center of all these events, was star pick, Japan's The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger in existential crisis. But Kang Woojin shows no reaction. He was remarkably quiet. On the morning of September 12th, at an advertisement shooting location, around 9 a.m., dozens of staff were busy setting up for the shoot. Among them, an advertising director at a desk surrounded by monitors said, "This is the vibe. Here, the shot of running in jeans. I was wondering if it's possible to have the top off." He was showing the storyboard to a man with a ponytail. Of course, it was Choi Sung-gun. Well, I'm not sure. That wasn't discussed initially. I know. I'll talk to the ad client staff when they arrive, but I wanted to know Woojin SSI's thoughts first. In my opinion, going topless would highlight the jeans much more. Naturally, the main focus of the advertisement shoot was Kang Woojin. But at the moment, Woojin wasn't at the set. He was in a van parked in the parking lot. He wasn't alone. It was the rare sight of a bearded man, meaning PD Song Man Woo, a drama heavyweight, was with him in the van. Flip. Kang Woojin had just opened the first of two thin bundles of paper given to him by PD Song Man-woo. The cover of the bundle read, Synopsis. Woojin, with an indifferent face, was reading the first line of the content and suddenly met the gaze of PD Song Man-woo, who swallowed a bit of nervous saliva. PD Nim. The protagonist in this is. Yes. PD Song Man-woo quickly nodded and spoke in place. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. Backer, 5. Inside the van, PD Song Man-woo, who had just recited the protagonist's occupation as a chef, added more explanation. If you read the synopsis a bit more, you'll understand. But is it, precisely, a chef who used to be successful in the past, but is now fallen? Is it about him making a comeback? It seems likely to go that way. Of course, there could be some deviations. Kang Woojin slowly nodded his head and refocused his attention on the synopsis. Initially uncertain when he saw cooking mentioned from the first line, hearing PD Song Man-woo's words just now had convinced Woojin. A chef? Huh. I can't remember the title, but wasn't there a hit chef drama before? Usually, a synopsis includes a simple overall plot, outline, planning, writing intentions, and characters. The synopsis Woojin was looking at now was no different. Chefs are indeed cool, especially when they're chopping. Kang Woojin secretly recalled a video he had watched on YouTube. It was a chef YouTuber with a hidden face, but Woojin had watched several of his videos, mesmerized by his brilliant knife skills. He had even tried some of the recipes shown in those videos. Anyway, flip. Kang Woojin cynically flipped to the next page of the synopsis and let out a short sigh internally. The reason was simple. Well, there's a lot in it, but to be honest, to me, a synopsis is just a piece of paper. Unfortunately, unlike drama or movie scripts, synopses didn't have black squares appearing on them. There were no portals to the void space. The two project synopses in Woojin's hand had nothing attached to them. They were just ordinary thin stacks of paper. It had always been like that. A few pages of a script would trigger a portal to the void space, but no matter how long, a synopsis never had a black square attached. Well, that's to be expected, right? After all, a synopsis is just a condensed PPT of the project. It was full of explanations with not a single line of dialogue. While other actors usually read synopses thoroughly for selecting their works, Kang Woojin didn't find much excitement in them. However, he pretended to read anyway. Out of the blue. But if I check the script of this chef-centered drama, could I gain chef abilities? A faint sense of expectation rose in Kang Woojin. It seemed quite possible with the void space. After all, it had instantly granted him vocal skills and various languages in an instant. Cooking skills? Or knowledge? I'm not sure what abilities will be imprinted, but isn't anything possible? The always unpredictable void space could have a twist. But the possibility was very high. At this moment, if he gained chef-related abilities, he thought of several uses. The first thing that comes to mind is Our Dining Table, a mega variety show prepared by PD Yoon Byung-seon, a big name in the entertainment industry, where many top stars, including Kang Woojin, were expected to participate. Our Dining Table was also essentially about cooking. Besides, such skills would be handy in real life too. Meanwhile, PD Song Man-woo, observing Woojin's silent face, swallowed nervously. Gosh, it's nerve-wracking just watching him read silently. Kang Woojin. Or rather, he was a fervent believer in Kang Totem. Despite the drama being a hit, he was so nervous that his hands were sweating. In a way, it was like being evaluated by Kang Totem. Currently, PD Song Man-woo had resigned from the broadcasting station. Although things related to Hanryang were not completely wrapped up yet, they were mostly handled through handovers and occasional participation if needed. In other words, PD Song Man-woo was now independent. He had taken the position of president at a new production company. Officially, that was the case, but he was more of a figurehead president. There were two representatives. PD Song Man-woo had to be seen as the face and chief director, and he first brought this drama synopsis to Kang Woojin for his first independent work. It was related to the promise made during the wrap-up party of Hanryang. Naturally, knowing Woojin would be busy, PD Song Man-woo personally came all the way to this commercial shoot. Big shot or not, he maintained his manners. I'm grateful that he even made time in his insane schedule. Naturally, his devotion towards Kang Totem was also a part of it. At this point, swish, Kang Woojin, who had been pretending to read through the second synopsis, opened his mouth with an indifferent expression. PDNim. Yes, I'm listening, Woojin SSI. These two works, their scripts haven't been released yet. Responding to the question, PD Song Man-woo with the goatee shook his head. They do exist, but they're not complete yet. Both projects have only the first episode written. But since we haven't decided which project to proceed with, we're holding off on further development. Is that so? After a short hum, Woojin neatly stacked the two synopses and lowered his voice. Then, can I take a look at those incomplete scripts? That's no problem at all. But are you sure? I'm okay with just a hint. I was worried it might be a hassle for you. It's fine. Please send them to me. PD Song Man-woo's expression brightened instantly. Got it. So you want both scripts, right? That would be the natural course. Kang Woojin solemnly nodded. Yes, both of them. Okay. Haha. I'm at a loss with how busy Kang Totem Nim is. Then, I'll organize and send the scripts to Woojin SSI's company. No. If possible, please send them to my home. Your home? Oh, okay. Then I'll send them to your house. Your schedule today, it ends at night, right? Yes. At that moment. Knock knock. There was a knock on the window of the van. Soon after, the back door of the van opened, and Choi Sung-gun, with his ponytail, appeared with a smiling face. PD Nim. Sorry, but it's about time for Woojin SSI's shoot to start. Oh, right. Thank you so much for your time, Woojin SSI. You should go now. After a brief farewell, PD Song Man-woo hurried to his car parked nearby, and Woojin moved to the advertisement shooting site with Choi Sung-gun. It was then Choi Sung-gun spoke. What did Song PD say? He gave me the synopses. Ah, right. That man has gone independent, hasn't he? I heard he's become quite a big shot and got a hefty investment after the success of Hanryang. Phew. We also need to secure our investments properly. Choi Sung-gun, or rather BW Entertainment, was currently busy preparing for expansion, selecting various investors, and assessing the future value of BW Entertainment. At the mention of investment, Woojin thought of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. How is the situation with the eerie sacrifice of a stranger in Japan? We're in constant contact and monitoring the situation. Choi Sung-gun paused for a moment, scratching his chin with a troubled expression. To be honest, the situation has worsened. There's been a significant blow to the image. It's unlikely that public opinion will turn around completely. Are you thinking of pulling out now? No one will blame you, so feel free to make a comfortable decision. No, I will wait. Since you're always clear about work and personal matters, I know it's not about loyalty or manners. Is there a reason? I can't say that the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is going to be S+ rated. So Woojin vaguely dodged the question. I just want to do the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. However, from this comment, Choi Sung-gun thought. As expected, something about the eerie sacrifice of a stranger must have really struck a chord with him. Otherwise, there's no reason to hold on in this situation. If that crazy intuition of his is kicking in, he was swallowing a spoonful of misconception all on his own. Meanwhile, in Japan, at the same time, the Toega Film Company, involved with the eerie sacrifice of a stranger in Tokyo, was bustling with chaos. The situation hadn't calmed down yet. In fact, since the first news broke out about a week ago, it had worsened. The investment leak in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Will director Kyotaro Taniguchi collapse like this? Put simply, the recognition of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was at its peak, but conversely, a flood of various nonsensical and absurd rumors was pouring out. In response, the Toega Film Company quickly took action and released clarification articles. But, Toega states, it's true that the investment has been reduced, but other articles are groundless. The flames of controversy refused to die down. Rumors began to swirl among the actors cast in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and throughout the Japanese entertainment industry. Director, there's talk of reconsidering the investment coming in continuously. Oh no, which investor is it this time? Even those investors who had stayed on were now starting to waver. Already about 60% of the investment had been withdrawn. Of course, Director Kyotaro and the film company were scrambling to secure new investments. but the results were not promising. It was an expected course of events. Who would want to invest when it was clear that the situation was dire? The pool of potential investors was shrinking. At this point, the only decision left for director Kyotaro and the film company was obvious. Director, what about reducing the scale of the movie with the current remaining production budget? This meant significantly downsizing. However, director Kyotaro was firmly against that idea. No, if it comes to that, it's better to just give up on production. Besides, it's uncertain if the remaining investment will even last. But we need to make some decision. Unfounded rumors keep attaching themselves to our film and Woojin SSI. The rest of the cast, excluding Woojin SSI, are also showing unusual movements. We need to do something while there's still some investment left. How about we proceed with the crank in hastily and then gradually cover the investment? Every option was extreme. Director Kyotaro was beginning to wonder if his stubbornness had been a mistake. Was Japan not ready for change? Either way, if things continued like this, everyone involved, including Kang Woojin, would suffer. Director Kyotaro, his mind in turmoil. Despite struggling for more than a week, no solution was in sight. It's time to decide whether to push forward or stop. It was the moment to make a definitive decision between go and stop. Just then, Director Kyotaro's phone, lying on his desk, rang. The caller ID showed an unsaved number. He was tempted to ignore it, considering the numerous indiscriminate calls from the press recently. Worried about rumors, he decided to answer the call. Yes, this is Kyotaro Taniguchi. The person on the other end of the phone was a woman, and not a reporter. Hello, Director. My name is Lily Tetsugawa from the Kashiwa Group. Director Kyotaro's eyes blinked in surprise. The Kashiwa Group? The same Kashiwa Group I know of. One of the top 10 conglomerates in Japan's business hierarchy. Yes, Director. An incredibly astonishing caller. There is someone who wishes to meet you, Director. Me? Who is it? But the woman on the phone remained utterly calm. Someone who will provide all the investment needed for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Night, at Kang Woojin's office. Just after Kang Woojin got off, the van smoothly exited the underground parking lot. Woojin quietly watched it leave. Only after the van had completely disappeared did he relax the FOD he had been maintaining. Phew, I'm about to die. No, maybe I'm already dead. The time was 11:40 p.m. Quite late by any standard, but for Kang Woojin, it meant an earlier finish than usual. Therefore, his eyes were filled with fatigue. Soon, he turned and started walking, recalling the day's schedule. What did I even do today? I seriously can't remember. But he was too mentally exhausted to remember clearly. It had already been 3 weeks since his return from Japan. Woojin muttered softly to himself as he entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. He had a simple reason for not heading straight home. Was it supposed to be in the mailbox? He recalled the conversation from that morning when PD Song Man-woo had mentioned sending over the scripts. As expected, in the mailbox, there was a slightly thick, yellowish envelope. Woojin picked it up and re-entered the elevator. While the elevator ascended with a whirring sound, Woojin tore open the envelope. Snap! Despite his fatigue, a sense of anticipation emerged, mainly due to the anticipation about acquiring new abilities that morning. Let's see. Inside the yellow envelope were 2 scripts. The elevator reached his floor, and Woojin, having just arrived home, casually took off his shoes and pulled out the 2 scripts from the envelope. Although he needed to check both, there was one in particular he was looking for. What was that about the chef? It didn't take long to find. The title of the script he was looking for caught his eye immediately. The Acclaimed Chef. Woojin smiled slightly upon confirming the title. This is it, this one. Then, he placed the yellow envelope on the nearby table and picked up the Acclaimed Chef script. Naturally, unlike the synopsis he saw in the morning, there was a familiar black square next to the script. It had a swirling pattern of gray and black. Kang Woojin nonchalantly tapped it with his index finger. Poof! Before he knew it, Woojin had entered the void space, a place he visited 100 times more often than his home, filled with endless darkness. Stretching himself out, he walked towards the floating white rectangle at chest level. The recent script was added as a white rectangle. First, Woojin looked for something he always checked upon entering the void space. -7/script, title, The eerie sacrifice of a stranger, S plus grade. The grade of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Yep, still S plus grade. The unexpectedly skyrocketed S plus grade of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was maintained. Satisfied, Woojin turned his attention to the last white rectangle. Dash 8/script, title, The Acclaimed Chef, C grade. Unfortunately, the acclaimed chef was C grade. In other words, average. Suddenly, Woojin shook his head. C grade is not bad. Have I become too picky? Chiding himself, he touched the white rectangle of the acclaimed chef. The displayed text quickly changed. Dash 8/script, title, The Acclaimed Chef, selected. Dash, listing characters available for reading, experience. Dash, A, Jang Hyunjae. He didn't need to worry about the roles in the back. What Woojin needed was solely the protagonist. Without hesitation, he selected the first among the listed roles. At the same time, he silently chanted in his mind. Come on, come on. Show up. Show. If the robotic female voice just read the role, it was a bust, but if there was a different nuance in the comment, it was a success. Then it happened. Detected abilities beyond the basic specs. Acquiring chef's techniques first. A result worth dancing about spread through the entire void space. Instantly, Woojin clapped his hands. It was a success. But chef's technique? Just as he was curious about the ability he would be imprinted with. The robotic female voice, which had been quiet for a moment, echoed again. Detected abilities beyond the basic specs. Acquiring chef's recipes first. Upon hearing this, Kang Woojin's eyes slightly widened. 2. Abilities. This was Chapter 138. Chapter 138, Counterattack 1. It was certain. The robotic female voice clearly announced not just one, but two abilities were being given. This slightly startled Kang Woojin. Not just one, but two abilities? It was unprecedented. Starting from English to Japanese, sign language, and even singing ability. Until now, the void space always offered just one gift. But now, it was giving two at once. Technique and recipe. Honestly, Woojin had high expectations of gaining abilities, and the possibility seemed likely. But two was beyond his expectations. More than anything, the timing was peculiar. Why now? In this situation? Then, Kang Woojin had an intuition. Is the void space evolving? It wasn't certain, but it felt like it. The void space was always unfriendly with no explanations, but judging by the current situation, could it be growing along with Kang Woojin? It's like those games. As you complete quests, the rewards increase. Maybe the void space worked similarly? There haven't been any quests. Though, perhaps, the wider range of abilities was a result of how well Woojin utilized the void space. Well, let's just understand it that way. After all, comprehending the void space was impossible, right? Moreover, if it's being offered, so I should just be thankful. There was neither need nor way to refuse. Kang Woojin just had to accept it with a smile. Does this mean, gradually I can receive 3, 4, or even 5 gifts in the future? A faint sense of expectation exploded. The void space is indeed the best. Even 2 thumbs up weren't enough. Simply godlike. That's when it happened. Preparing to read Chef's Technique Recipe. Preparation complete. Starting the reading of Chef's Technique Recipe, following the pleasant female voice, a vast grayness engulfed Kang Woojin. The momentum was terrifying, but Woojin was smiling. However, the sharp pain in his lower abdomen remained. Ugh. Following that, swish, Kang Woojin slowly opened his eyes. The space was similar to where he had enhanced his singing ability. It was endlessly dark like the previous void space. However, quickly, Kang Woojin noticed a difference. He could see it when he turned his head to the left. Normally, Woojin was always alone, but to his left, there was another Kang Woojin. Or, to be more precise, a mirror. He saw a reflection of Kang Woojin standing. It mimicked everything, from blinking eyes to raising hands, to lifting feet. Because there are 2 gifts, it felt mystical. The feeling of being in a completely dark space with oneself and another self. Right then, here it comes. From afar, strange shapes started flying in. Woojin only realized what they were when they got close. Foods. Countless foods were rapidly approaching Kang Woojin's body and permeating it. Was this the chef's recipe? What was interesting? Why do I feel the taste? Although a chill came when the food merged, it felt like he was eating the infused foods. He could taste the vivid flavors. Meanwhile, Woojin's reflection on the left was also under attack. Moving knives, dazzling walks, and so on. Numerous tools. The next day, the 13th, in Tokyo, Japan. The time was a little past 8 a.m. The location was the parking lot of the Toega Film Company. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi stood idly, noticeable among the gradually filling cars. His expression was stern. He just seemed to be waiting for someone, looking at the entrance of the parking lot. Why was he spending his time here at this moment, especially when the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was falling apart? The reason was simple. The Kashiwa Group is providing investment funds. It was because of a call he received yesterday from a woman named Lily Tetsugawa. Director Kyotaro recalled his conversation with her. Kyotaro was confused about what this was all about. Did you say the Kashiwa Group will provide investment for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? On the other end of the phone, Lily's voice was calm. Yes, that's correct. But, is there anyone around you? Yes, there are people. Then please move to another spot. Understood. Heading out into the hallway, Director Kyotaro Taniguchi wondered if it was just a prank call. Nonetheless, he needed confirmation. I'm sorry, but how can I believe that you are from the Kashiwa Group? It's okay if you don't believe me. Pardon. We are well aware of the current situation with the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Despite that, we intend to invest. Who is it? You'll find out when we meet in person. There was something different about this woman. It was evident in the dignity in her tone and the aura she carried in leading the conversation. Director, would you be available tomorrow morning? Tomorrow morning? Yes. If it's okay with you, we will send a car. Director Kyotaro had another appointment with a different investor, but he felt he couldn't miss this opportunity. Thanks to that, Director Kyotaro didn't let go of this faint chance. Tomorrow morning is fine. Then please be at the parking lot of Toega Film Company by 8 a.m. Just get in the car that arrives. That was it. Director Kyotaro, recalling yesterday, returned to reality, to the parking lot of Toega Film Company. Could it be real? Really, the Kashiwa Group? He didn't quite believe it, but Director Kyotaro wanted to believe. I have no connection with them. What could this be about? The Kashiwa Group was one of the top 10 conglomerates in Japan's business hierarchy. However, there was no connection whatsoever with Director Kyotaro. Could it possibly be the writer Akari? At that moment, Virum, a sleek, luxurious black sedan smoothly entered the parking lot. It was clearly an expensive foreign car, catching Director Kyotaro's eye, and naturally came to a stop in front of him. Then, thunk, the passenger door opened, and a woman with a neat appearance, dressed in a suit, stepped out. She was upright and tidy. Even while bowing to Director Kyotaro, she said, "Hello, Director. It's an honor to meet you. I am Lily Tetsugawa, the one who called you." She opened the back door of the car and politely gestured for him to get in. "Please get in." Soon, Director Kyotaro got into the car, as if mesmerized. About an hour later, the luxury sedan carrying Director Kyotaro stopped in front of a jaw-droppingly large mansion. Lily, with her long hair tied back, got out first. Swish. She opened the back door of the car. Director Kyotaro's expression was still one of utter bewilderment. After all, he hadn't spoken a word with her during the drive. Anyway, "Director, please follow me." Mindlessly getting out of the car, Director Kyotaro scratched his gray hair and followed Lily. They passed through the spacious yard, past a dozen busy staff, and furniture that made one's jaw drop. "Here we are." Her guidance stopped in front of a brown wooden door. Soon, Lily knocked on the door. Knock, knock. A raspy male voice came from inside. "Come in." The voice was relaxed and leisurely. Then, as Lily opened the door, the interior of the room came into view for Director Kyotaro. The room was full of books, clearly a study. In the center of it all was a large desk. And, pleased to meet you. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi. Standing next to the desk, an old man with bushy white eyebrows, resembling a white-haired lion, extended his hand with a faint smile. Director Kyotaro immediately recognized who he was. Chairman Hideki Yoshimura, the head of the great Kashiwa Group, a figure well known not only in Japan but also internationally. It was real. So, the approach from the Kashiwa Group was genuine, not a lie. At this moment, the master director Kyotaro gathered his wits. It was an important figure in a situation that warranted it. Hello, Chairman Yoshimura. It's my first time meeting you. I've seen you many times in the media, not my first time seeing you. Recently, things have gotten bigger than intended. If we talk about Japanese film directors, it has to be director Kyotaro Taniguchi, after all. That's too kind of you. Chairman Hideki, wearing a subtle smile, gestured towards a three-seater sofa in front of his desk, indicating for Kyotaro to sit. Soon, tea was served in the study, and after savoring a cup, Chairman Hideki initiated the conversation. I've heard that the situation with the movie, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, you're preparing isn't good. Is that true? He went straight to the point without beating around the bush. However, Director Kyotaro, maintaining his composed posture, responded calmly. That's correct. How bad is it? At least, the issue with the investment mentioned in the media is true. I see. Chairman Hideki, leisurely setting down his teacup, but with a sharp look in his eyes, asked Director Kyotaro again. How much of the investment has been withdrawn? About 70%. That would be around 15 billion yen. For a moment, Director Kyotaro's eyes flickered slightly. How could he know such detailed information about the investment? Nevertheless, he calmly responded. Approximately. All right. Then I'll cover the gap in the investment. I'll add a bit more than what was originally there. So, feel free to expand the project. But, there's a condition. A condition? Chairman Hideki, picking up his teacup again, replied succinctly. That Korean newcomer actor, Kang Woojin, must continue to be part of it. You can replace other actors if you want. Hearing this, Director Kyotaro was somewhat flabbergasted. Why was Woojin mentioned here? It was completely unexpected, especially coming from this mega tycoon. However, Director Kyotaro, suppressing his surprise, asked another question. May I ask why you are interested in our movie? Well, let's say it's about trying hard to protect a kid's dream, I suppose. For that kid, even 100 billion yen wouldn't be too much. It was an answer difficult to comprehend, but feeling that it was not appropriate to probe further, Director Kyotaro changed the subject. By any chance, do you know Mr. Kang Woojin personally? At the question, Chairman Hideki tilted his head slightly, but did not answer immediately. He just reminisced about the common pain and hard times he felt connected to with the Korean actor he had never met. After about 10 seconds, Chairman Hideki's wrinkled lips slowly opened. Let's just say we understand each other's pain. Director Kyotaro's eyes widened. Clearly, he felt a connection between Chairman Hideki and Kang Woojin in the chairman's tone. Then, is that so? Suddenly, Director Kyotaro began to immerse himself in his own misconceptions. Now it makes sense. Woojin's native-level Japanese. There must be some connection with Chairman Hideki. He was convinced. The sudden investment from Chairman Hideki and the mention of Kang Woojin. Woojin's fluent Japanese, overflowing self-esteem, relentless drive, including his incredible acting skills, and that somehow overflowing aura. Even the composure of saying he'd wait despite the movie being on the brink. Yes, all of it made sense when linked to Chairman Hideki. I don't know the exact nature of their relationship, but it all adds up. Chairman Hideki's words added to his conviction. Director, you're the only one who needs to know about my existence and our conversation today. Understood. At a moment rife with misunderstandings, of which neither was aware, Chairman Hideki once again spoke. I'll send the investment right away, but everything must be highly confidential, and I presume it's okay if I handle the related media manipulation. You're talking about influencing the media. That's right. Can you give me an idea of how you plan to do it? Simple. We'll start by saying that the investment issue has been cleanly resolved. Then Chairman Hideki's subtle smile deepened. There will be rumors that my Kashiwa group is backing you up, just enough to intertwine and entangle. A few days later, on Wednesday the 16th, in the evening, the first airing date of Japan's popular talk show, AIM Talk Show, had already been announced. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger controversy sparks, but AIM Talk Show decides to proceed with the broadcast. AIM Talk Show, featuring Kang Woojin, will air on the 16th without issues. Promotion had been ongoing since Kang Woojin's visit to Japan. Of course, even when the crisis of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger erupted and various controversies around Kang Woojin spread, AIM Talk Show did not stop. From a general perspective, Airing it amidst controversy didn't seem like a good idea. Even the media questioned, ignoring public opinion? What is AIM Talk Show thinking by proceeding with Kang Woojin episode? The Japanese public opinion was similar. Why do they have to air Kang Woojin's episode when there's a problem? Couldn't they wait until things calm down? I don't get it. Why is the AIM Talk PD insisting on this? I don't care. I'm not going to watch it anyway. It's a long-running talk show over 10 years, and it's not like it wouldn't get decent ratings even without Kang Woojin, right? It's just better timing to air stored content. What are the AIM Talk production team thinking? He's not even a top actor in Korea, just a newcomer, so there's no reason to watch. The backlash was palpable. Even if justified, hate comments are still hate comments. Are they highlighting the posts? On Japanese social media and communities, AIM Talk Show related news was posted on more highlighted positions. Of course, not all comments were negative. Why? I'm really looking forward to it. Most, however, poured out concerns and attacks. But clearly, they were just a part of it. And at that moment, there are 3 more commercials left. In the main control room of the Japanese private broadcasting station TB airing AIM Talk Show, many people were gathered. From the head of the entertainment department to the senior executives and PD Shinjo, looking at numerous monitors, swallowed his saliva nervously. Already thin, his face appeared even thinner due to the tension. Naturally, the expressions of the AIM Talk Show writers around him were similar. At this point, AIM Talk Show is going live now. A staff member in the control room signaled the cue. Immediately, the AIM Talk Show opening started playing on several monitors, meaning the AIM Talk Show episode featuring Kang Woojin was being broadcasted nationwide in Japan. At the same time, how is it? The department head approached a staff member in the control room, followed by a wide-eyed PD Shinjo. The writers crowded around them, all eyes on the staff member. Simultaneously, the staff member, having checked something, the opening ratings for AIM Talk Show. He quickly turned his head and shouted to the crowd gathered. Opening ratings 20.3%. 20.3%. At that moment, not only the department head, but also PD Shinjo and everyone else's jaws dropped. What? How much? 20.3%. It was a result that went beyond a reversal to the level of a complete turnaround. For more treat, Chapter 139. Chapter 139, Counterattack 2. The start of the AIM Talk Show, featuring Kang Woojin, was similar to other episodes. The set was familiar, and the MC, Karamatsu Soyo, who resembled a beaver, opened the show with a simple opening remark. It's mid-September and still hot, but our guest today is so exceptional that you'll forget the heat for a while. Then, MC Soyo introduced the guest. The hottest man in Japan right now? Korea's monstrous rookie actor, Kang Woojin. The long-standing entrance music of AIM Talk Show started to play. Kang Woojin made his entrance through the guest door set up on the stage. Woojin and MC Soyo exchanged simple handshakes and then sat down on their respective sofas. Welcome, Kang Woojin SSI. Please say a brief hello to the viewers. Hello, viewers of the AIM Talk Show. I'm actor Kang Woojin. It's an honor to be on this traditional Japanese talk show. I'll try my best to be lively. Wow, but you're really good at Japanese, aren't you? If I close my eyes, I'd be confused. I get that a lot, but I'm still better at Korean. Kang Woojin on the AIM Talk Show was calm yet gentle. There was no hint of awkwardness. Is this your first talk show appearance since your debut, Woojin SSI? Yes, it's my first time on AIM Talk Show. So I'm quite nervous. You don't look nervous at all. Haha, but it's your first talk show, so it must be overwhelming. I don't look nervous at all. You're joking, right? It's a joke. After the greetings, they talked about various topics, his schedule in Korea, how busy his current schedule was, and his feelings when he first joined Profiler Hanryang. How did you feel when you were first cast in Profiler Hanryang? I wondered if it was the right choice. His thoughts when Hanryang became a hit in Japan, the upcoming male friend, the explosive increase in followers on Kang Woojin's SNS, and even his Kang Woojin's alter ego channel that surpassed 1 million subscribers in just a few weeks. Then, MC Soyo made a request to Kang Woojin. I took a peek at your YouTube channel, Woojin SSI. You don't have many videos, but you've already crossed 1 million subscribers. Your skills are more than just a hobby. Plus, your content is unique, covering K-pop in Japanese or English. Soon, I plan to cover J-pop and pop songs in Korean too. Even a casual listen would blow up the view count. Are you planning any other content? I'm considering it. Could you give us a short, very brief sample of a song? The viewers would love it. Of course. The request was for a single verse, but Kang Woojin sang almost the entire first verse. Interestingly, swish. Around the second verse, an unexpected guest appeared out of the blue. It was Wallin, holding a handheld microphone. She passionately sang the second verse of Ballerina by Ilani. A tightly packed performance. Following that, Kang Woojin and Wallin sat side by side and continued with promotional talk about male friend, and midway, MC Soyo shifted the topic to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Discussions included his relationship with director Kyotaro, the inside story of his casting, the content of the movie, and his mindset. However, unfortunately, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was still in a situation where details couldn't be disclosed, so the answers weren't very detailed. At this point in the AIM Talk show, all right, let's change the atmosphere a bit, shall we? The mood was refreshed. They moved on to the Q&A session with the hundreds of audience members participating in the recording. The first question came from a silent young boy, more precisely, a child using Japanese Sign Language. Of course, subtitles were running at the bottom. But suddenly, swish, Kang Woojin, seeing the question in Japanese Sign Language thrown by the child, stood up from the sofa and strode forward. He walked right up to the young boy and naturally communicated with him using Japanese Sign Language. On the broadcast of AIM Talk show, various special subtitles were added to this scene. And watching this scene, Grandpa, look, I'm on TV. Chairman Hideki Yoshimura, deeply moved, watching with his grandson Shingo. Even as he stroked Shingo's hair, he focused intently on Kang Woojin on the TV. He assessed everything from Woojin's appearance and physicality to his demeanor. Then, his attention was drawn to Woojin's fluent use of Japanese Sign Language. He was more impressive than Hideki had anticipated. Above all, he catches the eye. Excellent performance. Approaching Shingo to show sign language. Was that the production team's idea? No, it must be his own. Only someone familiar with sign language would think of that. It's important for the eyes and expressions to be clearly visible. Kang Woojin had a knack for making his presence felt, though there might have been some stage direction or adaptation. He knows how to capture attention well. Good use of the stage. The highlight is his cool composure. Truly, he is no ordinary person. Woojin's appeal grew even more in the eyes of Chairman Hideki. Meanwhile, as the AIM Talk show was nearing its end, everyone gathered in the main control room of the private broadcasting station TB was wildly celebrating. We've surpassed 20.5%. Even if it wasn't the overall ratings, it was sufficient. Even though it was just a real-time rating for reference, the number had far exceeded expectations. Consequently, PD Shinjo, with a flushed face from the excitement, was showered with congratulations. Shinjo, well done, you did. Great. PD Nim, congratulations. We were worried about the bad public opinion. But who would have thought it would turn around like this? When was the last time we hit a 20% viewership rating? Hey, Shinjo, snap out of it. Haha, director, this guy's lost his soul. PD Shinjo's spirit, which seemed to have left his thin body, wasn't returning anytime soon. 20%. Did we really exceed 20%? This over 20% viewership rating was unprecedented except for the early days. Even for the long-standing AIM Talk show, an average 10% viewership rating and a peak of 23% was reached only once, 8 years ago, in an episode featuring a popular Hollywood actor. Since then, there had been no episodes reaching 20%. But Kang Woojin had managed to pull it off again. Of course, it wasn't solely due to Kang Woojin's influence. It was the result of many factors, including director Kyotaro and various other issues. Nevertheless, at the center of it all was Shinjo. We must contact that Korean rookie. No, Kang Woojin. Regardless of what anyone said, it was Kang Woojin. At that moment, in Korea, the location was the production company of Freezing Love. In the company's large conference room, about a dozen people were gathered. They had already finished the script reading for Freezing Love and were now in their last production meeting during the pre-production phase. Naturally, The PD and key staff from various teams were present, as well as the jewelry-adorned writer Lee Wool-sien. Freezing Love was now only left with the shooting phase. Major decisions such as set construction, location scouting, casting, and scheduling had already been finalized. And at this last production meeting, they were planning to fix the first day of shooting. Interestingly, the atmosphere around the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is getting worse, isn't it? The public opinion is much worse than a few days ago. For some reason, the production manager and the PD were deeply engrossed in talking about Woojin and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Writer Lee Wool-sien was no different. The news about the eerie sacrifice of a stranger shaking up Japan had spread far and wide to Korea. Well, whether it's Japan or Korea, film or drama production is always a precarious venture. Everyone knows that. But the director was that famous master director Kyotaro, and the frenzy started when Woojin SSI was cast as the lead, right? But suddenly, the situation has changed so drastically. How many times have we seen the media and public opinion shift like this? The bigger the issue, the larger the backlash. Is it true that investors of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger are pulling out because of Kang Woojin? I heard they are still dropping out. The team of Freezing Love felt a sense of regret, although it wasn't directly their concern, because Kang Woojin was involved in the incident. The more Woojin soared, the more Freezing Love would benefit from the ripple effect. It seems like it might fall through. What a pity. Just when it seemed like Woojin SSI was going to make history. Will Woojin SSI be affected if the eerie sacrifice of a stranger falls through? There would be some impact, but in the grand scheme of things, it might even be beneficial for Woojin SSI. The hate comments are temporary, and right now, his popularity in Japan has skyrocketed. Still, there's a risk of tarnishing his image, and it would be best if the eerie sacrifice of a stranger proceeds rather than collapses. It's also about setting a precedent. Then I guess the viewership for the talk show he's appearing in might be low. Oh, that one. AIM Talk. It's a national talk show in Japan, but currently, it's getting a lot of flack from the public. At that moment, writer Lee Wool-sien, who was scrolling through her phone, refocused the topic of the production meeting. We'll know the outcome in time. For now, we need to finalize the first day of shooting, right? The PD and key staff refocused on the task at hand. All right, let's see, writer Nim, you suggested starting with a scene featuring Janghwan SSI and Woojin SSI, right? Yes, it's one of the most important scenes in the beginning, and it would be easier for Janghwan SSI to get into the emotional flow. It's also better to match it with Woojin SSI's schedule this month. Yes, I heard. The same from CEO Choi. Writer Lee Wool-sien, nodding her head, asked the production manager. I heard Woojin's filming for Island of the Missing is coming up soon. When does it crank in? It's confirmed for the 25th. They'll be going on an overseas location a week later. Then, it would be better for us to schedule our first shoot around the 20th, right? What do you think, PD Nim? The PD, stroking his chin, looked down at the tentative shooting schedule in front of him and replied. Today is the 16th, roughly a week from now. It's a bit tight, but it's doable, right? Everything that needs to be set up is already in place. Janghwan SSI said he's free except for our schedule. The props and sets are a bit behind, but we can make it if we hurry. Then, shall we finalize it? It seems better this way. Woojin SSI's shooting will only take a couple of days at most. If he leaves for Island of the Missing overseas shoot, we might have to wait for months. As opinions were converging, the PD continued. We need to check Woojin SSI's schedule first. Writer Nim, what do you think about that matter? The actors want to observe Woojin SSI's shooting day. Soon, writer Lee Wool-sien nonchalantly agreed. It shouldn't be a problem, as long as it doesn't interfere with the shooting. They might want to see it with their own eyes. It could be stimulating for them. She shrugged her shoulders. I'll go watch it. 2. Just as the meeting was nearing its conclusion. An assistant director exclaimed in surprise. AIM Talk Show just released an article saying it surpassed a 20% viewership rate. The shock spread to everyone, including writer Lee Wool-sien. What? How much did it surpass? Thus, the record-breaking viewership rating of AIM Talk Show quickly spread to Korea as well. Monstrous rookie Kang Woojin's appearance boosts Japan's national talk show, AIM Talk Show. Surpasses 20% viewership. Given Kang Woojin's widespread popularity, Domestic reporters in Korea had been closely monitoring the situation in Japan. This meant that, like in Korea, the turnaround in AIM talk show was being quickly reported in Japan. Issue check, another 20% after Hanryang. Kang Woojin's solo appearance boosts AIM talk show. Viewership. Barkeeper, a shot of national pride, please. Kang Woojin records a 20% viewership on Japanese talk show/photo. As a result, the previously negative public opinion in Japan was beginning to shift slightly. Wow, AIM talk show surpassed 20% viewership? Everyone said they wouldn't watch it. Laugh. Everyone must have been curious about Kang Woojin. I don't get the fuss about Kang Woojin. Didn't see much charm. Wish he'd stop coming to Japan. Comments like yours are what harm people. I saw Kang Woojin's YouTube. Totally shocked. He sings so well. Incredible. Wallin and Kang Woojin, their chemistry was good. His Japanese is really good. You can tell he put in a lot of effort. Yeah, he would sound natural even delivering lines in Japanese. Oppose Kang Woojin. I've started to like Kang Woojin, especially the scene where he does sign language. Going up to the boy and using sign language. Isn't that cool? Of course, not all opinions had turned positive, but many changes were evident. The most influential aspect was, guys, am I the only one wondering why Kang Woojin speaks Japanese so well, and even knows Japanese Sign Language? Indeed, his fluent Japanese and sign language skills had made a strong impact. The next day, on the 17th, the official viewership rating for AIM Talk Show was announced in Japan. Kang Woojin's AIM Talk Show episode hits official viewership of 20.4%. Indeed, the impact of a 20% AIM Talk Show episode was significant. The influx related to Kang Woojin surged several times over. The situation was similar in Korea. For about 2 days. Even in Korea, the AIM Talk Show episode featuring Kang Woojin was illegally uploaded on websites. However, film industry expert, it seems about 70% of the investment for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger has been pulled out. The crisis surrounding The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger in Japan remained. 21st morning. Suwon. Located in Suwon was KBC's drama production center, essentially a large filming set. The KBC production center was divided into internal and external areas, indicating its considerable size. Inside the center, various sets were visible in each section, with numerous lights hanging from the ceiling. At one of these sets, cameras and various audio equipment were already being set up. No, not that light. The one at the back. I'll correct it right away. Set team. There's a creaking noise from this door. That's intentional. The PD wants it to sound like that. Over 50 staff members were bustling around. The set resembled the hallway of a luxurious apartment. At that moment, art team. The PD is looking for you. The PD called for the art team. The familiar-looking PD had a script titled Freezing Love tucked into his back pocket. So, this was the set of Freezing Love. At that very moment, creak. Outside in the parking lot, a foreign car, a red one, pulled up. A woman with eye-catching earrings stepped out of the car. It was the star writer, Lee Woolsean. Interestingly, thud. As she closed the car door and turned her head, she caught sight of a van that had just parked nearby and smiled broadly. Specifically, Woojin SSI, you're here early? Ah, yes. Hello, writer Nim. From the van stepped out mysterious man next door. Or rather, Kang Woojin, who would be participating in the filming of Freezing Love for about the next 2 days. Meanwhile, in a somewhat dim editing room, numerous monitors, various equipment, and audio gear hung on the walls. The scene in the editing room was as usual, but the atmosphere was generally subdued. The room seemed to lack energy. There were about a handful of people in the editing room. Among them, a familiar man stood out. Finally. It was director Shin Dong-chun with dark circles under his eyes. As he leaned back in his chair, he then patted the shoulders of the surrounding editors and pulled out his phone to make a call, reaching out to Netflix Korea. Executive Director Nim. It was Executive Director Kim So-hyang, and Director Shin Dong-chun spoke with a slight smile on his lips. It's all done, the post-production. The editing had just finished. In other words, Male Friend, which included the intense first scene, various OSTs, and scenes involving Han In-ho, was now complete. Please set the date. It meant that only the launch was left. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. Counterattack 3. 2 hours later, in Korea. Suwon. Inside the drama production center of KBC, where the team of Freezing Love had established their base. The set check is complete. Lighting okay. We just need to tidy up the props here, and we're done. We're shooting in 15 minutes. Hurry up. The preparations for shooting were nearly complete. The area around the set was densely packed with all kinds of equipment. Cameras set up in the front and at various angles, reflectors and lights, and many cables laid out like veins. The footsteps of dozens of staff bustling between them were busy. Meanwhile, Ryder Lee, please take a seat here. The PD, who was at the station with 3 monitors, seated Lee Wool-seon, who had just arrived, next to him. Soon, Lee Wool-seon, with a designer handbag on her lap, smiled faintly. It's nice, the atmosphere here. Even though it's been more than a dozen times, I still love the air here. Haha, is that so? Yes. It feels like seeing the fiction I wrote become reality. Lee Wool-seon, murmuring this, looked around and chuckled lightly. By the way, we have many actors here already. It was planned to shoot scenes with Young Jang-hwan, the male lead, and Kang Woojin, the mysterious man next door. Despite this, the actors who should have been waiting were already on set. The PD provided the explanation. Well, it's the first shoot, and they probably want to see it with their own eyes. It's something both you and I have allowed. Lee Wool-seon, reminded of Kang Woojin, nodded as if she understood. It's the scene with the ad-lib from the script reading day that got included. They must be curious, and they are eager to see Woojin's acting. It's different from sitting down and reading like during the script reading and acting on set. At that moment, swish, a woman entered from behind the two who were conversing. Hello. Turning around, they saw the sign language expert who had attended the script reading. Writer Lee Wool-seon stood up and greeted her. You're here? Thank you for coming to our first shoot. Not at all. I wanted to come too. But dash. The sign language expert, noticing Kang Woojin sitting nonchalantly and quietly reading his script, asked cautiously. Kang Woojin seems much calmer than I expected. Following her gaze, Lee Wool-seon also shifted her eyes and then laughed softly. Woojin is always like that. If I were to compare him to a season, he'd be winter. That was mostly a misconception. Inside, Kang Woojin was far from calm. In fact, his mind was boiling with excitement. Specifically, he was preoccupied with other thoughts. Male friend editing is finished, so the launch must be soon, right? He had heard from Choi Sung-gun just a few minutes ago that the editing for Male Friend was finished. It felt like just yesterday he was almost having a heart attack during the kiss scene, and now the editing was already done. Well, it was a fitting amount of time, but to Kang Woojin, it seemed very fast. Regardless, Kang Woojin started to feel his heart race. I'm kind of excited but also worried. Unlike Henry Yang, Male Friend was a project where he played the lead role. It was his first leading role in a project aimed at an international audience outside of Korea. Moreover, Japan was already buzzing with the name Kang Woojin. He was nervous, but he maintained a pure poker face many people were watching. Other actors observing Woojin whispered among themselves. He seems to be getting into his emotions. He looks very serious. Is that so? But Woojin is usually like that. Well, I've only seen him for a day. He's been in that state since he got here, probably getting into character, especially since it's a challenging role. Acting on set is definitely different from sitting down and reading the script, isn't it? He was incredible in Henry Yang. They said it was like a real serial killer appeared on the set. Acting with a disability is really sensitive, controlling every gesture and movement. Let's see how he does. At this point, Kang Woojin received a call. It was a signal to proceed with his costume and makeup. A little later, Kang Woojin, fully prepared, was now revealed in his entirety. There wasn't a dramatic change in his appearance. His outfit was simple, jeans and a hoodie. His hair appeared naturally unkempt, slightly tousled, and his makeup was light, just enough to add some color to his complexion. If anything was emphasized, it was the area around his eyes. Not too dark, but with a subtle hint of dark circles under his eyes. Once Woojin was ready, swish. The PD, Kang Woojin, and the tall Young Jang-hwan gathered in the middle of the set for a brief script rehearsal. Notably, Young Jang-hwan looked impeccably neat. His hair was short, and he wore a sharply tailored suit. Anyway, is this okay for the first cut? Let's go with a light feel, just matching the lines. After a brief verbal rehearsal, the PD's suggestion was met with nods from the calm Kang Woojin and Jung Jae-hwan. Yes, PD Nim. Understood. With a smile, the PD clapped his hands a few times and then shouted to everyone on set. All right, let's roll the cameras. Jung Jae-hwan and Woojin made eye contact. For some reason, Kang Woojin was looking at Jung Jae-hwan, prompting a slight smile from him. Ah, don't worry. I won't ad-lib today. Even if I do, I'll let you know in advance, Woojin. Huh, that's fine with me. Kang Woojin thought to himself. He was simply in awe of Jung Jae-hwan's towering height. Envious. Is he like 2 meters tall? I wish I could borrow just 5 centimeters. But there was a character concept to maintain, and bargaining over height wasn't an option. He responded in a blunt and deep voice. Please do your best. Yeah, you too. Around this time, the PD, now seated at the monitor, called out to the two actors. Jae-hwan, Woojin, let's get into position. A little later, the camera captured the set, reminiscent of a luxurious apartment corridor, with iron doors lined up next to an elevator door. From the front, left, and right. For now, Kang Woojin and Jung Jae-hwan were not in sight. The reason was simple. Their entrance involved coming through a door, so they were standing behind the set's iron door. As soon as the action sign was given, Jung Jae-hwan would move first, followed by Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, stood in front of the iron door, awakening the mysterious man next door that lay dormant within him. He brought him forth. This process was now as quick as a blink of an eye. Before he knew it, everything from Woojin's head to toe was cloaked in the aura of the mysterious man next door. Woojin's posture and demeanor changed. Like a line recited 1,000 times, the clear dialogue took its place in his mind. His senses and emotions took root in his heart, and a firm world unfolded before his eyes. Gradually, his ears began to ring. It started with tinnitus. A noise like a beep spread in Woojin's ears. The noises of the world around him gradually faded away. Simultaneously, the bustling set scenery began to vanish like smoke, one by one. So quiet. It felt as if only this piece of the corridor was floating like an island in an endlessly vast space. But it wasn't a pleasant feeling. A world where nothing can be heard is just empty. At the very least, Kang Woojin, or rather, the mysterious man next door, felt that way. It was hollow and suffocating. Despair surged from deep within him. Yet he endured. He did not even glance at despair. Endure? Not quite. It was more about deceiving himself with familiarity. Soon, a profound silence and a faint fear intertwined within Kang Woojin. The frustration of having to live this way for a lifetime, and the loss of motivation that overflowed even beyond that frustration. At this moment, the camera behind Woojin moved to capture his profile. The angle was a bust shot. As a result, Woojin's face appeared on one of the many monitors watched by many. Writer Lee Wool-seon's eyes brimmed with intensity as she covered her mouth. Even before the start of the actual performance, his face seems to encapsulate the world of the mysterious man next door. The script supervisor and several other staff members also let out exclamations of amazement. Wow, look at Woojin's unfocused gaze in his eyes. The detail is incredible. It's like there's an expression, yet no expression. Where does one learn to express like that? How many seconds did that take? It's ridiculously fast to capture such emotion. Around this time, Lee Wool-seon asked the sign language expert seated to her right. What do you think of that expression? The sign language expert, with widened eyes, softly responded. There's no sense of alienation. It's really like real life. Even someone like me, who doesn't know acting, can tell it's impressive. How does he do that? And the action hadn't even started yet. Soon, the PD in the first seat, looking at Kang Woojin on the monitor, let out a chuckle. Acting a character with a disability is something ordinary actors avoid. It's natural to be afraid. But this guy, he's fearless. And the vividness is chilling. With a mix of awe and seriousness, the PD slowly raised the megaphone, and then came the announcement across the set. Hi Q. Immediately, the previously buzzing set went silent as if someone pressed a mute button. But for Kang Woojin, for the mysterious man next door, it was all the same. Then, thud. Jung Jae-hwan, or rather, Song Tae-hyung, opened the front iron door. The camera focused squarely on him. Song Tae-hyung appeared, rubbing his hands as if he had just sprayed them with hand sanitizer. Simultaneously, click, the iron door of the apartment next to Song Tae-hyung's also opened. The mysterious man next door emerged slowly. Song Tae-hyung narrowed his brows in response. Tisk. On the other hand, swish. Woojin noticed the presence of Song Tae-hyung visually, not audibly. A tiny bit of joy tinged his otherwise pale complexion. A situation had arisen from his rigid loss. That was precisely the expression on Kang Woojin's face now. He didn't mind Song Tae-hyung. His house always smells good. Perhaps due to his sensitive sense of smell, Kang Woojin liked the fragrance that came from his house the moment it opened. The camera then pulled back, capturing both Kang Woojin and Yoon Jang-hwan in a two-shot. The contrast between the two was clearly visible on the monitor. Although they were looking at each other, communication was impossible. Song Tae-hyung had chosen to isolate himself, while Kang Woojin was isolated against his will. Therefore, their understanding, thoughts, opinions, and perceptions were all different. At this moment, Kang Woojin took a step towards Song Tae-hyung. Song Tae-hyung flinched, but Kang Woojin, absorbed in his own world, only smiled slightly. To others, it might seem like an ambiguous smile, but for Woojin, it was affirmative. He liked the consistency of Song Tae-hyung. Song Tae-hyung always left his house at the same time. Thus, they could meet as if by appointment, even without speaking. Woojin also liked Tae-hyung's neatness. He was always well kept, without any disarray. His rigid, expressionless face might seem aggressive, but even that, Woojin liked. Song Tae-hyung treated everyone the same, not just Woojin. He was consistent. When people learn about me, they change. Whether it was out of consideration or aversion, everyone Kang Woojin, the mysterious man next door, had encountered was the same. It wasn't a bad thing. Woojin always found the aggressive Song Tae-hyung admirable. It seemed that his fairness was not dependent on others, but on himself. Kang Woojin's hand twitched slightly. The camera zoomed in on Woojin's hand, then his forearm, and finally his face. At that moment, Kang Woojin's eyes had changed, filled with longing and agony. Just then, the sign language expert, who was watching the monitor, widened her eyes in astonishment. My goodness! Writer Lee Wool-seon quickly responded to her exclamation. Yes, I was about to say the same thing. Right now, Woojin, he doesn't look like an ordinary person at all. How did he bring such depth to this brief role, in such a short performance? While not provocative, Woojin was not transparent either. There was a loss of motivation, but not a loss of hope. That hope soon turned into despair. Witnessing this expression directly, Song Tae-hyung, or rather Yoon Jang-hwan, hesitated. I see now why the big shots are drawn to him. If he looks this way to my eyes, then to theirs. Then came Song Tae-hyung's heavy dialogue. What on earth are you doing? Reading his lips, Woojin, who couldn't hear, understood his words from the movement of his lips. He was asking something. From here, Kang Woojin's eyes filled with numerous past memories. At the end of it all, hesitation awaited. I want to ask him questions, I want to talk to him, can I do that? I'm also afraid of change. I wonder if he'll freak out when he sees me. Can we become friends? But Song Tae-hyung, perhaps fed up with the mysterious man next door, clicked his tongue and went on his way. So annoying, maybe I should move. The camera, initially focusing on Song Tae-hyung from the front, stopped and then slowly approached Kang Woojin. He stood still, watching Tae-hyung's retreating back. This alone was peculiar enough. No, everything about Woojin's performance up to this point had been peculiar. Without a single line of dialogue, he acted solely through his gaze, expressions, and detailed gestures. Everyone watching the monitor, along with the audience, would surely see it that way. That man, the silent man next door, is suspicious. Just as everyone was about to conclude this, Kang Woojin slowly raised his hands. His facial muscles relaxed. Speaking to Song Tae-hyung's back, Woojin said, I like you. For him, sign language was his dialogue. Soon, Woojin's face was zoomed in on the monitor. It captured the mysterious man next door's slightly relaxed smile. Perhaps by this point, the viewers would realize. It's not that he's mysterious, but that he's unable to communicate. It was a scene pulled entirely through emotion, one that could easily be misunderstood if not done carefully. But so far, Kang Woojin had not made a single error. He was compelling and flawless. The entire process, every emotion and expression, was firmly captured by the camera. Though without a single spoken word, it was more eloquent than 100 words. Deep and intense. The actors, watching Kang Woojin both on the monitor and in person, reacted in their own ways. Some were simply mesmerized. Others internally exclaimed in amazement. Wow, his acting is insane. How does he express such a gaze? The commonality among all the actors was one conclusion. This is not the kind of acting a newcomer can do. Then, the actors watching Woojin widened their eyes even more. Not because something was intense, but because they were overwhelmed by the quiet and dignified performance. Kang Woojin's moving hands in the air, his sign language. Can't we become friends? It was too bittersweet, yet poignant. Then, almost involuntarily, writer Lee Wool-seon chuckled. He just ripped up the script and came out. The performance of a two-day minor role overturned the standards of Lee Wool-seon, a star writer with 20 years of experience. It's a big problem if your standards become too high. It would have been better not to see it at all, she remarked lightly. At this moment, in Japan, while Kang Woojin was turning the set of Freezing Love upside down, a surprising and somewhat bizarre incident related to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was occurring in Japan. Kashiwa Group shows interest in the crumbling, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Rumors. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. Counterattack 4. After an unexpected rumor about the Kashiwa Group first surfaced in Japan, Kashiwa Group, interested in the crumbling, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? Rumors in the film industry. As if it was all planned, the recently cornered, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team officially announced their stance. Official, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team, investment issue resolved, fully committed to production. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger had been like a messy battlefield of arguments. Honestly, the media and public opinion had thought that the eerie sacrifice of a stranger would collapse just like that. That was the picture painted, and internally, it was similar. But did the eerie sacrifice of a stranger make a comeback? It was eye-opening news. We're not talking about a small amount of money, but over 10 billion, nearing 20 billion won, right? Above all, amidst various rumors and nonsense, the image of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger had plummeted. And then overnight, all the investment issues were resolved. The reason the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, which lost about 70% of its investment, came back to life. It was too quick. Normally, in cases like the eerie sacrifice of a stranger in the film industry, solutions would come gradually over time. In other words, there's usually a process involved. But with the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, it was incredibly abrupt, especially considering the scale of 20 billion won. The Japanese media, upon hearing this news, were initially skeptical even as they wrote their articles. Is it true that the eerie sacrifice of a stranger has resolved all its investment issues? Well, I'm not sure. But with public opinion already in the gutter, would they really make an official statement based on a lie? That would just be like peeing on your own foot, wouldn't it? They'd be exposed right away. Right? It's strange. I heard almost half of the investment vanished in a short period. How did they manage to secure it overnight? The total investment was over 10 billion won, wasn't it? There were even talks of 20 billion. It's odd. With its declining trend, there seemed to be no investors willing to extend a hand to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. That's why. Hey, look at this. There's news that the Kashiwa Group stepped in to cover the investments for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Huh? What are you talking about? I have no idea. It was an absurd, unbelievable rumor about the Kashiwa Group, but it gained traction. The timing of its emergence played a part. Did the Kashiwa Group save the fallen, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? Where's the source? The Kashiwa Group and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger had no prior connection or indication of such. There was absolutely no basis for any such possibility. So, it seemed clear that it was utter nonsense. But the Japanese media spread the story first, then checked facts. It was the Kashiwa Group, within the top 10 of Japan's business hierarchy. Missing out on even a brief appetizer of such a story would be foolish. Kashiwa Group enters cultural industry with the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? Thus, The Kashiwa Group and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger got intertwined. The name of Chairman Hideki also surfaced occasionally. Investment of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger fully paid by Chairman Hideki's order? Media buzzing with overflowing rumors. Both the social and entertainment sections were quickly filled with similar articles. But it wasn't just the media spreading rumors. Actors and others within Japan's vast entertainment industry were also fervently discussing it. Do you think it makes sense that the Kashiwa Group got involved with the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? They have no interest in the cultural industry. I think it's just a tabloid rumor. Maybe another conglomerate deliberately spread this to play power games or something. It's like reality turned into a movie, isn't it? But if this is true, isn't the eerie sacrifice of a stranger hitting the jackpot? Do you really think it's true? The snowball of rumors about the eerie sacrifice of a stranger kept growing, but the team behind the project just kept firing back with facts about themselves. From here on, Kashiwa? Why is Kashiwa Group suddenly coming up www? The media spouting nonsense isn't new, is it? It's absurd, though. All the investors left, and now they say only Kashiwa Group is pouring in money? But didn't the eerie sacrifice of a stranger say they resolved the investment issue? It might be true. If a big corporation got involved, they must see real potential and benefits in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, right? It's probably because of the Hallyu wave. Kang Woojin is in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, after all. Let's not jump to conclusions when nothing's confirmed yet. The public opinion on the eerie sacrifice of a stranger started to shift slightly. However, as expected, the Kashiwa Group didn't leak any information. They just kept their mouths shut. Rumors? Yet the Kashiwa Group makes no move, as if trying to inflate the rumors further. The next day, the 22nd, on the set of Freezing Love. While the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was causing a stir in Japan from the 21st to today, Kang Woojin was in the midst of the second day of shooting for Freezing Love. Action, if yesterday's filming, focused on misunderstandings arising from a breakdown in communication. Today's scene involved the male lead Song Taehyung slightly opening his heart and beginning to understand the mysterious man next door. He also realizes that the mysterious man next door can't speak and starts taking an interest in sign language. And he comes to recognize his own shortcomings. Cut. Okay, nice. Of course, the filming with Kang Woojin and Jung Jang-hwan went smoothly without any hitches. Woojin's portrayal of the mysterious man next door and his sign language left nothing to be directed, and Jung Jang-hwan, awakened by this, showed the best he could offer. Later in the afternoon. Cut. Okay. That was great. As Kang Woojin's part of the shoot was nearing its end. Let's take a 10-minute break for prop changes. The directing PD declared a break for the entire set. Several staff members rushed onto the set. Jung Jang-hwan checked his script, and Kang Woojin had his makeup touched up. Observing this scene, the PD slowly sat down and smiled at the writer Lee Wool-seon sitting next to him. Now I understand what that meant. For reference, writer Lee Wool-seon had arrived on set about 2 hours earlier. It seemed she was intent on catching every bit of Kang Woojin's performance. She tilted her head in confusion after taking a sip of water. What do you mean? The directing PD then turned his gaze towards Kang Woojin on the set. I know PD Song Man, will you see? I called him a few weeks ago to congratulate him on Hanri Yang, and he said this. Once you start filming Kang Woojin, it's agonizingly regretful to cut and move on. You mean you want to keep watching his performance? Exactly. Writer Lee Wool-seon smiled faintly in response. So, that's why you kept the camera rolling for additional takes, even when it wasn't an NG, changing angles and props for reactions? I was a bit greedy, yes, but it was also necessary. But isn't it peculiar? Each take varies, but the explosive form is consistent. He makes the difficult task of portraying a disability seem effortless. It's anything but an easy role. I can confidently say, once our drama airs, if there's any talk about portraying disability in acting, Woojin will be the first name that comes up. Writer Lee Wool-seon found this entirely understandable, yet it was slightly astounding. Just 2 days of filming, and he's made that much of an impact. No wonder big shots in Korea and Japan are flocking to him. About Japan, did you see the article on the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? Suddenly there's a Japanese conglomerate involved. Yeah, I saw that. It seemed odd to me. I heard Kashiwa Group doesn't do entertainment business. It must be a rumor, right? The news seemed a bit far-fetched. Whether it's rumor or not, it seems true that they've resolved the investment issue, so isn't that all? That matters. Meanwhile, Woojin, who had just finished touching up his makeup, swish, briefly returned to his own spot, a little away from the shooting zone. He was thirsty. Jang Soo-hwan noticed this and heartily offered him a bottle of water. Hyungnim, I chilled it for you. Uh-huh, thanks. Kang Woojin responded softly and gulped down the water, all the while feeling a bit of internal turmoil. A conglomerate? I've heard of Kashiwa Group for the first time, but whatever. It must be a lie, right? The Japanese media is as bad with tabloids as Korea, really. He too had heard the news about the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. But no matter how much he thought about it, it didn't make sense. That a staggering Japanese conglomerate, with no known ties, would save the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, which was on the brink of collapse. And that was what was buzzing in Japan right now. The timing of Kashiwa Group's emergence was absurdly unexpected, and above all, not a single piece of evidence or fact was presented. Woojin naturally thought it was preposterous. Maybe director Kyotaro has some connection with that conglomerate? Is that why it became an S+ grade project? He left a strange possibility open. Either way, the resolution of the investment issue was certain, though he was inwardly shocked by the amount, surpassing 15 billion won. At that moment, Hyungnim, Jang Soo-hwan handed Kang Woojin his cell phone. Do you want to check your phone? Ah, sure. His phone had been bombarded since yesterday with various messages, texts, and calls. Naturally, it was all related to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. As a result, Kang Woojin casually browsed through his phone with an indifferent expression. Just then, VRRR, VRRR. A long vibration rang out. It was a call from director Kyotaro in Japan. This was the first contact since the investment issue. Soon, Kang Woojin cleared his throat discreetly and answered the call. Yes, director. Japanese words flowed from the other side of the phone. Director Kyotaro's voice sounded decidedly more upbeat than before. Woojin, you might already know, but I wanted to tell you directly. All the issues have been cleanly resolved. Yes, that's good to hear. Yes, really a relief. But never mind. Kang Woojin was about to ask about the Kashiwa Group, but swallowed his words. Did he really need to ask about all that? He thought. Well, as long as it's resolved. Then, director Kyotaro's voice, silent for a moment on the other end, spoke again. Thank you for your concern. Huh, what's that about? What concern did I show? Maybe just general worry? Woojin tilted his head in confusion when director Kyotaro spoke again. Thanks to you, Woojin, we were able to expand the production scale more than before the issue arose. The investment has increased. But why is that thanks to me? Confused, Woojin was about to ask, but, director, I've been on the phone for too long. We're both busy, so I'll let you know through the company when the schedule for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is confirmed. See you at the script reading next time. Understood. Then, see you then. Click. The call ended abruptly. Kang Woojin slowly lowered his phone, slightly furrowing his brow. Something felt familiar, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. What was it? It felt like something huge was brewing. But that thought was fleeting. Woojin maintained his poker face and refused to delve deeper into his thoughts. Maybe it's just my imagination. Meanwhile, as Kang Woojin returned to the shooting zone, the other actors were abuzz. Did you see the article? The eerie sacrifice of a stranger was rumored to be in trouble, but they resolved it. Yes, the article about resolving the investment. Really? Then the eerie sacrifice of a stranger won't be scrapped, and production will continue. That's great news. Their words weren't negative, but rather spread good news. Soon, Woojin will be off to Japan. But before that, doesn't he have to shoot Island of the Missing? Phew, his schedule is crazy. Didn't he just wrap up Male Friend right before? But how is Woojin so energetic? I'd be half dead by now. More importantly, what's this about the Kashiwa Group? They're saying it's the Japanese conglomerate that covered the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's investment. That's just a tabloid rumor, isn't it? But for a rumor, the timing is just too bizarre, isn't it? The problem was the increasingly bizarre misunderstandings that were spreading. I think I saw a comment like that before. What kind? That Woojin is related to a conglomerate. Oh, me too. Wasn't there a rumor that he's a conglomerate's son? Wasn't that just nonsense? But given the timing, doesn't it seem like there might be some connection to the Kashiwa group? So, does that mean the theory about him being an identical twin is actually true? That's just nonsense. Amidst these misunderstandings and speculations, the set of Freezing Love continued filming without interruption. Cut. Okay. Wow, Woojin. You've worked hard. Kang Woojin's 2-day filming journey for Freezing Love. Thank you for your hard work, Woojin. Let's definitely meet again next time. In a project. Yes, writer Nim. Thank you for your hard work too, PD Nim. Finally concluded late into the night. Afterwards. The day after Kang Woojin's Freezing Love filming wrapped up on the 23rd, Drug Dealer, which had been perfectly edited last week, was in the midst of its promotional schedule. Drug Dealer Jin Jae-jun enters the variety show market. During the day on the 23rd, a third trailer for Drug Dealer was released with a noticeable change. Although the content of the trailer, which was just over a minute long, was similar to the first and second trailers. At the very end, premiering on Wednesday, October 28th, the release date was definitively printed. Interestingly, that same afternoon, the official release date for Male Friend was also revealed. Male Friend official trailer, including unreleased scenes, Netflix Korea. This video included previously unreleased scenes from Male Friend and a brief part of the duet OST by Kang Woojin and Wallen. And at the end, releasing on Monday, October 19th. The confirmed launch date was displayed. Male Friend on the 19th, Drug Dealer on the 28th. There was about a week's difference. September 25th, early afternoon. A large van was speeding down the highway. Inside, a familiar top actor was reading a script. Flap. It was Ryu Young-min, whose hair was cut short to match his new role. The script he was currently reading was Island of the Missing, and the destination of the van he was in was a massive set complex in Bio. Why? Star pick Ryu Young-min, Kang Woojin, Ha Ura, and others begin shooting. Director Kwon Ki takes Island of the Missing today. Today was the crank-in for Island Preet. Chapter 142. Chapter 142, Missing 1. Crank-in. That is, the first shooting. Or, to be more precise, the first shooting of Island of the Missing might have already begun. The call for the shooting of Island of the Missing was from the morning. However, only one of the main actors was summoned. That was Kang Woojin. In short, the one who opened the gates of the shooting schedule was Kang Woojin, and the rest of the main actors, including Ryu Young-min, were to join in the afternoon. According to the distributed shooting schedule, Kang Woojin would have started in Seoul in the morning and would now be in the midst of shooting in Bio as Corporal Jin Sun-cheol. Anyway, at this moment, Ryu Young-min was. Recalling First Lieutenant Choi Yute from the script, he was exceptionally determined. This time a fellow lead. During Hanryang, there was a difference in popularity and the status of being a main actor, but this time, the gap with Kang Woojin was almost non-existent. Of course, Ryu Young-min still had a far superior career. However, the entertainment industry was not a market where popularity is swayed by career. It's swayed by people's interest. Looking at it that way, Kang Woojin, the current king of issues, was the biggest predator in Island of the Missing, and Ryu Young-min had humbly lowered himself. Forget seniority. I'm here purely as an actor, as a challenger. A challenger. To Ryu Young-min, Kang Woojin was the limit itself. At least, that was Ryu Young-min's firm conclusion. Therefore, I honestly want to avoid it. Even now, moving towards the shooting location, fear was rising in Ryu Young-min. It was overwhelming. Heavy. Already being at the top, he could have chosen a different path. But Ryu Young-min. Still, if I overcome this, maybe I too. He chose to confront his limits, to directly face Kang Woojin. Surely, in Island of the Missing, he would face the terror of despair and loss when confronting Kang Woojin. However, currently, as a challenger, Ryu Young-min chose self-encouragement over self-pity. The two in Island of the Missing would engage in a psychological battle, quite different from Hanryang. First Lieutenant Choi Yute tries to trust Corporal Jin Sun-cheol, played by Woojin, while also suspecting him, and Corporal Jin Sun-cheol avoids First Lieutenant Choi Yute, engaging in antics similar to that of a monstrous creature. No, In a way, the real villain in Island of the Missing was Corporal Jean Suncheol. Corporal Jean Suncheol was more cunning and had many more secrets than Park Dae-ri. Therefore, he could be considered a higher level. In contrast, Ryu Young-min's First Lieutenant Choi Yu-tae was less capable than Han Ryang's Yu Ji-hyung. That made the competition even fiercer for Ryu Young-min. Yet, Ryu Young-min smiled. Perfect, just like a challenger should be. The situation seemed fine. Pure desire, greed, jealousy, intensity. Regardless of the words, Ryu Young-min was resolute. I will use that monster for my own sake. To grow, to break through his limits, he would use the incredible Kang Woojin. This atmosphere wasn't exclusive to Ryu Young-min. At the same time, the majority of the main actors heading to the same destination felt the same. Kim E-won, the lead of Again Man, which had recently been released with decent success. A split personality. I wonder how Woojin SSI is portraying that. Hyung, let's speed up. Hey, I'm already on it. But I'm curious too. The guy who's flipping over both Korea and Japan with his acting. Honestly, I'm a bit intimidated, but I'm curious too. John Woo Chang, who seemed to have bulked up even more with his hearty nature. Woo Chang, stop reading the script and get some rest. If I do that, I'll mess it up during the shoot. Especially when my acting is already the weakest. And with Woojin SSI on top of that? Did you not see Woojin SSI's acting during the reading? How can I sleep after seeing that? Even Ha Ura, who joined Island of the Missing the latest. Especially the tall Ha Ura was completely focused on Kang Woojin. Even while looking at the script, Woojin's face kept popping into her mind. Now I'll definitely be able to see it clearly. Director Kwon Ki takes wild, yet thoroughly trained elite like herself. Kang Woojin during the script reading was certainly impressive. It was an acting level hard to see in a newcomer. But that didn't seem to be everything. There was more. This monstrous newcomer must have much more up his sleeve. Ha Ura, who had let down her tied-up hair, continued to visualize Kang Woojin during the ride. She visualized his form in front of her eyes. How much time had passed? The white van carrying Ha Ura arrived at the huge set complex's parking lot in Bio. A few staff members ran up to her car, but dozens of staff were not seen around the large set complex. That was to be expected. Right now, Kang Woojin, director Kwon Ki-taek, and the filming team would be in the midst of shooting in the dense forest. Soon after, Ha Ura moved towards the forest where the filming team was located. Shortly afterward, she saw nearly 100 people and numerous filming equipment. Additionally, action. Director Kwon Ki-taek's gentle signal was heard in front of the monitor. The shooting of Island of the Missing was already underway. Many supporting actors and extras were giving their all in their performances. All were dressed in military uniforms, with their faces covered in various makeup from blood to wounds. The shooting zone was mostly dark. Given the time and the screen set up, what was captured on the monitor had a strong night feel. Soon, Ha Ura stood behind the gathered staff members. Main actors like Ryu Young-min had already arrived on set. Even though they were top actors, at the moment, they were no different from onlookers. They just exchanged glances. The atmosphere on set was very heavy and intense. They instinctively felt that they should not interfere. That's when it happened. Cut, okay. Next, Woojin SSI. Warm-hearted director Kwon Ki-taek called for Kang Woojin. Then, an assistant director ran somewhere, shouting, Woojin SSI. Stand by. Kang Woojin appeared, wearing a military uniform and a bulletproof helmet tucked under his arm. His hair was cut shorter too. It wasn't long to begin with, but it had been cut to be more fitting for a soldier. Compared to other actors, his makeup was cleaner. Indifferent-faced Kang Woojin discussed with director Kwon Ki-taek in the center of the filming zone focused by cameras. It was probably a verbal rehearsal of the scene they were about to shoot. At this moment, Ha Ura's expression grew serious as she watched them. Which scene is this? Ryu Young-min and the other main actors also intently watched Kang Woojin. Of course, the 100 or so staff members and supporting and extra actors did the same. Kang Woojin's presence was that overwhelming, his aura that intense. And everyone's eyes shared a similar sentiment, determined to witness the performance of this issue-laden actor. Soon, as the scene changed, actors in the shooting zone left, and the setting slightly changed. It remained dark, but props were replaced. a bloodstained helmet, a military uniform jacket laid on the ground, and so on. Only 2 actors were needed for this scene. One was naturally Kang Woojin's Corporal Jin Sun-cheol. The other was an extra playing Lance Corporal Choi. The actor playing Lance Corporal Choi was short and had an overall sharp-looking face. He was a well-known character actor among supporting actors. After finishing his instructions to Lance Corporal Choi and Corporal Jin Sun-cheol, swish, he returned to his spot and quietly spoke to the assistant director and key staff. Let's go for the first cut comfortably. A little while later, the staff moved in perfect unison. They swiftly cleared the area, and director Kwon Ki-taek took his seat. Ha Ura and Ryu Young-min, along with the other main actors, looked even more focused. Then, clap. A staff member clapped the slate in front of the camera. The scene they were about to shoot was set after spending several days on this mysterious island. The number of dead soldiers had already increased to 4, and the culprit behind their deaths was a monstrous creature lurking in the forest. No one had seen the face of this monstrous creature. However, the soldiers were found with their throats cut and bodies torn apart. Yet, about a dozen soldiers remaining were only fleeing for their lives. The soldiers hadn't even managed to recover the bodies of their fallen comrades. Escaping the forest wasn't easy. It was even uncertain if this place was still on Earth. They hadn't eaten properly or slept peacefully for days. The stress and mental fatigue of all the soldiers had skyrocketed. The situation was utterly bleak. In this situation, Corporal Jin Sun-cheol began to move quietly. The start of that cut began with director Kwon Ki-taek's leisurely signal. Action. The camera swiftly moves to Lance Corporal Choi, who is huddled up and muttering to himself. Lance Corporal Choi seemed to be out of his mind. What the fuck is this? Where the hell are we? I'm an idiot. I can't believe this is what I'm doing in my last year of service. Fuck. Fuck. Ah, fuck it. Fuck. Fuck. He's busy mumbling to himself as if reciting a spell. It was supposed to be time to sleep. Currently, First Lieutenant Choi Yutae's troops were standing watch in turns, trying to get some rest. However, Lance Corporal Choi was busy denying reality. He was anxious and irritable, as if he would snap if touched. That moment, rustle. A noise was heard from the side. The camera and Lance Corporal Choi's heads quickly turned. From the darkness, a person's silhouette appeared, along with a timid voice. Lance Corporal Choi, aren't you sleeping? Kang Woojin, or rather Corporal Jin Sun-cheol, spoke in a low self-esteem tone, his voice drained of strength and slightly trembling. Soon, a slight sense of relief spread across Lance Corporal Choi, who lowered his head again. You scared me, you bastard. Seriously. Sigh. You're screwed once we get back. The camera moves to Corporal Jin Sun-cheol, who approaches Lance Corporal Choi and whispers to him. His eyes are filled with worry. Are you okay? I'm not okay, you idiot. Where the hell are we? What fucking shit is this? Fuck, fuck, fuck. Corporal Jin Sun-cheol, after watching him for a moment, glances around briefly. He then timidly asks Lance Corporal Choi again. Lance Corporal Choi, aren't you hungry? I am. I actually found something like fruit over there. Lance Corporal Choi's head quickly turns. Fruit? What kind? Where did you find it? I'm sorry, I don't know what it is. But it seemed okay when I ate it. Corporal Jin Sun-cheol gets even closer to Lance Corporal Choi. It was sweet. Lance Corporal Choi's eyes widen. The camera does a close-up on his Adam's apple. Gulp. He swallows. However, Lance Corporal Choi barely maintains his sanity. Report it to the company commander first. Corporal Jin Sun-cheol, cautiously glancing around, responds somewhat urgently. There's only one left. It's not enough to report. Can I just eat it? You selfish bastard. You want to survive alone. No. That's why I told you, Lance Corporal. A moment of silence. Then comes director Kwon Ki-taek's signal. Cut, okay. We'll go for individual cuts now. The same scene is repeated. It takes about several tens of minutes. Soon the camera is now filming the backs of the 2 actors. It was time for the next scene. Kang Woojin and the extra actor, both holding guns, walk cautiously. The ground is squelchy. Lance Corporal Choi, grumbling, speaks up. Damn, it's like hell walking at night. Hey, Gene Coward. If this is another foolish act, you're really done for, understand? Gene Coward, or Corporal Jin Sun-cheol, is captured intensely by the camera. However, Due to the enveloping darkness, his expression is unclear. It's not a lie. Lead the way. But, Lance Corporal, I also discovered something else, something strange. What is it? No, never mind. Lance Corporal Choi harshly slaps Corporal Jean Suncheol's helmet. Whack. What is it, you idiot? Stop being so damn frustrating. The thing is, earlier today, when we were scouting the area on the company commander's orders. Yeah, I found the fruit then. What? Well, but while I was picking the fruit, I accidentally dropped one. Below the cliff. The fruit that fell there just disappeared. What? Are you playing games with me, you damn idiot? The camera captures a stopped Lance Corporal Choi in a bust shot and slowly pulls back. Soon, Corporal Jean Suncheol points somewhere with his index finger. There, right there. The edge of the cliff. I dropped it there and it just vanished. For real? And the fruit? That big tree over there. I don't see it. I hid it in the ground. You're bullshitting, right? No, I couldn't believe it myself, so I threw a stone and it disappeared. Lance Corporal Choi was incredulous. What kind of nonsense is this damn guy spouting? However, the biggest mistake was being trapped on this damned island. At that moment, the voice of Corporal Jean Suncheol, who was approaching the edge of the cliff, was heard. Didn't we come here through a cave? I think there might be a return passage below. It's just a wild guess. A return passage below. Lance Corporal Choi's eyes widen. The camera captures this from the side. Soon, Lance Corporal Choi joins Corporal Jean Suncheol, looking down the edge of the cliff. It's dark. Nothing is visible, given the circumstances. It was night, after all. Right now it's quiet, but later the sound of crashing waves would be added. Then Lance Corporal Choi frowns. Where exactly? There, can't you see? What are you blabbering about? I can't see anything. Russell, Kang Woojin, or Corporal Jean Suncheol, takes a step back. His expression, mixed with the darkness, is oddly distorted. While saying his line, just a moment. I'll go get the fruit. That's the spot, really. Are you crazy? It's pitch black, what can you see? Hey, didn't something just move over there? It's probably the waves. No, it's not the waves. The camera slowly zooms in on the face of Corporal Jean Suncheol, pulling back. His expression, faintly illuminated by the moonlight, is enigmatic. The timidity that was dominant just moments ago has vanished. One more step. Perhaps due to the lack of moonlight, the upper half of Corporal Jean Suncheol's face is shrouded in darkness. Now only his mouth is visible. His teeth are stark white. No, he is smiling wide enough to show his teeth. The whole face is dark, but his endlessly rising smile is all that fills it. A clean smile. However, the disparity between the dark face and the smile is extreme. Above all, crazy. It really feels like we're on the island of the missing. How can such a happy smile come out so naturally? That smile alone completes the character description. There's direction, but Woojin SSI's acting. If this is seen on a big screen, it would be really chilling. As actors like Ryu Young-min and Ha Ura murmured to themselves, Kang Woojin's seemingly joyful, yet chilling inner smile dramatically escalated the impact of the scene. But that was only for a moment. With a rustling sound, Corporal Jean Suncheol's face completely disappeared. Unaware of this, Lance Corporal Choi continued looking down and speaking. Hey, look at that. I'm telling you, there's something down there. Kang Woojin, or Corporal Jean Suncheol, in the darkness, responded. Then, why don't we throw something down there? What should we throw? Suddenly, the tone of Corporal Jean Suncheol's voice changed, becoming rough and fierce. You. Lance Corporal Choi jolted and turned his head. You bastard, did you just talk back to me? Hey, where are you? The camera shows the view right in front of Lance Corporal Choi, illuminating the pitch-dark forest. It was quiet and still. That silence was terrifyingly eerie. From somewhere, Corporal Jean Suncheol's voice was heard again. Haha, talking back? You don't understand the situation, do you? What? Before the question was fully out. Whoosh. Corporal Jean Suncheol suddenly leaped out from the darkness. His face was full of ecstatic laughter, overwhelmingly captured by the camera. And then he, bang, pushed Lance Corporal Choi without hesitation. Just 1 second. That was the time it took for Lance Corporal Choi to disappear. Soon, Corporal Jean Suncheol looked down the cliff, stifling his laughter with a deep breath. His bright white teeth floated in the darkness. It was a smile full of satisfaction. Who speaks formally to a dead body, asshole? Or .gg/Woopreet. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. Missing 2. In a forest blanketed in stark darkness, under the faintly shining moonlight, the atmosphere was much the same as when they first arrived. However, the number of people had decreased. 2 had come, but now 1 was nowhere to be seen. The camera slowly moves to capture the profile of the remaining man. On the monitor intently watched by director Kwon Ki-taek, Kang Woojin's face appears. No, rather, it fills with the intense expressions of Corporal Jin Sun-cheol. However, it was blurry, not showing the entire face. It was an intentional direction, with only his laughter being crystal clear. His white teeth conspicuously curved into a crescent moon. Director Kwon Ki-taek, engrossed in the scene, unconsciously leaned closer to the monitor. It had been a very long time since he had been so absorbed, forgetting about directing and purely lost in an actor's performance. How can he change the quality of 2 characters so quickly? At the moment, nothing in particular about directing came to Kwon Ki-taek's mind. He was simply captivated by the actor's performance, by Kang Woojin's expressions. This wasn't just for now. Since morning, Kang Woojin's acting had not shown the slightest bit of disruption and had been steadfast. It's not just about quickly changing facial expressions or tones. The meaning in the eyes, the force in the intonation, the intimidation mixed in the actions. Even at a glance, it's clearly visible that 2 beings are living together. Rather than a split personality, it's as if he has 2 bodies. Even as Corporal Jin Sun-cheol, who had been laughing looking over the edge of the cliff, suddenly muttered to himself. What? Why? Pretentious bullshit. From his face to his torso, and then his arms and legs, he shivered. It was not intense, but neither was it subtle. Enough to send chills, his eyes rolling back as if possessed by a spirit. There was a monstrous being here. Soon, the pupils of dozens of staff members, actors like Ryu Young-min or Ha Ura, dilated. The staff either covered their mouths or whispered among themselves. Creepy. I got goosebumps. Wow, Woojin's acting is really insane. Is this his acting tension on the first day? I was shocked during the reading, but seeing it on set, doesn't it feel like he's possessed by some acting god? Ryu Young-min and including Ha Ura. How could such a performance come out in just a few seconds? The actors couldn't utter a word. They just watched. The camera on the set focused on Kang Woojin's performance, which was overwhelmingly charismatic. In fact, they had been speechless since earlier. Although he was a lead actor, currently, he was carrying the scene alone without other leading actors. But his presence was as compelling as having everyone. There. That's when it happened. Cut. Okay. Director Kwon Ki-taek gave an okay and stood up. Simultaneously, the staff clapped as if somewhat enchanted. Clap, 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 clap. Not too loud, but a reasonable decibel. Perhaps in awe of the spirit-like performance Woojin just showed. Whatever the case, Kang Woojin, who had instantly extracted the 2 personas of Corporal Jin Sun-cheol, thought to himself, yeah, it's okay, no particular problem. He completely wiped off his laughter and checked himself. Corporal Jin Sun-cheol was different from the other roles he had embodied. Currently, Kang Woojin had to maintain 3 different worlds, including his own. Therefore, he had to continuously check himself, not only for the concept, but also in general. Around this time, director Kwon Ki-taek, looking content, approached Woojin. Woojin SSI. Yes, Director Nim. You okay? Kang Woojin lowered his voice as much as possible. No problem. Then, can we reshoot this scene again? It's okay, but I want to try reducing the lights a bit more. Of course. If it's too much for you. No, you can go ahead. All right. Director Kwon Ki-taek smiled slightly, turned around, and muttered to himself. He showed such intense emotion, but it doesn't seem to affect him at all. Becoming an actor in my film really highlights his monstrous talent. A few staff members rushed over to adjust the military uniform on Kang Woojin. Cameras and lights were moved back to their original positions. Then, action. The filming continued once again. Thus, Corporal Jin Sun-cheol once more erases Lance Corporal Choi from Island of the Missing. This scene was repeated 3 times by director Kwon Ki-taek. Not because the acting of the 2 actors was lacking, but because director Kwon wanted to make changes to the overall direction and camera angles. After about an hour and 30 minutes, the current scene finally came to an end. Clap. With the noise of the slate, it immediately moved to the next scene. After dropping Lance Corporal Choi, Corporal Jin Suncheol, with his two identities, causes a conflict. Naturally, a collision between the two personas. And Corporal Jin Suncheol decides on something. What he should do in this strange, eerie island of the missing. The scene starts right after Lance Corporal Choi disappears. Action. Upon director Kwon Ki takes comm signal, Kang Woojin, or Corporal Jin Suncheol, dressed in military uniform. Swish. Suddenly collapses on the spot. The camera captures the upper body of Corporal Jin Suncheol. Contrary to his smiling just before, Jin Suncheol now gasps for breath. Huff, puff, hup dash. At this moment, real pain pervaded the body of Kang Woojin, fully embodying Corporal Jin Suncheol. Can't breathe. There was a lack of air. His body was sending out warnings. That was the feeling. Therefore, Woojin's breathing quickens. The dark surroundings seemed to hint at the deed he had just committed. A pitch-black future. I feel nauseous. Kang Woojin felt like vomiting. Hook. What did I just do? Lance Corporal Choi? What just happened? Although he did it, it felt as if he hadn't. Soon, Woojin's face was filled with timidity. Indecisiveness spread. The persona sustaining his body had switched. That's why Kang Woojin, pressing his back against a thick tree trunk, took off his helmet while sob. Tears flowed. Tears streamed down from his eyes to his cheeks in an instant. No preparation was needed. The camera gradually closes in on his face. Woojin was sincere. His face contained not a hint of falsehood. The slightly trembling facial muscles, the distorted forehead, the tears pouring down. He was sad. Woojin, clutching his helmet, felt a burning sensation in his chest. That's when, "Hey, idiot. Why the hell are you crying?" A rough voice echoed from somewhere in his mind. Of course, this voice was not captured by director Kwon Ki Take, the actors, the dozens of staff members, or the audio equipment. It was heard only by Kang Woojin. Didn't you hate that bastard Lance Corporal Choi? Remember how that fucker tormented us since we were privates? The rough voice was angry. To this, Kang Woojin responded in a timid voice. But still, we killed a person. Bullshit. Is that bastard Choi even human? He's just an idiot. And this place allows it, you know? Didn't you see Private Park being sliced? There were guys with their heads chopped off too. Stop it. No, don't. Please. It's fine, fuck. It's allowed here. It's a blessing for us. It's like a party, right? We can enjoy our revenge. So stop your fucking crying and get up. Kang Woojin was indeed having a real conversation. However, no one else could perceive it. The camera close by was just intensely capturing Woojin's emotions, his expressions. At that moment, Lance Corporal Choi, Corporal Jin, voices pierced through from afar, along with bright lights. The camera capturing Woojin swiftly turns. Some soldiers who had been asleep were running over, armed with guns. That instant, thud, Kang Woojin falls to the ground, breaking into loud sobs. "Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop Lance Corporal Choi." The soldier who arrived first gasped for breath and asked, "What? Stop what? Don't tell me Lance Corporal Choi." He jumped off. "I'm sorry. When I arrived, he already, oh, fuck. Is this for real? I'm sorry. It was so sudden. Next time I'll stop it faster. I'm sorry. It's my fault." Here, the corners of Kang Woojin's mouth, lying on the ground, twitched ever so slightly. He was crying, yet smiling, shouting in agony, but his inner thoughts were different. Then, the rough voice inside resounded again. "Kiki, next time? This freak. So he means to do it again, huh?" The camera distinctly captures the conversation between the two personas on Kang Woojin's face. Meanwhile, the end of September was chaotic for Kang Woojin, who had fully immersed himself in filming Island of the Missing, and for everyone else. Time swiftly vanished. Just a few days ago, the final trailer of Male Friend, released on the official Netflix Korea channel, had created a huge wave. It contained many hidden plots and teasers. What's this? Where did Park Dae-ri go? LOL. Kang Woojin's image transformation. LOL. It's a shame it's only a short series, but Kang Woojin and Wallen look so good together. Wow lol, the visual aesthetics from the beginning are melting my heart. I love it. Hold on. 022, what's this? Wallin rushing towards Kang Woojin. Could it be a key SS scene? Kang Woojin's acting spectrum is really wide lol, from playing tough roles to suddenly romantic boyfriend material lol, and he nails it. What's the OST? Did Kang Woojin and Wallin sing it together? It's so good. Netflix, you're not going to release one episode at a time, right? Drop it all at once. I trust you, really. Been looking forward to it lol, finally. I can watch it. Wallin really looks so young, wearing a school uniform. She looks so natural. Only a snippet of the last OST was released, but I'm already on repeat. Their vocal chemistry is amazing. Male friend will probably skyrocket Kang Woojin's popularity even more. He's already popular, but this will surely bring in a flood of female fans. Of course, the same trailer was also released on Netflix Japan, and the anticipation there was just as high as in Korea. Additionally, Male Friend releases almost simultaneously in Korea and Japan, with a 3 days early release in Korea. Male Friend was set to release first in Korea on October 19th, and then in Japan 3 days later, on the 22nd. Around this time, the production team of Drug Dealer, which was set to premiere on October 28th, was also frantically promoting. Various press screenings were scheduled, and lead actors like Jin Jae-jun were busy appearing on TV shows, YouTube, and various variety shows. Star pick, actors of Drug Dealer appear in Sports Day. Unfortunately, Kang Woojin couldn't attend/photo. Although Kang Woojin was not present, PD Yoon Byung-seon's Sports Day channel quickly invited the Drug Dealer team. Naturally, Kang Woojin was not a part of the team. However, Kang Woojin's presence was always felt in the Drug Dealer team. Since it's been released, we can't not talk about the cameo in Drug Dealer. Kang Woojin, you know, Kang Woojin. He's been causing quite a stir recently. How does he appear in the movie? It would be better if Jae-jun SSI talks about Woojin. They work together the most. Yeah, please tell us, Jae-jun SSI. Honestly, I learned a lot working with Woojin SSI. I realized how much I still lack. Wherever they went, whatever show they appeared on, questions about Kang Woojin were always raised. Hence, even in his absence, it was as if he was always there. Jae-jun SSI? Yes. I don't know. It's hard to express in words. Just watch the movie. It's killer. Thus, with these simultaneous events exploding, the media instigated a bit of a competitive dynamic between the two projects releasing around the same time. Monster rookie Kang Woojin's Male Friend and Drug Dealer, which will come out on top in terms of performance. The releases were only a week apart. The focus was, of course, on Kang Woojin. Such cases were not unheard of, especially among actors who work on multiple projects. However, for an actor less than a year into his career, this was unprecedented. Fact check. Romantic comedy, Male Friend. Crime thriller, Drug Dealer. Netizens excited for Kang Woojin's acting. The public was busy discussing freely, with much anticipation. Going to watch Male Friend, and then head straight to Drug Dealer lol. Feels like I'll definitely be able to tell the difference in the acting. I can somewhat predict the acting in Male Friend, but I have no clue what Kang Woojin will be like in Drug Dealer lol. That's why it's more intriguing. There was also a sense of expectation building up. Drug Dealer fits well with Park Dae-ri's role, but Kang Woojin in a romantic comedy? LOL, it might not be a good match. I heard these two projects were prepared around the same time. Honestly, feels like his agency is spinning Kang Woojin too hard. His acting quality must have dropped. In the end, everyone shared a similar sentiment. How will Kang Woojin, distinct in two very different projects, show his presence? It was about Kang Woojin's quality. On the late morning of September 29th, in a spacious meeting room at HTBS Entertainment Network, Kang Woojin sat in the center of the U-shaped table, his expression as calm as ever. Interestingly, several small cameras were placed around him, with more installed in various spots on the ceiling. Woojin subtly glanced at the cameras. These small cameras really don't let you relax. They record everything, from all sides. As he maintained his solemn demeanor, a familiar-faced man sitting opposite him spoke up. Woojin SSI, how have you been? Haha, it's been incredibly long since we last met, hasn't it? It was PD Yoon Byung-seon, wearing a smile typical of a variety show producer. currently preparing for the major variety show, Our Dining Table. Naturally, several writers were also seated around PD Yoon. Woojin SSI has become so amazingly great, it's hard to adjust to it. It just happened that way. Lucky for us. Keep soaring, okay? Haha. Anyway, congratulations on everything. I know you must be busy, but our show is also shaping up. Kang Woojin, who had occasionally heard about Our Dining Table amidst his schedule, thought, the only variety show I'm doing that's not acting. Now that I think about it, this is also going international. I'm going abroad more and more these days. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, Woojin listened intently to PD Yoon Byung-seon, making eye contact. Soon, PD Yoon handed a tablet to Woojin, continuing his explanation. Season 1 will likely be in the US, and we plan to start the main shooting in November. But before that, we want to shoot a scene in Korea for the first episode. What's the plan? Firstly, this meeting itself will be used in episode 1, and there will be a shot of all the participants having a meal together. Then, before the main shooting in the US, all the participants will need to practice things like cooking and management. Yoon Byung-seon pointed with his index finger at the tablet screen, which displayed plans related to the scenes for the first episode. So, we're planning to open a one-day restaurant. Chapter 144. Chapter 144, Missing 3. One-day restaurant. Upon hearing PD Yoon Byung-seon's words, Kang Woojin imagined a simple scenario in his mind, recalling the variety shows he had seen, which were somewhat relatable to the common folk. Are we doing a trial run before the main shoot starts? It feels like working part-time before the actual business begins. Oh, that sounds fun. Though not a PD himself, Kang Woojin tried to envision himself in a variety show setting. He pictured himself clumsily interacting with customers, bumping around in a chaotic yet awkward manner. This thought was oddly nerve-wracking, yet there was an undeniable thrill to it. It may have been an overreaction, but Woojin, with his concept play fully equipped, asked in a calm tone, "Are we renting a store to operate it for about a day?" PD Yoon Byung-seon, pushing up his glasses, smiled. "That's the plan. We've already finished scouting for a location, like those kinds of restaurants, you know? Like Gimbap Cheongguk. TL, Gimbap Cheongguk is a restaurant chain in Korea. We're planning to run a K-street food restaurant in the US, but having only street food might be too monotonous, so we're thinking of diversifying the menu like Gimbap Cheongguk. In other words, street food would be the main menu, but they would also try various Korean dishes like instant gimbap. Following this, PD Yoon Byung-seon handed some papers to Woojin, received from the surrounding writers. The contents included actual photos and some drawings. It seemed to be a rough concept of Our Dining Table. Flap. While Woojin was looking at these papers, PD Yoon Byung-seon, leaning forward slightly, continued speaking. I heard that the overseas location shoot for Island of the Missing is starting tomorrow, the 30th, and it will last for just over a month. Yes, that's correct. CEO Choi mentioned that during the middle of shoot, around October 17th, you'll be returning to Korea for about a week for domestic schedules, so we're planning to align our shooting around then. Is that so? Nodding, PD Yoon Byung-seon then handed over a transparent file. Well, I've already spoken with CEO Choi. This is a tentative schedule plan. We're looking at about 2 days of shooting for a one-day restaurant. 1 day for a preliminary meeting with the participants and practicing the dishes, and the next day we'll dive right into operating the store. No extensive practice, and that's it? It was almost like a Spartan regime. Well, it's a variety show, so maybe that's expected. Anyway, since it's just getting a feel for things, Kang Woojin wasn't too nervous about the cooking practice. As long as there are recipes and techniques, I'm set. Thanks to the grace of the void space, he had acquired the skills of a chef. At this point, the main female writer sitting next to Yoon Byung-seon added more details about the shoot. As PD mentioned, we've already finalized the location for the one-day restaurant. It's not in Seoul. We'll naturally be taking orders for the customers who'll come for the surprise operation. But we won't be doing something like Gimbap Cheongguk with over 30 different dishes. Then, we're thinking of starting with about 5 items. Depending on how things go, we'll decide whether to add more or reduce them. Just the basics. Ramen, gimbap, tteokbokki, etc. Indeed, Woojin felt relieved. Honestly, If there were dozens of dishes like gimbap chongguk, it would be chaotic regardless of skill. At this moment, the main writer showed a tablet and spoke again. You know this chef, right? Displayed on the tablet was the familiar profile of a chef who frequently appeared on variety shows. Kang Woojin had seen him a few times on YouTube in the past. Yes, I've seen him on TV. On the day of the practice shoot, we'll have mentors for each part, and for the cooking part, we've invited this chef. The chef will come and teach the basic recipes of the dishes. I see. PD Yoon Byung-seon chimed in. His smile was somewhat mischievous. Of course, you're free to be creative with the recipes you learn. You'll make them, and our staff will do the taste testing. What if it doesn't taste good? Then it's out. But since this will be sold in America, it can't just be passable. So, it's best to stick to the recipes you're taught. Of course, it made sense. Presenting Korean cuisine to foreigners couldn't be done half-heartedly. PD Yoon Byung-seon added to this thought. You know what I mean, right? Have you seen those shows where a celebrity's creative dish becomes so popular on broadcast that it starts being sold in stores? Anything less than that level would be tough. Was that what he meant? Woojin vaguely remembered something like that. Celebrities appearing on various food programs and their ramen, pizza, spaghetti, and other dishes actually being sold as real products. While Woojin was salivating at the thought, PD Yoon Byung-seon changed the subject. Anyway, that's the kind of approach we're taking for the shoot, and it will make up about half of the first episode. However, not all participants will have the same format. Kitchen, hall, counter, and promotion. Each section will have different tasks and responsibilities to learn. So about that. I'm actually quite good at cooking. But before PD Yoon Byung-seon could finish his question, Woojin nonchalantly interjected. I think that's not a bad idea. This prompted PD Yoon Byung-seon and the writers to open their eyes a bit wider, followed by a mix of laughter. It must have been an amusing scene to capture. Of course, everything was being filmed. Oh really? Woojin can cook well? It's hard to imagine. You don't look like the type who would be good at cooking. Is it because you seem too straightforward? What do you guys think? When PD Yoon Byung-seon asked the surrounding writers, several of them looked at the quiet Woojin and responded. He doesn't seem like he would be flashy, right? Sort of nonchalant and casual? Just survival cooking, right? But if he's good at acting, singing, foreign languages, and now cooking, that would be too overpowered. It's okay if you're not good at something. Most seem to think Woojin would only be capable of basic cooking for living alone. PD Yoon Byung-seon's expression suggested he felt the same. Thinking it better to keep quiet in this situation, Woojin chose to remain silent. Then PD Yoon Byung-seon slowly nodded. Okay, then Woojin will be in the kitchen. Not looking like someone who would cook well could actually draw more attention. Whether you'll be the main or assistant, our staff will decide after tasting on the shooting day. So, am I confirmed for the kitchen? Yes, Woojin will definitely be in the cooking team. He emitted a strange smile. Naturally, the writers did the same, expecting Kang Woojin to fail magnificently. Looking forward to Woojin's cooking. That was the expression they wanted. At the same time, in a somewhat disorganized office, numerous bundles of paper, posters, books, and more were strewn all over the place, giving the office a resemblance to a junkyard. On a cluttered desk, one thing that stood out was a framed poster of profiler Han Yang. Sitting at that desk was a man with a familiar beard, PD Song Man-woo. This was his newly opened production company. His face, seemingly rounder than before, PD Song Man-woo was intently looking at the desk. His expression was quite serious. Not bad at all, he murmured to himself, looking at two overlapping bundles of paper. They were obviously scripts. Recognizable because these two scripts had previously been passed to Kang Woojin and then returned. So why was PD Song Man-woo pondering over these scripts? Then, PD Song Man-woo recalled a phone call he had with Kang Woojin a few days ago, after getting the scripts back. It started with an eager voice of PD Song Man-woo. Hey, have you finished reading them? How were they? The response from Kang Woojin, as usual, was cynical yet clear. They were okay, PD. For PD Song Man-woo, this response was somewhat ambiguous. Okay. Yes. Both of them. Yes. Both were okay. If I had to say, the acclaimed chef was a bit better. Okay. Did that mean they were good or not? PD Song Man-woo momentarily closed his mouth, then tried a different approach. Then, what if I give these 2 scripts to you, Woojin? Would you do it? You can be honest. You're probably going to be anyway. I'm not particularly interested. Oh, I'm sorry. At the low apology, PD Song Manwoo suddenly became alert and shook his head slowly. No, why are you apologizing, Woojin? You only decided after seeing the first episode script for Hanryang, right? Yes. But these are not to your liking. That's right. Back to reality. In his office, PD Song Manwoo leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long sigh. Phew. If Kang Totem says so, it means both these scripts are bland. PD Song Manwoo stroked his beard slowly. Woojin hadn't outright said it, but there was a polite nuance in his words. He probably toned down the facts considering his relationship with PD Song Manwoo. Even if the totem doesn't trigger, I was thinking of trying if I just heard they were okay. But hearing this now, it doesn't sound appealing. Above all, if Woojin isn't interested in them, even revising the scripts would be meaningless. PD Song Manwoo's blueprint had to include Kang Woojin. That's why he had shown the scripts to Woojin first, under the guise of evaluation. But this felt like a step backward. Thus, PD Song Manwoo put the scripts he was looking at into his desk drawer. His face became more serious. I can't go with these. I need to find something else. The next day, September 30th, at the airport, various planes were coming and going at the vast airport. However, the scenery was unfamiliar. There were some foreigners, but not many, and while there were quite a few Koreans, it wasn't all of them. Naturally, as this was not Korea. This airport was the Da Nang International Airport in Vietnam. The Da Nang International Airport was bustling with a huge crowd of people, and at this moment, a large group emerged from the arrival hall. At a glance, the number was significant, easily over 50 people. This drew the attention of people in the airport lobby, both foreigners and Koreans who were traveling. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Ryu Young-min? Really? Where? Right there, near the arrivals. That woman is Hai Ura. And behind her, isn't that Kang Woojin? Damn, it really is them? Ah, they must be here for Island of the Missing shooting. Wow, hurry and come see. Let's get closer. Indeed, this massive group was the shooting team for Island of the Missing. Although it was quiet in Da Nang, the news had already caused a stir in Korea. Star Talk, Ryu Young-min, Ha Ura, Kim E-won, John Woo-chong, and Kang Woojin. Director Kwon Ki takes Island of the Missing team departs for overseas location shoot/photos. Island of the Missing team causes a buzz at Incheon Airport. Kang Woojin, the issue monster, calmly signing autographs for the gathered fans/photos. The overseas location schedule for Island of the Missing had begun. Thus, the massive group included director Kwon Ki-taek at the forefront, along with dozens of staff and leading actors mixed in. Soon, onlookers began to gather around the Island of the Missing team. There were quite a lot of Koreans. Wow. Hello, Kaya. Ryu Young-min. Ryu Young-min. Woojin Appa. I'm a Kang's Heart fan. Hai Ura is stunning. What a figure. Isn't that Kim E-won and John Woo-chong in the back? The gathering of top actors was indeed spectacular. Besides them, there were also supporting actors, but the onlookers were too busy watching the top stars. Slowly, the Island of the Missing team found themselves becoming isolated due to the crowd gathering around them. Please wait. We're just passing through. Dozens of men rushed in from the entrance of the airport, creating a path. It was the Line PD responsible for the overseas location shoot. Soon, the actors and the Island of the Missing team followed the path created by the guards and exited the airport. Meanwhile, the onlookers were busy taking photos with their phones. Eventually, swish, the Island of the Missing team reached several vans and minibuses parked in front of the airport. Please board in order. We will be moving to the accommodation immediately. Following the Line PD's shout, the Island of the Missing team started boarding the vehicles one by one. Among them, Kang Woojin, wearing a cap pulled down over his face, stood out. With a poker face, Woojin calmly surveyed his surroundings. Despite his cool exterior, he was quite excited inside. Wow, damn Da Nang. This place feels more like abroad, right? Are all those trees palm trees? Something. There's definitely a different country smell here. Then, looking up at the scorching sun, Woojin's first impression was straightforward. But, it's so hot. Damn, It's sweltering. I'm going to cook alive here. Acting in this heat? Next to Woojin, Choi Sung-gun with a ponytail was wiping his sweat, his face full of agony. Ugh, it's so hot, seriously killing me. Are you okay, Woojin? Woojin's response was full of bravado. Yes, CEO Nim. The Island of the Missing had begun its overseas location shoot. About 2 weeks later, Seoul, October 17th. The scene was a grand house's living room, mostly furnished with wooden interiors. An old man sat in the main seat on the living room sofa. He had short white hair and a face full of wrinkles, appearing much older than director Kwon Ki-taek. His presence was also extraordinary. There was a distinct aura of an experienced veteran. Next to him, a man in his 40s, full of perplexity, was speaking. Director. Even so, it will be difficult to find an actor proficient in sign language, won't it? You know, normally they practice like crazy or use a double. That's right. Yes. And not all the acting requires sign language. Only a few dozen cuts, right? Looking for an actor who learns sign language just for that seems a bit. Director. Actors learn foreign languages including English, but they don't usually learn sign language. The veteran director closed his mouth at the man's words, simply observing him. But why did it feel like a quiet growl of a fierce animal? Soon, the man, sweating profusely, averted his eyes and changed his tune. I'll do my best to find someone. Suddenly, the veteran director took out his phone from his pocket and turned something on, then showed it to the man. Where is this guy now? The man tilted his head and focused on the phone. It was a YouTube video, an edited version of a famous Japanese talk show. A scene where an actor was communicating with the audience in sign language. Japanese national talk show AIM talk show featuring Kang Woojin, Upreet. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. Missing 4. Kang Woojin in AIM talk show played on the old director's cell phone. In the video, Kang Woojin was close to the audience seats, continuously conversing with a child using sign language. The man in his late 40s, who was talking with the veteran director, had a look of panic on his face as he watched the video. Kang Woojin. Are you talking about Kang Woojin? At the repeated question, the old director took back his phone. His wrinkled face was filled with bluntness. Yes, Kang Woojin. A rookie actor who has stood out in less than a year since his debut. What? Did I see wrong? No, it's Kang Woojin. The man, sweating profusely, contrasted with the old director, who seemed relaxed. Or should I say cold? His voice was old but firm. Where is Kang Woojin now? He's popular now, so you must be keeping tabs on him. He's probably in Vietnam. I know he's gone for the overseas filming of Island of the Missing, the work of director Kwon. The old director slowly nodded his head, while the man in his 40s just looked down. A moment of silence. It was the veteran director who broke the quiet. But tell me, did you think I wouldn't know about Kang Woojin? Recently, he's been making noise with Japanese Sign Language. Director. Or did you not know? That can't be it. He's currently one of the top rising stars in Chungnyeoro. The question, or rather, the interrogation, about why the actor skilled in sign language wasn't mentioned sooner. Finally, the man sighed deeply and confessed, his voice losing strength. Honestly, yes, of course I knew. But I only brought him up in discussion and then excluded him. As you know, Kang Woojin is still a newcomer, not even a year into his career. He's been verified through his works, but he lacks experience. Is that so? I'm sorry. I was just worried. It's your 100th work, isn't it, director? And considering the weight of the project, it would be too much for a newcomer like Kang Woojin. An experienced actor is needed? Yes, director. The man had no bad intentions. Therefore, the old director was not overly angry. Still, there was a growing chill. Experience. Yes, experience is important. But isn't that a biased view? You should look at the forest, not just the tree. Pardon, if Kang Woojin was a reckless actor, would director Kwon or that director Kyotaro from Japan have taken him? Is there something more than his lacking experience that allows him, despite being a rookie, to take leading roles and for them to bear the risk? Am I wrong? The man's mouth shut tight, as if weighed down by a heavy anchor. He wasn't wrong, after all, and continuing to argue with the old director was a problem. The reason was simple. The old director, director On Jae-bak, was a legendary figure. Movie talk, the living legend of the Korean film industry, director Ahn Jae-bok, to kickstart his 100th project. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him a living legend of the Korean film industry. It was a fact. Even the big-time director Kwon Ki-taek was considered a junior compared to him. Director Ahn Jae-bok was more than just a heavyweight. He was a symbol of the film industry. Ranking him was meaningless. His very existence was the history of Korean cinema. That's why his filmography was insane. His 99th project. And now this was his 100th. He was highly respected internationally as well. At an international film festival filled with great figures from the global film industry, he was the first Korean director to win an award decades ago. Of course, he had won numerous awards at famous international film festivals since then. This 100th film that director Ahn Jae-bok was preparing was important both for him and the history of Korean cinema. Given all this, the concerns of the man in his 40s were not unfounded. "I'm sorry, director. I think I was short-sighted. I was only thinking about the quality of the work. Let's go easy, just easy. Overthinking can lead to slipping even in situations that should be straightforward. Whether it's the 99th or 100th project, the same heart must be maintained." "Yes, director." Whatever the case, it was clear that the legendary film director had taken an interest in the rookie Kang Woojin. The reasons and conditions were uncertain. Following this, the deeply wrinkled director Ahn Jae-bok, even as he rose from the sofa, gave an order. "Bring me all the available works related to Kang Woojin." "Yes, yes." Should I contact Kang Woojin's side?" "Yes, we should. But before that," while responding to the question, director Ahn Jae-bok stroked his chin and murmured thoughtfully, "I have something to ask Director Kwon first." The next day, October 18th, in the studio of writer Park Eun-mi, around lunchtime. Recently, the studio of star writer Park Eun-mi was quiet. Although her series Han-ryang was still successful in the second and third place, and even doing well in Japan, there was nothing in particular for writer Park Eun-mi to do. Thanks to this, her assistant writers were on vacation, and Park Eun-mi herself was taking a break. However, writer Park Eun-mi in the room was not alone. In front of Park Eun-mi's desk sat a slender, slightly nervous Choi Na-na, who had gulped down her anxiety. She had already become independent from Park Eun-mi's circle. Anyway, Park Eun-mi, with her long permed hair tied up, was looking down at a stack of papers in front of writer Choi Na-na. It was quite thick. 1 page, 2 pages. As she slowly read through the stack, she suddenly asked, "Na-na, when did you start writing this?" Startled, Choi Na-na stammered a bit in her reply. "After male friend ended, I started him immediately." "Immediately?" "Yes. You must have been busy, right?" Actually, it was a draft, but I rewrote it while reviewing it." Choi Na-na then bowed her head deeply. "I'm so sorry. It's too weird, isn't it?" In fact, the stack of papers Park Eun-mi was looking at was a script written by Choi Na-na. From what was heard, she wrote it as soon as male friend was confirmed, and it seemed to be based on one of her old drafts. Park Eun-mi, with a serious expression, looked back at the script and spoke again. "Is this also a short story?" "No. I wrote it thinking it would be a full-length series." "How many episodes?" "Either 12 or 16 episodes." "Is that so?" Yes. But it's a bit rough, right?" I'll refine it." "No, I'll try writing something else." Writer Choi Na-na, whose confidence was waning. At that moment, Park Eun-mi closed the script and lifted her head with a laugh, making her long, permed hair sway. "What are you talking about? It's so interesting." "Really? It's interesting." "No, Na-na. How did you, who are usually so quiet, come up with such an exhilarating and satisfying story?" You find it interesting?" "Yes, it's good. First of all, I like the main character. He's overwhelming. The action is refreshing. You openly address social issues that are emerging, providing a definite sense of vicarious satisfaction. But if this is managed well, it could even go into seasons, right?" "Seasons?" "Yep." Writer Park Eun-mi then pointed at a nearby laptop with her index finger. "There are plenty of materials out there in the world, and if you scrape the society section now, tons will come out." "How much research have you done?" I've only done up to episode 4. "That's fine. That's enough to start planning and getting a synopsis out." "Already?" Writer Choi Na-na was surprised, to which Park Eun-mi smiled. "Why are you surprised? You're a debut writer who's already made it to Japan, aren't you?" That's Because the actors were amazing. Anyway, did you only show this script to me? Yes. Do you have any broadcasting stations or production companies in mind? I don't have any. Park Eun-mi immediately picked up her phone. Nah. This script should definitely be seen by a director. Is it okay if I show it to someone? Yes. But who? Then Park Eun-mi put the phone to her ear. Who else but the PD who recently became unemployed? Writer Choi Nana's mind conjured up the image of a man with a goatee. Later that day, in the late afternoon, at Incheon Airport, the arrival hall had been in a frenzy. The reason was the sudden appearance of a certain actor. Although that actor was no longer present in the arrival hall, people who had seen him just a few minutes ago were still buzzing about it everywhere. Wow, did you see that? Kang Woojin's physique, what a surprise. Yeah, and he's so handsome. Didn't his gaze seem like it could pull you in? Agreed. Actors definitely have a different aura. I need to upload the photos I took on Instagram. Me too. The chatter continued noisily. Kang Woojin looked calm, but he was signing autographs and stuff? He seemed like a tsundere, right? It's not like he's forcing a persona. It seems that's his real character. I laughed so hard at the comments saying he's like a teenage golden retriever. I searched, and it seems Kang Woojin is currently shooting Island of the Missing in Vietnam. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin was currently Buong inside a van speeding on the highway. His entire team was in the car, and Kang Woojin was looking out the window with a profound expression. But inside, he was dancing with joy. Korea? Crazy, Korea is the best. Ugh, I don't want to go back to Vietnam again. Despite his inner thoughts, Kang Woojin's shooting for the overseas location of Island of the Missing in Vietnam was not yet over. He had about a week's schedule in Korea starting today, after which he had to return to Da Nang. Of course, Kang Woojin was thinking. But what were the schedules again? There were a lot. He wasn't entirely sure what his schedule was for the short week. But one thing was certain. Is it already tomorrow? This was what Choi Sung-gun, with ponytail, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, turned to say. His smile was wide. Woojin, let's post some promotions on SNS and the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Tomorrow is the opening of Male Friend. October 19th, morning. The time was around 9:30 a.m. Since the morning, the entertainment section was buzzing with talk about one particular work. In fact, it had been that way for the past few days. Short drama launch in Korea and Japan for the first time. Kang Woojin and Wallin in Male Friend. Opens today at 10 a.m. Fact check. Opening at 10 a.m. today in Korea. Male Friend, netizens say, waiting eagerly. It was about Male Friend. Star Talk. Kang Woojin's first romantic comedy lead role. Can Male Friend erase the image of Park Dae-ri? It was only natural. It was just 30 minutes until the official opening. So, there were many promotional articles, and some that were blatantly clickbait. Will Male Friend, opening in 30 minutes, be a success? Some say, it seems overly hyped. It had become a big short drama that was launching even in Japan. Issue talk, Male Friend. Opinions divided between hit or flop. The public eagerly waiting for the opening was extremely excited. It's finally opening. Nothing else to watch. Lucky me. Park Dae-ri's style is insane. Not a fan of Kang Woojin, but watching it for Wallin. Need more daring projects like this short drama rom-com. Definitely watching. First rom-com for Kang Woojin. Curious how he acted. Gonna be boring. Just fake kisses and end. So excited watching right when it opens at 10. It's just going to be a mediocre rom-com. But it's on Netflix, so I'll give it a try. Regardless of its success, just the fact that a short drama made it to Japan is a big deal. Hope the script is good. With all the hype they've built up, it's going to get a lot of backlash even if it's just slightly disappointing. Various comments were buzzing around. As the time passed, with about 10 minutes left until the official opening of Male Friend, many people related to Kang Woojin turned on Netflix. Among them was Hong Hye-yeon, who was packing for Vietnam to make a friendly appearance on Island of the Missing during her break. Is it opening at 10 a.m.? If I have time, I'll watch it all today, or download it if I can't. Wonder how the two will turn out. In the large conference room of Netflix Korea, gathered were director Shin Dong-chun, the main director of Male Friend, Kim So-hyang, the executive director, and others. Wallin, in a van on her way to a schedule, was also feeling the same. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes left. Why am I so nervous? It's not even my first time releasing a work. Of course, it wasn't just them. Numerous people were logging into Netflix. Particularly enthusiastic were Kang Woojin's fan club president and his sister, Kang Hyuna, along with her friends, the club's executives. 1 minute. Just 1 minute left. Hyuna, pull up the tablet. I can't see well. Okay. Finally. Finally, we get to watch it. The leaders of Kang's heart were all gathered in a dorm room, all looking at the tablet. Then it happened. It's on the main page. The main page of Netflix Korea on the tablet switched to Male Friend. A poster with soft, fluffy colors and cherry blossoms fluttering in the background. Kang Woojin stood there, slightly furrowing his brow. In front of him, Wallin was smiling with her eyes, striking a pose with her arms wide open. The text on the poster read, Male Friend. Until yesterday, and even up till now, I should have been. The title and a one-liner. Looking at the poster on Netflix's main page, Kang Hyuna and her friends were ecstatic. Wow, it's so pretty. The color scheme is amazing. Woojin Oppa is so handsome. Hurry up and play it. It's already 10:01. Kang Hyuna stretched out her index finger and touched the screen. The page transitioned to the Male Friend section. All 4 episodes were visible. Yay! They released all the episodes at once. As expected of Netflix, all episodes of Male Friend were released at once. Kang Hyuna quickly tapped on the first episode of Male Friend, and the tablet screen turned black before starting to play the beginning of Male Friend. It started with a lively OST. Uniquely, it jumped straight into the story without showing the title or introducing the actors. The scene was set under rows of cherry blossom trees. Kang Hyuna and her friends were surprised while munching on snacks. Wow, the drama's colors are insane. But how did they film the cherry blossoms? Wasn't this shot in summer? Must be CG. But it doesn't look fake at all. They must have spent some money on it. Woojin Opera appeared. Wallin's styling is perfect. Where's it from? About 5 minutes into being engrossed in Male Friend, Kang Hyuna and her friends were suddenly shocked. On the tablet, Wallin was running towards Kang Woojin, and then she passionately kisses him. It wasn't light. It was deep. Such an intense start. It was enough to excite them. Wow, crazy. A kiss scene right off the bat? Amazing. Never saw this coming at all. Agreed. People are going to be shocked right from the start. Kaya, what? What? So exciting. Breaking all expectations, it started with a deep kiss scene. So intense. Wow. I love it. This is different. Netflix just starts with a kiss scene. Hey, let's watch it again. Rewind it. I want to watch it 100 times. The lid of Male Friend had been lifted earlier today, but soon read. Chapter 146. Chapter 146. Artillery Fire 1. At 10 a.m. on the 19th, Netflix Korea officially released Male Friend. Despite it being morning, many people were watching the beginning of Male Friend, which started in a park where cherry blossoms were fluttering down. The park was bustling with people, giving off the vibe of a cherry blossom festival. Along with that, Angle, a bouncy OST starts playing. Initially filled only with music, the sound gradually mixes with the noise of a noisy crowd, and then the screen shows the backs of Kang Woojin and Wallin walking side by side among the overflowing crowd. Suddenly, Wallin's narration overlays. Yes, that's right. This is exactly where it all began. As her words end, the angle swiftly turns, showing the front view of the two characters. Woojin and Wallin's expressions were in stark contrast. Wallin, wearing a light blue jacket, looked bright and cheerful, whereas Kang Woojin was full of annoyance. At that moment, Wallin ran off somewhere, causing her long hair to flutter. Kang Woojin, dressed in a white shirt and blue jeans, lets out a long sigh. Then, Wallin, who had been hopping around alone, returns to Woojin, her hands full of cherry blossom petals. Hey, Han and Ho. The angle shows the side view of the two. Wallin extends her hands full of cherry blossom petals towards Kang Woojin. Suddenly, the cherry blossom petals are zoomed in, and the banter between Kang Woojin and Wallin continues. Look at this. So what? Smell it, the fragrance. It doesn't smell like anything to me. The two banter quite freely. Eventually, Kang Woojin puts his nose close to the piled cherry blossoms. At that moment, click. The OST and the screen that had been playing all along suddenly stop. It was as if the world had come to a halt. Then once again, Wallen's narration overlays. That's the moment, that moment. I should have just stuffed cherry blossom petals into Han Inho's nostrils and run away. As soon as her narration ends, the pause screen starts moving again. Kang Woojin and Wallen, now closer with the cherry blossom petals between them, exchange a mysterious glance. Their faces are shown in alternating shots, with a sticky gaze clearly visible. The distance between their eyes was no more than a fist's length. Even the OSD changes to something softer. The two, now close enough to hear each other's breathing, are captured in a single frame. The shot is enhanced with sunlight filtering through, and the playback speed is set to slow motion. At this point, Kang Woojin, who had been gazing at Wallen with an ambiguous expression, makes his move. He pressed his lips against Wallen's, through the cherry blossom petals. The screen shows the back of Kang Woojin's head and Wallen's expression, eyes wide with surprise. And as Woojin slowly pulls away from the kiss, Wallen, who had been looking at him, suddenly hiccups. Hic! Once again, the world stops and Wallen's narration resumes. Stupid. Why did I hiccup? However, Wallen's hiccups do not stop. Hic! After a brief eye contact, Wallen, still hiccuping, bit her lower lip and cursed at Kang Woojin right in front of her. Crazy bastard. And then, shit. As if she couldn't stand it anymore, Wallen flung her arms wide and rushed towards Kang Woojin. The angle gradually widens. The two are shown in a full shot, with the cherry blossom petals gently fluttering down. She pounced on him. That was the most fitting description. Wallen clinging to Kang Woojin, him lightly catching her, their lips overlapping in the situation, as if they were devouring each other's lips. It was sultry, yet peculiar, almost as if they were both wild beasts. At this point, the crowd, sneakily glancing at the two lost in their own world, is briefly shown. Then the angle captures the two rubbing against each other again. Then, no, stop for a moment. Following Wallen's narration, the screen abruptly stops again. How did it end up like this? Suddenly, the scene rewinds. Woojin and Wallen move backwards quickly, and so do the people. It's as if the world is being rewound, even the earth spinning back. Then, SSS. The OSD changes, and the overall color tone shifts. Fluttering curtains, a chalkboard and teacher's desk, and students running around appear one after another. A boy in a school uniform, lying on a desk, is shown. Of course, it was Kang Woojin. Then, a female voice calls out to him. Hey, Han and Ho. It was Wallen, too, wearing a school uniform. Kang Woojin lifts his disheveled head, but as soon as he sees Wallen, he flops back down, and Wallen runs over and smacks him on the head. Kang Woojin jumps up. Lee Bomin, have you gone crazy? Soon, the alternating faces of a scowling Kang Woojin and a radiantly smiling Wallen are shown, followed by the title appearing. Male friend. Up to this point, Kang Hyuna and her friends, munching on snacks, were immersed in watching episode 1 of Male Friend, and they all chorused in unison with exaggerated sincerity. Crazy so damn fun. Meanwhile, about an hour after Male Friend officially released on Netflix Korea, Kang Woojin's close friends group chat was ablaze. Hyunggu crazy? Hey, is it true Male Friend starts with a kiss scene? Hyunggu, damn, I'm jealous. Kyungsung, what? A kiss? Right from the start? Wait a minute. I'm at work, but gonna go to the restroom to check it out. Hyunggu, did Kang Woojin save the country like 40 times in his past life? Really so damn jealous. Daeyoung, guys, you saw it, didn't you? But I witnessed it firsthand. Hyunggu, for real? Daeyoung, I saw it with my own eyes. Kyungsung, fuck, it starts off so real. Hey, Kang Woojin, did you enjoy it? Did you? Hyunggu, death penalty. Why? Don't know, just death penalty. Kyungsung, with Wallen, with that Wallen. Daeyoung, morons, but how was it? Fun. I'm still at work, haven't seen it. Hyunggu, yeah, it's fun. I usually don't watch this stuff, but it's interesting, right? Kyungsung, yeah, agree. Gotta watch it. Properly when I get home. Woojin, hee. Hyunggu, hey, this guy is laughing. Even though it's a weekday Monday morning, Kang Woojin's close friends were fervent. They were not the only ones. Despite it being work hours, the live viewer chat room for Male Friend was in turmoil. So fun. Kang Woojin and Wallen look so good in school uniforms. Kiss, 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 kiss. Which episode do they kiss in? Right from the start. This is what I wanted. Kang Woojin, a total hottie in male friend. Wallen looked so pretty in the interview scene. What's this as expected? Boring. The drama's color scheme is crazy. So pretty. Wow, Kang Woojin's image transformation is killer. Totally forgot about Park Dae-ri. Entrance ceremony, the principal speaking looks just like my high school principal. Seems like it's gonna shine and then flop. When is the OST they both sang coming out? Why does Kang Woojin look so perfect in a school uniform? Why is he so handsome? Why is his smile so cute? With a kiss like that, they should just go straight to a motel. Is that all you have in your head? OMG, the kiss scene is too intense. I actually like it. Kang Woojin acts so well. This is gonna attract a lot of female fans. The posts were updated every second, all giving the feeling of watching Male Friend live. The atmosphere was unusually charged. Not to be outdone, the community side also started to show activity. A dedicated Male Friend gallery was created in a famous community, and already hundreds of posts had been made. But this was just the beginning. Issue check. Male Friend just opened, stirring up the community within an hour. By the time the evening came, the uproar was expected to multiply several times over. Despite being morning, Male Friend's official viewer chat room is ablaze/photo, like a volcano erupting. On the same day, around lunchtime, in Japan, the news of Male Friend releasing in Korea had spread to Japan as well. However, Japan was still more interested in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and the Kashiwa group. There were continuous new topics, but facts were nowhere to be found. Kashiwa group. Is the eerie sacrifice of a stranger the first step into the untouched cultural industry? Even though a considerable amount of time had passed since the issue erupted, it was still frequently covered on various Japanese variety shows. Regardless, the recognition of both matters was extremely high at the moment. Mentions of Kang Woojin were numerous too. Of course, the aftermath of his appearance on AIM Talk Show was still roaming the Japanese YouTube market. In the midst of all this, Virum, inside a luxury sedan speeding down the road, an elderly man asked a question related to Kang Woojin. It was Chairman Hideki Yoshimura, his eyebrows sprinkled with white hair. How is the situation with the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? At his gruff-toned question, the neatly dressed woman in the passenger seat, Secretary Lily, turned towards him. Everything is flowing as you predicted, Chairman. Curiosity is amplifying, and both our interest and that of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger continue to be maintained. Good. What about director Kyotaro Taniguchi? Since the problems caused a halt, currently, he is putting extra effort into speeding up the production. I heard that the casting of the actors has recently been completed. And Kang Woojin, he has been confirmed to have started shooting for his next film. Currently, he is in Vietnam for an overseas location shoot. Chairman Hideki slowly nodded his head, evidently pleased. Things were rolling out as he desired. Above all, Shingo has also become remarkably cheerful, unlike before. His grandson's condition was improving day by day. Perhaps his dreams and hopes were growing? Then, Chairman Hideki, who was folding his arms, turned his wrinkled face towards the window. Indeed, it would be better to get involved in the cultural industry, not just as a one-off. He then called out to Lily in the passenger seat. It seems we need to meet Kang Woojin sometime soon. Shall I arrange a meeting? No, it's a bit premature to meet him so openly. It could burden Kang Woojin. Wouldn't it be better to make it look like a coincidence? After pondering for a moment, Lily met eyes with the chairman. How about during the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's script reading? Script reading? Yes, it's done during movie production preparation. It's a time when the director, actors, and staff all gather to synchronize their performances in advance. Ah, yes, I've heard about that. Kang Woojin will be there for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's script reading, so you could meet him then. Seemingly satisfied with the idea, Chairman Hideki stroked his chin. When and where is it happening? Now that the casting of the actors is complete, it should be happening soon. I will check the schedule. The location is usually inside the film company. Chairman Hideki, slowly stroking his chin, did not speak right away. He seemed to be thinking. After about several seconds. Then, about the location for that script reading. He instructed Lily in a low, gravelly tone. Let's offer my hotel for it. Renting out one hall should be sufficient, right? At this time, back in Korea, inside Kang Woojin's moving van, having apparently visited a salon, Woojin was in full makeup. He was now looking down at his cell phone. Or, more precisely, the kiss scene. Crazy. It's so embarrassingly cute seeing it finished. He was watching Male Friend, which had opened that morning. At the same time, he felt peculiar. Was it because he was watching himself on his phone? Or because his work was featured on the famous Netflix? Regardless, he was feeling amazed. At that moment, Appa, Han Yi-young, sitting next to him with her blue-bobbed hair, spoke to Woojin. Male Friend is really fun, isn't it? Her brusque tone was filled with sincerity, and, as a result, the other stylists all agreed. Yeah, it's really fun, not just because it's Woojin Appa's work. The first intense kiss scene definitely played a big part. Appa and Wallenim's chemistry is great. You guys look so good together. Is this going to spark a scandal? All of them, like Woojin, were watching Male Friend. Watching these women, Woojin nodded inwardly. So it looks good in the eyes of women? Han Yi-young called out to Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the front passenger seat with his ponytail. Have you seen it, CEO? What do you think? Choi Sung-gun slowly turned around, smiling. His smile was excessively deep. The funny thing was that the words he uttered were not related to Male Friend. Male Friend is Male Friend, but Woojin, there's another piece of good news, isn't there? Huh? What? What's with that suspicious smile? Regardless, Choi Sung-gun pointed at the cell phone in Woojin's hand with his index finger. See for yourself, I just forwarded it to you. Open the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. He was talking about the YouTube Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Soon, Woojin turned off Netflix with a nonchalant face and opened YouTube. The main page of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel was immediately visible. Kang Woojin internally gasped. Channel name: Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers: 5.02 million. Videos: 13. It had surpassed 5 million subscribers. Even the size of the YouTube channel was becoming monstrous. It was a figure worth a round of applause from the entire Kang Woojin team, and Woojin maintained his poker face while inwardly cheering raucously. Wow, am I a YouTuber with 5 million subscribers? Amazing. Yes, it's amazing. Then something occurred to Kang Woojin. All right. He suddenly called out to Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting in the passenger seat with his ponytail. CEO Nim. Speaking of the channel, there's something about the YouTube content. Yes. Is it okay to add something new? Sure. What? Got an idea related to singing? Kang Woojin's reply was unexpectedly different. No, it's about cooking. A moment of silence followed. Then Choi Sung-gun blinked his eyes and Chapter 147. Chapter 147. Artillery Fire 2. The Kang Woojin's alter ego channel started with about 100 subscribers. Now it has subscribers: 5.02 million. It surpassed 5 million. A figure to be wide-eyed about, but not surprising. The weight of the issues Kang Woojin had stirred up in both Korea and Japan was immense. It was fair to say it was an unprecedented storm on YouTube. However, the skyrocketing subscriber count was just the icing on the cake. Why? Because the grandeur of the uploaded videos was even more explosive. Kang Woojin's first video, which included a greeting, astonishingly surpassed 8 million views. Of course, the main subjects, the cover song videos, were 1. Ilani/ballerina cover Japanese. Kang Woojin's alter ego. Views, 27.55 million. An insane level. 2. Ilani/ballerina cover English. Kang Woojin's alter ego. Views, 29.11 million. It surpassed 20 million views. This situation was beyond the term skyrocketing. Even now, both the subscriber count and view count were rapidly increasing. Refreshing the page showed the numbers changing in real time. Listing only the highest views might seem selective, but even the other added cover videos had a baseline of 5 million views. Even the simple talk videos meant as a breather in between had a baseline of 3 million views. The comments were saturated, surpassing 100,000. More than half of them were in Korean, but Japanese comments had exploded. -2,001 wori, zai shung omedetou. roughly means congratulations on 20 million views. Sudianachurishomichushte kareta ito gazai mashita heart, roughly means thank you for creating a wonderful song. Moshikanungde araba, CDN panghwashte tadakanai deshurka? Roughly means could you release a CD if possible. Biju araga ii kara mvying isurishi. Sungmoi kara yin yingamo surushi. Roughly means good visuals, so it looks great in MVs. And the voice is great for the audio too. Thanks to the English version, the number of English-speaking fans also significantly increased. Kang Woojin's issue continued to grow in size, hence the acceleration. There had never been such a relentless surge before. By appearances alone, the power of the main character, Kang Woojin, and the hobby, Kang Woojin's alter ego, seemed almost equal. Well, the main character's power was still more intense. Kang Woojin's SNS was already dash at Wooji_. Posts, 103. Followers, 6.119 million. Following, 13. It had surpassed 6 million followers, and his official fan cafe had also grown significantly. In such a state, adding cooking content to the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, it was blatantly obvious it would become a hot topic. At least, that's what Choi Sung-gun thought. Moreover, the Kang Woojin's alter ego theme fits well with it. The additional content was a perfect match. After all, the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel was fundamentally about filling it with hobbies and other activities, not his main profession as an actor. Currently, the main content was his vocals. In fact, Choi Sung-gun had planned to gradually expand the domain based on vocals. But suddenly, cooking? Vocals, cooking. It clearly smelled of an alter ego, but the timing was oddly off. Because of this, those around the silent Kang Woojin, including stylists like Han Yi-young, blinked their eyes in surprise. Wow, cooking. It kind of fits but also doesn't at the same time. But why suddenly cooking? Why, you ask? Because I'm a master chef. Woojin thought simply to himself, but couldn't say it outright. Soon, Kang Woojin vaguely deflected with a low tone. Just thought it would be good. Oh. Here, Choi Sung-gun in the passenger seat thought to himself. With channels of 100,000 to 200,000 subscribers struggling to come up with content, Woojin doesn't seem to have thought this through lightly, having a 5 million subscriber channel. But surely he won't be like a professional chef, right? I don't know. This guy has now exceeded the realm where I can judge him carelessly. First, I need to figure it out. He then posed a question to Kang Woojin. Cooking content would be nice. It easily racks up views. It's a main theme on YouTube these days. That's why it's still selling everywhere. But what kind? Mukbang? Or cooking? What exactly are you thinking, Woojin? TL. If you don't know mukbang, just Google it. The question was about the nuance of cooking content he planned to adopt. Of course, Kang Woojin had something in mind. However, it wouldn't fit the concept to just blurt it out immediately, so he pretended to think for a moment. Woojin opened his mouth a few seconds later. I'm not planning to go professional. Just something simple that the general public can enjoy, creating dishes with super simple recipes in a short amount of time. So, cooking? What about mukbang? I don't really know good restaurants, nor how to eat deliciously. In an instant, Choi Sung-gun, Han Yi-young, and everyone else understood. If Woojin eats in that mood, it didn't seem like it would look tasty, since the essence of mukbang is to make viewers drool with the way one eats. Regardless, Choi Sung-gun, who had already opened his diary, spoke again. Okay, Woojin's cooking. Would that content be insufficient? No? It's definitely worth a try. It would be great if it includes making the food and eating it, but that can be done by inviting someone else to enjoy the meal, like a guest. The problem now is the taste and skill of the dishes you make, and perhaps the character? Choi Sung-gun locked eyes with Woojin. Your character is already sufficient. It will be unique just as it is. But what about your cooking skills? How's the taste? Chef level, but? However, Woojin's response was modest. I think it's just edible. Right? Just like cooking for oneself. Probably. But if the skill is ambiguous, it might be difficult to use it as a long-term content. It's okay for 1 or 2 videos. We'll confirm it, but I think we need to test it out. Yes, that's fine with me. Really? You sure? Kang Woojin nodded calmly. Following this, Choi Sung-gun, pointing to himself and the staff in the van, suggested. Then, within this domestic schedule, let's all go to your house one time to test it out. It looks like it will be at night, but it's a bit late though. We can also do your housewarming. At this point, the stylists and Jang Soo-hwan's anticipation shot up, and Woojin, seeing their excitement, asked an important question. Understood. Then what about the menu? Choi Sung-gun seemed indifferent to that detail. Just make whatever you feel like on that day, anything. Afterward, once the cooking conversation was wrapped up, Choi Sung-gun in the passenger seat recited the schedule for about a week. So, let me give you a rough explanation of the one-week schedule. It's quite packed because we condensed it due to the island of the missing schedule. Go ahead, it's fine. Woojin was currently riding high thanks to his return to Korea. Thus, he was genuinely overflowing with energy, not just in concept. No problem. Haha. You are buzzing with energy. Look at the kids, all wilted. Everyone was excited at first about going abroad, but after coming back from Vietnam, they're nearly dead. The menu should include meat, then. Ooh, meat. In the midst of the excitement, Choi Sung-gun steered the conversation back. First, today is straight to the commercial shoot. Looks like that'll take up the whole day. Tomorrow is post-recording for Freezing Love, a few photo shoots. And I've added a few related to male friend. Kang Woojin, reminded of his friends who were freaking out in the group chat earlier, forcibly held back his laughter and nodded. Yes, CEO Nim. I'm aware. Just so you know, the Male Friend Japan release is on the 22nd, you know? But we'll be too busy to even monitor it. Anyway, on the 23rd, 24th, there's shooting related to our dining table's one-day restaurant and more. Perhaps the endless stream of schedules starting with the one-day restaurant, akin to the first shooting of our dining table. Yet Woojin listened calmly with his concept acting and current energy. Being in Korea for the first time in a while also contributed to his vigor. But how will Male Friend perform? It's been a while, so I'm nervous. The throbbing anticipation was a bigger reason. Hours passed by like that. By the time it was the afternoon, the internet was abuzz with Male Friend growing exponentially. Not only were articles being published, but as more people watched Male Friend, reviews exploded everywhere. At this time, in the medium-sized meeting room of Netflix Korea. Wow, the visuals turned out great. Right? It's really fun. Director Nim. Applause filled the room. It seemed like the key staff of Male Friend and Netflix employees had just finished watching Male Friend, including Kim So-hyang, the executive director who had just arrived. Director Shin Dong-chun, with his square jaw, couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Haha, it's all thanks to the actors. Simultaneously, the hands of a few Netflix employees started moving faster. About a dozen of them. Laptops were placed in front of them, intended for monitoring real-time reactions. On SNS, the talk and shares about Male Friend are steeply rising. It has increased several times since this morning. The community reaction is significant too. The influx is noticeably increasing, and the posting speed is insane. Director Shin Dong-chun, immediately getting into work mode, asked about something else. How about the real-time viewer chat rooms? It's been crazy since Male Friend opened. Do you want to see? Director Shin Dong-chun nodded and checked the laptop screen. It was, to put it crudely, as if they were on drugs. The chat was being flooded every second, whether by those who had watched it or were currently watching. At this time, the plump Kim So-hyang, the executive director, leaned next to Director Shin Dong-chun and laughed. It's been a while, hasn't it? Getting this kind of reaction. Is that so? Yes. Well, there's the opening hype, but there's definitely a feeling of massive firepower. We haven't had this kind of momentum recently. That's good to hear. Moreover, Male Friend is a short drama, and it's the first time we've seen such sparks fly for a one-shot. Kim So-hyang then locked eyes with Choi Sung-gun. The deep kiss scene at the beginning. That was the right move, wasn't it? Director Shin Dong-chun, again creating an awkward smile, gave orders to the staff. Prepare to upload the videos we have ready for tomorrow on the YouTube channel. Oh, how are we doing with our OST? Kim So-hyang was quick to answer. It will officially released in 2 days at noon on all music platforms. As Netflix Korea and director Shin Dong-chun enthusiastically planned for the future, perhaps because it was rush hour, the crowd flooding into the subway was tremendous. It was the same at every station. Packed to the brim. Well, this was routine for them. The only friend on the commute was, of course, the cell phone. 90% of the crowded subway's passengers were looking down at their phones. Here's the peculiar thing. Male friend. Many people's phone screens were displaying male friend. Not everyone, but a significant number. Some were already on episode 2, while others had just started episode 1. Various scenarios. Of course, it wasn't just the subway. The phones of people on buses and walking down the streets were similar. Kang Woojin heartsuit wall-in male friend, starting with a deep kiss scene. Netizens. Buzzing. It was a sign that a volcanic eruption was about to start in earnest. The next day, the 20th, early in the morning. A day had passed since male friend opened. The current time was around 8 a.m. The location was director Shin Dongchun's house. Perhaps because he had almost pulled an all-nighter yesterday, he was still in bed. Then, the cell phone by the bedside spit out a ringtone. The caller was Kim So-hyang, the executive director, and director Shin Dongchun rustled about before managing to answer the call. His voice was groggy. Yes, Shin Dongchun speaking. Lying down as he took the call, he suddenly, whoosh, sprang up from the bed. What did you say? And at almost the same time, Choi Nana, the writer, who was brushing her teeth in the bathroom, also received a call. Interestingly, gasp, really? She, with a toothbrush in her mouth, showed a similar reaction to director Shin Dongchun. Adding to this, Wallin, the female lead of Male Friend, who was already on the move in a van, covered her mouth with her hand after seeing something on her phone. Her already large eyes widened even more. Amazing. She excitedly showed her phone to the manager sitting in the passenger seat. Uppa, look at this. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, the male lead of Male Friend, was squeak, arriving at the parking lot of the studio to do post-recording for Freezing Love. Kang Woojin inside the van appeared to be wearing a hat, possibly not having visited the salon. It was early morning, but his expression was stern, his face showing no signs of negligence in maintaining his character concept. However, shouldn't the results be out by now? Really getting nervous here. He was inwardly anxious. He was curious about the results of Male Friend. A few minutes earlier, Netflix showed no significant changes. Just then, brrr. As Kang Woojin was about to get out of the van, his phone vibrated. He checked it swiftly. It's here. The caller was the awaited Kim So-hyang. Woojin sat back down in his seat and brought the phone to his ear, his heart pounding, but his voice as calm as he could manage. Yes, Executive Director Nim. Hello. The voice of Kim So-hyang from the other end of the phone sounded somewhat exhilarated. Woojin, congratulations. Male Friend has set a record. It just got updated on Netflix's main page. Want to check it out? Simultaneously, Choi Sung-gun in the passenger seat turned around swiftly. With a broad smile, he shook his phone in his hand towards Kang Woojin. The phone screen displayed the main page of Netflix Korea. Or more precisely, today's top 10 content in South Korea. 1. Male Friend. 2. Delinquent Mom. 3. World-famous gourmet cart. 4. Wise rural life. 5. The Faker appears. It was the newly updated total content ranking. Male Friend had proudly ranked first, surpassing all the long-running shows, and Kang Woojin's ears perked up again to the voice of Kim So-hyang. Did you see? Ranked first? By the way, it's the first time a short drama has ranked first overall. It was the moment Male Friend, a short drama, made an unprecedented mark, further solidifying Kang Woojin's filmography as something monstrous. Following Hanryang, it's another hit, right? Articles related to it will start popping up soon. Another first title had been added. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. Artillery Fire 3. Since Kang Woojin made his appearance in the domestic entertainment industry, many epithets have followed him. Monster Rookie, Acting Genius, Chung Euro's Blue Chip, Rising Star, etc. Among them, words like unique or first ever stood out distinctly. Indeed, the waves he created in the industry were not just one or two. This applied to Kang Woojin himself as well. For him, an ordinary citizen, everything he did in the entertainment industry was novel and a first. And now, in the entertainment industry and as Woojin, he had set a first, quite a remarkable precedent. Today's top 10 contents. In South Korea, 1. Male Friend. The mere short drama Male Friend taking first place. Just one day after launch. pushing aside all the other formidable and Netflix's blockbuster contents. Of course, Woojin had already taken first place with Han Riang. However, Male Friend was a bit different from Han Riang. Han Riang was full of top actors, and Kang Woojin was a supporting role. But this time, it was his first achievement as a lead. Thus, Kang Woojin was first place. Crazy. I really took first place? He was almost glowing with excitement as he looked at Netflix's overall rankings. His face maintained a firm concept of indifference to the world, but in his heart, he wanted to immediately embrace Han Yeung, Choi Sung-gun, and other staff members. Wow, fuck. I wasn't not expecting it, but seeing it actually. Ah, no. Don't laugh. Don't laugh, you bastard. He wanted to dance a shoulder dance, or even a talchum. At that moment, the voice of executive director Kim So-hyang came through the phone Woojin had pressed to his ear. Huh? Woojin SSI, are you listening? Woojin snapped back to reality and forcibly doused the burning excitement within him with cold water. Calm down, calm down. Then, an amazingly low, deep voice came out. Ah, yes. I'm listening. Aren't you happy? It's a first, you know. Yes. I'm happy. It's good news. Your tone doesn't sound too happy. No, I'm happy. HM. All right. The OST release and the opening in Japan are still ahead, so it's too early to be happy, right? I see. What's that? Suddenly, what are you talking about? Regardless, Kim So-hyang once again ended the call with congratulations. Simultaneously, not only Choi Sung-gun, but also Jang Soo-hwan, Han Yeung, and all the staff were jubilant. Huge. Congrats, Appa. Hyung. I'm so happy for you. Yes. First place. Seeing them celebrating on his behalf, Woojin showed a satisfied smile inwardly. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, who had calmed everyone's frenzy, looked at Woojin and smiled. All right, everyone calm down. Look at Woojin, huh? Acting as if he expected all this, so calm. Let's act like it was easy for us too, something like that. Kim So-hyang and Choi Sung-gun might have made mistaken assumptions on their own, but Kang Woojin, as usual, handled it with composure. There were many events, including Wallenim. Everyone worked hard, right? Honestly, it would have been weird if Male Friend didn't succeed. Choi Sung-gun, grinning wryly, patted Woojin's shoulder. In a bit, the media and public opinion will chew us up and spit us out. You know, afterwards. Kang Woojin, concealing his frenzy, started the post-recording for Freezing Love. Although it was a role without lines, a simple voiceover by Woojin related to sign language translations or subtitles was planned, somewhat like a narration. Of course, congratulations poured in even. Here. Wow, Woojin SSI, I heard the news. Well done. Congratulations. Huh. Being #1 on Netflix with a short drama is a first, right? It's going to be buzzing again. The joy from the directing PDs and key staff was genuine. If Kang Woojin does well, it would also benefit Freezing Love. Approximately 1 hour later, while Woojin was fully engrossed in post-recording, the press was already spreading articles about the success of Male Friend. Issue pick, Male Friend, the first short drama to claim Netflix's #1 spot. Male Friend makes a splash, dominates other formidable works to stand first just 1 day after its release. Netflix short drama project successful, Kang Woojin Heartsuit Wallen's Male Friend off to a blockbuster start. Although the media itself rushed in because the work had been highly anticipated even before its release. New face of Kang Woojin, Male Friend, receives universal acclaim upon release. Drama issue, Male Friend was not your typical rom-com, captivating viewers from the start with a real kiss scene. The firepower of Kang Woojin and Wallen themselves, the power of the two actors' agencies, and Netflix Korea combined to unleash an overwhelming volume of attention. Male Friend, not boring or bland. Deep skinship as another point of interest in watching the drama. Male Friend takes first place. Netizens say Kang Woojin and Wallen match so well together. A pink atmosphere brewing. Male Friend was indeed an issue worth selling and had many aspects connected to it. Kang Woojin, Wallen to show their chemistry in PD Yoon Byung-seon's Our Dining Table after Male Friend. Kang Woojin shows a tsundere boyfriend. What will he look like in the upcoming release of Drug Dealer next week? By morning, and around lunchtime, Male Friend had taken over the entertainment pages of various portal sites. There was also a lot of talk about Kang Woojin's transformation as an actor. Star photo, Kang Woojin of Male Friend, captivates women's hearts with a 180-degree different acting from Park Dae-ri. A Thousand Faces Proven. Kang Woojin stamps his mark on the public not as a murderer, but as a lover/photo. It was naturally because it was a role completely different from his previous ones. Different in every work. Praises pour in for Kang Woojin's acting. What kind of performance will he show in upcoming works like Island of the Missing and Drug Dealer? The intensity of the mentions was extraordinary. It wasn't just about being newsworthy. It was about the addition of charm, the expansion of a new image, and the burgeoning popularity. As Han In-ho became popular in Male Friend, Woojin, portraying Han In-ho, became even more popular. Feature, Male Friend, shows the potential of short dramas in the escalating OTT war. Male Friend was exactly following the footsteps of a successful production. Word of mouth spread through various media. By this point, the bombardment from public opinion was even more intense than from the press. Numerous communities were already flooded. Watched up to episode 2 of Male Friend, and it's fun. Seriously, Male Friend is legit amazing? Kang Woojin is going to rise even more with this acting transformation is insane. Wallen is so pretty.jpg. So, is Male Friend worth binge watching? First short drama to take Netflix's #1 spot with Male Friend article. Early no-holds-barred kiss scene in episode 1 of Male Friend.gif. Park Dae-ri. I wish it was more intense, it'd more exciting. The only regrettable thing about Male Friend, feat the presence of the main character. Male Friend began to be immortalized in the internet world, including cafes, blogs, and SNS. In fact, there had been precursors since yesterday, but today it became blatantly destructive. Offline was incredible as well. Male Friend was nearly always part of people's conversations. In the streets, company break rooms, cafes, etc. Did anyone watch Male Friend yesterday? I did. Right when I got home. It was fun, wasn't it? I watched it too on the subway coming to work today, since it's #1 on Netflix. But Kang Woojin's acting is totally different. I really enjoyed Han Riang, but Park Dae-ri is nowhere to be seen. Right. How should I put it? Didn't it perfectly capture those heart-fluttering moments? Yeah, like he's Tsundere, but the way he looks at Wallen is so tender. He acts so delicately. When Kang Woojin sang in the middle. First off, he's handsome, but his mask is totally different. I thought he would be stereotyped into strong characters. I wish I had a male friend like that. Kang Woojin as a male friend? That's just fantasy. It spread rapidly. It even appeared prominently in BJ's live streams. And, sensitive to hits and issues, YouTube was quickly filled with male friend-related videos. Male Friend, a drama that shows a sweet yet strange emotional battle. Dramaland. Is it CG? Two real skinship collection of Kang Woojin and Wallen. Male Friend. Issue Fruit TV. Male Friend Kang Woojin acting compilation wanna see issue. Male Friend was like a bullet, bombarding the entertainment world crazily on the 20th too. Interestingly, by the afternoon, there was a buzz in Japan too. Heard Male Friend is doing really well in Korea? Please release it on Netflix Japan soon. Why? Start with Korea, release it for us now too. Japan was eager to lift the lid on it 2 days later, on the 22nd. All this buzz continued on 20th. And did it cool down on the 21st, the next day? Not at all. Mega hit Male Friend, still at first place on its second day of release. Male Friend was not just a flash in the pan. Its core was solid. Hence, it maintained its position as the #1 overall rank on Netflix Korea even on its second day of release, the 21st. And on this day, at noon, the first OST of Male Friend was released on all music platforms. New. Male Friend / Kang Woojin, Male Friend OST Part 1. A song from Kang Woojin's part. The remaining OST songs were planned to be released over time. Anyway, the OST song sung by Woojin exploded with excessive attention as soon as it was released, from the top music platform in the country to the second and third. The number of comments on the song's detail page. Wish you would release a few more songs because it's not enough. Seriously, what can't Kang Woojin do? Fuck, he sings really well. Kang Woojin is becoming perfect in acting, singing, looks, YouTube, etc. The song is really good. Especially Kang Woojin's voice is really killer. The slight raspiness at the high notes is legit. Please, Kang Woojin, be my male friend. It was popular enough to rival hit songs from the start. The same day, late afternoon, Kang Woojin's house. Around 9 o'clock. Even though the world was buzzing with male friend, Woojin was at home. His schedule had finished reasonably early. The funny thing was that there were quite a few guests at Woojin's house. Choi Sung-gun, Jang Soo-hwan, Han Yi-young, including 2 other stylists. A total of 6 people, including Kang Woojin, gathered because of the previously mentioned cooking-related reason. Wow, Woojin, you keep your place neat. Right. Amazing. Appa, your place is really clean. Do you like minimalist interior design? Or is it because you're too busy to even make a mess? Choi Sung-gun and the staff, after placing various gifts to one side, gathered around the kitchen table, marveling at Woojin's tidy home. It's like a housewarming party now. Normally, we should have done this earlier. Today can be both a housewarming and a male friend celebration party. Regrettably, the table was meant for 4, so the large-built Jang Soo-hwan had to sit at a table in the living room. Around this time, Kang Woojin nonchalantly tied on an apron in the kitchen. It was a gray and black apron. His expression was blank. Here, Appa, wait a minute. Han Yi-young took several shots of Kang Woojin wearing an apron with a camera phone. Not just one, but about 5 shots. We can't miss such a precious moment. These came out well. If this goes up on Appa's SNS, comments will flood in. As they checked the results together, Choi Sung-gun instructed Han Yi-young. You have a tripod, right? For the phone. Yes, I have one. Let's set it up. Film everything Woojin is cooking now. We'll use it as a teaser video for the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Okay. Somehow, the guests had created work for themselves. Kang Woojin, who had paused in tying his apron, looked at the people in front and seemed fed up. These workaholics. It's just cooking. Take a break. Despite starting the shoot, Woojin couldn't just do it half-heartedly. With a concept thicker than usual, he opened the refrigerator. The ingredients he had bought on his way were all fresh, and Choi Sung-gun's question came from behind. Kang Star, so what's the menu? As Woojin was taking out the packaged pork, he replied, It's spicy pork. Immediately, the staff let out salivating exclamations. Wow, just hearing the name makes it sound delicious. I'm hungry. Totally love it. But didn't you say you were going to make something simple? Spicy pork stir-fry isn't exactly easy, is it? Appa, are you sure it's okay? Woojin, taking out a pan similar to a wok, briefly answered. It'll be edible. Woojin was always similar, regardless of the situation. However, this time, Choi Sung-gun, Han Yi-young, and the other staff were a bit worried. Could he really cook well? What if the taste was a bit off? Should they honestly say it's not tasty? The staff murmured quietly among themselves. But CEO Nim, if it's going to be on YouTube, the recipe has to be solid, right? That's right. What if the taste is lacking? I don't know. Let's just trust Woojin for now. Then, everyone looked at Woojin, who was wearing an apron, and Woojin recalled 2 things imprinted in his mind. No, in fact, they were already ingrained in his body. Chef's techniques and recipes. Yeah, it's coming to me right away. Geez, talk about a cheat. Me, who thought I could only boil ramen, cooking. Woojin, marveling anew, neatly arranged the meat and ingredients. Just the right amount to use. This too was part of a chef's technique. Soon, Woojin said, Shall we go for a bit spicy? Good. I like it. Nice. He moved his hands according to this spicy pork recipe that came to mind instantly. Swish. He coated the pan, similar to a wok, with cooking oil. First, he added soy sauce, then pork, a spoonful of sugar, and a bit more cooking oil. And then he began to stir-fry. Clatter, clatter. Using his wrist snap appropriately. At this sight, Han Yi-young with blue bob hair slightly marveled. Wow, Appa, the way your hands move is a bit not ordinary. That was when. Thuck, 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 thuck. Woojin was chopping cabbage, onions, and carrots on the cutting board. But his knife skills were dazzling, uniform, and swift. That technique was definitely not something that could come out of self-taught cooking. From here, Choi Sung-gun and the staff started to feel it. Wow, what? Just by looking at the knife skills, he's clearly professional. It was different from the ordinary or adequate. Regardless, Woojin quietly continued cooking. After setting aside the adequately cooked meat, he added vegetables to the same wok. Just like before, Woojin stir-fried them with soy sauce and then combined the chopped vegetables with the meat. Sizzle. Soon, a savory smell spread throughout the house. Then Woojin added minced garlic, red pepper paste, fine chili powder, corn syrup, oyster sauce, cooking wine, etc. His moving hands were unhindered. No hesitation. Finally, he added Chongyang chili peppers for an extra kick of spiciness. I should have used some sesame seeds. TSK. I'll have to buy some ingredients when I have time. Leaving the disappointment behind, Kang Woojin finished the cooking. It didn't take long. He took out a large bowl and placed the completed spicy pork in it. It wasn't just simply placed. Swoosh. He started with the meats, then topped them with colorful vegetables. It was plating. Soon, the steaming spicy pork was placed at the center of the dining table where Choi Sung-gun and the staff were seated. The red sheen of the juicy, spicy pork. Just by looking at it, saliva pooled in the mouth, conjuring thoughts of white rice and a shot of soju. A color palette irresistible to any Korean. This spicy pork was vividly captured by the phone Han Yeung had set up. Of course, Kang Woojin's cooking process was equally recorded. Please eat. As Woojin murmured softly while serving rice, the staff with widened eyes all turned their gaze to the company's leader, indicating him to eat first. Choi Sung-gun, with a shocked face, slowly picked up his chopsticks. The color and smell are killer but dash. What about the taste? Choi Sung-gun scooped up both meat and vegetables and put them in his mouth. Immediately, his eyes widened dramatically as if struck by lightning. Crazy. Choi Sung-gun unexpectedly cursed with an exclamation. The taste? Why is it like this? It's killer? It's somehow different from the spicy pork I know. Anyway, great. It's several times tastier than what my mom used to make. What did you put in this, Woojin? No sooner had he finished speaking. Really? That good? Wait. Me too. The staff discord.gg/woopreet. Chapter 149. Chapter 149. Artillery Fire 4. Han Yeung, Jang Soo-hwan, and the staff members exclaimed in amazement. They were instantly captivated by the stir-fried pork dish Kang Woojin had quickly whipped up. Impressed. Appa, this is stir-fried pork, right? Isn't it too delicious? Wow. Wow. Super delicious. Absolutely amazing. Appa, what is this? The taste is really insane. Wow, this is the best stir-fried pork I've had in my life. Appa, it's really, really amazing. Hyung, this is something one pay for. Then mine. So, it means it's delicious or something like that. It wasn't just a formality. Their eyes were sincerely filled with emotion. Plus, their chopsticks didn't stop picking up the stir-fried pork. Wait a minute. Wow, really? Appa, please give me more rice. Even as they exclaimed excitedly, they were busy shoving stir-fried pork into their mouths. Kang Woojin, who was pleased to see them like this, mused to himself with an indifferent expression. Is this how a mother feels? It's quite satisfying. He voiced out. Eat slowly. There's more, so just ask if you need more. This stir-fried pork was the first dish Kang Woojin had made for others, but it seemed to be a great success. With this, not only our dining table, but also YouTube content would be no problem. He didn't have to worry about any menu. Woojin's recipe contained numerous dishes, after all. At that moment. Wow. Woojin, this is really seriously delicious? When did you even learn to cook? Choi Sung-gun, who had been stuffing his face with stir-fried pork, trailed off. He was ready to accept anything related to Woojin. But still, the shock was inevitable. Acting, singing, various foreign languages, and even sign language. But when could he possibly have learned to cook? Thinking of a menu and then moving his hands immediately, professional-level wok and knife handling skills, a product that could be sold, and an incredible taste to boot. This definitely surpasses mere survival cooking. However, Kang Woojin, who was untying his apron, responded very simply. My mother is good at cooking. So is my father. So, naturally, you can make other dishes too, right? Yes. Choi Sung-gun immediately went into workaholic mode. This is more than enough for content. It's not even questionable. It's a certainty. The concept should stay as it is now. What do you think, Yeung, and the rest of you? I think that's good too. Cooking casually, but with a twist. Casually, but the taste is insanely good. Right. It would also be nice to invite someone to eat the food. Since Woojin is cooking casually, the eater should make a big deal out of it. Musing, Choi Sung-gun suddenly asked Kang Woojin, "Can you also do things like immediately responding to food requests on the spot?" "Absolutely possible." Woojin nodded indifferently. "Yes. Then we can even invite guests." The concept could be Woojin cooking dishes requested by guests. Celebrities would line up to appear on a 5 million subscriber YouTube channel. Ideas were quickly proposed. For Kang Woojin, who was quietly listening, it was a somewhat exciting plan. At this point, Choi Sung-gun, while eating stir-fried pork, suddenly thought of PD Yoon Byung-seon, whom they would meet for shooting in a few days. "Our dining table team will be totally shocked, 100%. The next morning, on the 22nd, two familiar women got out of a white foreign car that had just been parked in the parking lot. They were the star writer Park Eun-mi and writer Choi Nana. They immediately went to the elevator and pressed for the 7th floor. The name of a newly established production company was listed on the 7th floor. DM Production. While pressing the floor number, writer Choi Nana, adjusting her round glasses, murmured timidly, "I'm nervous, so nervous, writer Nim." Then Park Eun-mi, with her long permed hair tied up, laughed lightly, overflowing with confidence. "Don't be. He's just a jobless PD now, so don't be nervous." "No way. To me, both of you are like gods. Really, it's okay. That jobless PD doesn't care about status or anything if the work is good. I'm so nervous. Why are you acting like this? You're the writer who hit #1 on Netflix right after launching." That's because the actors were amazing." Thus, the two opened the glass door to DM Production, a newly established production company. Despite being new, there were quite a few employees around. The office, divided into several teams, was rather spacious. However, it seemed a bit chaotic, as if it hadn't been fully organized yet. Writer Park Eun-mi smiled at the sight. "Ah, the unique charm of a startup." As soon as writer Park Eun-mi made her appearance, the employees of DM Production rushed towards her. It seemed they were already expecting her. Shortly after, both Park Eun-mi and Choi Nana were guided to a private room within the office. Thunk. As soon as Park Eun-mi opened the door, a man who had been sitting at his desk until just a moment ago sprang up. It was PD Song Man-woo. "Ha ha ha, you came." Thus, DM Production was a production company with PD Song Man-woo as its CEO, albeit a figurehead CEO. Nonetheless, upon seeing him, writer Choi Nana greeted him with a deep bow. "Hello, PD Nim. It's been a long time since we've seen you." Yes, that's right. You've been doing well lately, huh? Male Friend has been a huge hit. It's #1 today again, isn't it?" "Oh no, not at all." On the other hand, Park Eun-mi, frowning, criticized the cluttered interior of the room. "Oh my, what is this? You should start with cleaning before work. Is this an office or a flea market? It's been a while since you became independent, and it still looks like this?" "Starting with complaints as soon as you arrive. I didn't have time, that's why." "Not having time, my foot. You just put it off." "I put it off because I didn't have time." Park Eun-mi, seemingly exasperated, sat down at a central table meant for 5. Choi Nana followed suit. The table was just as cluttered. Thanks to this, PD Song Man-woo quickly cleared some piles of paper and asked, "Coffee? Do you even have any?" "Of course, but it's canned coffee. Anything is fine." After taking out canned coffee from a small fridge, PD Song Man-woo also sat down. He then sincerely congratulated Choi Nana, who was sitting across from him. "Congratulations once again." Thank you." Park Eun-mi and Song Man-woo PD naturally made eye contact, conversing silently. Indeed, Kang Woojin is worth venerating. Of course, he's the Kang totem. Their misconception and the faith in Kang Woojin's cult only solidified further. At that moment, PD Song Man-woo, holding a can of coffee, changed the topic. "So, what is it that you wanted to show me?" "What else?" "The script." "Huh, you said you wouldn't work with me. But since writer Choi Nana came with you, does that mean it's not your script, writer Park, but writer Choi's?" "You're quick to catch on." Writer Park Eun-mi smiled and gestured, prompting Choi Nana to present the stack of papers she had brought. "It was a script. It's insufficient, but please take care of it." PD Song Man-woo's eyes widened slightly. "So it was real?" "Yes. But writer Choi, you just launched Male Friend. You've already written another script. The quick response came from Park Eun-mi, who was putting down her coffee can. It seems like she revised something she had worked on before. Dash. PD Nim, have you decided on a script to proceed with? If you have, you don't have to look. Reminded of Kang Woojin, PD Song Man-woo shook his head. If I had decided, I wouldn't have asked you to come. Cold as ever. Then please, have a look, what do you think? It's an honor for a jobless PD like me. Let's see dash. PD Song Man-woo immediately picked up the stack of papers. However, he didn't have high expectations. He thought he wouldn't match well with writer Choi Nana. If anything, he would have suited writer Park Eun-mi perfectly. Writer Choi is, how should I put it, kind and considerate. The content of Male Friend was just like that. But since they came in person, he had to at least read it. Soon, Song Man-woo PD began. Flip, flip. He started turning the pages quickly. True to his reputation as a drama heavyweight, his reading was fast. He quickly went through 5 pages, then 10, and reached 15. The peculiar thing was, his face gradually hardened. And when he reached page 20, he even adjusted his posture. What? Finally, did writer Choi write this? PD Song Man-woo, with dilated pupils, looked at Choi Nana and then asked Park Eun-mi, who shrugged as if it was obvious. It might seem unlikely, but Nana did write it. I understand the surprise, though. I was shocked at first, too. Following that, Choi Nana exclaimed, I wrote it. Upon hearing her answer, PD Song Man-woo looked back down at the script, internally giving his assessment. It's interesting. It doesn't seem like something the timid writer Choi would write. Is this what they mean by becoming like one's mentor? As he turned another page of the script, the action scenes are well written, starting with action that is thrillingly enjoyable. The opening scene sets the theme that runs throughout the script. It's fast-paced, the unfolding events are intense, but the resolutions are clean and satisfying. Above all, at this point, PD Song Man-woo looked up to meet Choi Nana's gaze, filled with tension. The protagonist is a likable bastard. Truly my way or the highway style. Really? Yep, the character is killer. How do I put it? It's not clean. The mindset of to hell with manners and laws or repay violence with violence. Park Eun-mi interjected. He's definitely not righteous. He just passes judgment. That's right. Is it evil punishing evil? PD Song Man-woo's interest exploded. Although Kang Woojin's face flashed through his mind again, this time it was a script he genuinely desired, not because of the power of the Kang totem. And this could definitely work as a series, right? Social issues are always exploding. Here, the protagonist provides vicarious satisfaction. At least 2 seasons are possible, right? Then, PD Song Man-woo, having closed the script, said to Choi Nana with a voice filled with aspiration. Writer Choi, let's do this together. Choi Nana, momentarily stunned, was shocked. Really? Why would I joke with you? How many episodes have you written? Oh, only the first episode. What you're seeing. Then let's get to work on episode 2 as soon as possible. Wow, is this a dream? This is a dream, right? PD Song Man-woo smiled in affirmation. It is a dream. How else do you survive in this industry with your sanity intact? As he reopened the script, he added another question. This protagonist, with his character's vibe and how he carries the work, choosing the actor is key. Who do you have in mind? Choi Nana looked at PD Song Man-woo, then turned to Park Eun-mi and softly replied, if it could be Kang Woojin, I'd have no other wish. It was a draft, but when revising, I thought of Woojin all the time. Then Park Eun-mi laughed softly. Looks like I'm going to lose this one then. PD Song Man-woo gave a thumbs up. We're on the same page from the start. Woojin is perfect for this. His mood darkened momentarily. Of course, there's no guarantee Kang Totem will do it. Meanwhile, at Lee Wool-seon's workspace. Lee Wool-seon's workspace was located near Sananheon Station. Unlike Park Eun-mi, whose apartment served as her workspace, Lee Wool-seon's workspace was in a luxury office-style. Though, in essence, they both had a similar vibe. Anyway, flip. In the living room of the workspace, Lee Wool-seon, a PD, assistant writers, and planning team members were gathered. On the central sofa, in the midst of a script meeting. For reference, the script for Freezing Love was up to episode 9, and they were currently looking at episode 10. Then, Lee Wool-seon, who was naturally barefaced without any accessories, asked the PD, How is it? She asked with confidence, almost anticipating the answer with a smile. Proving her right, the PD closed the script he was reviewing and gave a thumbs up. I find it interesting, especially the psychological changes in Song Tae-hyung and the restoration of relationships between people. It's heartwarming. Meanwhile, events keep happening on the side, adding a sense of speed. However, even though Mysterious Man Next Door doesn't appear after the early part except in flashbacks, it would be nice if Song Tae-hyung mentioned him around this point. Like he hasn't been seen lately? Yes. Caring about others itself signifies the growth of Song Tae-hyung. Later, covering it up by saying he moved away and then expressing regret will make Song Tae-hyung's transformation even more prominent. Song Tae-hyung's change will stand out even more. Yes, writer Nim. Taking it seriously as if it made sense, writer Lee Wool-seon wrote something on the script she was looking at. At that moment, the PD, having taken off his cap, suddenly showed a faint smile. And writer Nim, the broadcasting schedule for Freezing Love has been confirmed. Oh, really? That was quick. Yes, it's scheduled for Friday and Saturday nights at 10 p.m. The current Bad Relationship, airing on Fridays and Saturdays, will end in the first week of November. After a special for 1 week and a single-episode drama for another week, the first episode of Freezing Love will air on Friday, November 27th. The premiere date for KBC's Freezing Love was set for Friday, November 27th. Since today is the 22nd, there's just over a month left. At this, writer Lee Wool-seon's face lit up slightly. Phew, no matter how many times I hear about the premiere, it always feels a bit heavy. Ha, you writer? Come on. Anyway, now that the premiere date is set, we should put more effort into promotion, right? Yes, of course. We plan to run it more than twice as usual, especially since we have a spillover effect thanks to Woojin Nim right now. Indeed, that was the case. Due to Kang Woojin's recent major issues, Freezing Love was also frequently mentioned. Now is the perfect time to further increase its awareness. At this point, the planning team manager joined the conversation. Writer Nim, speaking of promotion, Woojin Nim has always been a hot topic with great ticket power, but after the huge success of Male Friend, his popularity has skyrocketed, hasn't it? That's right. I never expected a short drama to top Netflix. Even though Woojin Nim only makes a special appearance in our work, at this timing, it's better to firmly highlight Woojin Nim's presence rather than keeping it too hidden. Lee Wool-seon, who had her arms crossed, asked back, "Are you suggesting we reveal what kind of role Woojin Nim will play in Freezing Love?" Exactly. The media is currently all over Woojin Nim, talking about his acting transformation, the man of 1,000 faces, and so on. The characters in Park Dae-ri and Male Friend are quite different, after all. If we go from Park Dae-ri to Male Friend and then add ours, it will definitely grab attention. It's the same for Woojin Nim too. The manager's smile deepened, especially since no one would dream it's sign language acting. From the nationwide and Japan hit Park Dae-ri to Male Friend's Han In-ho, and with drug dealers Lee Sang-man waiting in the wings. And then comes the Mysterious Man Next Door. No, sign language acting. The manager's judgment was sound, or at least Lee Wool-seon thought so. Throwing in the Mysterious Man Next Door now, when Kang Woojin's multifaceted acting was receiving attention, would indeed have a strong hook. Therefore, Lee Wool-seon agreed with the manager's suggestion. Then, let's start distributing the prepared press releases related to Woojin Nim from today. This bait was thrown into the world around lunchtime. Exclusive in Lee Wool-seon's Freezing Love, the role Kang Woojin plays involves sign language acting. Interestingly, at this time there was another noteworthy piece of news. Melon Real-Time Top 100 chart. It could be seen on the country's #1 music platform. -1 new. Male Friend / Kang Woojin. Male Friend OST Part 1. First place. The OST for Male Friend caused a sensation just 1 day after its release. 1. Melon is a music streaming service similar to Spotify, but for Koreans. For more chapters you can check Preet. Chapter 150. Chapter 150. Artillery Fire 5. 1 new. Male Friend / Kang Woojin. Male Friend OST Part 1. 2 1. Blue Petals / Jua. 3 1. F***CK Ha / Decam. 4 1. Where is the Autumn Rain? acoustic ver slash Yun Hyam. 5-1. Bam Bidabam slash Bambi. The OST sung by Kang Woojin, which reached number 1 just one day after its release. Interestingly, the baton of this massive bombardment was passed on to Japan. Today, the 22nd, at 3 p.m., already number 1 on Netflix Korea, Male Friend has just officially released on Netflix Japan. Male Friend has just opened its lid on Netflix Japan. The next day, the 23rd, in Da Nang, Vietnam, around 9 a.m. It was hot and humid, which made the forest floor sticky. A group of about a dozen people wearing Korean military uniforms were running around. Huff. Ugh. Don't stop. Run. Shit. Do these bastards come out during the day too? At the back of the military group, a familiar man was seen. Just look ahead. Don't stop your feet. It was top actor Ryu Young-min. No, right now he was Lieutenant Choi Yu-tae from Island of the Missing. At that moment. Cut, okay. A low signal was heard from a place crowded with about 100 staff members. It was the warm voice of director Kwon Ki-taek. Let's change the angle and go again. Ryu Young-min and the actors were already shooting the sprint scene for the 4th time. Even while Kang Woojin was in Korea, the shooting for Island of the Missing did not stop. Meanwhile, in a large tent a little away from the shooting zone. Ugh, it's really too hot. I'm going to die of dehydration while filming, seriously. Actors waiting were resting. Several people in military uniforms were visible. Kim E-won lying down, muscular John Woo-chang gulping down water, Ha Yura blowing a mini fan on her face, etc. Although the large tent had air coolers running at full capacity, it was still hot. Then, Kim E-won suddenly mentioned Kang Woojin. I'm so jealous of Woojin, extremely jealous. It felt like Kang Woojin and the actors had become quite close. Soon, Ha Yura, who looked good in a military uniform due to her tall stature, joined in while funneling the wind from the mini fan into her military top. Woojin SSI will be busy even after going back to Korea, right? Male Friend and its OSD are hitting it big one after another. John Woo-chang was quick to respond. But why do you keep speaking formally to Woojin? Why not speak comfortably? Ah, well, I just find Woojin SSI a bit intimidating. Huh? Intimidating? Ah, but once you talk to him, you'll see he's actually nice, just a bit cold. I know, that's true. Anyway, Male Friend was fun, wasn't it? I watched a bit before going to bed at the lodge yesterday, and it was so sweet I thought I'd die of sweetness. Kim E-won, who was giggling, joined in. Haha, I watched Male Friend too, and Woojin's acting was good. Right, Corporal Jin Sun-cheol was just invisible. Every time I see his acting, I get goosebumps, you know? Like, his mask changes with each role, making him seem like a completely different person each time. That's the ultimate goal for an actor, but it's insanely hard to achieve. Ha Yura, who had been deep in thought, asked while crossing her long legs. Do you know anything about Woojin SSI's past? Who knows? Everyone knows he studied abroad, right? Remember when we went to the restaurant after filming last time, and Woojin was speaking English? I almost fell in love with how well Woojin spoke English. Yuni, you've been to Hollywood. How was Woojin's English to your ears? Is there a need to ask? Just by listening, he could rival Hollywood actors. But is that study abroad thing for sure? He never really talked about it. At the question, Kim E-won shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? He doesn't really talk about himself. Whether it's English-speaking countries or Japan, even the staff are confused. At that moment, swish, the tent opened, and director Kwon Ki-taek, wearing a safari hat, poked his head in. Everyone come out. Let's talk about the next scene. Yes, we'll get ready and come out right away. As director Kwon Ki-taek left the tent to give some instructions to the assistant director and wiped his sweat, it was then. The phone in his pocket emitted a ringtone. Director Kwon Ki-taek was slightly surprised as soon as he saw the caller. Because the person calling was extraordinary. Director On Jae-bak? Why is he calling all of a sudden? The caller was the legendary veteran director, On Jae-bak. Soon, Director Kwon moved into the shade of a tree behind him and put the phone to his ear. Yes, Director Nim. It's been a while. Though polite as always, Director Kwon's tone was very respectful, and over the phone, Director On Jae-bak's aged voice was full of ease. Director Kwon, have you been well? We haven't seen each other due to our busy schedules. How have you been? I heard you were visiting the hospital last year. Just getting by, haha. Thank you. By the way, you're in Vietnam now. Yes. We are here for an overseas location shoot. You must be busy. Let's save the pleasantries for later and get straight to the point. Please, go ahead. The question from director On Ga Bok came through the phone immediately. It's about one of the actors in your movie, Kang Woojin. As soon as Kang Woojin's name came up, the always composed director Kwan's eyes widened slightly. Ah yes, Director Nim. Woojin SSI is currently on a brief hiatus in Korea. Yeah, I'm aware. But what do you think of him? It was a vague question, but Director Kwan, with a serious expression, quickly caught on to Director On Ga Bok's intention. Interest? No, more than that. Perhaps he's considering Woojin SSI for his 100th work. Director Kwan recited exactly what he had always thought about Kang Woojin. If you're asking how capable an actor he is, he's among the top I've seen. Probably by next year, he'll demonstrate a unique presence, both in the industry and to the public. His acting? I think he's the only actor that makes me feel inadequate in my directing. Are you saying he casts doubt on your directing? Isn't Kang Woojin still young? Are you asking about experience? I believe Woojin SSI's greatest weapon is his experience. He seamlessly manages everything. Any role, any situation, as if he has lived in the world of his characters. After hearing the response, Director On Ga Bok was silent for a moment. He spoke. Again a few seconds later. Is that so? It seemed like an excessive praise. To this, Director Kwan lightly chuckled and replied, I've actually toned it down a bit. Meanwhile, in Seoul, Korea, while it was around 9 a.m. in Vietnam, it was late morning, around 11 a.m. in Korea. At this time, in a franchise street food restaurant in Seoul. The place was very spacious, but oddly there were no customers, only dozens of filming crews bustling around. PD Yoon Byung-seon was seen giving instructions to the staff. Set up the tables for the cast first. Yes, going now. In other words, this filming crew was from the major variety show, Our Dining Table. Thanks to this, small cameras were installed all over the spacious interior of the street food restaurant. Naturally, there were also many VJs holding cameras in their hands. TL, VJ video jockey. Anyway, it seemed like all the shooting setup was completed. In terms of composition, the place where bespectacled PD Yoon Byung-seon stood was the staff zone, and in front, there was a long white table set up. The chairs had the names of the cast members written on them. Mr. and Jong Hak, Mr. Ha Gang-soo, Ms. Hong Hyun, Mr. Kang Woojin, Ms. Wallen, Mr. Yun Baekwang. A total of 6 formidable cast members. Along with them, the Our Dining Table team was scheduled to shoot for about 2 days. It was the previously mentioned one-day restaurant. Therefore, today was 4 introductions of the members, brief greetings, and meals, followed by divided parts for training time. Tomorrow, they would be directly deployed to the prepared one-day restaurant. Regardless, PD Nim, Kang Woojin SSI has arrived. The arrival of the first cast member was announced through the walkie-talkies. Kang Woojin was the first to arrive. Soon, Woojin appeared in the bustling restaurant, bowing lightly. His short hair was lightly styled, and his makeup was moderate. He wore a thin shirt and slacks. Hello. His arrival was met with an enthusiastic congratulation from PD Yoon Byung-seon to the staff. Woojin SSI, your song was great. Male friend was really fun. Congratulations on being #1 on Netflix and Melon. Since Woojin SSI is doing so well, our show keeps getting mentioned too. Really congratulations, Woojin SSI. An outpouring of excessive attention and congratulations followed. Woojin maintained his composure and responded appropriately, though inside he felt a bit embarrassed. Ah geez, I appreciate it, but it's embarrassing. If I break into a smile now, it'd be a disaster. Need to manage my expression. There was a palpable tension. Meanwhile, Woojin was fitted with a microphone by the staff amidst the congratulations. At the same time, Kang Woojin scanned the spacious restaurant. Is this the place that's really popular on Instagram lately? Heard it's cheap and generous with portions. But why a street food restaurant for the shooting location? With a question mark in his mind, Kang Woojin took his seat among the cast. He was right in the middle. Around that time, Wallen arrived. Wearing a tight tee and wide-legged jeans, she took the seat to Woojin's left, and as soon as Wallen sat down with her microphone on, A pleasant scent wafted towards Woojin. Woojin SSI, you're early. Yes, just happened to be. There wasn't much of a greeting between them. It was natural. They had met just yesterday for male friend-related work. Then, Wallen glanced at Woojin and asked softly, "That which part did you choose to do?" "Part? What role did he take in our dining table?" Woojin answered quietly, "The kitchen." "The kitchen? Are you good at cooking, Woojin SSI?" "No, just moderately." Hearing his response, Wallen reacted simply, but inside she regretted her choice. Shoot. I should have chosen the kitchen too. I wanted to watch Woojin Nim cook. Unaware of this, Woojin calmly asked her back. "What about you, Wallen Nim?" I'm doing the hall, and, what was it? Simple beverage preparation. But do you like cooking, Woojin SSI? Not particularly, but I know how to do it. Their conversation was already being picked up by the Our Dining Table audio, and PD Yoon Byung-seon, watching Woojin and Wallen with satisfaction, told the writers. Get shots of those two from the front and side. There's the spillover effect from male friend, and they do match well together. As the focus was on capturing the two-shot of Kang Woojin and Wallen, another cast member arrived at the restaurant. It was top actress Hong Hae-yeon, wearing a lime-colored knit top, her long hair flowing down. "Hello. Oh, hi NSSI. Welcome." She too was immediately fitted with a microphone upon arrival. Meanwhile, Hong Hae-yeon noticed the cameras focusing on the straight table where an indifferent Kang Woojin and Wallen were chatting. Hong Hae-yeon paused for a moment. They matched that well? Really? Feeling a bit odd, but quickly managing her expression, she moved. Hong Hae-yeon pulled out the chair to Woojin's right and greeted them. Hi dash. Yuni, your hair looks really pretty today. Yeah, thank you. But Woojin SSI. Yes. Hello. We're from the same agency, right? Are we not? She chuckled slightly at the absurdity as she sat down. I mean, we're in the same agency, but I only hear about you through articles. Please, get in touch. It feels like I'm the only one reaching out. Hearing from Hong Hae-yeon to get in touch, Kang Woojin, indeed, had made it big. Internally praising himself, Woojin kept a poker face on the outside. Yes, but I haven't had the chance to reach out. I get that anyway. You know I'm joining you for the return to Island of the Missing in Vietnam. Yes, I've heard. Kang Woojin was returning for the shooting and Hong Hae-yeon for a friendly appearance. It felt like they were going to Vietnam together anyway. It's hot in Vietnam, isn't it? It's bearable. It wasn't. It was more like hell, but Woojin was putting on a brave front. The time goes by fast there. Youngmin Appa told me not to come, said it's too hot. Well, but what part did you choose here? The kitchen. Oh, me too. Then we're a team. I heard we'd be paired in twos. Is that so? Thus, Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon were in the same kitchen team. At this point, Wallen glanced over at them, and Kang Woojin noticed a prominent man among the frontline staff standing out. It was his close friend Kim Dae-young. For some reason, he was grinning at Kang Woojin. Therefore, Woojin cursed him with his eyes. What asshole? Kim Dae-young responded in kind with his eyes. You are looking good, asshole. That's when it happened. Really? Wow. With some cast members still absent, something caused dozens of staff in front to start buzzing. Surprised or widened eyes were just part of it. Upon closer inspection, Choi Sung-gun was whispering something to PD Yoon Byung-seon, and that news seemed to spread throughout the group. And then, wow, there's more good news just in for those two. Everyone, give them a round of applause. The entire staff started clapping out of the blue. Clap, 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 clap. Of course, all of this was being filmed, and PD Yoon Byung-seon announced the reason with a broad smile. Our Woojin SSI and Wallen SSI's Male Friend was launched on Netflix Japan yesterday, and it has taken the #1 spot in Japan as well. Wow. In Japan too? Amazing. Things keep blowing up. Really? Woojin, genuinely surprised, checked with Choi Sung-gun standing next to PD Yoon Byung-seon. He smirked and gave a thumbs up, indicating it was true. Then, VRRR, VRRR. A long vibration came from Choi Sung-gun's pocket. He stepped away from the noisy studio to check the caller. It was an unknown number. Figuring it didn't matter, Choi Sung-gun answered the call. Yes, Choi Sung-gun speaking. An old man's voice came from the other end. Hello, CEO Choi. This is director on GA Bach. Choi Sung-gun blinked in disbelief. Excuse me? Who did you say you were? Director On Ga Bak. The old voice over the phone spoke again. I'd like to meet with actor Kang Woojin. In that moment, realizing who the caller was, Choi Sung-gun's eyes shook with surprise. Our Woojin, director On Ga Bak, was the king figure in the domestic film industry. Meanwhile, at the same time, October 23rd, 11:30 a.m., the weekly screening schedules for most domestic cinemas were released. This included the big three movie companies. From today, Friday, until next week, October 29th, Thursday. Among them was CCV, October 28th, Wednesday / Showtimes, 2D / drug dealer / entry, 18 plus / theater 5, 9:10 11:12, 12:30 14:32, 16:30 18:32, 20:10 22:42, 23:10 25:37. 2D / drug dealer / entry, 18 plus / theater 5, 9:30 11:32, 12:50 14:52, 16:50 18:52, 19:30 21:32. Drug dealer was also included. Chapter 151. Chapter 151. Artillery Fire 6. Director On Ga Bak. That director On Ga Bak. Choi Sung-gun, with his phone pressed to his ear, had his thoughts momentarily freeze. It was understandable since it was so sudden. What's this now? Out of nowhere, director On Ga Bak. Moreover, why would that On Ga Bak be interested in our Woojin dash? Just the mention was surprising enough, and the purpose of director On Ga Bak on the other end of the phone was Kang Woojin. It was surprising that On Ga Bak, a living history of the domestic film scene, wanted to meet Woojin. It was difficult to understand why such a heavyweight, director On Ga Bak, would personally call for a newcomer like Kang Woojin. It was a first even for Choi Sung-gun, who had been in the entertainment industry for a long time. What in the world is going on here? The brain of Choi Sung-gun, known for his excellent capabilities and divine-level problem-solving, had stopped. However, Choi Sung-gun forcefully reconnected his halted brain circuits. Somehow, it started to work again. Let's grasp at least the minimum. Director On Ga Bak knows my number and called directly, which means he must have managed to dig up something suitable from somewhere. Whether it was Kang Woojin or something else, director On Ga Bak moved with certainty. The fact that the legend called personally meant it was a gesture of sincerity or greed. In other words, director On Ga Bak was currently highly valuing Kang Woojin. Still, how on earth did director On Ga Bak get involved? Yet, Choi Sung-gun's mind was still full of question marks. Well, even so, probing too much into director On Ga Bak for details now would be idiotic, as would be dealing with a legend like him without any information. He was someone who couldn't be treated lightly or casually. I need to buy some time while being polite, especially since he also needed to pass clear information to Kang Woojin. Woojin, even after knowing the stature of the person involved, would flatly refuse if he wasn't interested, regardless of their reputation. Therefore, Choi Sung-gun engaged in a negotiation based on truthful bluff. Hello, Director Nim. I would have contacted you directly had you given me a heads up before calling. No need to beat around the bush, it tires both of us. Then, are you saying you want to meet Woojin in relation to a project? That's right. What other reason would there be for a director to look for an actor? Ah yes. Sorry, it's a bit hard to believe. Haha. So can we meet? Responding to the question, Choi Sung-gun let out a tense sigh in response. I'd run to meet you this instant if I could, Director Nim. But could you possibly give us a little time? Woojin's schedule is a bit tight at the moment. Woojin is currently in the middle of shooting a variety show. It's PD Yoon Byung-seon's Our Dining Table. As you know, the end time for variety show filming is not precise. There's a high chance it could be delayed by 2 hours or even 3. It was a valid point. Expected filming schedules meant little. Variety shows, in particular, were unpredictable. There was a risk of having director On Ga Bak wait if they scheduled a meeting and the shooting ran long. In the worst case, it could even lead to a fallout. Moreover, it's not just today. Our Dining Table has a shoot scheduled for tomorrow as well, and after it ends, the next morning he has to catch a flight to Vietnam. That sounds tight. Yes, Director Nim. I'm sorry. This domestic schedule was squeezed in amidst the overseas location shooting for Island of the Missing. And it wouldn't be right to wrap up our meeting in just 5 to 10 minutes. Would it be too difficult to schedule after the overseas location shooting is over? After a brief silence on the phone, director on Box's aged voice was heard again a few seconds later. Let's do that. Since I called you out of the blue, it's on me. What's the schedule like for that overseas location? It's a little over 2 weeks. Got it. It's not that urgent then. Let's get in touch again. Thank you, Director Nim. I will call you. All right then. Click. The call ended, but Choi Sung-gun immediately dialed another number. Director on Box, has the script for his 100th project come out? He was digging for information from his extensive network. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, regardless of Choi Sung-gun's presence or absence, the filming of Our Dining Table was bustling within the restaurant. Clap, 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 clap. Applause poured out, coming from dozens of staff members including the smiling PD Yoon Byung-seon. Of course, it was a celebration directed at Kang Woojin and Wallin seated at the filming zone table. From Korea to Japan. Just conquer the whole world. Ha ha ha, won't that happen soon? Congratulations to you, Woojin SSI and Wallin SSI dash. But really, Male Friend was fun. It deserves to be #1 in Korea and Japan. Since Male Friend topped the charts not just in Korea, but also in Japan. They were talking about Netflix Japan. It officially released yesterday, on the 22nd, achieving #1 status in just a day, just like in Korea. Anyway, amid the applause and congratulations, Kang Woojin was thinking, what? It took the #1 spot in Japan too? Crazy, I really didn't see this coming. Rather than maintaining a poker face, he was internally cheering in his frozen state. Wow, shit. So, does this mean a lot of people in Japan watch me too? This is amazing. What stopped his giddiness was Wallin, who was smiling with her eyes. She managed to control her excessive joy while speaking to Woojin. We filmed and even promoted in Japan. It was worth the hard work. That's good, right? Clearing his throat, Woojin responded in a low voice. It's thanks to Wallin SSI. Me? Wallin SSI's fandom is also big in Japan. It's not non-existent, but in my opinion, it was all thanks to Woojin SSI's The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and AIM talk show. It's still causing a buzz. Is that so? Yes. Honestly, in terms of hooking the audience, it was all Woojin SSI. My shoulders are rising on their own. Woojin was trying to cool down his rising spirits when Hong Hae-yun, seated to his right, joined in with a soft clap. Congratulations to both of you. Thanks to you, profiler Han Riang must have dropped in the rankings, right? Wallin chuckled and exchanged glances with Kang Woojin. The actor who starred in both works is right here. All right. What about it, Woojin SSI? You must not be that thrilled about Male Friend being #1, right? You expected it? You have that look. No, I'm actually thrilled. Despite wanting to jump for joy, Woojin maintained his persona due to the situation. I didn't expect it. After about several minutes of Male Friend-related congratulations, Our Dining Table cast members began to arrive one by one. The fourth to arrive was Yun Baek Kwang, the leader of a top-tier boy group, who greeted everyone with a 90-degree bow, true to his early 20s and idol-like overflowing energy. Hello, Kang Woojin Nim. I really enjoyed watching Han Riang. Thank you. And you are so cool. What? Is this handsome guy making fun of me? For Kang Woojin, his energy was slightly uncomfortable, or rather hard to adapt to. Typical social butterfly, huh? Are all idols these days this good-looking? Yun Baek Kwang had the face of a male protagonist from a romance comic book. His skin was fair, and there was something about his aura. After greeting Woojin and his direct senior, Wallin, and finishing with Hong Hae-yun, he whispered to Woojin before heading to his seat. Woojin Nim, I really want to get close to you. Like, a lot. Yes, that's fine. Yay? Can I call you Hyung? Yes. The handsome guy was extremely sociable, breezing through interpersonal barriers with ease. Next to arrive was Ha Gang-soo, a top actor with a tall stature and a dinosaur-like face, not often seen on variety shows. This possibly explained his overall awkwardness. Even his greeting was tinged with embarrassment. It's been a while, Hi-yun SSI. What's with the sudden honorifics, Appa? Can I just speak informally? Is that okay? PD Nim. Haha. Just be comfortable. Be comfortable. Ugh. I think I have a phobia of variety shows. Even he, after greeting the other cast members, gave Kang Woojin a thumbs up. The vibe around you has been really good lately, right? I've wanted to meet you for a while. I've heard a lot from Youngmin too. Hello, Sunbeam. The last to arrive among the cast members was. Sorry. My apologies. There was an accident up front due to which the traffic was congested. It was in Jong Hak, who would be playing the role of the boss of our dining table. Despite being in his late 40s, he was very youthful-looking and a clean-cut, handsome type. As a top versatile entertainer in acting, variety, and music, he was also close with PD Yoon Byung-seon. They had worked together on several variety shows before and had created hits. Thanks to this, PD Yoon Byung-seon immediately teased in Jong Hak, who was putting on his microphone, with a smirk. Hey Hyung, why are you so late? Are you trying to act all senior? So old-fashioned. Hey, find me an old-fashioned guy who cares more about his juniors than I do. And I'm only 5 minutes late, 5 minutes. Being late is still being late. Especially when your juniors, who are doing better than you, are waiting like that. And Jong Hak coughed lightly and glanced at the table. You should have started without me. Sorry everyone. Since I'm late, let's skip the greetings and get started right away. Kang Woojin, with his indifferent face, found in Jong Hak interesting. Wow, and Jong Hak Sunbae, just as cool as he is on TV, the coolness is killing me. Regardless, within Jong Hak's arrival, all the cast members were now seated at the table. The shooting had already begun, but it seemed like the real start was just now, as PD Yoon Byung-seon, seated at the front of the table, made his opening remarks. All right, finally, all the cast members who will shine on our dining table have gathered. I'm reassured by the presence of such remarkable people. So, in Jong Hak SSI, as the boss leading our dining table, please say a few words. PD Yoon Byung-seon's cheeky comment made in Jong Hak furrow his brows. Why am I the boss? Any of these remarkable people could do it. Is that so? We'll go by popularity then. But Jong Hak, you'd be an intern. Is that okay? Hey, I'm old. Isn't that a bit too much? See, you're an old fart after all. Laughter erupted throughout the restaurant, including from the writers and staff. Indeed, PD Yoon Byung-seon was a veteran. He eased the atmosphere with banter before moving on to the schedule. Well, out of respect for the old fart, and Jong Hak SSI will take on the role of the boss. Aw shit, you're trying to typecast me as the old-timer again. Shoo. And as the boss, you'll be overseeing the overall management of our dining table, right? The directors will be 2 people, Ha Gang-soo and Hong Ha-yeon SSI. Ha Gang-soo SSI will be the main in the hall, and Hong Ha-yeon SSI in the kitchen. At this point, Jong Hak, who was crossing his legs, joined in. Ha-yeon, are you good at cooking? Hong Ha-yeon, brushing her long hair aside, calmly shook her head. No, just simple snacks to go with wine. I do like making snacks. That's vague. What? Then you do the kitchen, Appa. I don't even have the vaguest idea to judge that vagueness. Taking the baton back, PD Yoon Byung-seon continued. The employees will be Woojin SSI and Wallen SSI. Woojin SSI in the kitchen and Wallen SSI assisting in the hall. And Yun Bet Kwang SSI will be the intern, doing dishes and overall support. Teams were quickly formed. And Jong Hak and Yun Bet Kwang, Ha Gang-soo and Wallen, Kang Woojin and Hong Ha-yeon made up one team, and this time, and Jong Hak asked Kang Woojin, Woojin SSI, are you good at cooking? Woojin responded calmly, I can do a bit. And Jong Hak sighed and looked at PD Yoon Byung-seon. Let's just buy food and sell it. The kids these days are pretty good. PD Yoon Byung-seon lightly ignored his comment. Today, we'll have a simple meal here first, then split up into teams to receive training from mentors. As you all know, tomorrow you'll be deployed into the one-day restaurant. At the mention of the one-day restaurant, the first question came from Hong Ha-yeon. Where will the one-day restaurant be? We'll tell you tomorrow. It's definitely not in Seoul. And Jong Hak snorted. I can tell it's going to be somewhere far away with good air and scenery. But you're just giving us food? What's the catch? Responding to the rhetorical question as if it were the correct answer, PD Yoon Byung-seon called out to the staff on his right. Ingredients. Please bring them in. Then, a low table with about 10 ingredients for tteokbokki appeared. At this, and Jong Hak laughed in disbelief. See, I knew it would be something like this. Ha Gangsu and Yun Bet Kwang tensed up. Are we playing a game? Right now? I'm really bad at games. Wow. To witness this scene in person, pleased with the reaction, PD Yoon Byung-seon pushed up his glasses and smirked mischievously. It'd be boring to just eat, and it's a chance for everyone to get closer. So how about a quick game of guessing famous people to start off? Soon, the writers handed PD Yoon Byung-seon papers with photos of celebrities, and Hong Hae-yeon, slightly furrowing her brows, tapped Kang Woojin on the shoulder. If you get mine wrong today, just you wait. I'll flip the table for real. It seemed the wounds from the sports day were still fresh. Kang Woojin, reminded of that day, felt a surge of tension but kept his expression firmer than ever. I'll do my best. That makes me nervous. Then Wallen chuckled, covering her mouth. You mean Woojin SSI getting Yuni's photo wrong? That was really funny. Hong Hae-yeon smirked at Wallen, warning her not to let her guard down. What's so funny? That might be you today, Wallen. No, right, Woojin SSI? You'll get mine right? Kang Woojin found it hard to give a definitive answer. Just maintaining his facade was enough of a challenge. I'll try my best. About an hour later, inside a strange van. In the van driving down the road, a rather chubby man was looking at a thin stack of papers. The cover read, Our Dining Table. It was the shooting script for Our Dining Table. So, why was this chubby man looking at the script for Our Dining Table? The reason was simple. He was Chef Lee Yong-woo, the mentor for the Our Dining Table kitchen team. In the culinary world, as well as in broadcasting, Chef Lee Yong-woo held a significant influence. He had participated in many cooking shows and had high recognition. The same was true in the YouTube market. In other words, he was a well-known figure among chefs. Chef Lee Yong-woo was currently on his way to the shooting location of Our Dining Table, and his pimply-faced manager asked him, but do we really need to delay our own shooting schedule for this? Then, Chef Lee Yong-woo shook the script in his hand. Of course we do. Man, it's PD Yoon. Have you even imagined how much our restaurant sales will jump just by getting a artillery fire? 7. In the early afternoon, after finishing the opening and meal filming at a spacious Bunsik restaurant, the Our Dining Table team had scattered. The filming team was divided into teams, and Jonghak and Yun Bet Kwang, Ha Gangsu and Wallen, Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon, since the mentor and filming locations were different. Among these three teams, PD Yoon Byung-seon, the general director, joined the kitchen team. That is, the Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon side. Given that the theme of Our Dining Table was cooking, it made sense visually for the main, PD Yoon Byung-seon, to be involved. Anyway, alright, let's get ourselves organized. It was natural for Kang Woojin's team to go to a filming studio, but it wasn't just any place. It was a kitchen studio. Since it involved cooking, it was only logical. A sufficiently decorated, spacious kitchen, dining tables set in front, various dishes, several kitchen tools, refrigerators, etc. Except for the lighting and the feel of a filming set, it was exactly like a kitchen. Into such a studio, the Our Dining Table team began to settle. Since it was already rented, the filming setup was almost complete, and it was all done once the lights and compact cameras were placed. Around this time, Woojin SSI, Hae-yeon SSI were done. The kitchen team of two, who had finished their makeup outside, entered the studio. Hong Hae-yeon, who tied her long hair, and Kang Woojin were handed transparent masks, and Woojin, slowly putting on his mask, quietly surveyed the kitchen studio. So food-related shootings are done in places like this. Well, it was obvious, but it was a new world to him. However, he didn't show his fascination. Microphones, and then Our Dining Table exclusive aprons were handed to both of them. The aprons were beige-toned with the Our Dining Table logo on them. Soon, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who had settled around the dining table, began explaining with a smirk. I know both of you have cooked before. If we proceed too blandly, it might not feel like practice, right? So, let's try running it like a real restaurant. We'll be the customers, and you take orders and cook. Hae-yeon SSI, you're good at making wine appetizers, right? At the thrown question, Hong Hae-yeon, who was tightly holding her apron, answered a bit awkwardly. No, it's not that I'm good, but I can make it edible for people. That's enough. Enough. You can learn, right? Then, Let's start with Haiyun SSI's cooking test. Woojin SSI, you'll take orders and assist in cooking. Woojin, who had been sneakily enchanted by the sight of Hong Haiyun wearing an apron, barely responded. Do I just take orders and assist in cooking? Yes, let's start right away. Everyone, please take your seats. Dozens of staff members, including the writers, rustled to the provided dining tables. Soon, as the main cook, Hong Haiyun entered the kitchen, she was bewildered. This suddenly? Hong Haiyun was clearly flustered. Her experience as a top actress was nowhere to be found. Of course, she was already being filmed, and Woojin admired her internally. Shouldn't it be illegal to be pretty in such a situation? Regardless, among the dozens of staff members who had taken their seats, PD Yoon Byung-seon suddenly raised his hand towards Woojin. Order here dash. Pretending to be a customer. To this, Kang Woojin approached him with an indifferent face. Yes, what would you like? Please give us kimchi pancake. From the back of the kitchen, Hong Haiyun's voice was immediately heard. Kimchi pancake? I've never made that. PD Yoon Byung-seon, acting as a customer, responded. You can take your time, you can even search and make it. Anything's okay. Hong Haiyun quickly took out her phone. However, the orders from the customers weren't just for kimchi pancakes. Us here. Please give us ramyeon, tiak ramyeon. Tiak ramyeon equals ramyeon with rice cake. Is pasta possible? Aglio e olio pasta. I thought the concept was Korean cuisine. If not, then please give us bibimbap dash. Orders flooded in all at once. Hong Haiyun bit her lower lip slightly, confused, and Woojin, who had calmly taken the orders, handed the bill to the chef. Kimchi pancake, tiak ramyeon, aglio e olio pasta. If pasta is not possible, then bibimbap. The chef, upon seeing the bill handed over, panicked. I don't know. I've never made any of those. Kang Woojin calmly said. Take your time. It's okay to be a bit late. It's okay if we get a bit of complaints. Woojin SSI. Kang Woojin pointed to one of the dishes with his index finger as Hong Haiyun forced a smile. Tiak ramyeon. It seems like you could start with the ramyeon. Right? Ramyeon. Try the rest after you've made the ramyeon. Got it. Having made up her mind, Hong Haiyun rummaged around the kitchen and pulled out a pot that seemed suitable, but it was a bit too big. Woojin pointed it out in a low voice. It's too big. Oh, it is. Then, down there. Use the concave one. She quickly switched pots like an avatar. However, her movements were generally clumsy. Whether she was opening the ramyeon packet, filling the pot with water, or taking out rice cakes from the refrigerator, she was just a beginner through and through. This satisfied PD Yoon Byung-seon and the staff. It's good, isn't it? Right? It has a good feel. Despite being full of mistakes, it was exactly the scene they loved. But Woojin SSI, you're really not helping at all? I mean, I did say that, but I didn't expect you to just watch. Maybe it's because they're both clumsy. He doesn't want to make a bigger mess? Well, it might just add insult to injury. About 15 minutes later, thump. With a solemn face, Hong Haiyun placed the finished ramyeon in front of Woojin. Tiak ramyeon is complete. Woojin, who had been looking at her face indifferently, slowly shifted his gaze down to the ramyeon. Then, he didn't say anything. Well, he did silently judge it. It looks like you could swim in it. Unaware of this, Hong Haiyun grumbled for no reason. What? No, I was just thinking about how to handle it. The tiak ramyeon she made was literally brimming with broth, looking like it might overflow. The bowl was too small to contain all of Hong Haiyun's ambitions. Nonetheless, the ramyeon somehow made it to PD Yoon Byung-seon. Soon, he and the writers began to move their chopsticks. Slurp. The expressions were ambiguous, especially Yoon Byung-seon's. He then extended a pair of wooden chopsticks to Woojin. Woojin SSI, would you like to try? Ah, yes. As Kang Woojin picked up the ramyeon, Hong Haiyun also moved next to him. Soon, with widened eyes, Hong Haiyun asked Woojin, who was slurping the ramyeon. How is it? Woojin, who swallowed the ramyeon without much reaction, answered briefly. It tastes like ramyeon. The staff tried to hold back their laughter. Conversely, Hong Haiyun furrowed her brow. Since it's ramyeon, of course, it tastes like ramyeon. I was asking if it's good or not. It's somewhere in the middle in terms of ramyeon taste. What's that supposed to mean? Then this time, Woojin SSI, you go into the kitchen. I'll take the hall. As if waiting for it, PD Yoon Byung-seon allowed it. Player change. Woojin walked into the kitchen calmly, but was honestly a bit nervous. It was his first time cooking in front of so many people. Ugh, am I nervous? My stomach feels gassy. The writers chuckled softly at his demeanor. Look at Woojin SSI, so solemn. Is it just me, or does it seem like he'll end up making another broth-filled ramen? But Woojin SSI seems somewhat cynical even when cooking, kind of cute in a way. At least we'll get to see Woojin SSI flustered today. As soon as Kang Woojin entered the kitchen, Hong Hae-yeon took the order. The order was the same as what she had received. Kimchi pancake and tteok ramen. Aglio e olio pasta. And if pasta isn't possible, then bibimbap. Woojin SSI, you're starting with the ramen too, right? However, the first words from this kitchen chef were instructions. No. Hae-yeon SSI, come in and take out the ingredients, please. Ingredients. Yes. We're going to make all the menu items at once. First, kimchi, green onions, sausages, chongyang chili peppers, red chili peppers. While speaking, Woojin quickly set up several pots. One for frying, one for ramen, one for pasta. Something about Kang Woojin's gaze changed. And the pasta noodles too. They're down there. Oh, yes. Here. Slice the garlic thinly. Take your time. Soon, Hong Hae-yeon, without realizing it, kept glancing at Woojin while slicing the garlic. What? How does he know how to make it? From the preparation of ingredients, Kang Woojin's expert aura was so palpable that even the VJs, PD Yoon Byung-seon, and the writers were murmuring among themselves. Woojin SSI isn't just boiling ramen, is he? Noodles? Is he making pasta too? Whoa, Woojin SSI has picked up a knife. That's when it happened. Tack, 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 tack. The sound of Woojin's dazzling knife skills filled the entire studio. Wow, everyone's eyes widened. A few dozen minutes later, before long, the entire studio was filled with the aroma of various foods. And then, swish, here's the last tteok ramen. The tteok ramen, decorated with rice cakes and green onions, was placed in front of Hong Hae-yeon. Or more precisely, he really made everything at once. All the ordered foods were completed, from kimchi pancakes to pasta, bibimbap, and the current tteok ramen. It hadn't taken long at all. Although Hong Hae-yeon had helped a bit, it was almost as if Kang Woojin had done it all by himself. Yet, Woojin, washing his hands, was utterly cold. In contrast, PD Yoon Byung-seon and the writers, having checked up to the tteok ramen, blinked in surprise. Actually, all the dozens of staff in the studio did. The smell is so good. Exactly. Why does it smell so good? More than that, the way Woojin SSI was cooking just now, it wasn't like some amateur home cooking. His knife skills were so sexy, right? And the way he handled the ingredients was so smooth. PD Nim, why is Woojin SSI so good at cooking? How would I know? PD Yoon Byung-seon was just as baffled. Around that time, Hong Hae-yeon, with a somewhat flushed face, came over with chopsticks and quickly approached. What's everyone doing? It'll get cold. Can I eat first? Woojin, indifferently drying his hands, forcibly calmed his wildly beating heart. It's going to be good, right? Yeah, it'll taste good. Wow, shit. It's kind of nerve-wracking that so many people are eating my food. At the same time, Hong Hae-yeon, holding her long hair back, put the pasta in her mouth. And then, lightning struck in her eyes. What? Startled, PD Yoon Byung-seon also quickly tore off a piece of kimchi pancake and put it in his mouth. The interesting part was, wow, the reaction was the same. From there on, forget it. I'll try the ramen. First, I'll have the pasta. Can I have a spoon? I'll mix the bibimbap. The writers and all the staff rushed to the food, and the main writer, after slurping the pasta, covered her mouth with both hands and exclaimed, what is this? It's so delicious. Like a contagion, exclamations of amazement poured from the mouths of other staff members. Watching silently, Woojin felt satisfied inside. Nice. At that moment, the main writer whispered to PD Yoon Byung-seon by his side. PD Nim, we might not need a cooking master at this rate. Right. Why is everything so delicious? Just then, a radio call came through. Chef Li Yongwu has arrived. The signal that the master had arrived. Behind them, Chef Li Yongwu, with a protruding belly, appeared in the studio. Good day to you all. Oh my, it smells good here? Have you already started cooking? He was smiling brightly, and PD Yoon Byung-seon and the staff stood up to greet Chef Li Yongwu first. Soon, a brief time for greetings. Of course, this included Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yun as well. Then, wow, kimchi pancakes and pasta? You've done a lot of cooking. The chubby chef Li Yongwu, who was attaching his microphone, noticed the dishes laid out on the table. PD Yoon Byung-seon was slightly embarrassed, as were the other writers. Regardless, Chef Li Yongwu. Huh? But the presentation of the food, it doesn't look like practice. He strides towards the table to inspect the dishes. Then, for some reason, he furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Excuse me, PD Nim. This is..." He grasped something, then suddenly picked up chopsticks and lifted the bowl containing the pasta. First, he smelled it. Then, his brow furrowed even more. However, instead of speaking, he put a spoonful of pasta into his mouth and chewed. Just a few seconds later, he let out a scoff. "Ha, PD Nim," he murmured, looking at PD Yoon Byung-seon and the writers. "This wasn't for practice, but for demonstration, wasn't it? Did you invite another chef besides me?" "What? No, we didn't have such a conversation. Is there a competition among chefs to decide on a mentor or something? That would be problematic." At this moment, the gazes of PD Yoon Byung-seon, Hong Hae-yun, the writers, and others all turned towards Kang Woojin, who was wearing an apron. Among them, PD Yoon Byung-seon, scratching his head, murmured, "This is awkward. Kang Woojin SSI made that." Then, Chef Li Yongwu, who had been staring blankly, stammered as he looked at a poker-faced Woojin. "Kang Woojin made this. Not another chef?" It was as if he had admitted it himself. The next day, around noon, a Korean restaurant located in a forest in Gangwon-do. The restaurant had an overall traditional house vibe. What was unusual was that today, the area around this restaurant was bustling, not just with filming equipment and many staff members running around, but also with numerous onlookers. Today, they were planning to film the Our Dining Table one-day restaurant at this traditional house. Hence, the signboard was different for the day. Our Dining Table one-day restaurant. The interior of the Korean restaurant was spacious. It was divided into a main hall and a sub-hall. There were at least 10 tables in total, and small cameras and VJs were positioned all around the hall. And this place is beautiful. Definitely Instagram-worthy. The hall was bustling with guests who had already been invited. While in, her beauty is insane. I almost screamed when she passed by earlier. She's too pretty. Yun Baek-kwang has such a small face. Look, there's Ha Gang-soo. Wow, actors are really different. I'm just amazed. Meanwhile, an energetic Yun Baek-kwang entered the kitchen and came out with food. It was kimchi pancakes. The kimchi pancakes were served to a table with 2 women. "Enjoy your meal." "Thank you." The women, mesmerized by Yun Baek-kwang's appearance, barely managed to eat the kimchi pancakes. Soon, their eyes widened. "Wow, it's delicious. Right? It's crispy and perfectly seasoned. Absolutely delicious. Who's in the kitchen? Is there a separate chef cooking for us?" Yun Baek-kwang, placing soy sauce on their table, smirked and threw in his answer. "Our main cook in the kitchen is Woo Jin-hyung. No, Kang Woojin Nim." Meanwhile, in Da Nang, Vietnam, the chaotic forest shooting site 4 Island of the Missing. However, now that the morning shoot was over, about 100 staff and actors were resting in their respective tents. Naturally, Flap, director Kwon Ki-taek, sipping coffee and checking the shooting script, was no exception. Suddenly, he turned his head and called over the assistant director. "Is it tomorrow? When Woo Jin returns?" The assistant director quickly responded to the calm inquiry. "Yes, director. He's taking an early morning flight tomorrow and should arrive by noon." The shooting is scheduled for early afternoon. Leave out a few scenes. Let him rest, and then shoot about 1 scene in the evening. Understood. At that moment, director Kwon Ki-taek's phone rang. He picked up the phone nonchalantly, but paused for a moment. Director on again? The caller was director On Jae-bak, who had contacted him recently. Though slightly puzzled, director Kwon Ki-taek stepped out of the tent and answered the phone respectfully. "Yes, Director Nim." From the other side of the phone, Director Chapter 153. Chapter 153, Artillery Fire, 8. 24th Night. A Korean restaurant in Gangwon Province that had hosted the one-day restaurant event for our dining table. It was past 11 p.m. All the customers had left, and the overall shooting had ended about 30 minutes earlier. Perhaps that's why many staff members of our dining table were busy with the cleanup. We need to change the tables back to how it was originally. Here's the original photo. Kitchen. Can someone check what props of ours are in the kitchen? Did we collect all the small cameras? Only the annexes left. The shooting was quite long, so although the staff's faces were tired, they seemed satisfied with their day's work. Among them, PD Yoon Byung-seon, wearing glasses, was seen in the main hall, and in front of him at the table. Thank you all for your hard work. I'm dead. Good job. Really, everyone did such a great job. The cast members of our dining table were huddled together. Of course, this included the stoic-faced Kang Woojin. They were all wearing aprons with the Our Dining Table logo, each holding a can of beer, seemingly ready to refresh themselves after the day. It seemed they had all become quite close as the conversation flowed freely. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin thought to himself, "Crazy, how many dishes did I even make today? I can't even remember. I might vomit at the smell of ramen now." His expression was stoic, but he was suffering internally. The intensity was such that it reminded him of his bar part-time job when he was around 20. If it weren't for his concept, he would have collapsed on the table long ago. This isn't variety, it's just a slice of life experience. At that moment, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who had been chatting with In Jong-hak, addressed everyone. Well, there were frequent mistakes and our coordination was off at times, but that's natural for a first time. Overall, it was nice. With a bit more polish, this could definitely work overseas as well. Upon hearing words that were akin to torture by Hope, In Jong-hak answered as he took a sip of beer. The dishes that went out had no issues, but honestly, weren't there a lot of problems with the hall and other things? If the food hadn't come out on time, we would have been screwed. The exhausted Ha Gang-soo and the rest of the members readily agreed. Right? If the orders had been messed up from the start, we couldn't have done it properly today. There were many mistakes with the orders. I'm sorry. The energetic and youthful Yun Baek-kwang, with his head bowed, gave Kang Woojin a thumbs up. But the customers loved the food today. You're amazing, Woojin Hyung. And Jong-hak crossed his legs and asked Woojin as if agreeing. I've heard a lot too. What happened? You said you were just decent at cooking, but it was almost chef level. Chef Lee Young-woo also praised you, right? But Hyun, you were just chopping garlic when I saw you. What can I do if we needed a lot of garlic? And I chopped a lot of other things too. I even flipped the kimchi pancake. As the two bantered, PD Yoon Byung-seon placed several papers on the table. These are the customer reviews from today, and the common theme is that the food was delicious. Indeed, that was the case. The papers were filled with comments stating that the food was delicious. There were also frequent mentions of seeing a new side of Kang Woojin. Then, Wallin, passing the papers to Woojin, murmured softly, "But it was really delicious." Internally, she wanted to jump up and down with thumbs up. It wasn't just delicious, it was super, super, super delicious. She held back because there were many eyes on her. Having tasted the cooking of her idol, Kang Woojin, was enough for her. Anyway, PD Yoon Byung-seon began to wrap up. This concludes the domestic shooting with all members together, and next, we'll see each other overseas. There might be short shootings by teams before we leave, and we'll coordinate the schedule and inform you accordingly. After a brief after-party, the cast members left the Korean restaurant one by one, and Kang Woojin also moved to the. Then after saying goodbye to the staff, that's when Woojin SSI. From behind, PD Yoon Byung-seon called out to Kang Woojin. The words he quickly approached to say were somewhat unusual. Could you think about developing a dish before we shoot in America? A developed dish, you mean? Yes. No, don't feel pressured, you can just lightly consider it. But seeing Woojin SSI's cooking skills, it seems possible. Any Korean dish is fine, so if it's okay with you, please give it some thought. After tasting and a discussion, if it's good, we'll try selling it in America. He was talking about creating a unique Korean recipe by Kang Woojin. Well, it didn't seem forced, so Woojin simply nodded. Understood. Okay. You worked hard today. As PD Yoon Byung-seon walked away, Woojin nonchalantly boarded the van. Only after Han Yeung and the stylists were all aboard did the van depart. At the same time, swish. Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to talk to Woojin. Woojin, you know director on Ga Bak, right? Director on Ga Bak? Who's that? It sounded vaguely familiar, but it was a strange name. However, since it was about a director, Woojin pretended to know. Yes, CEO Nim. He naturally continued to search on his phone as if he didn't know. Only after seeing the face that appeared in the search results did Woojin remember who director on Ga Bak was. Still, it wasn't clear. This director, wasn't he called a living legend in the film industry or something? I think I saw it on YouTube. Any Korean actor would revere director on Ga Bak, but to Kang Woojin, he just felt like any old man whose job happened to be a director. Thus, director on Ga Bak wants to see you. There was a call. Woojin didn't feel much excitement despite pretending to be moderately surprised at Choi Sung-gun's words. That grandfather. No, the director wants to see me? Why? Maybe he wants to offer me a role. It was somewhat ambivalent, just like any other director. As a result, Woojin's response didn't carry much enthusiasm. For me, yes. But as expected, your reaction is bland. I guessed as much, but aren't you surprised? I nearly popped my eyes out when I received his call. I'm surprised. Bullshit. Anyway, I'm digging up information on director on Ga Bak's project, so just be aware. Yes, CEO Nim. If you get involved with director on Ga Bak, it's going to shake up the film industry again. Really? Is that so? However, Kang Woojin's mind was already filled with other thoughts. I'm going back to Vietnam tomorrow. I can barely breathe already. It was a hell that included the scorching heat. Afterward, the first shooting of Our Dining Table wrapped up on the 24th, and as the 25th dawned, Kang Woojin was already on a plane. He was returning to the overseas location of Island of the Missing after finishing about a week's schedule in Korea. The destination was Da Nang, Vietnam. And he was not alone. Star Photo, spotted at the airport, Hong Hae-yeon and Kang Woojin, departing together for Island of the Missing overseas location/photo. Hong Hae-yeon, who was scheduled for a cameo appearance, was also with him. At this moment, the OST released by Kang Woojin a few days ago was still holding the #1 spot on the music platform. -1, Male Friend/Kang Woojin, Male Friend OST Part 1. Currently, it was #1 not only on Melon, but also on various platforms. It was a testament to the popularity of Male Friend. Male Friend OST is also a hit. Kang Woojin's Male Friend sweeps the music charts, reaching #1 on Melon. Male Friend was achieving unprecedented success as a short drama. It was almost like being unmatched, as people commonly say. Proving vocal skills on the 5 million Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, Kang Woojin sweeps various music platforms. Chart: Kang Woojin's Male Friend hits #1 on the charts. Jua in second place, Decam in third. Pushing aside all the music heavyweights, OST sung by Kang Woojin hits #1 on the music charts. The Kang Woojin syndrome continues. Could that be why? Kang Woojin's first OST for Male Friend, namely Male Friend, was heard everywhere. On the radio inside the car. Let's listen to one song before moving on to the second part. Oh, what's the craze these days? It's Male Friend, sung by Kang Woojin. I'll be back after this. Through earphones people wore, from cell phones, and so on. The popularity of this OST added fuel to the fire of Male Friend. Following Kang Woojin, an OST sung by Wallin was fully released around the afternoon of the 25th. New. Female Friend/Wallin, Male Friend OST Part 2. Given the current popularity of Male Friend, it was clear that Wallin's OST would also quickly climb the ranks. Moreover, a duet song was still pending. Of course, Male Friend continued to be the undisputed #1 on Netflix in both Korea and Japan. Male Friend holds on to first place for nearly a week. Kang Woojin and Wallin's brand value and popularity skyrocket. Especially, the popularity in Japan skyrocketed. While in Korea, the interest was dispersed due to various issues surrounding Woojin. In Japan, it concentrated on Male Friend. Twitter is buzzing with talks about Male Friend. The power of Hallyu, Kang Woojin, and Wallin was truly effective. The Japanese audience was ecstatic about Male Friend. Kang Woojin. Wallin. Love you. This is the first drama that makes me so emotionally involved. Now all that's left is the final episode. It's torture. Why can't Japan produce such dramas? The drama is so fun. I'm angry because Japanese dramas pale in comparison with just 4 episodes. Are friends like Kang Woojin common in Korea? I really want to go to Korea. The drama has such beautiful colors, and it reminds me of my school days. A beautiful and enjoyable drama. Warning: a male friend like Kang Woojin does not exist in reality. The 2 actors are adorable and act so well. I want to have such a beautiful love story. It was so fun. I'm stuck in a swamp. I've rewatched it twice, but now I'm watching Male Friend again. This continued even after the weekend, on the 26th. However, in Korea, it wasn't just Male Friend making headlines. Many stories were exploding. Freezing Love, premiere date confirmed, will be releasing on Friday, November 27th. Freezing Love, set to premiere on November 27th. Production team says Kang Woojin's sign language acting will be shown. From murderer to lover, and even sign language acting. Kang Woojin's endless image transformation as an acting monster. Talks about freezing love. Sign language? He's going to do sign language? Didn't they say Kang Woojin and Lee Wool-seon's drama was exceptional? It's insane. It's going to be a very short appearance, but sign language acting. Actors usually avoid acting with disabilities. Honestly, I'm impressed. Our dining table. Issue check. PD Yoon Byung-seon's major variety, Our Dining Table, completes its first domestic shooting. Who among the star-studded cast will cook? And the upcoming premiere of Drug Dealer. Movie Talk, Drug Dealer wraps up its premiere. Nationwide. Cinema bookings open. Until the very end. Jin Jae-joon fervently promoting to fans who attended the preview/photo. Artillery fire. Yes. The current situation was aptly described by the word artillery fire. Various snowballs, grown large, were exploding in timing with each other. Drug Dealer given 18+ certification. What character will Kang Woojin, appearing in a cameo, play? The fragments from the grand artillery barrage were mixing or fusing again into bigger snowballs, expanding their territory distinctly in the minds of the public. The process was quick and efficient. Even as time melted away, new artillery was targeting the public. Feature, with Jin Jae-joon and monster rookie Kang Woojin joining. How many viewers can Drug Dealer, rated for adults, attract? As if giving no chance to adapt. 28th, early morning. It was around 8 a.m. The location was a multiplex cinema in Seoul. A woman who just got off the elevator caught the eye. She was wearing a black mask, a hat pressed down, and round glasses. It felt intentional, the way she hid her face. Turning her gaze to the cinema lobby, she thought, there are quite a lot of people. Despite it being a weekday morning, the place was unexpectedly crowded. Not to the point of being packed, but enough to make one pause. There were all sorts of people, couples, groups of men, groups of women, etc. They glanced at the woman in the hat and mask, but didn't pay much attention. Then, a trailer started playing on the advertisement board above with a boom. The title appeared, Drug Dealer. Between the fast-paced clips of the trailer, a brief moment showed an actor with a tattoo on his neck, causing the woman in the hat to flinch. That was him, right? Woojin SSI. Wow, his image is so different, I almost didn't recognize him. Soon, the woman, who had been staring blankly at the Drug Dealer trailer, snapped back to reality and started taking pictures of Drug Dealer's small posters and standees with her phone. Swish. She printed out a ticket from the self-service kiosk. The movie ticket she had was for Drug Dealer, with about 30 minutes left until the start time. Caramel popcorn. I shouldn't eat it. After some hesitation, the woman timidly bought a small popcorn at the concession stand and moved lightly towards the screening room. There were more audience members inside than she expected. For a morning show, 10 people were a lot, but it looked like there were over 30. Regardless, the woman in the hat discreetly glanced around and took her designated seat. Just in time. Advertisements began to play on the big screen in front. However, as the lights in the auditorium were still on, the woman kept her mask on and looked down at her phone. This lasted for about 5 minutes. Eventually, done. As the woman looked up, the lights in the auditorium dimmed altogether. She slightly pulled down her mask, not fully, but enough to reveal part of her face. a freckle under her eye. The woman was Wallin, gaining popularity through male friend. Although she was barefaced, she still radiated a celebrity aura, and as she put a piece of caramel popcorn into her mouth, Wallin watched the big screen and internally exclaimed, "Let's go, let's go." The reason she came to the cinema this morning was very simple: to watch her most favorite actor's first commercial movie. It also had significance, watching his first commercial movie on its opening day, at the first showing of the day. Soon, Wallen's heart raced as she chewed on her popcorn. Her eyes, fixed on the screen, sparkled. Then, drug dealer. The title of drug dealer boldly appeared on the big screen in the dim cinema. About an hour later, Wallen, having finished her popcorn, saw Lee Sang-man appear amidst heavy rain. A cigarette in his mouth, a scar from a knife wound on his left cheek, rough skin, eyes filled with quiet violence, and tattoos barely visible under his suit. Lee Sang-man, revealed on the big screen, spoke in a rough, low voice. "Come closer. I'm getting wet." The audience murmured increased. "Wow, is that Kang Woojin? Damn, he looks just like a gangster, doesn't he?" Meanwhile, Wallen, with her mouth slightly open and eyes widened, whispered to herself as she watched her favorite actor on the screen. "Wow, the impact. Crazy. So cool." At this moment, the internet was flooded with articles about Drug Dealer. Movie Talk, Drug Dealer, opens today, ranks number 1 in reservations despite being rated for adults. Chapter 154. Chapter 154, Solo 1. Drug Dealer officially premiered today, the 28th. And now, it was being shown to the world for the first time as a morning show. About 30 audience members filled the screening room, including Wallen, all of them adults. It couldn't be helped. After all, the Drug Dealer was rated R. From the moment Drug Dealer started, the audience's expectations were high. From when the title, a rough mix of black and red, appeared on the screen to when the names of the leading actors were shown. But above all, what captured the audience's attention was and Kang Woojin. When Kang Woojin's name, who made a cameo appearance in Drug Dealer, flashed on the screen. He had been the source of numerous issues recently, but undoubtedly, the hit of Male Friend played the biggest part. Most of the audience here had watched Male Friend. This only heightened the anticipation and curiosity. As soon as Kang Woojin's name appeared, dozens of audience members, regardless of gender, whispered so softly. Kang Woojin's name came up. He's in a cameo, but his name is first. Maybe it's because he's so popular? Anyway, I'm curious. How Kang Woojin will appear here. Will his image be similar to Male Friend? Maybe acting. A bit rougher there. He acts well, so he'll probably at least hit average. The whispers mostly revolved around similar topics. How will cameo Kang Woojin appear? What kind of acting will he do? How different will it be from Han In-ho in Male Friend? And also, what kind of mask he will present? However, the audience's interest soon shifted to the content of Drug Dealer. Drug Dealer was stimulating and tense from the start. After the entrance of the protagonist Jong Sung-hoon, played by Jin Jae-joon, Drug Dealer maintained a gripping pace. Therefore, Wallen and dozens of audience members fixed their eyes on the large screen. But, as always with movies, there's a need for pacing. There are times when explanations are needed, and scenes where the world is unfolded through dialogue between characters. Constantly running can leave one breathless. In other words, Drug Dealer also reached a moment when it slowed down. Therefore, swish. The focused audience members began to fidget or distract themselves. The concentration dipped briefly. However, just when the audience's interest seemed to wane, the background on the large screen changed abruptly, presenting a strange atmosphere and scenery. The pouring rain was just as abrupt. Something's different? The music that played was majestic. Soon, as the audience's focus slightly increased. Thud. In the scene, a character with a cigarette in his mouth got out of the last of 4 parked sedans. Is that Kang Woojin? The first appearance of Lee Sang-man with a cigarette in his mouth. Everything about the environment amplified his impact. The pouring rain, the gangsters in suits, the music echoing in the screening room, the vivid camera movements. And the bold character of Lee Sang-man, with a controlled violent mask, long exhaling smoke. The actor Kang Woojin playing him. As soon as he appeared on the screen, the slightly scattered focus instantly converged. Wallin, frozen in movement, muttered to herself, and the slight movements of dozens of audience members increased. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lee Sang-man on the screen. His impact was that intense. A character appearing about an hour into the movie's runtime, but instantly escalating the tension. From then on, the audience's hearing and vision sharpened. It felt like the calm before the storm ever since Lee Sang-man appeared. His every word. Dash, come closer. I'm getting wet. Dash up. I'm sorry. Dash, or is that what you want? Dash, no. Hyung. Every action carried a subtle weight. The mix of flexibility, seemingly languid, yet with a scent of cruelty and violence, was something else. The audience reacted. Wow, that gave me chills. Isn't it kind of scary? She brushed her forearm. The cold blast of the air conditioner in the screening room intensified that feeling. The coolness touching her skin and the ruthlessness of Lee Sang-man in the screen meshed well together. Amidst this, Wallin, with her mouth slightly open, was completely captivated by Kang Woojin on the screen. It's different. There's none of the acting or atmosphere he's shown until now. Did he change his voice too? He kept his characteristic low tone, but how did he produce that tone as if he had phlegm in his throat? Wallin, whether as a fan indulging in her fandom or as an actress, was tightly wrapped up in Kang Woojin's acting. There's not even a trace of the pure, warm emotions from Han In-ho. Honestly, it's impressive. From the motion of smoking a cigarette to the small hand movements, eye direction, even the blinking, none of it feels light. Every single one amplifies the character's presence. I knew about his acting detail, but really, considering this was the level of acting experience she had from Kang Woojin, what about the dozens of audience members around Wallin? Wallin glanced at the women in the seat next to her, brushing their forearms. She completely understood that reaction. The timing of Lee Sang-man's appearance killed it, and above all, Woojin Nim's acting and character transformation exceeded expectations by far. At this point, they're dancing, Lee Sang-man uttered, looking at the long line of orange street lamps. His eyes, hazed yet with a faint smile, were closely zoomed in. Yet, Lee Sang-man kept scratching his neck or forearm since his appearance. It was initially overlooked, but the audience felt something was off. Hey, hasn't he been scratching himself since a while ago? Yeah. I thought it was strange too. Is it a clue? Simultaneously, Lee Sang-man's face on the screen deepened with discomfort. The music playing also became heavier. Clearly, Lee Sang-man was expressing his problem to the audience. That problem was, pat, 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 after passing through the heavy rain. It's going to burn. Huh, the sea. It's going to burn. Crossing over the death of a subordinate. Dump him in the water. As Lee Sang-man climbed the dark and dreary staircase, the darkness intensified. Anyone could see that the scene at the top of the staircase was ominously ominous. Yet a faint smile spread across the quirky and indifferent expression of Lee Sang-man. The angle was frontal, filling the screen with Lee Sang-man's face as he ascended the stairs. Twitching facial muscles, lips curving like a bow gradually showing teeth, eyes filled with madness, hastening movements. Such progressive expression changes in Lee Sang-man were somewhat shocking to the dozens of audience members. What's that? Why is he like that? That expression is going to haunt my dreams tonight. What? Is he actually a crazy bastard? A lunatic? Wallin, with her eyes widened, directly stared at the screen, noticing the change in Lee Sang-man. I see liberation, a sense of freedom. It was a dreary workplace until just now, and now it seems like he's heading to his own playground. And the laughter is unsettling. That laughter itself seems to be showing Lee Sang-man's fate. She was accurate. Now, Lee Sang-man was like giving a spoiler to all the audience. My laughter is akin to death. Kang Woojin showed that not with words, but through his acting, and the audience felt the death glimpsed behind Lee Sang-man's laughter as unease. However, the audience's unease quickly turned into certainty. Thud. When the half-crazy Lee Sang-man in the movie opened a desk drawer revealing several tools. Soon, Lee Sang-man took off his suit jacket and rolled up his shirt sleeves. As his breathing roughened, his face filled with vitality. Then, Lee Sang-man seated on the sofa was liberated, and the audience realized. Lee Sang-man was a drug addict. Then Lee Sang-man implanted this realization into the audience's minds several times more intensely. Lee Sang-man seated on the sofa snickered softly. Just that kind of smile. The screen captured the scene behind Lee Sang-man, including the window with rainwater streaming down. At that moment, rumble boom. A powerful thunderbolt struck, startling about half of the tense audience. Whoa, yikes, scared me. Regardless, Lee Sang-man in the screen slowly raised his head towards the ceiling. The angle viewed his entire face from above, gradually closing in. Soon, an eerie laughter spread throughout the entire screening room. No, it was the sound of death. At this moment, none of the dozens of audience members in the vast screening room opened their mouth. They just stared at the screen, frozen like ice. The scene's drawing power was indeed tremendous. Wallin felt the same. However, a unanimous thought had settled in everyone's mind. Kang Woojin's acting is damn good, because they saw something beyond a scene stealer. About 1 hour and 30 minutes later, before they knew it, the screen in the screening room where Wallin was had turned black, and the ending credits were rolling up. The majestic OST also signaled the end of the movie. The dim lighting of the screening room brightened slightly. There was no post-credits scene, so now the audience had to leave the screening room. However, for some reason, the dozens of audience members couldn't easily leave their seats. It was as if they all felt a lingering sensation. Among men who came together. It was awesome, really fun. Not a single hole in the acting. Honestly, feels like it's been a while since a dope movie came out. Wow, I really want to see this again. Hey, and what's with Kang Woojin? His acting is insane. Totally agree. No, really, is he crazy? Cameo, you say? Why is he overshadowing the main actor's performances? But Kang Woojin was killer in Hanryang too. The less charming Park Dae-ri. Whether it was groups of women. It was a bit brutal and scary but fun, right? Yep, totally. Jin Jae-jun is so cool. I didn't like it much. Kind of disgusting. Maybe these kinds of movies are not for me. But Kang Woojin's scene in the middle was killer, stood out more than Jin Jae-jun. It was epic. Just when it was getting a bit boring, he came out and instantly boosted the focus. I liked Kang Woojin, really. The role was a bit trashy, but he was cool. It's because he acts so well. Everyone watched Male Friend, right? But Han In-ho was nowhere to be seen. Just like a different person. Couples felt the same. Wow, Kang Woojin can really act. Gotta watch Male Friend when I get home. See, I told you to watch it, Appa. In Male Friend, Kang Woojin is like this super tsundere but warm, but in Drug Dealer, he's completely crazy. How can he change his acting so much with different roles? It wasn't for nothing that the media was hyping him up as a monster rookie. It wasn't until the end of the ending credits that the dozens of audience members occupying the seats began to move. They threw away their eaten popcorn and drink cups in the trash can right outside the screening room, yet their mouths didn't stop moving. What was interesting? Kang Woojin has an SNS, right? Yeah, he does. Have you seen Kang Woojin's YouTube? Yeah. Most of the audience members mentioned the name Kang Woojin. Following them from behind, Wallin, wearing a hat, mask, and glasses, trailed. She was in a slightly dazed state. No, to be precise. Woojin Nim. Wow, really. Her already thick fandom was soaring boundlessly. A kind of faith different from the Kang totem. In other words, it meant her fandom was growing immensely in size. Among today's audience, she was the only one who could accurately judge Kang Woojin's acting. Why? Because Wallin had seen all characters played by Kang Woojin. From Kim Ryujin in Exorcism, which made her a fan, to the recent Lee Sang-man. Of course, none of them felt overlapping. Is this what they call method acting? But it feels even more extensive than that. The acting technique changes with each role. What kind of actor was he, really? Wallin felt jealousy as an actress and awe as a fan. The simultaneous opening of Male Friend and Drug Dealer made Woojin Nim's diverse acting stand out even more. Regardless, Wallin continued to think about Kang Woojin after getting on the elevator, until she arrived at the underground parking lot. Naturally, she was planning on thinking about him all day today. Soon, she woke her foreign car parked in the parking lot and climbed into the driver's seat. Only then did she remove the disguises that had covered her face. Swish. Wallin, whose long hair had become disheveled because of the hat, Was about to start the car when she suddenly clapped her hands together. Right. I have to give it a rating. It seemed she intended to rate Drug Dealer, which she had watched as the first audience member. Of course, this included writing a review. She knew very well that the initial ratings are crucial for the success of a new movie. Wallen then picked up her phone and accessed a search site. Naturally, the search term was drug dealer. The information about drug dealer appeared at the top of the search results. Her eyes widened slightly as she tapped on the rating section. Wow, already. Even though the morning show had just ended, there were already many ratings and reviews from the audience. Drug Dealer / released on October 28, 2020. Rating 9.7. Viewer netizen reviews / 198 participants. So damn fun, and Kang Woojin is the real deal / T********. A bit brutal and scary, but the actors' performances are amazing, especially Kang Woojin / G********. The rediscovery of Jean Jae-jun, no need for words. Just watch it / C*********. Kang Woojin's cameo casting was a stroke of genius / 1 *********. Why is Kang Woojin only acting now? His performance was seriously insane? It's like he really did drugs / 9 *******. Damn entertaining. The immersion is crazy and Kang Woojin will soon be a top actor. His acting is mad / F********. Even here, the presence of Lee Sang-man was intense. Chapter 155. Chapter 155, Solo 2. Drug Dealer. Number 1 in advance ticket sales, releasing today, 28th. Will it rewrite the box office history for R-rated films? Overcoming the limits of R-rated crime action, Drug Dealer excites with its number 1 advance ticket sales. Movie Talk, Drug Dealer tops advance ticket sales. A refreshing start for an R-rated movie. Despite being R-rated, the momentum of Drug Dealer, which topped advance ticket sales as soon as they opened, was extraordinary. This was evident from the larger-than-usual audience at the first morning shows across cinemas today. At __Haas__. I went to see Drug Dealer in the morning and was shocked by the huge crowd normally. In morning shows there are at most 10 people, but it seemed like more than 50 watched it with me. Perhaps that's why. As the morning and early afternoon arrived, beyond the Drug Dealer matinee times, there was a significant increase in audience participation in reviews and ratings. Even netizens who hadn't seen the movie yet joined in, making the change immediately noticeable. Drug Dealer / released on October 28, 2020. Rating 9.5. Viewer netizen reviews / 408 participants. Movie in a nutshell, Kang Woojin / 5 *******. Well, I guess. It's not boring, just kidding. It's super fun, so everyone, go watch it. Oh, and make sure to bring your panties / G********. It was boring, but I still gave it 5 points because of the actors. Performances / 2 *******. Fuck, Kang Woojin alone deserves 10 stars / P *******. Disgusting when they do drugs / A *******. Kang Woojin truly stands as a treasure in the acting world. How can he give off a different vibe in every role? / 7 *******. It starts off fun, gets a bit boring, but then it's worth watching from the mid to latter part / D *******. Honestly, I went to see the movie because I'm a fan of Jean Jae-jun, but I was surprised by Kang Woojin, a newcomer with an immense acting spectrum / C *******. Definitely fun, and the character Lee Sang-man played a crucial role as the Joker. It would have been bland without him / 1 *******. Kang Woojin's entrance scene was dripping / V *******. Went to see after watching Male Friend, but was shocked by the plot twist during Kang Woojin's drug scene / B *******. However, Drug Dealer was just the beginning. Even now, many were watching Drug Dealer in cinemas or were on their way to see it. This included the general public and those close to Kang Woojin, among others. Especially notable were the members of Kang Woojin's fan club. Make sure to capture the billboard clearly, hyena. Okay, but it's a pity that Appa's face isn't on the billboard. It must be because of the cameo. Kang Hyuna, Kang Woojin's sister and the president of his fan club Kang's Heart, and her friends, who are also the club's operators. Naturally, the members of the significantly grown Kang's Heart were the same. Kang Woojin's fan cafe was already flooded with authentication posts and photos. Anyway, Kang Hyuna and her friends, who had started watching Drug Dealer, were purely amazed. Wow, incredible. That's our Appa? He transformed again. I'd believe it if someone said he's a different person with that acting. Wow, so cool. Why am I more drawn to Lee Sang-man than Han In-ho? The character Lee Sang-man exceeded expectations in quality. After the movie ended, they were enthusiastically discussing it. No way. I can only say wow. It's Woojin Appa, but also not. Right? Yeah. And after seeing Han In-ho, Lee Sang-man's character was vividly memorable. Han In-ho was warm, but Lee Sang-man was utterly cold. I don't know. Just Woojin Appa totally devoured the role. I was sad when Lee Sang-man died. I was internally screaming, bring him back to life. This atmosphere was happening almost simultaneously across the nation. Of course, as time went on, especially as it neared quitting time, the number of viewers increased exponentially. Not just the viewers, but articles, related videos, SNS, reviews, and various comments as well. What did actual audiences think of Drug Dealer? Jin Jae-jun's unquestionable reputation, and Kang Woojin as the Joker. Word of mouth was spreading. A gallery for Drug Dealer was created as soon as it was released. LOL. Haven't seen it yet, but is Drug Dealer worth watching? Super fun. Watch it twice. No, 3 times. Just came back from watching it. It was fun. Ask me anything. The movie was crap. Why are you all exaggerating? Of course, I haven't watched it yet. It's R-rated, but still #1 in advance ticket sales. Damn. An unusual wave was forming. Just came back from watching Drug Dealer, and the theater was full, photo attached. It was becoming a tidal wave. The next day, the 29th, early morning in Da Nang, Vietnam. It was around 8 o'clock. While Drug Dealer was causing a stir in Korea, one of its main actors, Kang Woojin, had just woken up. He was in a luxury hotel in Da Nang, with Choi Sung-gun visible in the elevator. Kang Woojin, with his hat pressed down, was solemnly looking at the changing floor numbers. It was a mix of being in character and genuine feeling. So tired, I should eat and rest more in the void space. The continuous marathon of filming Island of the Missing was ongoing. It was even guerrilla style. Being deployed in the morning, withdrawn, and then filming again in the late afternoon, waiting, and then being deployed at night was frequent. It was rare for all actors to be in a scene together due to the tight filming schedule. Moreover, Hong Hae-yeon, who had come to Da Nang with Woojin for a few days for the cameo appearance. She had only managed to film 2 scenes in total. But she couldn't complain. Overseas location shooting was usually like this, and had to be shot much more tightly than domestic ones. Well, it's the staff who keep working while the actors wait, so whining about it would be a real asshole move. As Woojin muttered to himself, the actors were relatively better off. The staff, even at this moment, were working like crazy. Soon, ding, the elevator opened on the first floor, and Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun stepped into the hotel's lobby. Kang Woojin's filming was scheduled for late lunch today, so they were moving towards the hotel's restaurant for breakfast at this time. Then, Kang's star, Choi Sung-gun, who had been quietly looking at his phone, suddenly called out to Kang Woojin with a broad smile on his face. Drug Dealer is getting great reactions. Have you checked? Of course. Woojin had also checked the reactions as soon as he woke up, reading through dozens of articles. However, sticking to his poker face, Woojin denied it in a low voice. I haven't searched it yet. Choi Sung-gun showed his phone to Woojin. It's crazy, really crazy. I was a bit worried since it's R-rated, but that was unnecessary. Oh, another call coming in. It's buzzing nonstop. Go ahead and take it. I'll head to the restaurant first. Okay. Yes, this is Choi Sung-gun. Choi Sung-gun stopped to take the call. Well, his phone was always busy, but it had increased several times since Drug Dealer was released. Of course, VVVRR. Kang Woojin's phone was no exception. Home. Hae-yeon, you're up, right? Aren't you coming to breakfast? Knowing he was filming, instead of calls, he was getting flooded with texts and messages. Dae-young. Hey, let's go out for breakfast or something. From the group chat with his close friends to Kang Hyuna's messages and various contacts from several people. Regardless, Kang Woojin decided to reply to Hong Haiyun first among the recently arrived messages, telling her he was already at the restaurant and to come down. A few minutes later, Kang Woojin, who had filled a white plate with scrambled eggs, sausages, bread, and the like, took a seat at a table. The restaurant was spacious, as befitting a luxury hotel, and many people were enjoying their breakfast. I never thought I'd come to such a hotel in my lifetime. Honestly, it's quite a treat. Woojin, with a content smile to himself, was about to calmly pick up his fork when he heard a female voice from the front. Do you not need coffee? It was Hong Haiyun approaching. Her long hair was tied back, and her makeup was so light it looked almost natural. A loose t-shirt hung down to her thighs. What was funny was, what the? Where are her pants? That was Woojin's immediate reaction upon seeing her outfit. However, he quickly regained his composure when he realized that her short shorts were just hidden by the oversized t-shirt. This allowed Woojin to maintain his usual tone of voice. You should have coffee after eating. Oh, I like to have it with my meal. Hong Haiyun, chuckling lightly, sat down across from Woojin and crossed her long legs, then leaned on her chin while locking eyes with him. First off, congratulations are in order, right? For what? Drug dealer. Don't you feel it? The reactions are already coming in. Is that so? Playing dumb, huh? You must be confident, right? There were quite a few issues even before Drug Dealer was released. I think it will hit at least 3 million. What's your estimate? I'm not sure. Over 3 million then? No, I really don't know. But isn't 3 million impressive for an R-rated film? Woojin had already heard a few details from Choi Sung-gun. R-rated movies inherently have a limit on how many viewers they can attract. Hong Haiyun seemed to know this as well, shrugging her shoulders. Well, but surpassing 3 million is impressive. The record for an R-rated movie is 7 million, right? So, have the results been released yet? I don't think so yet. Anyway, once I wrap up shooting here, I'll have to go back to Korea and watch it right away. At that moment, swish. Someone placed a white plate beside Kang Woojin and Hong Haiyun. Hong Haiyun flinched, and Woojin was also a bit startled, but tried to remain calm as he turned his head. What? Who is this person? There stood a peculiar man. He was wearing a linen short-sleeved shirt, shorts, slippers, and a safari hat, topped off with sunglasses. An odd sight indeed. A tourist? Or a local Vietnamese? The deep wrinkles on his face suggested he was quite old. For now, Woojin, Russell, stood up and shielded the front of Hong Haiyun with his arm. Hong Haiyun looked at Woojin with wide eyes, and Kang Woojin spoke to the man, not in Korean but in English, just in case. Who are you? Sorry, but someone is sitting there. Please move. Woojin's fluent English flowed, but the peculiar man didn't respond. It was hard to tell where he was looking due to the sunglasses, but it seemed like he was staring at Woojin. That's when Woojin sensed it. This guy is crazy. He got the impression that something about the man wasn't normal. Soon, Woojin, with a colder gaze and tone than usual, spoke in English again. Please, leave if you've had enough, or I will call security. Only then. Your English is very natural. The man spoke up, his voice old, in Korean. His gaze shifted from Kang Woojin to Hong Haiyun, who was sitting down. It's been a while. Do you age backward? You seem younger. At this, Hong Haiyun, who had been blinking in confusion, narrowed her eyes. It was a voice she had heard many times before. Then, the man slowly took off his sunglasses and safari hat, revealing short white hair and a wrinkled face. An aura of a veteran was unmistakably present. What was peculiar? Funk. Was that Hong Haiyun suddenly stood up, with her eyes wide open as an added reaction. Meanwhile, the relaxed old man, while slowly placing his sunglasses and hat on the table, met Kang Woojin's gaze leisurely. Sorry about that. I saw the two of you from outside and hurried over. Nice to meet you. I am Director on Ga Bok. Who? Director on Ga Bok? No. Why is that old man? No. Director on Ga Bok is right in front of me. As Woojin internally panicked, the wide-eyed Hong Haiyun voiced his feelings. Director Nim? Why are you here? Director on Ga Bok, dressed in slippers, comfortably replied. Me? What else? I'm here for a vacation. Meanwhile, in Seoul, Korea, The location was the large conference room of the film company responsible for producing Drug Dealer. Inside, a large U-shaped desk was placed, and a familiar woman was seen. It was director Kim Doo-hee, known for her frizzy hair. Of course, employees from the film company and distribution company were also present, roughly a dozen people. Among them, sitting in front of a white laptop. "Sigh, I'll check now." A male employee from the distribution company sighed deeply before typing on the laptop keyboard. It seemed he was searching for something. Thanks to that, not only director Kim Doo-hee, but also all 12 people's gazes were fixed on the employee tapping away at the laptop. Soon, a website was opened on the laptop in front of the distribution company employee. Copic Cinema Ticket. Integrated Network. The official website where domestic box office results could be checked, meaning the results of Drug Dealer, which had opened the day before, could be found here. More precisely, it was possible to assess the overall figures of the domestic movie industry. Then, swish. With the employee's click, the results were displayed on the laptop screen. October 28, 2020, attendance numbers. Daily domestic box office. 1. Drug Dealer / release date. October 28 / audience. 250, 949 / screens. 1002 / cumulative audience. 250,949. 2. Monster Priest / release date. October 28 / audience. 88, 543 / screens. 998 / cumulative audience. 88,543. 3. Crazy Sunshine / release date. October 1 / audience. 41, 221 / screens. 1,011 / cumulative audience. 3,313,950. 4. The Suspect's Nature / release date. September 23 / audience. 10, 991 / screens. 881 / cumulative audience. 2,001,453. It was a solo monopoly of the R-rated Drug Dealer. Chapter 156. Chapter 156, Solo 3. As director Kim Doo-hee, whose hair had become even more unruly, checked today's domestic box office rankings on her laptop, her eyes widened. First place. Drug Dealer is in first place right now, right? Am I seeing this correctly? Although she spoke in a somewhat dazed manner, the staff from the production and distribution companies around her were in a similar state. Yes, Director Nim. I also see it as first place. Me too. Try refreshing it. It might be an error. As if that could be the case. An employee operating the laptop pressed the refresh button, but the result was the same. It's true, Director Nim. It's in first place. From here, the staff from the production and distribution companies accepted the reality. Ha! I thought it would do well, but to be first place right away. What did I tell you? First place just one day after its release. It's really been a while since we've seen this. Congratulations, Director Nim. Drug Dealer pushed aside all the movies released on the same day. And Drug Dealer is rated R. Isn't this a huge success? They began to jump around in excitement. It was almost like a burst of light. They were that elated. Well, it was understandable. Drug Dealer had pushed aside many films, those that were already released and riding a wave of success, as well as other competitors and anticipated films expected to release on the same day. Drug Dealer had confidently crushed them all and taken first place. Though it was just for one day, first place is still first place. What was peculiar was, really? For real. Director Kim Doo-hee herself still had a face that seemed to be wondering if it was all a dream. She knew too well the limitations of an R-rated movie. No matter how much top actors like Jin Jae-jun or issue makers like Kang Woojin were involved, if the audience was limited to adults, the firepower is weak. But Drug Dealer scoffed at such notions. At this moment, this could really cause a sensation. Director Kim Doo-hee faintly thought that Drug Dealer might mark a new chapter for R-rated films. Something about it was unusually formidable. Regardless, articles. What? Spread the articles. Prepare the YouTube promotional videos we had ready, and also the SNS campaign events. Director Kim Doo-hee urgently shouted. The staff from the production and distribution company's staff, suppressing their exploding joy. Understood. We'll start with the articles. We'll handle the SNS side. We'll also start contacting the actors right away. Began to move swiftly. They had to spread the news of this unexpected success as quickly as possible. However, look at this. The reporters have already caught the scent and are moving. The media was already spreading the news. Movie talk, drug dealer draws 250,000 even on a weekday. 1SD place at the box office. Drug dealer, released with 250,000 viewers. Breaks 6 records. They had been watching all along. In other words, they had been waiting. The topicality of drug dealer itself was one thing, but more than anything, it was because Kang Woojin, who had just hit it big with Male Friend, was involved. Known as a monster in acting, any slight flaw would have been instantly criticized. However, drug dealer explodes onto the scene, taking first place on opening day. Issue. Talk. R-rated drug dealer overshadows the same day release competitor Monster Priest. It was hard to find media that criticized Han In-ho and Lee Sang-man for being two opposite roles. Drug dealer truly explodes. Draws 250,000 viewers on the first day. Reviews say, I only remember Kang Woojin because he was in the cameo with the presence of a main character. Back to Da Nang, Vietnam. Director on GA box suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hong Hai-yun, even upon seeing him, wondered what on earth was going on. Especially when asked why he was there, he simply said he came for a vacation. You came here for a vacation? Yeah, came for a vacation. He definitely looked the part. Dressed casually in shorts and slippers, he looked like he could have just been around the corner at a local supermarket. But without a doubt, this elderly man was the legendary Korean film director On Jae-bak. What were the chances of randomly meeting him here in Da Nang, Vietnam? At that moment, Hong Hai-yun sensed something odd. Sure, director On Jae-bak could come to Vietnam for a vacation. But why Da Nang, of all places, where the overseas filming of Island of the Missing was taking place? And to be at the same hotel? Could it be? Did he come to see someone from the cast of Island of the Missing? Or maybe director Kwon? No, the likelihood of him coming to see director Kwon Ki-taek was low. They were senior and junior, but not close. Then, was it someone from the cast? That's when Hong Hai-yun's eyes inadvertently shifted towards Kang Woojin, who was standing nonchalantly. At that moment, people are giving us strange looks. Let's sit down. It's better to talk while sitting. Director On Jae-bak slowly took a seat. Following him, Hong Hai-yun somewhat awkwardly sat down, and Kang Woojin also took a seat next to director On. His expression was indifferent, as usual. However, this grandfather... No, why is this director here? Inside, he was full of question marks. Director On Jae-bak, a legend or living history of the Korean film industry. Woojin had heard his name from Choi Sung-gun just a few days ago. And now, unexpectedly, that historical figure was sitting in front of him, wearing slippers. But sitting here like this, legend or not, he just seems like the grandpa next door, huh? Yeah, it feels familiar. Soon, Woojin's slightly excited heart cooled down. The shock wasn't as big as Hong Hai-yun's. At times like this, Woojin thought being an ordinary citizen at heart was helpful. Swish. He greeted director On respectfully, yet in a subdued tone. It's nice to meet you, Director Nim. I'm Kang Woojin. Director On, who was nonchalantly poking at a sausage with his fork, replied leisurely. I know, how could I not? I'm also pleased. You can speak comfortably to me. Is that so? Haha, but it's our first meeting, so that wouldn't be right. Oh, but the food here is quite good. He was relaxed. Was this the aura of a veteran? It was expected. After all, he had directed 99 works. Director On Jae-bak, while munching on a sausage, asked Hong Hai-yun across from him. I enjoyed Hanryang. You've improved a lot in your acting. Thank you. I'm still lacking. Knowing that, why stay the same? I'm talking about your similar technique in every situation. If you're still clinging to what I told you, what's the use? Are you content with staying at the top? Top actress Hong Hai-yun was suddenly receiving a lecture. She had once appeared in a minor role in one of Director On's films. The critique on her acting had come up back then. You're in a hurry. The lines are clean, but if the breathing that supports them is unstable, the advantage fades. I'll try harder. It's a pity. The veteran Director On, with a faint smile, put down his fork and turned to Kang Woojin. It was intriguing. What was, to anyone watching, The most peculiar thing right now is this grandfather's appearance. Hiding his true thoughts, Woojin calmly responded. Are you referring to my acting? No. This Sports Day video. Sports Day? Yes. I saw different glimmers in your eyes at every moment. They were different from your eyes now. Relatively lighter, perhaps, but the eyes during your acting belonged entirely to the character. Though he didn't show it, Kang Woojin tensed up slightly. Lighter eyes? Could he have seen through to my true self? Does this grandfather have some kind of ability? Regardless, Director On's elderly voice continued. Method acting. To be more precise, knowing how to handle the method. When did you learn to freely switch personas? Advanced terms were pouring out. Woojin snapped to attention. The veteran sitting before him was a master. So he decided to boost his facade. I don't keep track of every such detail. Memory. You mean you act from memory? That you catalog each role you encounter. That would make your emotional switches quicker too. It's all the more intriguing because it's a style of acting I've never seen before. Director On Bak, who was gently smiling, changed the topic while picking up his coffee cup. What made you learn sign language? I don't particularly assign meaning to learning things. Your attitude is of national treasure level. I saw you use Korean, Japanese sign language. Can you do others as well? A bit of American too. There was a brief silence. Hong Hai-yun was just observing their conversation, and Director On Bak was quietly looking into Kang Woojin's eyes. More accurately, it was a gaze that seemed to dissect. This lasted for about 10 seconds. Clatter. Director On Bak got up from his seat, picking up his hat and sunglasses. I'm done eating. Thanks for the company. He also greeted Hong Hai-yun. It was nice to see you too. Ah, you two are here filming Director Kwan's work, right? Ah, yes, Director. I might drop by while I'm out and about. That was when Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, with his ponytail, dashed into the restaurant. The box office results are out. Drug dealer took first place at. He froze as soon as he noticed Director On Bak standing there, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Oh, Director On Bak Nim? Yes. CEO Choi, I see you are also here. What a coincidence. A coincidence. Choi Sung-gun was flustered, his thoughts a tangled mess. Why is Director On Bak here? And he's meeting with Kang Woojin. Could he have come to meet Woojin? No, that couldn't be it. Choi Sung-gun had indeed talked with Director On. But would that monumental figure really come all the way to Vietnam just for Kang Woojin? At this point, Choi Sung-gun suddenly came back to his senses. First things first, a proper greeting. Hello. Haha. No need to be so formal. Well, I should be going then. What? As Director On Bak brushed past Choi Sung-gun, he spoke again with his aged voice. CEO Choi, let's contact each other later. Yes, Director Nim. Slipping away in his slippers, Director On Bak smoothly exited the restaurant. Choi Sung-gun, staring blankly at his retreating figure, quickly turned to Kang Woojin and Hong Hai-yun and asked, What were you talking about with Director On? No, why is he here? Hong Hai-yun, releasing a long sigh of relief, was quick to respond. He said he came for a vacation. What? A vacation? Kang Woojin then added in a low voice. Yes, he said he came for a vacation. That makes no sense. Choi Sung-gun muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on Kang Woojin's indifferent face. Coming for a vacation is just an excuse. Whether it's the timing or the situation, he definitely came to see Woojin. To think that Director On Bak himself would come all the way to Vietnam. Of course, Hong Hai-yun was also looking at Woojin across from her. The questions he asked Woojin, they didn't feel casual. Sign language? Why did he ask about that? Anyway, it's more likely to be about Woojin. Has he already seen Woojin's acting? Or is he planning to? She had a hunch. Could he be considering Woojin for his 100th work? At the same time, at the island of the missing shooting site in Da Nang. In the dense forest, hundreds of Island of the Missing staff were bustling around the large tents set up for shooting preparation. It was naturally busy since the standby was scheduled to start at 9 a.m. Today's first scene was to be shot with only Ryu Young-min, Ha Ura, and Kim Yi-won. Hence, Kang Woojin and John Woo-chang were not present on set. Actors like Ryu Young-min were busy with shooting preparations inside the makeup tent. Makeup, military uniforms, fitting, and some script rehearsals among other things. Meanwhile, Director Kwon Ki-taek was standing outside the tent. His short-sleeved shirt was slightly damp with sweat. Director Kwon Ki-taek quietly observed the bustling staff and the ongoing set preparations. As the overall director, it wasn't strange for him to oversee everything, but at the moment, he was preoccupied with some other thoughts. Specifically, his unexpected meeting with director On Jae-bok a few days ago in Vietnam. The meeting place was a cafe near the hotel. Director On's first words to director Kwon Ki-taek when he showed up after shooting were simple. "Would it be alright if I took a look around your set?" "Of course. But is the actor you want to see Woojin SSI?" "Well, let's say I'm here to see all the actors." "Understood. Woojin SSI has returned. The shooting will resume tomorrow afternoon." "No. When is the group shot scheduled?" "The day when all the actors are present for filming." A shoot involving everyone will happen in a few days." "Then let's plan for that. It's best to give the actors a casual explanation. Should we say you stopped by while touring Vietnam?" As if that was the perfect answer, director On Jae-bok smiled. "That's right. I came for a visit. That sounds good. But can you tell me about the role Kang Woojin is playing?" Director Kwon Ki-taek also smiled. "If you're going to see it anyway, wouldn't it be more impactful to find out in person? It's less fun if I tell you ahead of time." "Hee. I see. You want me to look forward to it. It's a role worth the anticipation." At this point, director Kwon Ki-taek, brought back to the reality of the island of the missing set, muttered softly. "A group shot. You're interested in seeing how he blends in with all the actors?" He slowly turned and entered the large tent where the actors were. Ryu Young-min, Ha Ura, and Kim E-won, who were busy preparing for the shoot, looked up at director Kwon. "Ah, Director Nim. We're almost done. I'm finished. Should I head out first?" "I'm nearly done as well." However, director Kwon Ki-taek's response was different. "No. Take your time. It seems we might have a guest on the day of the group shot." Ha Ura, who was putting on a military top, was the quickest to ask. "A guest? Who?" Ryu Young-min and Kim E-won, sharing the same sentiment, looked at director Kwon, who answered smoothly. "Director On Jae-bok." All the actors were visibly startled. "Huh, what? Director On Jae-bok?" Suddenly, "He's really coming here?" To which, he said he'd stop by while on a vacation in Vietnam. Director Kwon Ki-taek smiled warmly. "He seems to want to take a look at our shooting." The top actors were left speechless. Later, a few minutes later, alone in a luxurious room at the hotel, director On Jae-bok sat at a table, deep in thought. Was it because of the encounter with Kang Woojin? Not precisely clear, but he sat quietly, chin propped on his hand. Then, knock knock. As director On Jae-bok rose to open the door, a familiar man in his late 40s entered. He had discussed Kang Woojin with director On previously. In fact, he was the CEO of a film company. Smiling, he said to director On, "Let's have breakfast, Director Nim." However, director On, sitting back down, declined. "No, I've already eaten. Go ahead with your staff." "Huh? You've had breakfast?" "When?" "Just before. Went for a walk and had breakfast." "You went out alone? Isn't that risky?" "What's risky about it? It's not my first time in Vietnam. Reminded me of old times. It was nice." Then director On crossed his arms and changed the subject. "By the way, I met Kang Woojin." "Oh, you saw him? I thought you were going to see him during the shooting." "Saw him before breakfast and struck up a conversation. He was with Hong Hae-yun. Hong Hae-yun too. That must have been sudden for them. They must have been quite surprised." Director On, with a wrinkled smile, shook his head. "Not really. They looked at me as if I were some shady old man." Who did? It couldn't have been Hong Hae-yun. Did Kang Woojin do that? How impudent. "No. Why the fuss? I'm just saying they didn't make a big deal out of it. He's got a strong spirit. An actor with a mysterious color. I've never seen such a color before. But you know." Trailing off, director On recalled meeting Kang Woojin and said calmly, "He seems to be hiding his true essence." Chapter 157. Chapter 157, Solo 4. What? Essence? The film company CEO tilted his head in confusion. Well, digesting director On Jae-bok's words on the spot was difficult for anyone. It seemed that director On Jae-bok himself was not unaware of this. No. He slowly shook his head, which was full of short white hair. It was just a monologue. "Ah, is that so? If you've met Kang Woojin, Did you also mention you would be coming on the filming of Island of the Missing? I did. I mentioned it casually. Probably director Kwon will inform the actors about it today. The film company CEO took out his cell phone and continued. Understood. I'll also prepare accordingly. Ah, did you happen to ask Kang Woojin about the sign language part? Yes. I heard he can do a bit of American Sign Language, not just Korean and Japanese Sign Language. The film company CEO's eyes slightly widened. Wow, really? What an extraordinary guy. It's one thing to be fluent in English, but to know Japanese and various sign languages. It's excessive what he has. However, usually when someone is too greedy, they spread themselves too thin, but that guy doesn't seem to have any problems at all. How could he have learned so much at such a young age? Some people spend their entire lives just learning English. And his acting is at that level too. Self-taught. What? I heard it from director Kwon. He said self-taught. The film company CEO furrowed his brow as if to say, what are you talking about? Do you actually believe such an unbelievable thing? Self-taught. Director On Jae-bok smiled with the calmness unique to a veteran, yet his tone carried significant weight. What will you do if you don't believe it? He actually exists. Besides, believing it or not is utterly meaningless. What's most important now is to see his acting firsthand. There was a lot implied in his words. Director On Jae-bok had his own plans. He came in person, wanted to see a group shot of the top actors, not watching and hiding, but openly, among other things. A quite groundbreaking change had occurred. In such a scenario, what kind of acting would this monstrous rookie show? Not on a screen or TV, but in an actual scene. What kind of energy does he exude? How is the chemistry between the actors? Besides his strange and freaky acting ability, what else does he have? Capacity. Director On Jae-bok, known as the history of Korean cinema, was eager to check Kang Woojin's capacity. This also refers to an actor's overall capacity, including acting, to see if they are suitable as a long-term collaborator, considering their acting abilities. The size and type of capacity. There was nothing like it. At least, that was the case in director On Jae-bok's long-standing conviction. Anyway, the film company CEO said, well, I understand. After checking the Island of the Missing site, should I arrange the return schedule immediately? Yes, do that. And reserve tickets for Drug Dealer the next day. Let's go watch it together. Understood. The caddy, including the key staff, will also accompany us. After having a suitable conversation with director On Jae-bok, he left the room. Soon, left alone, director On Jae-bok crossed his arms and exhaled softly. The essence. He was recalling Kang Woojin, whom he had met earlier at the restaurant. Director On Jae-bok had checked all the works Kang Woojin appeared in and all the videos. Along with their meeting today, after synthesizing everything, director On Jae-bok had one conclusion. There's a different scent, something hidden behind his current appearance. There seemed to be a slight disconnect with Kang Woojin. Of course, nothing was certain yet. It was just director On Jae-bok's speculation. But since he also scores actors beyond their acting, he couldn't help but pay attention. Something unfamiliar flickers in those upright eyes, as if hiding something precious in his pocket, whether it's light or heavy. The veteran's intuition was sharp. Afterward, Kang Woojin, upon finding out that Drug Dealer reached #1 at the box office just one day after its release, thought, wow, fuck. To see this scene firsthand, and in a movie I starred in. No, calm down, Kang Woojin. Let's just deal with the things in front of us for now. Suppressing the immediate surge of excitement, he decided to focus on acting in Island of the Missing. However, conversely, other actors like Ryu Young-min made quite a fuss. No, to be precise, the entire staff of Island of the Missing did. Did you hear? Director On Jae-bok is coming to the site soon? Really? No way, are you joking? Why would that legend suddenly come here? It's true. I heard it from the director of photography. Director On Jae-bok was visiting Vietnam and said he would stop by. The news of director On Jae-bok's visit spread like wildfire. The source was director Kwon Ki-taek, and the actors were the ones who fueled it. All of them were great actors who had reached the top, but the presence of director On Jae-bok was immensely heavy for them. Therefore, top actors like Ryu Young-min and Ha Ura's tension or mindset changed individually. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who was keenly observing them, thought, it's clear what everyone is thinking. However, there was one person. In the field, There was only one person who was no different from usual. It was Kang Woojin. The reason was simple. Of course, Kang Woojin also found director On Jae-bok uncomfortable and somewhat scary. Forget it, just think of him as any grandfather you see anywhere. Woojin's mind control due to his concept was almost divine. Thanks to that, director On Jae-bok, a legend of the Korean cinema, was demoted to just a grandfather. Meanwhile, Drug Dealer, which had its first performance announced, was causing quite a stir in Korea. Drug Dealer, starring Jin Jae-joon, Park Pan-seo, Kang Woojin, etc., dominates box office as #1 upon release. It was very rare for a restricted, adults-only movie to achieve #1 at the box office just one day after its release. The atmosphere was heating up. Riding on the bubbling enthusiasm, many who were hesitant started flocking to the cinemas from the second day of Drug Dealer's release, the 29th. Wow, the buzz around Drug Dealer is unusual, isn't it? Director Nim, shouldn't we go see it too? Tisk, guess we should. By the way, do you and Director Kim Dewey have a close relationship? Close relationship, my ass. We are just enemies. Drug Dealer was of high interest to the entire domestic film industry. It was not only because it was a rare adults-only movie, but also because of the performances of actors like Jin Jae-joon and Park Pan-seo. However, the major draw was the rookie Kang Woojin. Jin Jae-joon praises Kang Woojin's performance in Drug Dealer. There was a real Lee Sang-man on set, Hello FM. Thus, numerous directors and various entertainment industry professionals watched Drug Dealer. Star writer Park Eun-mi, spotted at the cinema, came to watch Drug Dealer/photo. Han Ryang's big names, PD Song Man-woo and writer Park Eun-mi, enter the cinema side by side/photo. Directors, PDs, writers, film companies, production companies, and many others attended. Director Shin Dong-chun and his team were no exception. Since Male Friend was already released during Kang Woojin's movie's box office run, watching it was a must, and director Shin Dong-chun was also greedy for input. The direction is good, of course, but especially the control of pace stands out. And Lee Sang-man, played by Kang Woojin. As the drama progressed, Lee Sang-man changed. He gradually lost his charisma, and his voice tone changed to frivolous. However, it was so natural that the audience was slow to catch on. But the Lee Sang-man on the screen was sending a clear signal. Director Shin Dong-chun was the first to notice it. His eyes are cloudy, the frequency of scratching his body has increased, and there's a loss of strength in his walk. He's dying. It was clear. Lee Sang-man was temporarily filling his vitality with drugs, yet his life was fading away. Those Japanese bastards can be tricky, you know. I know. But if you vouch for me, it'll be fine. That's why I'm here. Let's try it then. Show me what you've got then. At the same time, his violence also became bizarre. Hee diamonds. Strangely enough, this bizarre force fascinated hundreds of audience members. Lee Sang-man seems a bit changed, doesn't he? Right? But he seems scarier now than in the beginning. Still, since Lee Sang-man is a druggie, he'll probably join hands with Jong Sung-eun. Here comes the twist. Your eyes don't look like a drug dealer's. The screen was filled with a close-up of Lee Sang-man holding a sashimi knife. His hand was trembling slightly. The audience felt as if the sashimi knife was pointed right in front of their own eyes. You have the eyes of a snitch. You're a snitch, aren't you? Thanks to that. The pupils of the audience members dilated violently. Dozens covered their mouths. Lee Sang-man's gaze, his breathing, ensnared everyone. It was a disgusting yet irresistible feeling. Director Shin Dong-chun judged the current Lee Sang-man on behalf of everyone. Such smooth changes are hard to express. You have to maintain the original self while showing its transformation, ensuring the audience does not feel alienated but is gently soothed. That was the point of the unbreakable attraction. In other words, a technique that wholly relies on the actor's performance. It's possible because it's Woojin SSI, and even though I haven't seen it, he must have pulled it off quite effortlessly. As Drug Dealer continued to be screened, the popularity of the character Lee Sang-man could only increase. As evidence, the name Kang Woojin was invariably mentioned by the audience leaving the cinema. Around this time, new movements began to emerge, from acting academies to theater groups or university acting departments. Everyone, please watch Drug Dealer before the next class. Your assignment is to closely observe the performances of the actors who appeared and write your thoughts on how you would have approached the role. I've already seen it, and it will be helpful. Professor, all the actors who appeared? It's up to you which actor to focus on. But you'll probably notice Kang Woojin's performance. Kang Woojin. Well, he's the closest to your goals, isn't he? For aspiring actors, Kang Woojin had become a goal. In a way, Kang Woojin was paving a sensational shortcut in the domestic acting scene. Everyone knows there's a lot of talk about Kang Woojin these days, turning the domestic entertainment industry upside down right from the debut. See, it's possible. There's living proof in Kang Woojin. Role model. If you want to be an actor, you need to have an impact like Kang Woojin. That was the thought of most aspiring actors. And so, they flocked to the cinemas. Then, as the 29th turned into the 30th, the second-day performance of Drug Dealer was announced. October 29th, 2020, audience count inquiry. Daily domestic box office. 1. Drug Dealer/release date. October 28/audience. 339, 166/screens. 1002/cumulative audience. 590,115. 2. Monster Priest/release date. October 28/audience. 110, 452/screens. 998/cumulative audience. 198,995. 3. Crazy Sunshine/release date. October 1/audience. 30, 113/screens. 1,011/cumulative audience. 3,344,063. 4. The Suspect's Nature/release date. September 23/audience. 8, 808/screens. 881/cumulative audience. 2,010,261. Still dominating. Even more, the audience count had significantly increased from the day before. The aggro pulled by Kang Woojin and word of mouth played a role. But as if unstoppable, Drug Dealer surpasses 590,000 in just 2 days, becoming the greatest hit among adult-only films. The Drug Dealer side frenziedly spread follow-up articles. Of course, the movement of the media voluntarily spreading the news was also significant. Not only that, *T my pants watching this movie. Time flew by plus guaranteed fun. Drug Dealer review, our movie. Including YouTube, various video platforms were flooded with Drug Dealer. Intended promotion and the greed for views coalesced, forming a certain current. But naturally, as the momentum rises, various nonsense starts to emerge. So gradually, with the storm Drug Dealer caused upon its release, audiences coming out of the movie asked, did Kang Woojin actually do drugs? Issue pick, Drug Dealer's early success spuriously spreads Kang Woojin's drug rumor. Netizens and movie communities on Kang Woojin's insane acting. Please test him for drug use. In colloquial terms, such bullshit also swelled in size. The sources were varied. A multitude of netizens. I found this movie fucking disgusting. Articles about Kang Woojin's drug rumors are out. Is it true? That's just gossip, moron. But you never know, it'd be hilarious if they tested and he actually tested positive for drugs. Just leave it, it will deflate on its own. Why is everyone overreacting? Adult-only movies usually spike at the beginning and then gradually decline. I saw Drug Dealer, and Kang Woojin definitely has experience. So many idiots here about to get sued. Media that stakes its life on clicks, film companies that produced Drug Dealer's competitors, etc. No. How can our Monster Priest be losing to an adult-only movie? We're also quite perplexed. Honestly, we expected to be overshadowed on the first day due to Kang Woojin among other issues, but we didn't anticipate it would continue to perform this strongly on the second day. It's not perplexity we need, but solutions. At this rate, we won't even make enough to cover the cost of cigarettes. Yes. We've already talked to the distribution side and increased the planned promotion more than twice. The same goes for the actors' schedules. We have to do whatever it takes, anything. But Drug Dealer will soon lose its momentum. Adult-only movies have their limits, so let's just wait until this weekend. Amidst this, another day passed, and it was a bright Friday, the 30th. Movies usually premiere on Wednesday or Thursday, and there was a saying in the movie industry, Wednesday, Thursday are just appetizers. The real game starts from Friday of that week. Movie talk, drug dealers' solo dominance. Competitors must close the gap today, on Friday. The reason was obvious compared to Wednesday and Thursday. Targeting the golden time on Friday, a heated promotional war among movies other than drug dealer. Issue pick from teenagers to families. Instead of the adult-only drug dealer, let's go watch Monster Priest. Friday's firepower was immense. The next day, Saturday, the 31st, in Da Nang, Vietnam. It was morning. The last day of October had dawned. Once today passed, November would arrive. While Korea was beginning to feel the cool breeze, Vietnam was still hot. Thanks to that. Zing. The air conditioner was quietly operating in the room where Kang Woojin was sleeping in the bed. Around that time, the phone placed beside Woojin's head rang. It was an alarm. With the vibration and sound together, the previously sleeping Kang Woojin suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ugh. Still so tired. Ugh. Groaning as he stretched out, Kang Woojin looked like a complete shut-in with his hair all pressed down. He really wanted to turn off the alarm and laze around in bed some more, but that wasn't an option. Standby at 11, right? Today, the shooting for Island of the Missing was scheduled unusually early. Not just Kang Woojin, but all the main actors appearing in Island of the Missing were to gather at the same time. In other words, a group shot. It wouldn't make sense for Kang Woojin, the newcomer, to be late when everyone was gathering for the first time in a while. Yawning widely, Kang Woojin picked up his phone and climbed out of bed. At that moment, VRRR. The phone in his hand vibrated briefly. It was a message. Looking at the screen, the sender was Seo Hyunmi. In other words, Kang Woojin's mother. Mom. Woojin, I saw the article. Congratulations. Your dad is really happy too. Are you doing well? Make sure to eat. Woojin tilted his head after checking the content. Congratulations, all of a sudden. Well, there had been many occasions to be congratulated recently, but was there also one today? Woojin was about to reply to his mom when he realized there were many unread messages. Wow, there were dozens of them. Various people had sent their congratulations. Then, VRRR. Another message arrived. This time it was from director Kim Doo-hee. Interestingly, her message consisted only of a link to an article. Below, it was a preview of the article. Kang Woojin's eyes widened as he saw the title. Crazy 1 million? Naturally, movie media breaks through 1 million in just 3 days. Drug dealers' stellar performances lead to an explosion in audience numbers, making history for adult-only movies in Korean cinema. It was the first time he had witnessed an audience count of 1 million. For more Chapter 158. Chapter 158, Solo, 5. In his room in Da Nang, Vietnam, Kang Woojin checked the current status of drug dealer. Really gone crazy. He was purely astonished. Waking up had left his hair a mess, but still, his eyes were wide and vivid due to the thrill flowing through him. Crazy 1 million? The audience reached 1 million? Surpassing 250,000 audience members was surprising as well. All of these figures were new to Kang Woojin and astonishing. However, knowing the grade of the void space, he didn't have a severe reaction. But seeing the 1 million audience milestone with his own eyes felt different. Wow, shit. This is awesome. His first commercial film. The box office success of that movie. The scenes he used to see on articles or TV became reality, and he was one of the main characters in that reality. For Kang Woojin, who was still a normal citizen at heart, it was enough to give him goosebumps. Maybe that's why? Swish. Slowly lowering his phone, Kang Woojin suddenly smirked. This feeling. Is this why I became an actor? The tingling sensation or the immense sense of achievement he was feeling now, Woojin was digesting a bit of the sentiments many top actors around him felt. As demanding and crazy as it was, at this moment, all the hardships seemed to disappear. Then, laughing like a madman, Woojin remembered the grade of drug dealer in the void space. //scenario. Title, Drug Dealer. Grade A. Grade A. The grade assigned to drug dealer by the void space was A, and since it was the first result for a commercial movie, making precise predictions was difficult. 3 million. No, maybe even 5 million? Kang Woojin imagined up to 5 million audience members. Maybe even more. In other words, beyond 1 million, 3 million, or even 5 million people will watch Kang Woojin's performance. Here, Woojin speculated on one thing. Is drug dealer not graded higher than A because it's R-rated? If drug dealer wasn't rated R, it might have been even more remarkable. Well, it was already demonstrating tremendous power. At this moment, Woojin suddenly thought of something. Wait a second. If grade A is over 5 million dash, if the R-rated drug dealer with grade A could reach over 5 million, what about grades even higher? Woojin thought about the movies he was involved in. Dash 3/scenario, title, Island of the Missing, grade S+. Dash 7/scenario, title, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, grade S+. These were movies with the highest grade in the void space, S+ grade, and Woojin, with his eyes slightly widened, muttered unknowingly. How many audience members does an S+ grade attract? Then, suppressing his intense emotions, Kang Woojin left his room in time for the Island of the Missing standby. He met Choi Sung-gun in the hotel lobby, where the team, including Choi Sung-gun, Han Yeung, and Jang Soo-hwan, was waiting. Of course, everyone had already checked the news about drug dealer. Wow, here comes our star. They poured out congratulations to Woojin, who had a poker face on. Hyungnim, congratulations on hitting your first 1 million. Congratulations, Appa. Drug dealer is going to be a huge hit. They were excited enough to dance. Naturally, Kang Woojin also wanted to join in their rhythm, but he refrained. Instead, he emitted a chill. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work. Soon, Kang Woojin and his team boarded the van waiting in front of the hotel. They were heading to the shooting location of Island of the Missing by the van, and as soon as they set off, the stylists who were diligently applying sunscreen started talking. Appa, it's great, isn't it? I mean, 1 million in just 3 days of release. Right? If it were me, I'd be glued to my phone, constantly searching. Han Yeung, flipping through a coordinating book, interjected coldly. I'll guess what Appa would say. I am happy. Kang Woojin agreed in a low voice. Correct. When it was noisy, Choi Sung-gun, who had been looking at his phone from the passenger seat, turned his head. The smile on his face was thick. Woojin. No, Star Kong. We'll have to shoot a few more commercials once we're back from our overseas location shoot. Is that so? Yes, it is. From inquiries to casting, it's exploding. When we return, we'll have a mountain of things to do, including year-end preparations and YouTube stuff. But we'll take a day or two off. Woojin vigorously nodded inside, but outwardly, he put on a tough front. I can go straight to the schedule without any problems. You're a monster, so that would be the case for you. But for me and the guys are halfway broken now, so let's get some rest. Yes, CEO Nim. And I got a call from Director Kim Doo-hee this morning. If drug dealer keeps up this momentum, it seems like we'll easily pass the BEP break-even point. From what I see, drug dealer could turn into a money pot. Anyway, Director Kim Doo-hee said she'll take good care of you around the settlement. It's like a bonus concept, but I think it's safe to assume that double the original appearance fee might be possible. But even if Director Kim Doo-hee hadn't mentioned it, I was planning to negotiate. Kang Woojin had negotiated his fee at the time of signing the contract for drug dealer, which was a bit different from the usual cameo contracts. Initially, drug dealer was an A pinch when Woojin had come to its rescue, and his rising momentum at the time was included. Thus, it had the nuance of a supporting role. In other words, Director Kim Doo-hee was talking about giving a bonus of more than 100% of the original fee. It was at least in the hundreds of millions. TL, one not USD. Kang Woojin's mind quickly became a flower field, and he desperately tried to suppress the smile creeping up on his lips. Choi Sung-gun, unaware of this, suddenly changed the topic. His face turned serious for some reason. That aside, Woojin, you know director on Ga Bok, right? Him suddenly appearing in Vietnam seems like he came to see you, no matter how I look at it. Was that so? Kang Woojin had somewhat expected it too. Everything fit perfectly. He contacted the CEO wanting to see me, then came to Vietnam. However, Woojin's feelings were faint. Even if it was director on Ga Bok, revered by top actors and the film industry, to Kang Woojin, he was just like the grandpa next door, and Woojin found him uncomfortable. Old man. No, that grandpa's eyes were a bit weird. The questions he had asked at the restaurant before were also quite meaningful. A decidedly dangerous character. Soon, Kang Woojin nonchalantly nodded. It seems likely. Hmm. You've already talked with director on Ga Bak, so you probably know. But, as the word has already spread among the actors like a rumor, director on Ga Bak will probably show up at today's shoot. Yes, CEO Nim. Regarding that, I've been digging around for the latest news on director on Ga Bak here and there. Choi Sung-gun spoke in a lowered voice. It's not certain, but it seems like director on Ga Bak is aiming for the Cannes Film Festival with his 100th movie. The Cannes Film Festival, the most prestigious among the top 3 international film festivals worldwide. It was a festival attended by monsters of the film industry from Hollywood and all over the world. You know, right? Director on Ga Bak won the Best Director award at the Cannes Film Festival in the early 2000s, and since then, several of his works have been nominated. The actors in those films occasionally won awards too. Well, director on Ga Bak is a legend. No, not at all. It was the first time Kang Woojin had heard this information, but he nonchalantly nodded. Please continue. There's no information on the script or content of director on Ga Bak's 100th work, but what he's aiming for at the Cannes Film Festival is probably the Palme d'Or, the grand prize. Sign language. What? Director on Ga Bak asked me about sign language. Sign language. Yes, it was a bit out of the blue, so I remember. Sign language. Choi Sung-gun stroked his chin and then spoke. There's no way director on Ga Bak would have asked a meaningless question. Then Choi Sung-gun had a flash of insight. Recently, both in Korea and Japan, the media have reported about your sign language, Woojin. Was director on Ga Bak captivated by seeing your sign language, besides your acting? Then, there's a high possibility that sign language will be a significant part of the project he's preparing for. Having an actor who uses sign language is unique, indeed. Almost non-existent in Korea. Moreover, director on Ga Bak is the type who stakes his life on every element inserted in his work. If all my guesses are correct, it's understandable why he would be interested in you. I'm not so keen on that. Conversely, Kang Woojin was not particularly drawn to director on Ga Bak's project. Somehow, his instincts were telling him, director on Ga Bak is dangerous. I don't care about Cannes or anything. Let's keep a distance from that grandpa for now. Something about being seen through doesn't feel right. Other actors might curse him as a fool for thinking this, but for Kang Woojin, the concept was several times more important than the Cannes Film Festival. Running away? Yes, that sounds right. Kang Woojin was beginning to feel a slight aversion to director on Ga Bak, and Choi Sung-gun, who had been observing Woojin's mood, cleared his throat. Woojin, just asking out of curiosity. Do you have any ambitions for the Cannes Film Festival? Woojin, looking calmly at Choi Sung-gun, answered lowly. It was a peculiar response. I don't know. There's something that. You don't know? Yes. Choi Sung-gun murmured to himself silently. Ah shit. If by 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000 chance Woojin rejects director on Ga Bak, it would really be a huge mess. There was desperation mixed in his thoughts. Meanwhile, at the same time, a group similar to Kang Woojin's team, riding in a van to the island of the missing shooting site, was seen. Inside the car, a familiar old man. Director on Ga Bak was still wearing shorts, but today, instead of slippers, he had on sneakers. He was looking out the hot window with his arms crossed, and seemed a bit frustrated as he took off the safari hat he was wearing. His short hair, full of white, was revealed. Around director on Ga Bak were the flushed-faced film company CEO and 5 staff members. The atmosphere was calm. While everyone was busy looking at their phones or transparent files, the film company CEO broke the silence in the car. Director Nim. Responding to the CEO's call, director on Ga Bak, who had been looking out the window, replied calmly. Yeah. After watching Kang Woojin's acting form today, will you talk about our project right away? Well, at the very least, it seems necessary to test him on sign language. The atmosphere and balance, it might be different from what you think when you see it directly. The CEO wasn't wrong, but director on Ga Bak had different thoughts. Look here you. Calling the film company CEO, director on Ga Bak's calm tone was filled with the charisma of a veteran. I understand your intentions, but you've been too hasty since before. How many times have I told you to fix that impatient nature? Sorry, I got a bit ahead of myself thinking about meeting Kang Woojin. Director Kwon has already been considerate enough. But going to the shooting site to have him do sign language necessary for my work? Is that an audition site? I misspoke. A simple question might be fine, but delving deeper would be a nuisance. Yes, Director Nim. The film company's CEO bowed deeply, and Director On Bak thought to himself, today, it'll be enough to judge Kang Woojin's capacity among the top actors and to give him a subtle hint. The CEO, who had cleared his throat lightly, changed the subject. Kang Woojin's side must have somewhat caught on, after giving a heads up and then encountering him in Vietnam. And there's CEO Choi Sung-gun. There are not many like him in this field. Our movie information is strictly confidential, but they might have guessed that we're aiming for the Cannes Film Festival. CEO Choi is quite well connected, after all. That's fine. It's okay if the rumor spreads a bit. At that moment, perhaps to lighten the mood, the film company CEO laughed out loud. Still, if he hears that Director On is interested in having him as an actor in his film, wouldn't that rookie Kang Woojin be utterly astonished? He would jump at the chance right away, ha. He signaled to the employees around him to follow suit, meaning for them to join in. Promptly, the film company employees chimed in. Of course. I mean, even the top stars of Island of the Missing like Ryu Young-min, Ha Ura, and Hong Hae-yun are practically groveling for a script, let alone a rookie. Haha, speaking of which, Kang Woojin's luck has exploded, not just struck, this year. Not even a year since his debut, and he's already caught the attention of director Kwon Ki-taek, director Kyotaro, and above all, director On Bak. No matter how high Kang Woojin is flying right now, being considered for director On Bak's 100th project is not something to ponder over. Pleased with the assist, the film company CEO delivered the closing remark. Especially since it's for the Cannes Film Festival, I'm worried Kang Woojin might even prostrate himself in gratitude. Ha ha. A few minutes later, at the Island of the Missing shooting site, in a dense forest in Da Nang, Vietnam, with frequent bird calls and bugs flying around, towering trees, unnamed grasses, and the ground being squishy underfoot, Kang Woojin had just arrived at such a shooting site. The current time was 10 a.m. Woojin was the first among the actors to arrive at the location. Naturally, hundreds of staff were frantically running around preparing for the 11 a.m. standby. In the meantime, the affable director Kwon Ki-taek was also spotted. That rail is crooked. Pay attention. I'm sorry. Director Nim, please check the ground here. All right, I'm coming. It's terribly hot. I'm testing the drone. Okay, 1 hour left for standby. We'll hurry. With the situation akin to a battlefield, Woojin decided to greet everyone later. He had already notified several staff at the entrance about his arrival, and it was a common occurrence. Soon, Kang Woojin and his team dispersed. Choi Sung-gun went among the staff. The stylists like Han Yeung moved towards the art team, and only Jang Soo-hwan remained by Woojin's side. Even he eventually. Hyung, the costume is ready, so I'll call the makeup team. Thanks. With his burly figure, he ran off somewhere. It's damn hot. Then, groaning internally, Woojin wiped his sweat and moved on. Inside one of the large tents where the actors were waiting. It's somewhat bearable here. Fortunately, the tent was somewhat cool thanks to the operational air coolers. Shortly after, Woojin, now dressed in military uniform, sat down in a chair inside the tent. Tack. Although it was just a regular military uniform now, it was expected to be turned into a rag covered in fake blood and mud after makeup. Regardless, Kang Woojin placed the thick Island of the Missing script on the table. Rest before starting is essential, right? It was then. Swish. The tent curtains suddenly opened, and a familiar old man's face peeked in. Are you alone here? It was director On Bak, wearing a safari hat and shorts. Woojin was momentarily startled by his sudden appearance and internally exclaimed, What? This grandpa, coming in unexpectedly like last time at the restaurant. Doesn't he have any warning lights? Outwardly, however, he maintained a cool demeanor and respectfully stood up to greet him. Hello, Director Nim. Yes, it's good to see you again. As he flashed a wrinkled smile, a few more men entered the room behind director On Bak. Roughly 4 of them. The film company CEO and employees. Of course, they all exchanged proper greetings with Kang Woojin. In the midst of it, Woojin thought, shit. I don't know, it feels dangerous. Let's get out of here. Intending to avoid the director On Bak, he solemnly made up an excuse. Please take a rest. I will speak to director Kwon Ki-taek. I need to start getting makeup soon. However, director on GA Box calm tone halted Woojin's steps. A veteran smile was on his lips. Are you by any chance interested in the Cannes Film Festival? The timing of the question undoubtedly smelled of opportunity. Yet, for some reason, Woojin's expression became even more indifferent, and his reply was dry and swift. No, I'm not particularly interested. At that moment, director on GA Box brows twitched. Chapter 159. Chapter 159, Solo 6. After finishing a conversation with the production team of Island of the Missing, Choi Sung-gun, wearing a thin short-sleeved shirt and a hat pushed down firmly, returned to the waiting tent. His focus was on the smartphone in his hand. Just as he was about to enter the tent, "Are you by any chance interested in the Cannes Film Festival?" An old man's voice was heard inside the tent. It was a familiar voice. Realizing that director on GA Bak was inside, Choi Sung-gun hesitated. Director on GA Bak? Was he here already? He knew that the director was supposed to come today, but Choi Sung-gun had not known that he had already arrived and was talking with Kang Woojin. The Cannes Film Festival? Asking him directly out of the blue? It's just a hint, but surely Woojin wouldn't blatantly refuse, right? Yeah, that's right. He wouldn't. Choi Sung-gun hoped internally. Honestly, he wasn't sure how things would go, but if something went wrong with director on GA Bak like it did director Woo Hyun-gu, it would be hard for even Choi Sung-gun to handle. However, no, I'm not particularly interested. The cold voice of Kang Woojin that came from inside the tent shattered Choi Sung-gun's faith. For a moment, his legs seemed to lose strength, and he supported himself by placing his hands on his knees. An accident happened. The representatives and employees of the film company inside the tent, who had come with director on GA Bak, immediately furrowed their brows. Hey, look here. And everyone raised their voices slightly towards Kang Woojin, who appeared indifferent. Not particularly interested. Kang Woojin SSI. In this field, the arrogant you are, the more humble you need to be. Do you not know who is sitting in front of you? Behaving rudely in front of the director. Look, Woojin SSI. Do you think your popularity will continue endlessly? A barrage of attacks. On the other hand, Kang Woojin's expressionless face remained unchanged. Or, more precisely, only on the outside. Internally, he was in extreme panic. What's this? It's kind of scary, huh? More than ever, he needed to remain calm. Pour cold water. No, pour ice water on it. With that mindset, he looked at the composed director on GA Bak and then replied in a low voice to the attacking group. Is there a problem? What did you say? I merely answered. You asked about the Cannes Film Festival, and I shared my thoughts. I don't understand why you're getting worked up. It's a bit baffling without any context. He was right. Director on GA Bak had simply asked about Cannes, and Woojin had only given his response. The others were upset because they knew the inside story, but from Kang Woojin's perspective, it wasn't a situation to be scolded for. Am I in a situation that deserves criticism? There was yet no formal request from director on GA Bak. At that moment, swish. Silently observing Kang Woojin, the white-haired director on GA Bak spoke softly. Apologize. It was directed at the employees behind him, and the film company's representative stuttered. Director Nim. Apologize. There was no need to raise your voice. The representative and employees kept their mouths shut, but dissatisfaction was evident in their eyes. Still, unable to disregard director on GA Bak's orders, they apologized to Woojin in a low voice. Sorry. Director on GA Bak also met Kang Woojin's gaze. Sorry, it's just that they care about me. Internally breathing a sigh of relief, Kang Woojin shook his head. No, it's okay. After hearing the response, director on GA Bak smiled slightly and gestured to the people behind him. Everyone leave us. We need to talk separately. Soon, the film company's representatives and employees turned around. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun silently moved to the side of the tent. Unaware of this, the representatives and employees grumbled as they left the tent. Phew. Even so, speaking so openly in front of director on is a bit much, isn't it? His arrogance is sky high. Well, it's the time when he can't see what's ahead of him. We'll have to see how brilliantly he acts during the shooting, amidst those top actors. Regardless, inside the tent, The atmosphere between Kang Woojin and director On Ga Bak, sitting opposite each other, remained still. Both were just examining each other's eyes. Among them, director On Ga Bak was the first to break the ice. Having no interest, you say? May I ask why you are not particularly interested in the Cannes Film Festival? Why? Because I'm genuinely not interested? Moreover, Kang Woojin wasn't exactly thrilled about director On Ga Bak. He hadn't even thought about the Cannes Film Festival or anything like that. Such a huge film festival would only be possible a few years from now, right? Currently, Woojin had a much greater interest in avoiding the grandpa in front of him than in the Cannes Film Festival. According to Choi Sung-gun, this grandfather was planning to challenge Cannes, right? Not really interested, and planning to beat around the bush. Kang Woojin voiced out his thoughts, which included some acting. As I said, I simply have no particular interest. That's an answer I hadn't expected. The veteran's gaze that seemed to wrap around his whole body was directed at him again. Slightly startled, Woojin pretended to be calm, but murmured inside. Last time at the restaurant, too. I thought I caught a glimpse of a light look in his eyes. Is that from experience or ability? Should I try to prod a little? With a maybe in mind, Woojin slightly toned down his excessive acting. The force in his eyes and the tension and bravado controlling his body also lightened. But why do? You ask about the Cannes Film Festival. Then he ramped up his act again. For a brief moment, Woojin's pretense wavered. It wasn't particularly a difficult task. It was something he always did. What was peculiar was, director On Ga Bak's reaction to Woojin's test was very quick. As expected, I can see it now and then. Should I say it's light? The eyes are of a lighter density. Director On Ga Bak openly asked, Indeed, you are unique. Even now, I can see that strange thing in your eyes that I saw before. Wow. Shit, this grandpa is really dangerous. More than a supernatural being. Kang Woojin, internally cursing, lowered his voice as much as possible. I'm not sure what you mean. Is that so? It was then. Swish. The tent opened, and Choi Sung-gun and the burly Jang Soo-hwan entered. Choi Sung-gun was the first to speak. Oh, Director Nim? Quietly, director On Ga Bak, who had been looking at Woojin, gently stood up. His gaze remained on Kang Woojin. Good luck with today's shooting. After exchanging brief greetings with Choi Sung-gun, director On Ga Bak left the tent, and under the shining sunlight, he put on his safari hat again and muttered to himself, of course, while thinking of Kang Woojin. It feels like something is hidden in the fog. An hour later, under the dense forest that blocked the glaring sunlight, in the hot air without a hint of wind, the sound of insects from somewhere, the soggy ground, trees of unknown names. Somewhere, a chilling gaze is felt. Silence flows. A bitter stench pricks the nose. In such a place, Kang Woojin stands. A slanted helmet, military uniform worn out by blood and mud. Woojin, taking excessive deep breaths, had his rifle pressed against his cheek. The buttstock was firmly fixed on his shoulder. However, the tip of the barrel, pointing somewhere, slightly trembled. The military boots stuck in the soggy ground. Slowly, the rifle cradled in his arms moves through the air. The camera captures Kang Woojin's face following the barrel of his rifle. The strength in Woojin's eyes scanning the forest filled with concentrated fear was feeble. Timid. Naturally. The current Woojin was Corporal Jean Suncheol. This wasn't a filming set. It was the world of Corporal Jean Suncheol, experienced through the void space. At least for Kang Woojin, it was. The full staff of about 100 people, the cameras and audio equipment placed around, reflectors, all disappeared. Kang Woojin. No, Corporal Jean Suncheol had only fear plastered on his face. Shit. Because it's not an illusion, everything about Corporal Jean Suncheol dominates Woojin. He is faint-hearted. Among the two personalities within him, the rough one was not felt. And, I'm scared, so scared. Since a while ago, Corporal Jean Suncheol's heart has been doing piston movements like it's about to burst. His temples throbbing as if they were about to explode. His breathing was rough and unstable to the point that the rifle he was holding trembled, and he seemed to be on the verge of sobbing. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who was monitoring this, slowly nodded his head. Good. He doesn't seem to be shaken. I was worried for nothing. He glanced surreptitiously to his right rear. There sat director On Ga Bak, wearing a safari hat, his expression inscrutable. The shooting watched by this titan was not officially confirmed, but it was likely aimed at Kang Woojin. Yet, the current Woojin was more stable and explosive than usual. But this long-take scene was just the beginning. Meanwhile, director On Jae-bak, who was closely observing Kang Woojin inside the shooting zone, speculated. Feeble and timid. Is it a character with a weak resolve? There are no lines, but the gaze, breathing, and details of the actions are well expressed. Around him, including the film company's representative, a few people were focused solely on Kang Woojin. The acting is okay, but so far, it's not astonishing. Just that level of gaze. Of course, director On Jae-bak felt similarly. Yes, I know the acting is decent. But a weak character is something I've seen before. Is that all there is? Surely, Kang Woojin was showing good acting, but it was somewhat bland. Such timid roles had been too frequently used in the film industry up to now. Regardless, the approximately 100 staff members watching the shooting zone kept silent, with only the cameras and actors moving. Then, swish. The camera filming Corporal Jin Suncheol slowly changed its angle, following his gaze. Other soldiers, not previously visible on the monitor, appeared. All were in the same condition as Corporal Jin Suncheol. Hupdash. Hupdash. On the soggy ground. A step away, they were standing here and there, holding their rifles and keeping watch over something unseen. Since entering Island of the Missing, several had already died, reducing their number, but still, there were a dozen or so left. Several cameras filming them and drones flying in the sky. Thanks to this, the several monitors director Kwon Ki-taek was watching vividly captured the expressions of the various actors in accordance with the shooting continuity. Ryu Young-min, Kim E-won, John Woo-chong, Ha Ura, and other supporting actors. Sweat dripped down, faces full of quiet but sticky despair. Among them, only First Lieutenant Choi Yu-tae, who was holding a pistol, was somewhat calm. Who slowly? Retreat slowly. A sound was heard. The most terrifying sound to be wary of since entering Island of the Missing. An unknown, damn monstrous creature. Nothing can be seen between the dense trees and bushes, but it's definitely there. The dozen or so soldiers try to back away as quietly as possible, minimizing any noise. Step, step. Their breathing was kept as low as possible, and the throbbing hearts made them feel like vomiting. All had such expressions. Their eyeballs were dilated to the point of congestion, and the right cheek pressed against the mounted rifle trembled. The camera captures Kim E-won's sweat-soaked face. He was Staff Sergeant Jo Bong-suk. Quietly, just keep watch and quietly withdraw. John Woo-chong, who played Lance Corporal Nam Teo, uttered in a trembling voice, unlike his muscular body. Glancing back, what if that monster bastard is behind us? For now, follow the orders. The sound definitely came from ahead. First Lieutenant Choi Yu-tae, slightly lowering his body, gestured that his voice was too loud. When I signal, run at full speed, thinking that if you're slow, your comrades will die. Step, step. The soldiers gradually backpedaled. They swallowed saliva, wiped the sweat obscuring their vision, moved their trembling feet, and some sobbed. Silence filled with fear permeates the air. A precarious situation. It feels like everything will collapse if someone cuts the tense string. Still, the soldiers somehow maintained their formation and continued to back away. At that moment, a camera closely captures Corporal Jin Suncheol, who is panting heavily. His face was still feeble, but a change was seen in his face captured on the monitor for a brief moment. It was when he glanced at the face of the private next to him. Director On Jae-bak caught that and hesitated. Did he smile? Did he just smile? Surely, the corner of his mouth. At that moment, swish. Corporal Jin Suncheol stealthily stepped on the trembling private's boot next to him. The camera then moves from Corporal Jin Suncheol to the private's startled face. At the same time, flames burst from the muzzle of the gun the private was holding. Bang! A gunshot echoes through the silent island. A close-up of the panicked private. No, this is... Staff Sergeant Jo Bong-suk clenches his teeth. You crazy son of a bitch. Dozens of comrades, their eyes bulging, all turn to look at the private. The private sobs. Something stepped on my foot, sob. It's true. Then, a strange sound is heard. Kulik, kulik. The startled private fires his gun in the direction of the sound. Bang, bang, bang. He had already lost his mind. Aya, you fucking bastard. Bang, bang. At this moment, the silence was shattered. First Lieutenant Choi Yute grabs Staff Sergeant Jo Bong-suk by the neck and yells, "Stop that bastard. Everyone, look ahead, ahead." Staff Sergeant Jo Bong-suk rushes to the private. "Cease fire. Hey, can't you hear? Cease fire." But, Kulik. Following that sound, whoosh thunk. Something long leaped out from the dense bushes and pierced the chest of the private, firing wildly. Of course, this scene would later be reshot with a green screen and CG inserted, but the actors all stopped moving at once. The private, tears streaming down, blood spurting from his mouth. Hook, Guck, Company Commander. The long thing that pierced his chest retracted back into the bushes. It wasn't visible in reality, but the actors had to clearly see it, and they did. The private collapses to the ground. Simultaneously, all soldiers' breathing becomes violently ragged. This fucker. Die. Die, you monster bastard. Aya. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. They fired towards where the long thing had come from. All soldiers lost their reason, and First Lieutenant Choi Yute screamed into Staff Sergeant Jo Bong-suk's ear. "Move. Platoon leader. Run. Company commander. We have to shoot. The guys are just dying." Bang, 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 bang. "Run. Run, I said." It was chaos. Staff Sergeant Jo Bong-suk, gritting his teeth, roughly grabs Lance Corporal Nam Teo's collar. "Cease fire. Run down there. Fuck. Run, you bastards." Bang, bang, bang. The camera films the private with a hole in his chest from above. He is gasping for shallow breaths. Next to him, Corporal Jean Suncheol desperately tries to stop the blood from his chest. Don't die. Corporal, sir. Don't talk. I want to live. Don't talk. Don't talk." The life fades from the private's eyes as he looks up at the sky. His life is over. The monitor that was showing the private switches to Corporal Jean Suncheol's face. Amidst his muscles trembling, the corners of his mouth strangely twitch again. Director On Jae-bok leans in closer to the monitor. Again, that's not the twitch of crying. It's exhilaration. Yes, exhilaration. Torturous, yet joyful. Why? Why is the most feeble one the most thrilled? His question was not long-lasting. Decades of experience as a director. Soon, the supernatural director On Jae-bok murmured softly. Yes, dual personality. Two egos, all conveyed just through expression. In this wide shot, Kang Woojin had not many lines. Only his agile expressions were shown. The control of pace, tension, richness, and volume in this scene is entrusted to that kid, Kang Woojin. It means he's taking the lead. A critical situation with lives at stake. However, it could seem monotonous at a glance. Because it's a scene I've seen before, Kang Woojin twists it with a variety of colors. Among the celebrated top actors spanning decades of career, Woojin holds the key. On the other hand, director Kwon Ki-taek, who had been intently watching the monitor, also swallowed his saliva softly. Good, let's have more. He spurs on the climax of the drama. The 100 or so staff members around him had already been rendered speechless, even though they had witnessed dozens of takes. Wow, the immersion is just unbelievable. Corporal Jean Suncheol's smile is really creepy. Everyone's acting is insane, totally. They couldn't help but express their inner thoughts again. Meanwhile, bang, 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 bang. The retreating soldiers began to run one by one. Retreat. Retreat, you bastards. Where to? Where do we retreat to? The village. Towards the village. Isn't the village side dangerous too? Shit. So you want to die here? Ugh. Cease fire. Run towards the village. Staff Sergeant Jo Bong-suk, leading the front, starts to disappear from the camera angle one by one. However, Hook, G, get up. Get up. Corporal Jean Suncheol, even without his helmet, was the only one sobbing over the dead private. First Lieutenant Choi Yute, retreating last, checks on him. Jean Suncheol, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you hear the order to run? But, Daekwon. Private Park Daekwon. First Lieutenant Choi Yute slaps Corporal Jean Suncheol across the face. Slap. Snap out of it. He's dead. He's already dead. Shut up and get up. Quickly. Boo-be-you. Stuttering, Corporal Jean Suncheol gets up, puts on his helmet, and starts running awkwardly. Watching this, First Lieutenant Choi Yute urgently rips off the private's dog tag and dashes away. The camera runs in front of them. The monitor captures the face of Corporal Jean Suncheol in front, with the desperate First Lieutenant Choi Yute behind. Their expressions were very contrasting. Corporal Jean Suncheol's, Kang Woojin's, corners of the mouth were stretched tight, like a bow. His mouth was a half-moon. He was smiling brightly at the world. His round eyes were filled with mischief and madness. The timid one was nowhere to be found. There was no sound, but it seemed like a giggling laughter was heard from the mask. A silent joy. He, one of the corporals, Jean Suncheol, was playing a game. First Lieutenant Choi Yute couldn't have noticed it. He could only see the back of Corporal Jean Suncheol's head. Eventually, both of them exit the camera. A moment of silence. After this long cut, director Kwon Ki-taek gave his signal. Cut. Okay. Following that, behind him, director On Jae-bak, looking earnestly at Kang Woojin. No, Corporal Jean Suncheol let out an aged voice. Ha-dash. The veteran slowly looked down at his forearm, because it had been drenched with a cold sweat for a while now. And then he chuckled softly. Well, how long has it been? Goosebumps had risen on this parched, withered forearm that had lost its plumpness, as dry as a drought. To think I'd get goosebumps at this age. Chapter 160. Chapter 160, Solo 7. Goosebumps appeared on the shriveled forearms of the veteran director On Jae-bak. It was a rare occurrence for On Jae-bak, who had directed 99 films. He smiled an aged smile. 20 years, or perhaps even more, I can't even remember. A strange mix of embarrassment and elation curled up at the corners of his mouth. He had worked with actors of many nationalities, beyond Korea to Hollywood. The number of actors who had crossed paths with director On Jae-bak must have been enormous. Yet, the number of times an actor's performance gave him goosebumps could be counted on one hand. But now, to think that a rookie's performance could revive a dead sensation. Unexpectedly, his attention was drawn by a first-year rising actor. This was a rare experience even for On Jae-bak, a director legendary in the Korean film industry. Yes, that's right. It had to be of extent that he could steal the heart of the staunch director Kwon Ki-taek. Swish. Director On Jae-bak's gaze met Kang Woojin, who was slowly taking off his bulletproof helmet inside the filming zone. Rare and not common. In the current factory-like actor scene, it was hard to find such an actor. At least, that was what director On Jae-bak thought. Like a ginseng in a barren field of actors. Anyway, thud. After the first okay of the intense group shot was spat out from the mouth of the affable director Kwon Ki-taek, dozens out of the 100 or so staff members who had been holding their breath rushed into the filming zone. The quiet set became noisy in an instant. Art team, we need help. We're on it. The scene wasn't over just because an okay had been given. They had to change the setup and shoot again, including solo shots of the characters. Repeating the same scene multiple times was basic, and the staff who rushed in now had to reorganize the filming zone for a reshoot. However, it didn't take long. We're ready. 1 minute. Stand by in 1 minute. The time for the reshoot arrived quickly. The actors caught their breath and entered the camera angle again. This time, the focus was on individual scenes of the characters rather than the whole. Who dash? The start was with Kang Woojin, that is, Corporal Jean Suncheol. Therefore, what director Kwon Ki-taek saw on the monitor were the overall shots of the actors, upper body shots, and a close-up of Kang Woojin's face. Following that, Woojin, who was slowly shouldering his rifle, thought, "It starts with me, so focus." He once again summoned the Corporal Jean Suncheol, engraved somewhere within him. The sensation of his two identities filling up his calm wick spread through his veins. So, are you going to do it just like before? No. Since it's a solo, make it more intense. More vivid. Woojin's acting was never lacking. If anything, it was overflowing. But as a beginner at the core, he didn't know how much was too much. There was no upper limit. The point of reaching a limit was unclear. I don't know, I'm not sure. So, let's just do what I can. There was only one option. Continue to tread unexplored territory. It wasn't the posture of an actor. After all, the experience of the top actors here couldn't be narrowed down in a day or two. Kang Woojin simply delved into becoming Corporal Jean Suncheol itself. So charge ahead. Originally, Repeating readings, experiences, would vividly bring a character to life with the power of the void space. With Woojin's frequent acting added to it, it exceeded limits. He had already experienced this since Park Dae-ri. Controlling, restraining, and expanding his thoughts wasn't difficult. It was always part of his usual concept. Other actors might call this process exploration or interpretation. However, Kang Woojin's process and the results were on a different level. Of course, the novice Woojin didn't care about such profound definitions. Swish. Before he knew it, Kang Woojin's control had been taken over by the timid guy. The camera focused on Woojin's bust shot. Then, through the loudspeaker, director Kwon Ki-taek's signal reached Corporal Jin Suncheol. High action. The voices of his comrades were faintly audible, but to Kang Woojin, only the trembling movements of the private next to him were visible. What should I do? As a senior, I feel like I should help, but would talking to him freak him even more? Or would he even listen to me? I'm a bit scared. At that moment. Moron, why hesitate? If you think he won't hear, just make him hear forcefully. A rough voice echoed. How do I do that? You go rest. Instantly, Corporal Jin Suncheol's mindset changed. Pleasure or ecstasy. Although this was a phenomenon and dialogue occurring within Kang Woojin's inner self, it wasn't captured by the camera filming him directly in front. No, he wanted to show about having a dual identity. Then how should he express it? Corporal Jin Suncheol. Kang Woojin wanted to hide this from the uniformed toys here, but flaunt it to third parties. This game. So he explored. What could he add to make your legs tremble? That's when he realized. Sign language. Yes, there was sign language. A language that could make the other person feel an infinite range of emotions without speaking, without even opening your mouth. A skill that could silently unfold dialogue, emotions, mood, senses, and expressions. Slowly, sign language melded and thickened unnoticed around Corporal Jin Suncheol. At that moment, the camera zoomed in tightly on his face. However, Corporal Jin Suncheol, holding a rifle, couldn't move his hands. So he had to rely only on his eyes, nose, mouth, facial and body muscles, nerve tremors, gaze, breathing, etc. It's okay, that was enough. Then, glancing at the private, he started the game. His pupils showed timidity, the corners of his mouth a slight tremor, and his lips a momentary thrill of ecstasy. Naturally, all of this was displayed on the monitor without missing anything. Thanks to that. He's showing off, he's flaunting it. Director Kwon Ki-taek, with seriousness in his eyes, lowered his breath. It's unbelievable. Could he expand the subtle line of emotion more than the initial one? He's boasting the secret of his dual personality to the audience right now. Kang Woojin's performance was captivating. Is he growing even in this short moment? Director Ahn Jae-bak, who had goosebumps endlessly, was already closely attached next to director Kwon Ki-taek. His wrinkled eyes widened. His eyes became incredibly large. I see. The state of that character is vividly visible. He wants to thoroughly hide his inner self in that world, but proudly show it to us, outsiders. Yet for some reason, Kang Woojin's delicacy gradually grew in magnitude. Was there more? Does he still have a lot to show? It's as if he's explaining with his face. Furthermore, why do I smell the scent of the sign language I desired? At this moment, a gunshot is heard. Bang! The elongated part of the creature intruded, a private falls down, the soldiers become disordered, and the officers becomes agitated, resulting in an endless barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The cursing soldiers scatter in a panic on the battlefield. The situation unfolds smoothly, and Kang Woojin, holding the dead private, cried. Hook! Ho huck! Inside he laughed. Cook! Hoo hoo hoo, one down. I'm sorry, really sorry. Next time, I'll definitely try to stop this bad guy. I didn't do a good job. What? Shut your mouth. You're enjoying this too, aren't you? Just enjoy it. Jin. Suncheol, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you hear the order to run? Yeah. Damn it. Stop crying and run too. Snap out of it. He's dead. He's already dead. Shut up and get up. Quickly. There's still a lot to do. Every second, every minute, Kang Woojin's face shown on the camera changed constantly. The flowing tears were sincere, and the smile curved like a bow was real too. Then, cut, okay. Once again, director Kwon Ki-taek's signal echoed on the set, but the hundreds of staff members were just silent. Goosebumps spread to everyone, not just director On Ga Bak, fueled by the sweltering weather. What did I just witness? Without a single word of dialogue, I can see that Corporal Jin Suncheol has a dual personality. Wow, insane. This feeling intensified with the second and third retakes. Clearly, Kang Woojin was developing in that short interval. Soon, the film company's CEO and employees standing behind director On Ga Bak gave up on making judgments. Acting? Can this be called acting? If this is shown in cinemas and seen by audiences, this goes beyond just being good at acting, doesn't it? Especially, the film company's CEO looked particularly shocked. Extraordinary, an acting method I've never seen before. I feel sorry for the other actors who have to face him. He's growing with every cut, and there seems to be no limit to his growth. He too was a veteran in the industry. He had seen countless actors, but this experience felt almost like ignorance. The film company's CEO glanced down at the back of director On Ga Bak's head before noticing the employees with slightly open mouths on either side. Then, his gaze swept over the 100 or so silent staff members. It's vast, expansive, yet it felt narrow. This was about Kang Woojin. The film company CEO's gaze returned to Woojin, mingling with the other actors. Kang Woojin seemed like a whale mixed into fresh water. The CEO couldn't help but let out a genuine chuckle. He's a monster to be dealt with, not directed. Soon, the film company CEO began to imagine, unwittingly spreading the wings of fantasy. The back of the whale receiving a flash baptism on the world stage. Can he overpower everyone even in the sea, not just in freshwater? For some reason, it didn't seem far-fetched. Afterward, the filming of Island of the Missing progressed at a rapid pace through the hot morning and afternoon. Cut okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Yes, we'll take a 10-minute break. The concentration of the 100 or so staff members and actors, including director Kwon Ki-taek, was higher than ever. Part of it was because director On Ga Bak was on set. Phew, today's filming is tough. It's killing me, really killing me. What can we do? It's an important group shot, and after today's filming, we'll finally be out of these damn bushes. Right? Most of the remaining shots are in the Island of the Missing village. I can finally see the end. The end, my foot. We've only finished the overseas location shoots, and there's still more filming in Korea. According to the storyboard, after this group shot, there would be more scenes shot in the village than in the forest, meaning they would leave the monstrous creatures behind and encounter the peculiar villagers of Island of the Missing. The end of the hellish overseas location shoot in Da Nang, Vietnam, was in sight. Of course, there was still a lot left to shoot in Korea, including green screen and bioset shooting, but completing the overseas location shoot meant that about 30% of the work was done. As the sun set in the afternoon, groups of actors stealthily glanced at the director's chair. They were looking at director Kwon Ki-taek, but the weightier gaze was on director On Ga Bak. In fact, all actors of Island of the Missing had been concerned about director On Ga Bak since before the shooting. Ryu Young-min, slowly taking off his helmet, wondered, how did he view my acting? Was it lacking? Ha Ura, Kim E-won, John Woo-chong, and other supporting actors all sneaked glances at director On Ga Bak. The timing of my run in this cut was a bit late. Damn, it had to be today. Okay, it's fine. I'll make no mistakes in the next cut. Stay calm, Ha Ura. I'm so nervous I can hardly remember my lines. Director. It's hard to read his expression. I wish he would look favorably upon us. Even Hong Hai-yun, who was waiting for a cameo appearance and watching the shooting with the staff, felt the same. How far is he going to watch today? Phew. I have to somehow make up for what he pointed out. Greed or desire wasn't absent. They came as spectators, but being noticed by director On Ga Bak and participating in his project would elevate an actor's career in an instant. For the actors, it was like a fragile opportunity. However, there was one actor. All I did today was run, TSK. I'm starving. I should ask Soo-hwan for some chocolate bars when the timing's right. Kang Woojin was the only one who did not pay much attention to director On Ga Bak. Well, it was almost as if he was deliberately ignoring him. A disconnection of interest. Then, director Kwon Ki-taek, who had been sitting in front of several monitors, turned his head back. Veteran director On Ga Bak's thoughts were unknown, but his expression was stern. Director Kwon Ki-taek asked him gently. How was it, Director Nim? Director On Jae-bok, slowly turning his gaze, answered in a low, aged tone. Good. Thank you. It's been a while since I've seen a proper shooting. Well, your direction is always beyond expectations. That's too kind of you. Not at all. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who had been smiling pleasantly, leaned in and whispered to Director On Jae-bok, changing the subject. How did you feel about Woojin's role? Dual personality. If you can't see that from his acting, you might as well quit directing. Director On Jae-bok then shifted his gaze again to the actors in military uniforms, busy with makeup touch-ups, and particularly to Kang Woojin, who wore an indifferent expression. A rank and file, receiving commands. A loach hidden within relatively solid cohesion. Yet, there's no visible sense of purpose, which makes it all the more intriguing and fills the scene with color. It's a character the audience can thoroughly enjoy. Of course, Director On Jae-bok wanted to elaborate more, but he restrained himself. After all, he was just a spectator. Director Kwon Ki-taek, whose smile deepened in agreement, stood up smoothly. It's all thanks to Woojin's individual ability. You know the atmosphere of my screenplay. Corporal Jin Suncheol's description was very simple. Bringing it to life was solely Woojin's skill. For a moment, Director On Jae-bok looked up at Director Kwon Ki-taek and showed a wrinkled smile. I see. I understand why you favor that guy. I'll give you the Island of the Missing screenplay. Please read it on your way back. It might give you a clearer understanding. Thank you. Director Kwon Ki-taek bowed slightly and walked calmly back into the bustling set, with Director On Jae-bok's gaze following him. The interesting part was, the moment Kang Woojin's eyes met Director On Jae-bok's, and he avoided his gaze. At this, Director On Jae-bok chuckled to himself, crossed his arms, and murmured, It seems I've somehow managed to be disliked. 2 days later, on November 3rd, in Da Nang, Vietnam, at the filming site of Island of the Missing, Director Kwon Ki-taek's signal was heard. Standby cue. The focused actors were Kang Woojin, Ha Ura, and Ryu Young-min. Their passionate performance in military uniforms lasted about 3 hours. Soon after, cut, okay. Great work, everyone. Around lunchtime on the third day, the declaration of okay made the 100 or so staff members throw their safari hats in the air. Ugh. Finally, freedom. Great job, everyone. Good work. And to the actors as well. Wow. I won't think about Vietnam for like 10 years. You'd think the shooting's all done with how we're celebrating. Ha ha. The overseas location shoot of Island of the Missing had concluded. Chapter 161. Chapter 161. Solo 8. November 3rd. Da Nang International Airport. October had ended and November had just begun a few days ago. Yet, Vietnam was still hot, and at the moment when the overseas location shooting of Island of the Missing had ended, Director On Jae-bok, who had taken an additional 2-day break, was boarding the plane. Naturally, he was on his way back to Korea. Swish. Sitting in the spacious business class, Director On Jae-bok, who was also wearing shorts and slippers today, took off the safari hat he was wearing. And then, with an indifferent face, Director On Jae-bok pulled out a thick bundle of papers. It was the script for Island of the Missing received from Director Kwon Ki-taek. Flap. He intended to read the script for Island of the Missing throughout the return journey or even after arriving in Korea. It was partly to gauge the differences between the actual location and the script, but more to vividly recall Kang Woojin's acting, namely Corporal Jin Suncheol's performance. Flap. At the same time, Director On Jae-bok fell into deep thought. Of course, his focus was on Kang Woojin, sometimes showing something strange or unfamiliar in his eyes. Hidden essence, but still, once immersed in acting, he was filled with the character's traits only. But why does it feel unsettling? The more he talked with Kang Woojin, the more certain he became, but on the contrary, he felt like he was being pushed into a fog. It had been a long time since he took such a deep interest not just in acting, but in an actor as a person. Director On Jae-bok, who usually values what an actor possesses beyond their acting, found his contemplation deepening. Why? What does the enigmatic aura emitted by that rookie actor signify? The fog enveloping that child, what does it mean? Director On Jae-bok had completed his investigation on Kang Woojin before coming to Vietnam. the extent to which casting directors, CDs, usually do. Anyway, Kang Woojin's past information was scant. No college, theater troupe, or academy. Kang Woojin's traces were nowhere to be found in the domestic acting scene. However, there were quite a few rumors floating around in the entertainment industry. He worked at a design company just before debuting, right? There was also talk of him being studied abroad. But he self-taught acting. The recent controversy surrounding Kang Woojin also caught attention. The assertions that Kang Woojin's past and present personalities are 180 degrees different, as if he is a completely different person, possibly having a dual personality or being an identical twin, etc. This was briefly a topic of discussion, but is now buried. Testimonies from those who know Kang Woojin's past. Most of it would be nonsense. But piecing together the various statements, it seemed Kang Woojin had led a rather ordinary life. However, that was even more bizarre. How could that monster have lived so ordinarily? Currently, Kang Woojin possesses too much. Not just his immense acting ability, but also various languages including sign language, vocal skills, and so on. It's like all in a bag. No matter how much one tries to hide greatness, it eventually becomes visible to others. In other words, Kang Woojin must have been exceptional from a young age. It would have been difficult to live quietly. No matter how much one tries to hide or live ordinarily, eventually, it would have been noticeable. But why is it only now being revealed? Why did no one know? Why did he keep silent? And why, only after becoming an actor, did he suddenly reveal so much all at once? At that moment, perhaps, something flashed in director On Jae-bak's mind. If everything was intentional, not accidentally revealed, but waited for this moment to show off everything deliberately? To hide his extraordinariness, he lived his life casting smokescreens? Like a chameleon, carrying the casualness that could be seen anywhere and blending into the environment. With this premise, everything was explained. To hide his extraordinariness, he put his life into displaying ordinariness. His life was used as a stage for practicing acting, and that is still ingrained in him. In other words, a camouflage. The essence must be there, but it has never been shown to anyone until now. A rookie actor who manages diverse personas by remembering and recording methods while portraying various personas. It would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person, but not difficult if one has invested their life into it. Occasionally showing something strange or unfamiliar, or is that the essence? Was that also just a shell? Indeed, a shell. Director On Jae-bak's insight was top-notch. The veteran's keen intuition, causing confusion with a shell that looks like the essence to hide the real thing. But that was just a clever mistake. The next day, Wednesday, the 4th, Kang Woojin's office cell. Late morning. As soon as Kang Woojin, who had finished the overseas location schedule for Island of the Missing, arrived home. Home is the best. He threw himself onto the bed. Sorting out the luggage in the large suitcase was a task for later, and with his hat still on, Woojin buried himself in the bed and closed his eyes. In fact, the overseas location shooting for Island of the Missing had ended yesterday, but there was a dinner party last night. The venue was a large hall in the hotel. Whether it was the 100 staff members or the dozens of actors, all restraint was gone. Thanks to that, Woojin spent his last night in Da Nang, Vietnam, burning the midnight oil. Well, of course, he didn't touch a drop of alcohol, but it was exhausting nonetheless. Whatever the case, the motionless Kang Woojin suddenly grinned. Tomorrow off is just sweet. He had 2 days off. At the same time, the entire team of Island of the Missing decided to take about a week's rest, and from next week, they would continue shooting at the large set complex in Bio. Forget it. All that is a problem for later. Kang Woojin intended to fall asleep without even washing, forgetting about it. Sort of like the feeling of an office worker taking a leave. Woojin was about to indulge in that pleasant change from the norm when, he remembered something. He had to do. The drug dealer photo. He had to watch Drug Dealer, the movie currently shaking up the domestic film industry. Although Woojin had already seen Drug Dealer at the blind screening, this was different. Kang Woojin's promotion and communication with fans. The task was simple. Kang Woojin would take a photo of himself going to the cinema and upload it to Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, Kang's Heart Fan Cafe, Woojin's SNS, and BW Entertainment's official website. As requested by Choi Sung-gun, It'll help fans feel closer to you, and it'll be a huge help for the box office success of Drug Dealer. The reporters will drool over it, right? You can just take a picture and leave. You don't even have to watch the movie. After hearing Han Yi-young's explanation, Appa, you know how crazy things are with Lee Sang-man right now, right? If you upload it at a time like this, the fans will go nuts. The outcomes seem to be anything but small. Is this what being a professional is all about? Though the world is tough, Kang Woojin had to move. Swish. Phew dash. Woojin let out a small sigh and checked the time. Around 11 o'clock. Then, sitting on the bed, he seriously pondered. Go now? Or late at night? Which would have fewer people? Here, Woojin chuckled without realizing it. He found it funny that he was thinking about such things. I've changed a lot. His brain circuit was gradually rewiring as that of a popular actor. Then, Kang Woojin slowly got up from the bed. He thought it would be less crowded now than late at night on a weekday. Well, this awkward time might be better than late at night on a weekday. A few tens of minutes later, a somewhat suspicious man appeared at a nearby cinema. It was Kang Woojin, wearing a hat, mask, rimless glasses, and a hooded zip-up to cover his face once more. He wondered if this was overkill. No, CEO said it's better to go overboard with hiding. Nodding, he moved forward. As soon as Kang Woojin stepped into the cinema lobby, he was surprised. Wow, what a crowd. There were more people in the lobby than he expected. All adults. Was it always like this? He should have visited the cinema on a weekday. A slightly surprised Woojin scanned the inside of the cinema. On the large TV attached to the ceiling, the posters displayed, the standees placed here and there, and the advertisements in the waiting area. Indeed, it was all about Drug Dealer. The reason was simple. It's a popular movie. The cinema is a market and the movie is a product, so it was natural to promote what sells well. It was certain that not only this cinema where Woojin was, but also all across the country would share the same scene. Kang Woojin's interest grew. Wow, Drug Dealer is this big of a hit. There was also a sense of wonder. To see the movie he starred in, especially one that's raising his stock to its highest through Lee Sang-man, dominating the market. He knew about the crazy congratulations from those around him and the state of media and public opinion, but indeed, the offline world had its unique feel. Soon, swish. Woojin, who had been cautiously looking around, moved slowly towards the advertisement board near the elevator. A few people looked at him strangely, but he didn't mind much. They probably wouldn't think Kang Woojin would appear at this time. Woojin stood awkwardly next to the advertisement board and quickly took a few selfies. Since he didn't plan on adjusting the angle or pose, it was over sooner than expected, and since no one recognized him, Woojin became bolder. At this rate, I might as well watch the movie. I could go in around the time it starts advertising, and just slip out about 5 minutes before it ends. He was curious to see how Drug Dealer would look on the big screen and the actual audience's reaction. Yep, it's decided. Woojin, having made up his mind to watch the movie, stealthily made his way to the bathroom. In the meantime, couples and other groups waiting for their movie time occupied the seats nearby. He could hear the sounds of their conversations. Appa, how many minutes are left? 20 minutes. But are you really okay? You can't handle violent stuff. Is Drug Dealer very violent? The movie reviews are great, but some comments said it's kind of gross. But I can't give up on Kang Woojin. They said his acting in Drug Dealer is really amazing. There? Minya? I'm sitting there. Why? Appa, you also go watch girl groups when they perform. You said you like Wallin, right? Almost everyone seemed to be waiting for Drug Dealer. With a smile hidden behind his mask, Kang Woojin entered the bathroom. Swish. He sat down on the toilet seat. Don't laugh, you idiot. Why are you grinning like that? Woojin, still feeling awkward and embarrassed by fans' reactions, turned on his phone to kill some time and remembered something. Right. A few days ago, director Kim Do-hee had sent him a message. Specifically, the link she had shared. Copic Cinema Ticket Integrated Computer Network. Touching the address, Woojin's phone began to display various statistics. November 3rd, 2020, audience count inquiry. Daily domestic box office. 1. Drug Dealer / release date. October 28 / audience. 277. 124 / screens. 1002 / cumulative audience. 2,500,227. 2. Monster Priest release date. October 28 audience. 77,005 screens. 998 cumulative audience. 901,787. 3. Crazy Sunshine release date. October 1 audience. 32,018 screens. 1,011 cumulative audience. 3,399,358. A million was a thing of the past. Over the weekend, Drug Dealer had surpassed 2.5 million viewers. Just in a week. 2.5 million? When did it get to this? It was an unprecedented record for an R-rated film. Meanwhile, inside a large van. If Kang Woojin was about to watch the movie now, the familiar faces in the van had already seen Drug Dealer. Director Ahn Jae-bak, the film company's CEO, and employees. Among them, director Ahn Jae-bak, who was quietly looking out the window, was subtly approached by the film company's CEO. Director Nim, have you made any decisions regarding Kang Woojin? Keeping his gaze outside, director Ahn Jae-bak replied softly. What do you think of his acting, whether in Island of the Missing or Drug Dealer? The film company's CEO, scratching his head while exhaling softly. Honestly, I think he's the best in terms of acting talent in our country right now. For the film company's CEO, Kang Woojin's influence had grown significantly. This was further amplified several times over thanks to Lee Sang-man. Even among the top, he stands out distinctively. What more is there to say? His performance in Da Nang still remains vividly. Yes, it's not something you see often. At this point, director Ahn Jae-bak lifted his head and crossed his arms, and the film company's CEO let out a long sigh filled with regret. But why did Kang Woojin say he isn't particularly interested in Cannes? In my eyes, he could have easily made a mark internationally. Soon, as director Ahn Jae-bak let out a faint breath and tilted his head, he recalled Kang Woojin's voice. Are you interested in the Cannes Film Festival? No, not particularly. He began to voice a speculation he had formed on his own. I was amazed by his ambition. Ambition? Which part are you referring to? It must have been sincere that he wasn't interested. He said he wasn't particularly interested in the Cannes Film Festival. The important thing to note here is particularly. Inversely, it means he would be interested in something higher than Cannes, but has no particular thoughts about Cannes or the festivals below it like Berlin or Venice. Cannes, including all, they are among the world's top 3 international film festivals, aren't they? Places where most top actors are desperate to go. Director Ahn Jae-bak smirked as if that was no news to him. Yes, as you say, if it's something above the leading Cannes among the world's top 3 international film festivals, what could it be? Don't tell me, the Academy Awards. What else could it be if not the Oscars or the Academy Awards ceremony? The Oscars or the Academy Awards ceremony. The most prestigious and arguably the top among international film festivals worldwide. A stage every filmmaker dreams of. Director Ahn Jae-bak, reminiscing about that glamorous ceremony, locked eyes with the film company's CEO. Kang Woojin, that guy, declared he's only interested in the Academy Awards ceremony within a year of his debut. If that's not ambition, what is? It was not ambition, but a misunderstanding. A very problematic mistake. The film company's CEO stuttered, unaware of this. No, that's crazy. It's usually the crazy ones who make things happen or cause trouble. Still, it's realistically impossible. Director Ahn Jae-bak's smile deepened as he propped his chin and spoke again. Right. That's why I would advise him to use Cannes as a stepping stone dash. Then he let out an incredulous old voice. Haha, Cannes as a stepping stone. Seems like I'm going crazy because of that madman. Meanwhile, in a strange, large conference room. Around 10 people sat in a conference room that could easily fit 50. An elderly man in a suit took the head seat, with relatively younger personnel seated to his sides. The atmosphere was solemn, everyone focused on the tablet in front of them. Then, all right then, a dash. The elderly man lifted his head and addressed everyone. Like last year, let's start reaching out to the award nominees. Understood. In fact, these were members of the Blue Dragon Film Awards organizing committee. The elderly man seated at the head was the chairman of the committee, with the end of the year just around the corner. The Blue Dragon Film Awards usually take place around the end of December. So, It was indeed time to start reaching out to actors, including the top ones, and the chairman suddenly. All right. Having had a sudden thought, he shared it with the committee staff. Send out the invitation to Kang Woojin. Now, immediately, all the staff members were slightly surprised. Prioritizing Kang Woojin over renowned tops? Regardless, the chairman, slowly crossing his arms, asserted, "We can't mess up Kang Woojin's invitation. He's a must." His eyes sparkled. Clearly, this year, Kang Woojin will sweep everything. Especially in the entertainment industry, it becomes noticeably chaotic. This includes broadcasting, the film industry, variety show industry, and even current affairs. There are quite a lot of events that only take place at the end of the year, and broadcasts pour out specials, projects, and the names of pilot programs. Programs that are broadcast only during the holidays or at the end of the year fall into this category. In fact, the entertainment industry had started preparing for the end of the year from October. It was in November that they began to move in earnest. Among these, the finale of the year is, of course, various awards ceremonies. Naturally, the schedules of actors and entertainers participating in the awards ceremonies become inevitably tight. Regardless, the Blue Dragon Film Awards, the most famous film festival in Korea, also began its activities, and the name of Kang Woojin, who debuted this year, was mentioned by the chairman of the organizing committee. Clearly, this year, Kang Woojin will sweep everything. Could this also be a first? New actors are usually quiet in their debut year. While there are cases where they rise to fame and attend the film festival, it was safe to say there were no new actors whom the head of a film festival would specifically pick out and try to invite like this. Probably, not just us. Everyone will try to invite Kang Woojin somehow. So let's coat our words with honey in advance. This was proof of Kang Woojin's tremendous impact this year, and the employees of the Blue Dragon's organizing committee supported this proof. Absolutely. There's a rumor that MBS is trying to invite Kang Woojin even though they don't have any programs directly associated with him. TL. If you don't know, main broadcasting companies in South Korea have their different award ceremony, like KBS, MBC, and SBS. Oh, I heard that too. With Kang Woojin's popularity being so high, are they trying to make it a showy invitation? Kang Woojin is more than just rising. Honestly, isn't it unprecedented to create such an impact in the debut year? Look at Drug Dealer. I saw the box office earlier, and it passed 2.5 million viewers. It seems like anything Kang Woojin touches turns into a record. The employees excitedly mentioned Kang Woojin's name, and the chairman at the head of the table nodded in agreement, as if acknowledging their words. Almost. No, definitely it was Kang Woojin's year. As the chairman said, even though we are still selecting the award nominees, it seems best to stamp Kang Woojin's invitation as soon as possible. Right, looking at the way things are going, it seems like everyone will be sending out feelers to Kang Woojin, but looking at his schedule, it's full until next year. It was true. Currently, Kang Woojin's schedule was fully booked until the first half of next year. In between, he also had to attend various awards ceremonies at the end of the year. Therefore, the Blue Dragon Film Awards organizing committee became anxious. Let's organize the content as soon as possible and pass it on to Kang Woojin's side, but we must not send it in a way that feels too cheap. The reason they were so eager to hook the actor who was the core issue or the top of the hot topics of the year was simple: the public's attention and viewership ratings. This way, they could sell advertisements smoothly and keep the money flowing. Tradition and prestige were a bonus. Interestingly, entertainment, as the end of the year approaches, from broadcasting to the film industry, it's bustling with preparations for awards ceremonies. Currently, in the entertainment industry, many are having similar conversations or situations like Blue Dragon. It was natural as it was precisely the time to start moving in earnest. For example, did everyone watch Drug Dealer? In my opinion, Kang Woojin is the top ticket power of this year. The Grand Bell Awards, held around the same time as the Blue Dragon, did so. Although it has a longer history than Blue Dragon, it felt a bit lacking in terms of recognition, so the Grand Bell side was more desperate. We must somehow get Kang Woojin, understand? Thus, among Korea's three major film festivals, both Blue Dragon and Grand Bell showed extreme interest in Kang Woojin. Baeksang was similar but still quiet since Baeksang is held next year. With the film industry being this bustling, could broadcasting be quiet? Impossible. The broadcasting industry was no different, reminiscent of a bustling market. KBC, with the airing of Freezing Love right around the corner. Did you book Kang Woojin? Are you really going to call him? Then, haven't you hinted at them yet? The reason for calling him is Freezing Love, but he only made a special appearance for 2 episodes. Leave that for later, man. Just call him. Even if it doesn't work, keep trying. SBC, having hit a jackpot with Profiler Han Yang as well. With a 25% viewership, Profiler Han Yang on SBC, how many awards will it win at the SBC Acting Awards? Han Yang, setting a legend this year. Netizens say Park Dae-ri's award at SBC Acting Awards is a sure thing. MBS also showed movements to invite, but its chances were slim compared to the other 2 broadcasters. Nevertheless, all 3 major terrestrial broadcasters were pouring tremendous effort into preparing for the end of the year, and what they all desperately sought was the monster rookie actor, Kang Woojin. In short, this year, if Kang Woojin attended all the award ceremonies he was invited to, it would be at least more than 4 places. Feature: Kang Woojin, making history with his debut. How many awards will he secure this end of the year? Will he break the record for most awards? This, too, was a first for a newcomer. Meanwhile, as the entire entertainment industry strapped boosters on their feet in preparation for the end of the year, Kang Woojin, the core of the whirlwind, was watching Drug Dealer in a cinema. Though it was his second viewing, Woojin felt that watching Drug Dealer on a big screen indeed offered a different vibe. Nice, indeed, movies need to be watched in cinemas. And from the moment he appeared in the middle part, he was accompanied by embarrassment. However, watching the reactions of the audience in the same cinema was entertaining. Especially, Kaya, Ugh, when many in the audience were startled by the first drug scene of Lee Sang-man due to intense thunder and lightning. Wow shit, I almost screamed too. Kang Woojin felt a strange pleasure. It was a bizarre scene. While the audience munched on popcorn while watching Drug Dealer, Woojin was eating popcorn while watching their real-time reactions to the movie. The current audience wouldn't even imagine that Lee Sang-man from the screen was in the same space as them. Crazy, Kang Woojin's acting gives me goosebumps. Exactly. I think I'll remember that expression at night. Thus, Kang Woojin left the cinema before Drug Dealer ended, and upon reaching home, he sent a selfie he took to his SNS and agency. Having finished his hard-to-come-by task, Kang Woojin murmured as he lay down in bed and closed his eyes. Done. Now let's get some sleep. And fell asleep right away. A few hours later, late that same night, Choi Sung-gun was sitting in the office of BW Entertainment. Sitting there with a serious face. Most employees had gone home, and even though the teams that participated in the overseas location shooting of Island of the Missing were given 2 days off, Choi Sung-gun was not resting. Then he, swish, shifted his gaze to a calendar on one side of the desk, filled with tiny letters. November, dash. Choi Sung-gun seemed to reflect on the current arrival of the year-end, and his gaze shifted to a massive pile of papers on the 6-person table in front of him. They were scripts and scenarios that had come in for Kang Woojin. Not only those, but in front of him, there were also numerous transparent files lined up. All were regarding invitations or meeting requests for Kang Woojin. There were some for Hong Hae-yeon as well, but compared to the recent ones for Kang Woojin, they were merely a fraction. Well, compared to other actors, Hong Hae-yeon's momentum was incredibly high, but Kang Woojin's power was just absurdly crazy. Soon, Choi Sung-gun opened a nearby cabinet. Click. He took out a thin file from the cabinet. It was a contract. Whose contract could it be? Maybe it's because Woojin is such a typhoon, but already time has flown like this. It was Kang Woojin's. Choi Sung-gun, who tied his ponytail tightly once more, smiled a bit sadly and opened the contract. What he was checking was the contract's end date, March 15th next year. Given that this month had just started, Kang Woojin's contract period was, in fact, only 4 months away. Woojin's contract was for 1 year. Already more than half had flown by. Choi Sung-gun felt it surreal due to the continuous burst of activities. It's suddenly ridiculous. He reflects on the days gone by. Even though he had experienced it firsthand, it felt like a dream now. In just about 8 months, what on earth has happened? It's against the common sense. For an ordinary rookie actor, It would be difficult even in 5 years. No, even 10 years. But Kang Woojin was accomplishing these feats in less than a year. If he continues to move forward without any major issues, Kang Woojin will surely become an actor who will leave a mark that nobody else can approach, whether domestically or internationally. It was clear he would write a history that neither the past nor the future could replicate. The craving becomes vast. Greed deepens. Blinded by desire. These were Choi Sung-gun's desires. Whenever it may be, he wished to be the shadow behind Kang Woojin's glory. However, if this gets out, it'll turn the domestic scene upside down once again. Perhaps even in Japan. If the news of Woojin's 1-year contract nearing its end spreads, it was clear that all existing entertainment companies and agencies would rush and frothing at the mouth. So, do I have the confidence to fend them off? Honestly, Choi Sung-gun was over the moon with self-esteem at the beginning of the contract with Kang Woojin. He thought he needed to give Woojin a boost with his connections and capabilities. But that was premature confidence. Who knew he would be such a monster? Even then, he was more than just quirky, but that was 1/100th of what Kang Woojin is now. It was even hard to guess what more could come. Moreover, it was difficult to gauge Kang Woojin's current feelings. From the satisfaction with BW Entertainment to plans after the contract period. Kang Woojin, who is clear about public and private matters and sees through everything, would have already made a decision. Well, of course, Kang Woojin's worth has skyrocketed. Naturally, if various entertainment companies rush in after this contract ends, his value would multiply even more. Choi Sung-gun's worries deepened. Then, let's focus on the company's expansion and director on GA-box matter for now. Choi Sung-gun made up his mind. For now, at this moment, he was more advantageous than anyone else. Choi Sung-gun then opened the documents he was organizing on his laptop. They were full of preparations for the company's expansion, meeting investors, corresponding PPTs, schedules, and so on. At the same time, he took out the investigation form for director on GA-bok. Though he wasn't sure about Kang Woojin's feelings yet, he needed to be ready to talk smoothly if needed. Besides, I'll definitely contact director on GA-bok again. Even at a glance, it was clear there was no rest, only a night of work ahead. Still, Choi Sung-gun firmed his expression. That monster. I'll bet my life on it. Because he had to stake his life on catching this extraordinary rookie actor. Whether we can keep Woojin or not will be the biggest turning point for BW Entertainment. He might have already made his decision, though. Wrong. Kang Woojin was just buried in bed. Without a care in the world, deep in sleep. 2 days later, November 6th, morning. Kang Woojin got out of a van that had just parked in the parking lot of a luxury office in Seoul. Thud. A white short-sleeved shirt under a knit vest with jeans, hair naturally down, full makeup. Anyone could tell he was ready for a shoot. Naturally, he was fully prepped for the concept. Whoa, this place looks several times better than my house. As Woojin secretly admired inside, Choi Sung-gun and Woojin's team began to gather. What was unique? Squeak. Was that a large white van stopped. Getting off leisurely from the van was top actress Hong Hae-yeon with her long hair fluttering. She too was in full makeup, and her outfit was a sponsored luxury shirt. The reason the two actors gathered at this luxury office, it was a call from PD Yoon Byung-seon of Our Dining Table. Precisely, it was for the team's pre-shooting that had been scheduled a long time ago. Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon, who were on the kitchen team, were a bit late due to the overseas location shooting of Island of the Missing, while the other teams had finished shooting long ago. Anyway, shall we go? Hong Hae-yeon, who tucked her hair behind her ears, and Kang Woojin got on the elevator. Due to the crowd, they were very close to each other. A pleasant scent hit Woojin's nose. Kang Woojin, whose heart thumped slightly, desperately maintained an air of indifference. Ding! Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon pressed the bell of the office they were directed to. Well, naturally, small cameras were installed from the entrance. Then, oh, welcome. The front door opened quickly, and PD Yoon Byung-seon, wearing glasses, along with the writers and other staff members, welcomed the two. The interior of the luxury office was roughly larger than Woojin's house. However, it wasn't shaped like a typical house. How should I put it, more businesslike? The reason was simple. This office was the official office for the variety show, Our Dining Table. It wasn't a unique case. Recently, it was common in the broadcasting industry to use office stalls as offices. Anyway, excluding Choi Sung-gun and his team, only the cast members Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon moved to the living room of the office stall, settling into the plush sofa. Soon, Kang Woojin silently scanned the interior. Ah, like this. It's kind of fascinating. Boards filled with countless papers and letters, conference tables, various variety show props, and papers strewn about. The scene was no different from a variety department at a broadcasting station, except for this space. Considering the numerous small cameras scattered from the ceiling to the table in front, it seemed the filming had already started. Around this time, PD Yoon Byung-seon, mixed with the writers, smiled and gave Woojin a thumbs up. Male friend is still a hit. And I couldn't resist but notice that drug dealer has exploded too. The writers also praised him tirelessly. Right? I watched Drug Dealer. It was seriously fun, and when Lee Sang-man appeared, I couldn't believe it was Woojin SSI. Me too. Really congratulations. It's definitely going to surpass 3 million viewers. It's R-rated, but it's really a hit. Congratulations. Following Male Friend, another home run. Woojin, reaching the peak of embarrassment, tried to pour cold water on it. Thank you, but I was in just a cameo. I saw an article saying the director of Drug Dealer openly declared you as almost a supporting role. Hong Hae-yeon chimed in. There are quite a few roles where cameos are disguised as supporting roles. In a way, it's like a trick from the production team. At that moment, PD Yoon Byung-seon, rubbing his hands together, changed the topic. Now, before we get into the briefing or start anything formally, Woojin SSI, have you thought about the recipe development we talked about last time? That? Kang Woojin suddenly looked towards the kitchen calmly and spoke in a low voice. Can I use the kitchen? Chapter 163. Chapter 163. Breaking 2. Kang Woojin muttered in a low voice while observing the relatively clean kitchen. Hong Hae-yeon, sitting next to him, widened her eyes slightly at the sight. What? Did he prepare dish? When did he even find the time amidst his busy schedule? No, but I'm kind of looking forward to it. Hong Hae-yeon, who had previously been charmed by Kang Woojin's cooking skills and taste during the prior shooting, felt her anticipation swell instantly, just like PD Yoon Byung-seon and the writers had. After all, Woojin had given the impression of a professional chef with his skills. Therefore, wow, of course, it's absolutely possible. Please use the kitchen. The writers were excited. Their faces seemed to say, we'll bow down to you, so please use the kitchen. Around this time, PD Yoon Byung-seon was whispering to the main writer. We have to capture this on film, you know? Of course, we can't miss this. Since it's just us here, you go attach the action cam and film. From beginning to end. Without disturbing. Got it. But I didn't expect Woojin SSI to actually come prepared. Definitely has that Sunder quality, huh? Me neither. I heard he was backed up with shooting schedules, so I honestly didn't have high hopes. Anyway, let's go. Okay. Soon, the main writer began operating the hand cam, and PD Yoon Byung-seon, who had pushed up his glasses, looked at Kang Woojin standing up and smirked. What about the ingredients? We have some seasonings here, but we'll need to buy anything else that's needed. Understood. Woojin responded lowly and started searching around the kitchen. Naturally, the recipes and techniques of a chef were at work in his mind. After roughly 3 minutes, he calmly recited his conclusion. First, we need buckwheat noodles, anchovies, kelp, green onions, ginger, garlic, and we have soy sauce. So we'll need sesame oil and more. Kang Woojin indifferently listed numerous ingredients. A few writers quickly noted them down and hurried out of the office stall. Soon, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who was tying an apron around Kang Woojin, asked with a tilt of his head. Buckwheat noodles? Woojin SSI, what dish are you thinking of? Kang Woojin's answer was brief. I haven't decided on a name, but it's roughly like soy sauce buckwheat noodles. Oh, buckwheat noodles. PD Yoon Byung-seon's eyes sparkled immediately. Hong Hae-yeon and the remaining writers felt the same. Some even swallowed their saliva, remembering the ramen and spaghetti Woojin had made before. That moment, Woojin SSI, please look here. The main writer, holding the action cam, waved her hand. Kang Woojin naturally met her gaze. The main writer was quick to speak. Perfect. This is great. PD Nim, we must use Woojin SSI wearing an apron for the teaser thumbnail. Yeah, come to think of it, have we not yet announced the cast teams to the press? It might be time to throw that out too, right? Should we roll it out today? Let's do that. If Woojin SSI is the main of the kitchen team, the fans are going to go crazy, right? Things were rolling on their own. Regardless, it was a scene all too familiar to Woojin. Well, they'll handle it themselves. But using the image of me wearing an apron as a thumbnail, it's a bit embarrassing. About 30 minutes passed since then. The writers who had gone to buy ingredients returned, and various vegetables and seasonings were now placed on the table in front of the kitchen. Woojin, who had washed his hands clean, began arranging them with smooth movements. Swish. After gathering the necessary pots, woks, and knives, he started cooking without hesitation. At that moment, Hong Haiyun cautiously approached and asked quietly, "Can I help with anything?" Woojin's answer was cold. "Please chop the garlic and ginger over there." Again? It's crucial. Okay. Hong Haiyun, who had tied up her long hair, settled into her spot. Awkward, but diligently progressing with the chopping. All of this was naturally being captured on camera, and Kang Woojin, who had placed green onions and onions on the cutting board, showcased his dazzling knife skills. Chop, 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 chop. PD Yoon Byung-seon and the writers marveled once again. It's really amazing to see every time. It makes you stare blankly, doesn't it? This is going to win over the viewers on TV, 100%. The main photographer, capturing the two actors, focused on the forearm of Woojin as he chopped. Muscles, veins. Incredible. Indeed, the main photographer knew what needed to be captured. Regardless, after finishing with the ingredients, Woojin calmly shook the wok, slightly charring the vegetables. Beside him, buckwheat noodles were boiling in a pot. Behind, Woojin was preparing the broth. He added a bit of soy sauce and water to the sautéed vegetables. Finally, garlic and ginger chopped by Hong Haiyun were added. The finale was sesame oil. The broth and buckwheat noodles were coming together beautifully. The process was shorter than expected. Woojin cooled the fully cooked buckwheat noodles. He also turned off the heat under the gently boiling broth. There was no hesitation in any of his movements, and soon everything was finished. Swish. He took out a prepared concave bowl, filled it with the suitably cooled buckwheat noodles, and then poured over the fragrant broth. In the meantime, PD Yoon Byung-seon took a spoonful of broth to taste. He asked, seemingly puzzled. Woojin SSI, this tastes a bit bland. Woojin's voice was cool, unfazed. It's the US, after all. The broth should be mildly bland. And the seasoning is this. Woojin murmured as he sprinkled some pre-cut perilla leaves and sesame seeds into the bowl. Perilla leaves are strong in flavor, so you can check and replace them if needed. Lastly, he took out a bag as big as a palm from underneath. It was seaweed flakes. The seasoning adjustment is with seaweed flakes. The seaweed flakes were lightly sprinkled. Soon, Kang Woojin's dish was complete. The quality of the dish, hastily prepared, was considerable, and the main photographer, capturing the steam rising from the buckwheat noodles with the action cam, suddenly picked up the chopsticks. The smell is to die for. She stirred the hot broth with the buckwheat noodles, scooped a little into a small bowl, and slurped it up. The reaction was immediate. Wow, delicious. PD Nim, this is crazy good. Soon, PD Yoon Byung-seon, Hong Haiyun, and the writers who had been waiting rushed in. After eating, they all were hit by a wave of emotional gratification. PD Yoon Byung-seon, somewhat reluctantly, made a sudden decision. This has to be sold. We can sell this. Wow, perfect for a hangover cure, and so delicious we definitely have to sell it. Around that time, Woojin, quietly observing their excitement, murmured, the name seaweed buckwheat noodles would be better. Afterward, PD Yoon Byung-seon, enjoying Kang Woojin's creation, seaweed buckwheat noodles, explained the upcoming plans for our dining table to both Woojin and Hong Haiyun. Considering it's the end-of-year season, we were thinking of shooting in the US next year, but starting from renting a place, there are many hurdles. So, it looks like we'll have to divide the shooting into 2 phases. Dividing the shooting into phases is a common occurrence in the variety show industry, especially for our dining table, like overseas shoots where actors' schedules overlap even more. The first phase of shooting will be about a week. Our Dining Table is scheduled to air a total of 10 episodes, and about 5 episodes worth of content will come from the first phase of shooting. We'll start editing around the end of year, and the official premiere is planned for early next year. Though he spoke with a smile, for PD Yoon Byung-seon, it was almost a hellish schedule. He was one of the big shots who was extremely busy around the end of the year. We'll depart for the second phase of shooting around the beginning of next year when the first episode airs, and you can think of it as starting to edit the latter half of the episodes while Our Dining Table is airing. The Season 1 US edition's locations and stores are almost finalized, and we'll send a clear plan to the agency. We'll try coordinating with the food truck for about 2 days in a week, and the rest will be running the scouted stores. Easy right? PD Yoon Byung-seon, chuckling mischievously, wrapped up. You've heard that the first phase of shooting starts from the end of November to early December, right? Meaning, Kang Woojin's schedule would have no room for rest through the end of the year and into the next. Following the completion of the preliminary shooting for Our Dining Table, Kang Woojin once again boarded the hellish schedule train. His schedule, which had been holding its breath due to overseas location shooting and a 2-day break, exploded. Thus, everyone's time, including Kang Woojin's, melted away. Exclusive, the outline of PD Yoon Byung-seon's mega-project variety show, Our Dining Table revealed. Season 1 starts in the US. Kang Woojin, Hong Hae-yeon in the kitchen. Our Dining Table side released the information they had gathered. Can we see Kang Woojin's cooking on Our Dining Table? From food trucks to Our Dining Table team trying Korean cuisine sales in the US. Especially since fans were already numerous for PD Yoon Byung-seon's project, and notably, this time, Our Dining Table was on a much larger scale than before. And Jong-hak, Ha Gang-soo, Wallin, Kang Woojin, etc. Our Dining Table filming imminent. Public expectation explodes. The variety show industry was abuzz in no time. Especially the fact that Season 1's filming location was in the US, the food truck, the roles of the cast members, the Korean cuisine store, Kang Woojin's cooking, etc. garnered attention. Meanwhile, Drug Dealer was also not quiet. Drug Dealer, approaching 3 million viewers. Fastest R-rated record. Jin Jae-jun, Kang Woojin beaming. Drug Dealer surpasses 3 million, setting new records. Drug Dealer, with its sole dominance, was nearing 3 million viewers, starting like a runaway locomotive. Movie talk, no competition. Drug Dealer runs solo, breaking all-time R-rated box office records. Already 3 million viewers, film industry experts say. Drug Dealer could easily hit 5 million. And Island of the Missing. Star Talk, starring top actors like Ryu Young-min, Ha Ura, Kang Woojin. Island of the Missing finishes. Overseas location shooting/photos. Island of the Missing staff, about 30% of filming complete, will continue shooting at domestic set locations. Various media outlets covered Kang Woojin's stories. Issue check. Lee Sang-man Kang Woojin secretly goes to the cinema and took a selfie. Posts current status on SNS. From male friend to drug dealer, hitting jackpot. Issue monster Kang Woojin, spotted in cinemas right after Island of the Missing overseas location shooting in/photos. The public reacted immediately. Wow, the cinema is right next to my house. LOL Kang Woojin, so cute, LOL covered his face, and went to watch a movie, LOL. So what? Still won't surpass 5 million for Drug Dealer. Woojin Appa, please appear at this cinema too. Lee Sang-man's style is crazy. But real Kang Woojin must be super busy has to shoot so much male friend, Drug Dealer doing well. Honestly, Drug Dealer wouldn't have succeeded without Kang Woojin, right? But really, Lee Sang-man is an all-time great villain. Nonetheless, amidst all this, rumors like Kang Woojin's drug scandal also spread around communities, but BW Entertainment did not sit idly by. Official BW Entertainment on the rampant Kang Woojin drug rumors. Collecting information will take strong action. BW Entertainment considering legal action against rumors and gossip related to Ultra Rookie. Kang Woojin. They showed a quick feedback. Regardless, Kang Woojin didn't really care. Woojin Appa, just ignore all that nonsense. What nonsense? You know, the drug scandal stuff. Don't know? I haven't really seen it. Although it was thanks to his ordinary citizen buff, Woojin's team interpreted it as him having a steel mentality. Around this time, the first year-end casting request arrived at BW Entertainment. Important. Hello, this is from the organizing committee of the Blue Dragon Film Awards. The start was with the Blue Dragon. Monday morning, after the weekend had passed, at an advertisement filming site. With the return from Island of the Missing shooting imminent, Kang Woojin was incessantly eating hamburgers at the advertisement set. Naturally, this was a commercial shoot for McDonald's. Nice. Good job, Woojin SSI. This time, chew more vigorously. As if you can't resist. Ah yes. McDonald's was the first advertisement Kang Woojin took on after his debut, and since he became a model, sales had been steadily rising. Thus, he secured his place as a long-term partner. Similar to Woojin's struggle, Choi Sung-gun, sitting on a chair at one side, was also busy. Considering the award ceremonies in December, it seems we'll have to push a bit. He was organizing Kang Woojin's schedule with his diary open. The scheduled events were overflowing. Hence, he had to ignore the ringing phone for a while. Check the missed calls and call them back later. Then, Scratching his head, Choi Sung-gun paused as he saw the caller ID on his phone that had just vibrated. Director On Bak. There it was. The call he had anticipated. Still, it was somewhat unexpected for director On Bak himself to call directly. Anyway, finding it a bit awkward to ignore, Choi Sung-gun stepped out of the set to answer the call. Yes, Director Nim. Hello. An elderly voice came through the phone. Yes, CEO Choi. I know you're busy, but could you spare a moment to talk? Please go ahead. I want to give you a script. To be frank, I don't mind if my movie serves as a stepping stone. Excuse me. A stepping stone? Director On Bak's 100th work, a landmark in the Korean film industry, serving as a stepping stone? Choi Sung-gun seemed to have difficulty understanding director On Bak's words right away. On the other hand, director On Bak, though his tone was relaxed, sounded quite desperate for some reason. I can come to where you are. The one who is free should make the move. Meanwhile, inside a major media company, one female reporter who had been on the phone in the corridor just entered the noisy entertainment department office. Her face was noticeably excited, though it was unclear what information she had. Then she, clunk, barged into the editor-in-chief's office, passing by the busy reporters. The editor-in-chief sighed deeply. What now, huh? Did you eat your manners with soup? Regardless, the female reporter immediately spoke to the editor-in-chief, who had a bit of a double chin, with a significant tone. Chief, it's about Kang Woojin's one-year contract? The editor-in-chief frowned immediately. Kang Woojin? A one-year contract? What kind of nonsense is that? Soon, the female reporter approached the editor-in-chief and lowered her voice. BW Entertainment and Kang Woojin only have a one-year contract. Chapter 164. Chapter 164, Breaking 3. Kang Woojin's contract with BW Entertainment is for a year? The editor, with his double chin, frowned deeper and said again to the female reporter with a serious expression right in front of him, his tone slightly raised. I mean, what kind of bullshit is that? A one-year contract? And who would believe that? Hey, do you not know who Choi Sung-gun is? He's a player. Would that networker have contracted with a diamond like Kang Woojin for just 1 year? No. To begin with, a one-year contract doesn't even exist. Though what he said wasn't entirely wrong, the female reporter didn't back down. I've obtained the info from a source. The editor, who had been scratching his double chin, shut his mouth. Then, he slowly sized up the determined female reporter. After roughly a few seconds, he spoke again. How reliable is that information? Well, about 80%. 80. Yes. Confidence was apparent. At this point, even the editor found it hard to ignore. This is quite the fresh news. Which crazy entertainment company contracts a newcomer for just 1 year nowadays? Exactly. Especially since it's Kang Woojin we're talking about. He's been involved in so many issues right now. He's also accumulated a string of hits. Is that true? No matter how much he thought about it, the editor found it hard to understand. Well, fine. Let's say, for the sake of argument, it's a 1-year deal. But didn't he blow up right after his debut with misunderstanding and Hanryang? Then, unless they're idiots, shouldn't they have immediately extended the contract? Moreover, Kang Woojin was currently shaking up the entertainment industry not just in Korea, but also in Japan, in less than a year. And Choi Sung-gun just left him be? Has he lost his touch? I don't know, but there must be some reason between those two. Or perhaps a deal. If BW Entertainment loses Kang Woojin now, they'll really be treated like clowns in the industry. That they will. Well, it's not really our concern. Anyway, Editor Nim, how does this story smell to you? It's juicy, right? The female reporter smiled slightly. The editor's smile slowly spread as well. What's there to say? Especially since Kang Woojin is practically monopolizing the market right now. This will turn the entertainment companies upside down. They'll all rush in with their money. Public interest will spike too. At any rate, the story is interesting. We can properly hook them in for once, especially with the year-end just around the corner. So, are you going to release it right away? What's the point in delaying? Just go for it. Under normal circumstances, the editor would have agreed, but this time, for some reason, he was a bit more cautious. No, that information you got. Check it again. Then get confirmation from me again. The female reporter furrowed her brows. Editor Nim, are you backing out now? Yes. Why? Why drag it out for no reason? If you push this and it turns out to be baseless, are you going to take full responsibility if they sue us? What's there to sue for? The editor sighed softly. Listen well, touching Kang Woojin right now requires a certain readiness. It's not going to end with just a slap on the wrist. List the big names associated with Kang Woojin. Drama, film, variety show, star writers, even Japan. You know that the main investor for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is Japan's conglomerate Kashiwa Group, right? Those are heavyweights that a typical newcomer couldn't even dream of, but whatever it is, Kang Woojin's surroundings are swarming with such people. In other words, you need to be ready to touch all those heavyweights. But it's not a scandal. What's the point in creating unnecessary trouble? The female reporter understood the editor's feelings. Then, the editor rose from his seat smoothly. His protruding belly was notable. If that case you mentioned is 100% true, there's no problem. But if it turns out to be a rumor or hearsay, it's a problem. Yet, it's too good a topic to drop. He mumbled, and then stood right in front of the female reporter, speaking in a low voice. So, check again, and then it's not too late to turn the entertainment companies upside down. The same day, around lunchtime, at the McDonald's commercial shooting site, Kang Woojin was still battling with a hamburger. The shoot that started in the morning was still ongoing. According to the shooting schedule, it looked like it would only end around the afternoon. Woojin SSI, can you make it look like lightning strikes in your eyes when you eat the hamburger? Lightning? Yes, I'll give it a try. Okay, let's go again with feeling. Among Woojin's team of a dozen or so members, Choi Sung-gun, with a very serious expression, stood out. Watching Kang Woojin quietly with his arms crossed, Choi Sung-gun, who was readying his ponytail, muttered to himself. A stepping stone? That director on Ga Bak. Choi Sung-gun's mind was filled with thoughts of director on Ga Bak, especially the phone conversation they had earlier that morning. It was clear that the topics discussed were not light. Then, Choi Sung-gun. He recalled an important part of the conversation with director on Ga Bak. It started with the elderly voice of director on over the phone. I think you would have noticed by now. For my 100th film, I need actor Kang Woojin. You might have heard rumors, but I plan to challenge for the Cannes Film Festival with this movie. Though Choi Sung-gun had already finished his investigations, he hadn't acted openly. Just pretended to be slightly surprised. Is that so? I was planning to meet you after the overseas location shooting anyway, so I will pass the message to Woojin and then arrange a time. But, Director Nim, may I ask you something? I'm curious why you became interested in Woojin. Sign language. Sign language. Yes, it started with sign language. It was a skill needed for directing the movie, and I preferred having an actor who already possessed it rather than having to train one. That's when Kang Woojin caught my eye. I understand. However, now I'm more interested in his acting and the person himself. The person himself? Choi Sung-gun was puzzled when director On's voice continued. But when I mentioned Can to Woojin and Da Nang, he seemed uninterested. His eyes were sincere. He really has no big thoughts about Can. Did you know about this, Choi Sung-gun? Rather than knowing, Choi Sung-gun had overheard. However, he had to pretend not to know. No, he's quite unpredictable. Then, you probably. Didn't know that what Woojin is really ambitious about isn't Cannes, but the Oscars. What? The Oscars? Excuse me? What do you mean by that? Over the phone, the giant of the industry, the seasoned director, nonchalantly explained his shrewd misunderstanding. The Oscars. That is, Woojin is aiming to be on the stage of the Academy Awards ceremony. I deeply felt it from the words he said and the look in his eyes. Choi Sung-gun was startled. The Academy Awards? The Oscars. Of course, it was a huge world that they would eventually collide with, but already? Even top actors would challenge it for over 10 years and still face rejection. But Kang Woojin had only been active for about a year. It didn't make sense. Here, Choi Sung-gun thought about Kang Woojin's tendencies and the path he had taken, along with his capabilities. And he couldn't help but agree. No, it makes sense. The native-level English he had from the start, and many other languages. The ambition for overseas expansion, including Japan, just like he had stood his ground during the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's crisis. The big names flocking around him. Looking closer, directors like Kwon Ki-taek or Kyotaro had high recognition overseas as well. Ultimately, and the special clause to not touch the choice of works. Putting everything together, the answer was clear. In fact, Kang Woojin was quietly walking towards the final boss without making it obvious. That final boss was the Academy Awards. Yes, that's it. Choi Sung-gun's conviction became clearer. Has everything been moving under a clear plan from the start to reach the Academy Awards in the shortest distance? The veteran director's casually spread misunderstanding thoroughly infected him. However, the main character, Kang Woojin, was just chewing on a hamburger, but only Choi Sung-gun and director Ahn Jae-bok were serious. Among them, director Ahn Jae-bok, on the other end of the phone, spoke again. The ambition that Woojin possesses doesn't come from pretense. It's derived from his stance. He's truly running towards it. However, you must also know, CEO Choi, to go for the Academy Awards, many conditions are needed. That's the stepping stone you mentioned. Yes, of course, what Woojin has is enough to stir Hollywood. But the process to show that is arduous. They don't know Woojin at all yet. There are actors worldwide dedicating their lives to get that ticket. Yes, that's right. But Woojin's interest must be beyond just attending the Academy Awards ceremony. He intends to grab something shining. For that, I understand. A convincing filmography and noteworthy achievements are needed for the resume. That's the foundation. The Academy Awards system is built that way. Director Ahn Jae-bok chuckled lightly, putting a bit more strength into his aged voice. There's nothing like Cannes as a stepping stone. It grants credibility to everyone involved in the Academy Awards. Up to here, Choi Sung-gun, reminiscing the call with director Ahn Jae-bok, returned to reality. His gaze was fixed on Kang Woojin inside the shooting zone. Then, Choi Sung-gun, infected with the misunderstanding, murmured to himself. The only drawback and deficiency of actor Kang Woojin is his experience. His filmography is still barren. The Academy Awards system is complex. It's full of numerous interests and hard-to-overcome connections. What Choi Sung-gun mentioned was the very basics. If you delve deeper into the Academy Awards, there's a considerable amount of intertwined verification and systems. Quite profound, so to speak. Among those numerous things is the path the actor has walked or their name value. A resume is something that boasts absolute power anywhere. It was the same with the Academy Awards, and for the current Kang Woojin, it was difficult. It wasn't something that could be pierced through with effort or passion. It was just realistically impossible. However, if a newcomer, only a year into debut, flips Cannes, there would be a sliver of possibility. It would arouse curiosity. Until now, there was no history of a greenhorn chewing up the Cannes Film Festival in just a year. That would be the key counterattack. Then, deep in thought, Choi Sung-gun chuckled dryly. I'm going crazy. Even I'm starting to think of the Cannes Film Festival as a stepping stone. The very idea of a newcomer breaking into Cannes was unheard of, both in the past and the future. Well, until Kang Woojin appeared. Anyway, the Cannes Film Festival became a mere side dish. At that moment, swoosh. During the break, Woojin, with an indifferent face, returned to his spot. What? He seems incredibly uplifted? Then he asked, Seonim, do you have some good news? To the indifferent question, Choi Sung-gun smiled more deeply. Something like that. I imagine something good. He resolved inwardly to witness the impossible right beside him. Let's write history for once. But first, let's sort out the contract. He had no idea that the basis was in misunderstanding. The next day, the 10th, in the workspace of writer Lee Wool-seon. In the quiet room, writer Lee Wool-seon was staring at her laptop. Unusually natural, she sighed lightly after looking at the laptop screen for a few minutes. It's done. Then, writer Lee Wool-seon abruptly picked up her phone and called the director of Freezing Love. Probably filming, but the director picked up quickly. Yes, writer Nim. Writer Lee Wool-seon declared simply. I just finished the manuscript for the last episode. The manuscript work for Freezing Love, which is about to premiere, has been completed. Upon hearing this, the voice of the director on the phone grew louder. Wow, you've worked hard, writer Nim. But today won't work. Tomorrow. I'll come tomorrow. Morning. Okay. But there are two versions of the last episode's manuscript. Two versions. Yes. I kept thinking about the mysterious man next door that you mentioned last time. You wrapped it up nicely, didn't you? You even inserted a flashback cut and a mention of him moving away. But I felt a bit sorry for the character. Also, Woojin SSI brought it to life, enhancing its quality. That's true. What are the two versions? One where the main character, Song Tae-hyung, and the mysterious man next door meet again in the last episode, and one where they don't. Writer Lee Wool-seon, who was slowly crossing her legs, continued to explain. As you can see in the script, the mysterious man next door happens to meet Song Tae-hyung by chance. The mysterious man next door avoids his gaze. But the completely changed Song Tae-hyung greets him with sign language, and the surprised mysterious man next door also smiles and responds in sign language. It would definitely warm hearts with the contrast between the first and the last episode, right? But we can't use it if Woojin SSI doesn't agree. Yes, and seeing Woojin SSI in the media, he does seem very busy. The shooting would only take half a day, so could you please request Woojin SSI's side? Understood, writer Nim. What was unique was that the response to the message sent by the director was very quick. Of course, the respondent was Choi Sung-gun. Yes, director Nim. Woojin also wants to do it, and if you let us know a week in advance, we will make time. At a similar time, Freezing Love released its official trailer to the world across YouTube and various other video platforms. Freezing Love official first trailer KBC. There were 15-second and 30-second teasers and the official first trailer. It was a natural step since the premiere was only about 2 weeks away. Of course, both videos included a brief but intense appearance of the mysterious man next door in sign language. Kang Woojin's presence was strangely intense. Naturally, the public's reaction was swift. Kang Woojin, in Drug Dealer, devoured the acting with his eyes and breath alone. So thrillingly sexy like a crazy psychopath, but his sign language acting is something new? How much is Kang Woojin's screen time in this? Kang Woojin's mask is so versatile. Sweet one moment, chilling the next, now it's softly heartwarming. It feels like it's gonna be boring. It's writer Lee Wool-seon's work wonder if she can surpass writer Park Eun-mi. Kang Woojin from a lover to a drug addict, now with sign language just like a completely different person. Young Jang-hwan is in another dramaducent he do movies? Kang Woojin's brief appearance is killer. Really everything from his facial muscles to his gestures is amazing. Just the trailer alone is so fun. Kang Woojin's acting spectrum was endlessly expanding. Meanwhile, at the same time, in a shop in Cheongdam-dong, Kang Woojin's van was visible in the large shop's parking lot. Soon, Woojin, with full makeup, got into the van. Inside the car, only Choi Sung-gun in the passenger seat was visible. Han Yeung and Jang Soo-hwan were in the bathroom, and the rest of the team were at the office. Today, Woojin's schedule had 2 interviews in the morning, and from afternoon till night, he had to return to the filming of Island of the Missing. Regardless, swish. Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly handed a transparent file to Kang Woojin. This is related to the end-of-year activities. It includes all the award ceremonies that have sent invitations so far. Just so you know, it's beneficial to attend all end-of-year ceremonies, regardless of the type, you know? The cool Kang Woojin silently unfolded the file and nodded. Yes, I'm aware. Choi Sung-gun, who was intently watching Woojin look through the file, suddenly changed the subject. and the Oscars are currently impossible. Woojin slowly lifted his head to meet Choi Sung-gun's eyes, followed by a moment of silence. There was no wavering in his poker face. However, it seemed like there was a subtle disturbance. Or should it be called a question mark? After a few seconds passed, Kang Woojin responded with a clear voice. Of course, it would be difficult this year. Right after hearing the answer, Choi Sung-gun chuckled. Huh, I wondered, but as expected. The Oscars, it's not just ambitious, it's lofty, too lofty. It breaks all norms. The annoyance in his voice was a bonus. Were you aiming for the Oscars from the start? I feel slighted. You should have given me a hint about that crazy plan, so I could have prepared myself mentally. It's enough to give someone a heart attack. Kang Woojin's indifferent face was firmer than ever. Chapter 165. Chapter 165, Breaking 4. What's that supposed to mean? It was Kang Woojin's honest feeling. Why is the Academy Awards coming up out of nowhere? It would surely be similar even if it wasn't Kang Woojin. There was no explanation given before and after. Is the Academy Award currently impossible? No, isn't it always impossible there? Naturally, Kang Woojin was somewhat aware of the Oscars or the Academy Awards. It was common knowledge. Well, it's still similar now, but anyway, he had seen it in past articles. Of course, all related to Korea. A Korean Hollywood actor receiving an award at the Academy Awards, or a Korean movie performing well in Cannes and then being nominated for the Academy Awards after being released overseas. Woojin's memory wasn't wrong. There actually were Korean movies invited to the Academy Awards in the history of Korean cinema. Just two works. One in 2010 and another in 2015. The commonality between these two works was that they were recognized at two of the world's three major international film festivals, Cannes and Venice Film Festival. Later, they were nominated as preliminary candidates for the Academy Awards, but, unfortunately, they were eliminated during the official candidate selection process. Regardless, being a preliminary candidate was a first for Korea, and despite the efforts of many Korean directors, that record has still not been broken. One thing was clear to Kang Woojin. The Academy Awards are just an insanely awesome place, right? Isn't even imagining about it supposed to cost money? A place like fantasy. The Academy Awards were indeed a ceremony that existed in another world. Therefore, even though Woojin became an actor, he had never thought about it. Well, it would likely remain the same going forward. It was too far-fetched. So, Choi Sung-gun's words were, and the Oscars are currently impossible. It was absurd yet obvious. Thanks to this, Woojin felt a bit silly but decided to thicken his concept act. He couldn't appear weak, so he added a suitable amount of pretense. Yeah, it's a predetermined response, but a bit of showing off wouldn't be bad, right? Of course, it would be difficult this year. The answers that followed from Choi Sung-gun were enough to confuse Woojin. Were you aiming for the Oscars from the start? I feel slighted. You should have given me a hint about that crazy plan, so I could have prepared myself mentally. It's enough to give someone a heart attack. What in the world are you talking about? Woojin's whole body was wrapped in extreme confusion for the first time in a while. When did I ever aim for the Academy Awards? I don't understand at all. This feeling was similar to when the snowball of misunderstanding starts rolling. Where? Exactly where did this misunderstanding come from? Unlike usual, the current misunderstanding was too massive. But he couldn't think of any section that led to this. After all, the words Academy Awards or Oscars had never come out of Woojin's mouth. At this moment, Choi Sung-gun sighed deeply and continued speaking. Phew, director on Ga Bok. His insight is terrifying. He's only seen you for a few days, yet he understands your feelings. Who? That old grandpa? Why is he mentioned here? Woojin asked quietly, filled with question marks. I didn't mention it to him. Well, but you would have indirectly hinted at it with your personality. I feel somewhat sorry now. I should have noticed sooner. Guess I still have a long way to go. By now, Woojin realized. He didn't know how it all came about, but the source of the misunderstanding was because of that old grandpa. It was awkward to even ask about the process. Moreover, Choi Sung-gun seemed to be confirming something with Woojin's responses just now. Whatever. Pretending to be tough suits the concept better here. Just go along with it. After all, the Academy Awards, or whatever, it's a long way off anyway. Well, what's wrong with having a grand goal for once? It's just a misunderstanding anyway. As usual, Woojin chose to go straight forward without looking back. gracefully accepting the ambiguous misunderstanding and confusion. Correcting it seemed pointless and bothersome. It's okay, it was just my own thought. Watching Woojin calmly respond, Choi Sung-gun scratched the back of his head. Let's just keep this matter between you and me. Director On Jae-bok won't talk about it anywhere. He wouldn't have gotten to his position if he was loose-lipped. Yes, CEO Nim. Anyway, phew. If that was your plan all along, you would know. But with your current status, the Academy Awards are difficult. It's a different league compared to debuting in Japan. No, it might as well be a different planet. I know. Yeah, well, since you're a professional, I guess there's no need to explain about the Academy Awards. No, I desperately need it. But Choi Sung-gun had no way of knowing Woojin's true feelings. You might be thinking about designing your resume, but honestly, there's nothing like Can for making a splash in Hollywood in a short period. The other route is auditioning in Hollywood, which is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Just look at how you are spinning around and then returning to Korea for the answer. Starting from the bottom is also a problem. It will take at least 3 years. On the other hand, using Can as a stepping stone can pave a shortcut. Of course, achieving something in Can is extremely tough. Woojin silently stored the new information he heard in his mind. So, it's like opting for chicken when you can't have pheasant? He roughly understood the system. In the meantime, Choi Sung-gun asked Woojin, "Do you have a different route in mind? Or, do you have connections in Hollywood?" Not at all. He had only seen America on TV. What could he possibly have in Hollywood? However, he couldn't just say that. So Woojin beat around the bush. What makes you think so? First off, director On Jae-bok has offered himself as that stepping stone. It's like he's clinging to you. He called me personally yesterday to request a meeting. He wants to meet in person and hand over the script. Is that so? Yeah. Honestly, it's the first time director On Jae-bok has moved like this. He said he needs you. Mentioned something about sign language, so it seems like this project might include a sign language scene. Sign language? Woojin inwardly tilted his head when Choi Sung-gun continued. Of course, if you don't like director On Jae-bok, you can gently refuse. No matter what anyone says, I'm on your side. But if you're too blatant about it, that's another story. We'll need to strategize. However, the film company or other organizations involved with director On Jae-bok are experts in the international field. They're top-notch in terms of experience and achievements domestically. I see. How about meeting once and looking at the script? It would be good to go along with the stepping stone story director On Jae-bok offered. Well, that wasn't difficult. While it was true that Woojin was wary of director On Jae-bok, the situation seemed to suggest that simply ignoring it wasn't the answer. If I can beat that old grandpa, that's the end of it, right? It's also a chance to practice acting the concept. If he could rise by stepping on a max-level veteran, Kang Woojin's core would undoubtedly be protected like a fortress. I'm curious about the script, too. How would a script written by the legend of Korean cinema turn out? Then, Woojin slowly nodded and answered confidently. Understood, please arrange the meeting. Choi Sung-gun gave a thumbs up and opened his diary. Okay. Quietly, Woojin took out his phone and secretly searched for the Academy Awards. Among the flood of information, he read a page about the history of the Academy Awards and exclaimed inwardly, "Crazy. Is this really possible?" Even he thought it looked impossible. At the same time, in Tokyo, Japan, the location was a grand hotel. Even now, a crowd was visible in one of the hotel's halls where about a dozen people were gathered. Leading them was an old man with a familiar face. It was Chairman Hideki, in a neat suit with white hairs mixed in his eyebrows. Beside him stood the chief secretary Lily, her long hair tied in a single line, looking as clean-cut as ever today. Behind them were the secretarial office and various staff members. It was natural. After all, this hotel belonged to the Kashiwa Group, meaning it was Chairman Hideki's property. Then, Chairman Hideki, resembling an old lion, slowly surveyed the interior of the vast hall. His hands were in his pocket, but his eyes were sharply focused. The hall he was looking at used to serve a similar purpose to a banquet hall. It had changed a lot. The setting was more formal than a party venue. Businesslike, perhaps, with a square-shaped table in the center, surrounded by about 100 chairs, etc. Of course, the chairs in this hall all looked expensive. Chairman Hideki, who was quietly surveying the hall, slowly moved. Swish. He silently touched the square-shaped table in front of him with his finger, checking the cleanliness. Yet, he spoke in a scratchy voice. Is there anything else needed? The one who immediately responded to the spoken Japanese was Chief Secretary Lily. She approached with a click-clack of her heels and answered Chairman Hideki. Yes, Chairman. We've prepared everything after discussing with the Toega Film Company in advance. A script reading doesn't require as much preparation as I thought. Make sure there are enough seats, so you don't have rush to prepare on the day. Understood. Soon, Chairman Hideki pulled out a chair and sat down. At a glance, it seemed he just sat down, but internally, he was testing the convenience of the prepared chairs. Not bad, as Chairman Hideki slowly crossed his legs and asked again. How many people? How many are coming for the reading? Chief Secretary Lily, who slightly bowed, answered quickly. The original author Akari Tekikawa, director Kyotaro Taniguchi, including the production team of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, the cast, the staff of the actors, film company officials, journalists, and others, about 200 people are expected to attend. That's quite a lot. Given the scale of the movie, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, it's understandable. Chairman Hideki, who slowly nodded, looked around the hall again and chuckled. Having the reading in this hotel will excite the media again. Yes, it will add fuel to the fire regarding the relationship between the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and us. Chairman Hideki, who hummed, stood up from the chair and slowly strolled through the hall, followed by Chief Secretary Lily. With about a dozen employees now at a distance, Chairman Hideki's wrinkled mouth opened again. How is Kang Woojin these days? After the success of Male Friend, the movie Drug Dealer in which he starred has recently been a big hit in Korea. Oh, seems like he's been growing steadily since he returned to Korea. Not only that, but his YouTube channel and SNS have also grown significantly compared to the past. It's being called an unprecedented event in Korea within a year. After finishing the report, Lily handed over a transparent file she had been holding to Chairman Hideki. Naturally, it was a research document related to Kang Woojin. Flap. Chairman Hideki, who silently reviewed the contents, murmured softly. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi said so. He owes a debt of gratitude to Kang Woojin. What? Me too. It's peculiar how such an actor can spread his grace in a foreign country in such a short moment. Lily stopped in her tracks, puzzled by what she heard. Then, Chairman Hideki, who had closed the transparent file, muttered to himself. I'm somewhat looking forward to seeing him in person. Chairman Hideki's deep gaze lifted and met Lily's. This, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger matter has had the effect of branded content, hasn't it? It is currently in progress. If the awareness in Korea and Japan is this much, it seems we've gained some justification. Check the positions for advertisement models among our affiliated companies and propose them. Of course, he was talking about Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, at Toega Film Company in Tokyo, a production meeting led by director Kyotaro Taniguchi was in full swing at Toega, the film company behind The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. People sat around director Kyotaro Taniguchi at the head of the U-shaped table. The atmosphere seemed to be wrapping up, indicating the meeting had progressed quite a bit. Wow, I never thought we'd do the script reading at that top-tier hotel. Right? I totally thought it would be at our film company. That place is usually reserved for tycoons' parties, isn't it? Not only that, but big corporations also host their lavish events here. Our movie script reading is the first of its kind. No, there might not be such an event again in the future. This will stir up the media once it gets out. Of course, especially with the current buzz around our movie and the Kashiwa Group's relationship. But I wonder if a script reading needs to be this luxurious. What's wrong with that? It creates an issue and benefits us. It also gives the actors a boost. But do you think Hideki Yoshimura, the chairman, will come on the day of the script reading? Doubt it. That would be unlikely, right? He probably won't come, will he? At this point, Director Kyotaro steered the conversation back on track. Let's save the admiration for later. Let's quickly inform the actors about the decisions made today, especially about the location and date of the script reading. What if someone says they can't make it on November 16th? It could be changed by a day or two, but it'll be fine. Understood. I'll immediately notify the actors that the script reading is confirmed for the 16th. Director Kyotaro nodded and specifically emphasized one actor. Notify Kang Woojin first, since he's the farthest away. The script reading for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was set for next Monday. The next day, November 11th morning, at BW Entertainment. It was around 8 o'clock. Since it wasn't the usual office hours yet, BW Entertainment was quiet. No employees had arrived yet. However, the desks without employees looked like a battlefield, as if a typhoon had swept through. Yet, there was some noise in BW Entertainment for a reason. Sorry for the early morning. No, it's fine, Director Nim. In the CEO's office, Kang Woojin and Director On Ga Bak, with short white hair, were sitting across from each other. Of course, the film company's CEO and Choi Sung-gun were also present. There were a total of 4 people. It was a modest gathering, but the stack of papers Director On Ga Bak offered held significant meaning. It was too abrupt and Da-nong. Before we get into details, take a look at this first. Swish. It was the script for Director On Ga Bak's 100th movie. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, whose eyes followed the stack of papers handed to Woojin, swallowed hard. That's the stepping stone. On the other hand, yes, Director Nim. Thank you. Woojin's face was the epitome of calmness as he received the script. Indeed, it was Kang Woojin, always composed. This grandfather is straightforward, handing over the script right away. From Da-nong, Director On Ga Bak was not seen as a veteran giant, but merely the grandfather next door to Kang Woojin. And now, an old grandpa was added. Well, it was the power of mind control. Anyway, Woojin checked the cover of the script with an indifferent face. Since it was a draft, only the title was written. Leech. The title of Director On Ga Bak's 100th movie was Leech. However, Woojin saw something else besides the title. What could it be? A swirling black square next to the script. Unaware of this, Director On Ga Bak spoke. You can skim through it if you like. Already turning the first page, Woojin secretly raised his index finger. He had entered the void space. After a brief moment, to Director On Ga Bak, looking at Woojin across, it was only tens of seconds, but for Kang Woojin, there was a disparity of at least 10 minutes. Soon, as Woojin's face became serious, Director On Ga Bak slightly tilted his head in curiosity. Why? Is there a part you don't like? Woojin, remaining silent, inwardly sighed heavily. No, but, seriously, starting with an S grade? At that moment, Wong. Next to Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun's phone emitted a long vibration, and he flinched slightly, bowing his head as he stood up from his seat. Stepping out of the CEO's office, he checked the caller. It was the head of the PR team. Team leader. The voice of the team leader on the other end of the phone was extremely excited. CEO Nim, you need to see this article that just came out. Then, the team leader sent a link to Choi Sung-gun's KakaoTalk. The title of the article that appeared was striking. Exclusive, monster rookie Kang Woojin turns out to have a 1-year contract with BW Entertainment, entering the FA market early next year. TL. FA market equals free agent market. Upon checking the article, Choi Sung-gun's eyes dilated in shock. This is crazy. However, at this moment, Choi Sung-gun wasn't the only one whose eyes nearly popped out at the same article. CEO Nim, have you seen the article about Kang Woojin's 1-year contract? What? A 1-year contract? What kind of nonsense is that? The article has been published, but the content doesn't seem like mere gossip. Kang Woojin might be available for recruitment early next year. Does that even make sense? Wait, I'll check the article and call you right back. Entertainment companies nationwide began to stir. Chapter 166. Chapter 166. Breaking 5. While Choi Sung-gun was away taking a call, only Kang Woojin, Director On Ga Bak, and the film company's CEO remained in the CEO's office. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Director On Ga Bak and the film company's CEO were just intently watching Woojin across them. Kang Woojin was silently looking down at the first chapter of Leech, which would be Director On Ga Bak's 100th movie. However, Director On Ga Bak noticed a slight change in Woojin in a fleeting moment. Did he just hesitate for a moment? Hence, the question was asked. Why? Is there a part you don't like? However, Kang Woojin did not answer immediately. He was still looking down at the Leech script, but he was actually recalling the situation he had entered in the void space a little while ago. It was an addition to the scenario after a while. When Woojin entered the endlessly dark void space, his first words were brief. Is the movie title Leech? That's very simple. A simple impression of the title. The title seemed rough, and it was hard to guess the content. Well, he could read more about it later. Kang Woojin checked the floating white rectangle. Among the listed, the one at the very end was Leech. As soon as he saw it, Kang Woojin's eyes widened slightly. -8/scenario, title, Leech, S-grade. This is a complete movie scenario. 100% reading is possible. S-grade. The movie Leech was S-grade from the start. Woojin was purely amazed. Wow, truly a masterpiece. Indeed, director On Jae-bok deserved to be called a legend in the Korean film industry. However, a question arose. It was clear that it was great, but this movie, he said it was for challenging Cannes, right? What kind of result would this Leech achieve? If it was just releasing in cinemas like Drug Dealer, it would be judged by the number of audiences. But since it was challenging Cannes, would it only explode in that aspect? No. It could also release after going to Cannes. Exorcism was a short film, so there wasn't even a thought of releasing, but Leech was a feature film. There was a high possibility of releasing in domestic cinemas after challenging Cannes. According to Woojin's research, after being invited to the Academy Awards ceremony, with some well-placed public relations, the movie could also release. In other words, it was somewhat ambiguous to predict. Then, Kang Woojin put aside his complicated thoughts. Whichever way it went, if it hit big, that was all that mattered, right? Maybe it could do well in both aspects. At this point, Kang Woojin, who had stopped thinking about the void space, was again addressed by director On Jae-bok from across him, slightly tilting his head. What's wrong? Is there a problem? With a low voice and a poker face, Kang Woojin silently shook his head. No, I was just reading. Is that so? It was brief, but what do you think? I don't know yet. I haven't read it properly, so it was natural. Simply saying this is precious, it's S-grade, was not something he could do. Well, other top actors might say it's good because it's director On Jae-bok's script, but Kang Woojin, with his deep concept and honesty, decided to speak frankly. I'm not sure yet. As if understanding Woojin's character, a smile spread across director On Jae-bok's wrinkled mouth. That's okay. Asking directly might be a bit premature. Director On Jae-bok, brushing back his white-haired head, changed the subject. Then, shall we talk about something else? Things were a bit hasty in Da Nang. You can just think of it as being very interested in you. Thank you. What for? No need to thank me. At this point, a sense of gravity came into the leisurely eyes of director On Jae-bok. I formally request it. I would like Woojin to appear in my movie. I'm very eager. The baton was then passed to the film company's CEO seated next to director On Jae-bok. As you said in Da Nang, I understand that you're not particularly interested in the Cannes Film Festival. I also understand where your focus is. However, with Kang Woojin's current filmography, winning an Academy Award is impossible, I assure you. Of course, the pace of your growth is unprecedented and insane. Even so, if we go by the book, it would likely take over 5 years. After all, even top actors with 10, 15 years of experience can't even cross the threshold. As Woojin listened to the explanation, his gaze shifted to director On Jae-bok, who had his arms crossed. Soon, the corners of the veteran's mouth slightly rose. Only you and I know that Woojin is only interested in the Academy Awards. In that regard, CEO Jang is more of an expert than I am. So, Grandpa, where did that Academy Award come from? Woojin sighed. Inwardly, misunderstandings were overflowing right in front of him. Indeed, this veteran was the main culprit. However, questioning the old master now would be foolish. He just forced a calm and composed demeanor. I'm listening, Woojin murmured in a low tone, and the film company's CEO continued the explanation. However, the situation changes 180 degrees if you make a mark at Cannes. It's somewhat of a shortcut. Director On Jae-bok chimed in. It's like using my movie as a stepping stone. I also want to see how quickly Woojin can reach his goal. As the misunderstanding deepened, director On Jae-bok leaned forward. The Cannes Film Festival usually takes place around June. But next year, due to internal circumstances at Cannes, it's pushed to September. It's an opportunity for me, as it could have been pushed to the year after next. That's fortunate. Then the film company's CEO added at the end of his speech. But time is tight. Even if it's pushed back, we need to start cranking in by January next year at the latest, finish cranking up by June, and complete editing before September for submission. However, we already have an offer from Cannes. Director On has had good results at Cannes in the past. Of course, it will go through the selection process, but advancing to the main competition shouldn't be a problem. Detailed explanations followed. Woojin just absorbed the information with an indifferent face. That's incredibly tight. There wasn't much time. At that moment, Director On Bok's aged voice was heard. Don't worry about what others think about this being my 100th work. Just decide based on what you think is best for your future. Understood, Director Nim. Then, thud. Director On Bok stood up, and the film company's CEO followed. It meant all had been said. Now, it was up to Kang Woojin's decision. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun, who had gone out to take a call, returned to the CEO's office. Have you finished? Director On Bok, who had been smiling softly, nodded. Yes, we're done. You must be busy. Let us know once Woojin makes his decision. Yes. Thank you, Director Nim. With that, Director On Bok left. Soon, the tension that filled the CEO's office dissipated. As evidence, Choi Sung-gun let out a long breath. Phew, Woojin, what do you think? I'm not sure yet. I'll have to read the script. All right. Let me know after you've read it. Yes. One more thing. Suddenly, Choi Sung-gun showed Woojin his phone. A news article was displayed on the screen. Exclusive, monster rookie Kang Woojin turns out to have a 1-year contract with BW Entertainment, entering the FA market early next year. Choi Sung-gun, who had become serious, continued. I'm not sure where it leaked from, but that's not important right now. It's going to get noisy soon. Woojin's expression was calm, but inside, he was slightly surprised. What? All right. I was on a 1-year contract. It seemed he had forgotten. Unaware of this, Choi Sung-gun checked the time, and then. First, we need to move on to the next schedule. Let's discuss the details later. Yes, CEO Nim. With a somewhat urgent heart, he poured cold water on it. It's okay, there's still time. Rushing will only make things worse. Woojin, who had calmly responded. But why did this become an article? Strange. Had yet to fully grasp the situation. Afterward, Kang Woojin moved to the recording studio for the shooting of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. It had become a familiar place due to being fixed for cover song recordings and YouTube filming. While Woojin was heading to the recording studio, is Woojin Oppa's 1-year contract story true? In the parking lot where the van was parked, Jang Soo-hwan, Han Yeung, and Woojin's team were gathered, engrossed in a heated conversation. Naturally, the topic was Kang Woojin. It just seems like gossip. A 1-year contract really doesn't make sense. That's true, but the atmosphere makes it awkward to ask. Woojin Oppa must have seen the article, but he hasn't said anything. The articles keep piling up, but the CEO has been quiet, right? The rumor of Woojin's 1-year contract that surfaced in the morning had become an unprecedented topic of interest for them. But if that article is true, what happens to us? I mean, Woojin Oppa is a sensation, but a rookie is a rookie, right? Normally, rookies have contracts of 5 to 7 years, don't they? At that moment, Han Yeung, with her short blue hair, interjected in a brisk tone. Does anyone know the process of Woojin Oppa's casting? No, right? So let's not jump to conclusions and just wait. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin was in the middle of a meeting at the recording studio. The meeting included the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel team, a producer, and Choi Sung-gun. Since the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel had grown significantly, they needed to stock up on videos whenever possible. Today, they planned to cover selected pop songs and J-pop in Korean. For reference, the current subscribers of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Channel name: Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers: 5.87 million. Videos: 17. It had surpassed 5.8 million subscribers. The issues surrounding drug dealer had attracted domestic fans, but the success of Male Friend brought in more fans from Japan. Of course, the videos covering K-pop in English significantly increased the English comments. The view counts of the uploaded videos were still astonishing. 6. Miley Kara / Absolute Cover Korean. Kang Woojin's alter ego. Views, 6.12 million. Although tastes varied, the videos generally hit at least 5 million views. Perhaps that's why the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel team was excited, especially the main PD. The video we uploaded this time is a huge hit. It seems like the song selection was perfect. Choosing Miley Cara was a stroke of genius. The producer, standing in front of the recording equipment, chimed in. Miley Cara is a genius too. Originally an actor and treated as top tier in Hollywood, but after appearing in a musical film, she also solidified her position as a singer. Oh, is that how it happened? I thought Miley Cara debuted as both an actor and a singer from the start. No, that's not it. There are some like that in Hollywood, balancing both acting and singing. But she definitely established her position as an actor first, and then stood out as a singer a bit later. Miley Cara, even Woojin, who was just listening quietly, knew the name. What was it? A highly successful actor in Hollywood, right? He had heard that she had a solid fan base in Korea too. But that was just superficial knowledge. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun, who was looking down at his diary, joined in. We've received a cover request. Well, cover requests have been flooding in recently. From idols to veteran singers, and so on. So much that we need to filter them out. Oh, right, you mentioned that before, didn't you? So, who has requested this time? Lee Young-ah. Lee Young-ah? The real Lee Young-ah? Lee Young-ah was a female soloist and a top singer. Well, the content is what everyone would expect. A request for promotional purposes since she has a new song coming out. Currently, the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel had become powerful, so it was natural for various offers to come pouring in. Anyway, the topic shifted during the ongoing meeting. Of course, it was brought up by Choi Sung-gun, related to Woojin's cooking. For cooking, let's see, we narrowed it down to 3 options. You teaching subscribers recipes and cooking, inviting guests for a talk while cooking their requested dish, and avatar cooking. Kang Woojin casually asked back. Avatar cooking? Yeah. It came from the idea of inviting a guest, but simply put, the invited guest acts as the avatar, and you just instruct verbally from behind. What do you think? Seems good. Choi Sung-gun smiled slightly. If the guest can't cook, it might not go as planned. You can only give instructions to the guest, after all. In essence, the key was the image of Kang Woojin getting frustrated behind the guest. It's going to be a variety content, essentially. As a result, the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel was divided into 2 main categories, covers and cooking. Even within these broad categories, the content branched out into subcategories. Just the cover and cooking content alone amounted to over 10 different types. So, Woojin, who do you think should be the first guest for the cooking segment? I think Wallin SSI would be good. Right. It would be meaningful, since it's the first song of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Alright, I'll send out a request to invite Wallin SSI right away. And for the avatar? I'm not sure. Okay, I'll decide on that part then. Yes, CEO Nim. After the meeting concluded, Kang Woojin entered the recording booth. It was for the purpose of filming a cover video, and as the preparation for shooting began, the main PD of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel sneakily asked Choi Sung-gun. Excuse me, CEO Nim. Woojin SSI, he saw the article. Is he really transferring at the beginning of next year? Choi Sung-gun, who had been watching Woojin inside the booth with his arms crossed, answered briefly. You don't need to worry about it. Yes, I was just a bit worried. Haha, so it's just an abusing article, right? At that moment, VVVVV. Choi Sung-gun's phone inside his jacket pocket began to vibrate long. The caller was Hong Hae-yun. Soon, Choi Sung-gun stepped out into the corridor outside the studio and answered the phone. Yeah. Hong Hae-yun's excited voice came through immediately. Appa, did you release Woojin SSI's article? Have I gone mad? But why did it come out then? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Hong Hae-yun was an investor in BW Entertainment. Not only was she concerned about Woojin, but she also had the perspective of a company investor. What the why? What does Woojin SSI say? You know what Woojin is like. He hasn't said anything about it. It is Woojin SSI, and how decisive he is. He would have decided long ago, right? That's right. But that was not the case at all. Kang Woojin had no particular thoughts regarding his current contract. Appa, What were the terms of Woojin SSI's one-year contract? A signing bonus of 40 million with a 9-to-1 ratio. A one-year contract, so he could first experience what our BW entertainment is like. We said we would decide whether to extend it afterwards. During that 1 year. No, to be precise, in less than a year, Kang Woojin's stature had truly become monstrous. Hence, Hong Haiyun's voice over the phone sounded slightly urgent. But, if there's still no word, does that mean we're not to his liking? Who knows? Who can know what's in Woojin's mind? Now that it's come to this, we just have to move quicker than originally planned. I'll do my best. But as you know, Woojin's schedule is insane, so other entertainments can't easily approach him. But still, a war is going to break out, right? This article is practically a public announcement. You know, right? We have to secure Woojin SSI at all costs. Yeah, I know. His value has jumped more than 100-fold. Mainly as an actor and with his YouTube channel, SNS, surrounded by heavyweights. Not to mention his expansion into Japan and even aiming for the Academy Awards. His skills in vocals, cooking, and languages, what? About them? Choi Sung-gun, who had observed all this from close by, could not be unaware. I'm gathering as much ammunition as I can. 2 days later, in the morning, at Non-Hyundong GGO Entertainment. In the office of the Mega GGO Entertainment, several people were gathered from the morning. Not only the executive-level employees, but also the bulldog, or rather, the CEO Seo Gusiab, who had been embarrassed by Kang in the past. All of them were looking down at their tablets. Then, Director Kim, have you checked this article? At the question from CEO Seo Gusiab, seated at the head of the 5-person sofa, an executive next to him nodded. Yes, CEO Nim. The media seems almost certain of it. Is that so? Then it's not a lie dash. The movements of other entertainments are also unusual. They've been preparing to pounce for a while. Then, CEO Seo Gusiab, with a smirk, thought of Choi Sung-gun. 1 year? He had that monster tied down for just a year? Did Choi Sung-gun, that fucking moron, have his brain malfunction? With a somewhat sly smile, he mused to himself. It's not my business why. Now's the chance to swallow up Kang Woojin. He pondered internally. 200 million. No, would at least 300 million be enough?